Ever wonder why it is always a phone call in the night? Whether it is the police calling to notify you of a loved one's death 1,000 miles away, or a frantic law partner freaking out over a last-minute snag that might derail a multi-million-dollar settlement, or laughably, a call warning about the end of the world. They all come after normal business hours, and they all end up giving you a knot in your stomach that won't go away for those endless hours as you wait for the crack of dawn and at least a semblance of a return to sanity. After I got that call from my brother, passing on a warning about a rogue meteorite strike in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of China, very few nights passed where I didn't still feel that knot clenched tight in my stomach. Was it stress or a dread premonition? I couldn't say. All I knew was that on top of all my other concerns, that dark foreboding stayed with me. We'd come from pioneer stock, and my purchase of the run-down Ferguson farm meant an opportunity for me to return to my roots. My parents never used the word prepper or survivalist, and I doubt my father even knew the meaning of the word, but he was a man who was born in the late stages of the Great Depression. That meant my childhood was spent in a variety of pursuits unknown to my more urban friends and co-workers. I learned to plant and tend a garden, work on engines large and small, and recycle and reuse every small piece of equipment or mechanical part until the metal wore out. I was introduced to the driver's seat of a 30-year-old tractor long before my contemporaries ever thought about operating a car or truck, and I was barely a teenager before I began hardening my body, tossing 50 and 100-pound bales of hay that would stagger many grown men. I never thought I would seek out such a challenging lifestyle once I got off the farm, but when the opportunity presented itself, I jumped at the chance. For a variety of reasons, I didn't return to the old community where I grew up, and instead I bought the property in a neighboring area. Having repurposed my law practice already, I carefully introduced myself into the local legal landscape. I found less friction there than I did in other areas. For small towns in East Texas, newcomers went through a gradual process of acceptance, so I figured I'd be treated like a local in another 40 or 50 years. With my brother Mike's warning, using a code word from our childhood, I jumped into disaster mode. As my family gradually began to trickle in, we'd stayed at that level of readiness ever since. Over the years, we had created protocols for many different kinds of emergencies, from short-term inconveniences to civilization-threatening levels. But for me, they were merely plans prepared and filed away. I never thought we would be activating any of them beyond the hurricane or pandemic ones, though the EMP plan had been updated and added to over the years as tensions in the world waxed and waned. Now we had a meteorite hit, a catastrophic rockfall, spawning a cascading series of disasters in its wake. Strangely, the federal government had remained silent about the actual triggering event, focusing on the earthquakes, accompanying tsunami, and a growing list of volcanic eruptions all around the Ring of Fire and beyond. The Federal Emergency Management Agency addressed the symptoms but ignored the actual cause of the disasters. The president almost immediately announced a state of emergency and enacted certain elements of martial law in the areas directly affected by the various disasters. This scared a sizable chunk of the unaffected population, but at least so far, the man seemed to be defying the pundits' predictions of an overreaching federal bureaucracy trying to disarm the population and institute some kind of police state. Or at least, That was the impression I received from the heavily censored national news media and the reconstructed and neutered Internet. Still, NASA was silent, and so were the many observatories, both public and private, when it came to the possibility of a meteorite strike starting this whole thing. My brother Mike seemed upset by the censorship and the lack of an explanation, but we had plenty of other things weighing on us as we adapted to the nearly constant rainfall and prepared for the likelihood of a long winter followed by a damp, cool summer. For the moment, all our attention lay on the massive Category 5 storm, Hurricane Debbie, that was bearing down on us like the wrath of an angry god. One step at a time, as I urged my friends and family. At least this time we'd received a storm warning, but none of us could comprehend the level of destruction now coming our way. Chapter 1. The storms finally passed, as all storms are wont to do, but we still spent 3 days down in the shelter as the winds howled and the rain struck the oversaturated earth in great sheets. We had prepared as best we could for the hurricane, which meant work that had taken place years, not hours, before the first tornado warnings began to sound like air raid sirens in New Albany. That right there was a secret to preparedness that many of the latest gadget fans and cool systems junkies never seem to appreciate. Make your plans in advance, test and adjust them for flaws, and stick to them. That was the core principle of preparedness, as well as stocking up on bullets, beans, and Band-Aids. Our family had a hurricane survival plan, and we intended to stick to it. I alone, out of all the adults, braved the wind and rain, mixed with a bracing dose of intermittent hail and the bands of terrifying lightning, to dash out once a day to the small barn to milk the cow. It wasn't any particular special flavor of bravery on my part, just more of a recognition that I both knew where everything was located, and I didn't have any immediate family to worry about me. To their credit, Mike and Pat both tried to take a turn, but I explained it was simply easier for me to handle the chores. We decided to keep our milk cow and the yearling calves stalled in the barn for the duration, along with the horses, so someone needed to feed the small herd and relieve the cow's stress by draining her milk, lest she go dry on us. That was another one of those forward-thinking plans, since you couldn't hope to stock enough powdered milk to last indefinitely. On the soggy morning of the 4th day, I was back at the barn, seeing to our menagerie of farm critters. Maisie, the milk cow, was always seen to shortly after dawn, and I fed her a little grain in the milking stall before I washed down her bag with the mild soap we used. The soap was a diluted version of the old frontier standby of lye mixed with an aloe vera base for softness. Marta had bought it from some online vendor after running her own tests on the mixture, finding it was surprisingly efficient at knocking out common forms of bacteria while also remaining somewhat pleasing to the touch. It was something we could make at home, if needed, since we had the ingredients, and almost as important, the recipe. Grabbing my little wooden stool, I scooted closer and set to work. As I sat there, stripping the milk from her udder, I started thinking about our milk production. With this many kids on the farm, I revisited the idea of getting a second milk cow into production, then started trying to figure out how to find the breed I wanted in the right price range. Along with the providing strong bones for growing children, I was considering how to start making our own cheeses, if the supply in town started to become scarce. The sound of something, likely a tree limb, slamming into the side of the barn brought me back to the present, and I was glad the noise hadn't spooked the cow into lashing out. I'd been kicked by bigger cows when I was a boy, but it still didn't feel good, like getting punched in the face by a 1,200-pound gorilla. "Good girl, Maisie," I crooned with praise, setting the milk pail aside. I stroked the side of the Angus, and she rewarded me with a swipe in the face with her filthy tail, and I swear she looked back and grinned after she did it. You normally didn't see Angus milk cows in the United States, but Maisie was actually quite a sweet-dispositioned member of the breed, a former 4-H calf that had been raised by one of the local kids as a show heifer. She'd been treated more like a pet than a walking chuck roast, and it showed in her easy nature around humans. She was bred back to Bubba, one of our Angus bulls, and I intended to keep her on in her current capacity since Tommy and Tammy adored her and continued to make sure she remained a spoiled, not-so-little princess. After dumping the bucket of milk out for the hogs, since I didn't want to burden the electrical system with running the chiller, I rinsed out the stainless steel container with a dose of chlorine water and replaced all the gear until next time. After that, I saw to the chickens, noting the reduced egg production in the waterproof journal we hung on a peg just inside the fortress of poultry. Yes, maybe Mike and I had overbuilt the thing, but darned if it wasn't still standing, despite the worst the winds could conjure this side of a tornado. On the positive side, I also made a point of identifying 3 of the older hens that had gone broody. Whether it was wishful thinking or the work of one of our roosters was too soon to tell, but more chicks would be a bonus worthy of sacrificing some eggs in the short term. I'd have to make sure our resident egg wrangler, Tammy, knew of the situation. By the time I got back to the mudroom, I was soaked through my rain-proof jacket and pants, so I stripped down to my athletic shorts and T-shirt before re-entering the house. With the lighting turned down to the bare minimum, I made it to the basement door with only one misstep, and I didn't think I'd manage to draw blood when I barked my shin. I didn't even bobble the egg basket once. "All done?" Nikki's question made me offer a tight smile to my sister as I eased past her going down the stairs. "Done. Even picked up a few eggs." "What's it looking like out there?" "You tell me, sis. You've got the radio." The weather radio, with its pathetic little built-in antenna, only picked up static unless you set it at the top of the stairs near the door into the kitchen. But we had more volunteers than we had time slots to fill. The stairs, after all, offered the illusion of open space, if nothing else. "Shush! You know what I mean," Nikki replied with a dour tone as she held up one of her hands to block my face, a mannerism from her childhood that made me grin inside. Just another example that we really never grow up, just get older. Storm front has splintered, remnants have moved on up into Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma, but the weather report doesn't tell us squat about what's happening right here. The news, though spotty and no doubt heavily censored, only fed our growing sense of depression. Reading between the lines, I sensed that Hurricane Debbie had changed the very shape of our state and the Gulf Coast in general, while we stayed hunkered down in our bunker. Sensing Nikki's frustration, I tried to bolster her a bit. "Still raining, but the clouds are breaking up a bit. I'll bet we have sun peeking through before this evening." "So we can get out of the shelter?" Nikki asked hopefully. "That's what I'm thinking," I agreed. "Still need to be on watch for tornadoes, though. I'm sure Mike will want everybody to continue sleeping downstairs for the next few days." Nikki nodded thoughtfully. "Hard to see a tornado coming at night," she commented with a sad smile. "Anything useful on the broadcast this morning?" "Not much," Nikki conceded. "Red Cross is out working the refugee camps. National Guard is still up and working the cities, but they aren't talking any specifics. No locations and no numbers. She paused, then added her thoughts. This isn't like any other hurricane I've ever been through, Bryan. Not just bigger, but the way the government has handled the whole thing. I understand holding off giving the worst news to avoid a panic at first, but not even filling in the little pieces will have everybody's imagination working overtime. Maybe the governor and his people don't know the full extent of the damage either, Nicky, I responded with a touch of exasperation in my voice. Not much. I was the oldest and accustomed to acting as the sounding board for my younger siblings. Sure, I didn't know anything more than Nicky, but we all had our accustomed roles, and mine was the wise elder sibling. Do you really think that? I'm not saying I think that's the case, but it's possible. Any mention of FEMA yet? Not a peep, Nicky replied tightly, and with that she stuck the earbud back in her ear and gave me another imperious wave of the hand. As dismissals go, it was pretty clear, if a little rude. However, I knew Nicky, and I suspected she was trying to distract me from my own grim concerns. My sister evidently wasn't happy with what little she was hearing, and at the same time she was worried about what she might find out. Nicky's apprehensive mood reflected the general attitude of the adults trapped in the shelter. Not because of the tight confines, though, I didn't think. No, it was more the lack of news and the restlessness of people who were accustomed to hard work, either physical or mental. Sitting around reading from our small library or working out in the closet-sized gym clearly wasn't providing enough diversion. Not everything was grim, however. The adults all pitched in to help entertain the children, and I got to spend more time with my nieces and nephews, as well as getting to know Billy and Lisa. I think trying to keep the youngsters occupied lent itself to boosting our own moods. Conscious of the limited power we had in our battery banks, and hesitant to use any of our diesel to run the backup generator, Mike and I decreed only one movie per evening on the 60-inch television. Pat and Mike hauled the flat screen down from the living room and installed the monstrosity in the common room of the shelter, then organized the voting for which movie we would be watching that night. Just the politicking and maneuvering amongst the preteen crowd provided a dose of restrained entertainment for the grown-ups. I say restrained only because it was by quiet consensus that we decided we didn't want the kids to know how funny we found the whole process. So, we played a lot of cards and dominoes and made fun of each other as we stopped to count up our bids on our fingers. We worked our way from straight dominoes to 42, then switched over to hearts, old maid, and finally an endless variety of poker. This wasn't anything like in a poker tournament you might catch over on ESPN2 or a similar channel, with hours and hours of uninterrupted gameplay, and the seats switched out from time to time as other duties required. For most of us, this was simply a way to pass the hours, and we used matchsticks of no particular value to measure our success or lack thereof. Once again, Pat cleaned up at poker because no one could tell if he was bluffing because, of course, the guy wrote the book on maintaining a poker face. Only his wife could break his concentration, and Nicky seemed to relish distracting her husband with seemingly innocent comments that all married people could interpret as much more salacious references. As a sop to the young'uns, as Mike called them, with a disapproving scowl from Marta, we alternated in some of the players from the kiddie table as a reward for good play and good sportsmanship. Marta wasn't mad at adding the younger players, but I knew Mike's continual use of poor grammar aggravated his wife sometimes. He knew it too, which made the hillbilly speech that much more amusing to me. Adult doesn't always mean mature, after all. "I don't get it," Tammy complained after her Aunt Nicky made another snickered comment that caused Pat to flash bright red and her mother just shake her head. "I'll explain it when you're older," Marta said, then in a mock whisper, "when she's 30 and allowed to date." "Mom," Tammy complained again, and we all erupted with laughter. Billy, though he was 19 years old, fit right in with the other youngsters, which came as no surprise. His mother, Sally, confided that while Billy was physically nearing maturity, his intellectual and emotional development remained around that of an 8- or 9-year-old. I wondered at that, at times, though, when watching how he interacted with the little ones. No matter the game being played, or how badly he lost, Billy never raised his voice or caused a ruckus, which could not be said about any of my siblings' children. Lisa, Nancy's 12-year-old daughter, fell into the same category as Billy when it came to maintaining a level head. Or so I thought, anyway. I knew very little about the care and feeding of little girls. My nieces remained a mystery to me. I knew boys. Charlie had always been easy to read, and he never seemed to meet a stranger in all of his short life. Colette deserved nearly all of the credit, but I tried my best to be more than an absentee father. I stumbled across Lisa enduring her breakdown late on the second day. She was sitting in the exercise room next to the recumbent bike, and at first I thought she'd somehow fallen off and injured herself. I nearly charged into the room, a shout for Marta dying on my lips as I invested a second to study her posture and lack of open wounds. Lisa sat on a pair of exercise mats, backed up into a corner with skinny arms wrapped around her knees, and silently crying. No sobs, no wailing, just a steady stream of tears that trickled down her cheeks as she seemed to struggle to hold her head up. At the sound of my short knock on the doorframe, she looked around and started frantically wiping at her face with the sleeve of her T-shirt. Hi, Mr. Harden," Lisa started, sitting back suddenly to lean against the concrete wall. "Are you hurt?" I asked softly, using a tone I typically reserved for one of the skittish fillies in the barn. No, I'm fine," Lisa blurted. "Just not feeling—" I nodded. I sank down to one knee, feeling my old bones complain and my joints ache a bit as I did so. This put me closer to eye level without invading her space in the small room. "Missing your mom? Worried about her?" A short nod was her only response, but I felt encouraged to continue by even that movement. "She should have called by now," Lisa whispered, as if she feared being overheard. "Sweetie, cell service has been down since yesterday," I said, telling her something she already knew. Like with the little handheld radio, cell phones usually caught a signal if you stood on the stairs, but the cell grid was sometimes even more fragile than the power grid it emulated. Who cares if you have a boosted router when the next tower is down in a ditch? My heart went out to the girl, because I knew better than anyone outside her family just how much she had already been forced to endure. And now, unlike the other children, Lisa was stuck coping with a new environment without Nancy, her only life preserver in a life that had already been unkind. Lisa played Monopoly and Risk and chatted with the other kids, but I thought I could sense she was keeping up a wall to separate herself from the others, and to shield herself from the hurts she feared were coming her way. "Lisa, I can't begin to understand how you're feeling," I began, "but I do know how much you love your mom, and how much she loves you." "Then why did she leave me here? Why couldn't I stay with her?" "Because she loves you so much, and she wants the best life for you she can manage," I replied, not trying to sugarcoat my answer. This job with the electric company means a lot to her, and it means a lot to the people in this community, too. But you have to know, you're the most important thing in her life. But she's not here. And that's tough on you, I agreed. She would never want to make you feel bad. But with this job, I'm sure your mom is thinking she can make enough money to take care of you on her own. Can you understand how important it is to be able to take care of yourself, to be dependent on no one else but yourself? I knew self-reliance was an adult concept, but I judged Lisa as mature enough to grasp the concept, at least in theory. Hell, most young adults twice her age still seem to struggle with the reality of showing up to a job on time and taking pride in their work. I was so busy mentally castigating the next generation of slackers, I almost missed her next question. But if she's so set on taking care of us on her own, why are we here? Ah, that was a very astute question from a 12-year-old. I decided to proceed delicately. Do you remember those days, right before the hurricane hit, when your mom was so busy helping me and Mr. Mike and everybody else get the farm ready for this storm? Yeah, Lisa replied hesitantly after a long moment of thought. That's why your mom was here, and why she asked us to watch over you while she's working her day job. Her helping us out here on the farm, that's like a part-time job, and she gets paid for her work here with having a place to stay and food to eat. Lisa wrinkled her nose, thinking hard on my words. Mama had part-time work before, and she got paid for her work in dollars, not a place to stay. Lisa made this pronouncement with such offended dignity, my laugh came out without warning. Almost against her will, I could see a smile twitch at the corners of her mouth. I gave her a real smile in return, but my words were more serious. Lisa, when I said your mom's job is important, I wasn't kidding. There are thousands, probably millions of people in the path of this storm who are without electricity. I paused as if considering something. In fact, I'll bet you right now there are hundreds of people, just in this county alone, sitting in the dark with their families, hoping and praying that the lights will come back on as soon as the storm passes. One of the reasons she wanted you to stay here was she knew we would still have service in nearly any circumstance. But why can't I see her? Why couldn't I stay with her at the shelter in town? I'm worried something happened to her. Because where she's staying is only just down the street from her job, I explained, and that shelter was designed to survive a bomb. I'm sure she's just as worried about you, but she didn't want you to be alone and scared when she had to go out for work, helping get the lights back on for everyone. Lisa sat silent for a long moment, no doubt digesting my words. I had some credit still with Lisa after helping her and her mother move out of their old apartment and into the mobile home located here on our property. I'd also faced down a bully and stalker who'd menaced the two of them, though I hadn't explained to Lisa yet that she never had to worry about Marky again. I wondered if I ever would. I don't know if my words helped Lisa deal with her fear and loneliness, but I never caught her like that again. Maybe I was some comfort, or Lisa just got better at hiding her fears. Either way, nobody, not even Beatrice and her borderline claustrophobia, freaked out and publicly lost their cool in the shelter while we stayed hunkered down and hid from Mother Nature. I sensed this was only the first of many times we would need a place to retreat from her considerable and unpredictable wrath in the years to come. We would acclimate. Not that we really had any choices. Adapt or die. That was the new world we lived in, now that the planet itself seemed to be turning against us. Chapter 2. Digging out from the hurricane meant more than just exiting the shelter, of course. After shutting off the breakers to everything but the bare essentials downstairs, we then repeated the process on the ground and second-floor circuits. With the commercial power still out, Mike and Pat kitted themselves out in their rain suits to go around to the side of the house to fire up the generator. The ladies busied themselves checking the integrity of the windows throughout the house, and I spent some time digging out the front porch. I say digging out because even though I didn't need a shovel, the machete I took with me got plenty of use as I hacked and slashed away to clear the open-sided porch. The 100-plus miles per hour winds piled up a massive assortment of junk against the sides of the house and the barns. This was like the flotsam you found on the beach after high tide. I found myself shaking my head as I went through the mess, littering the wooden planks of the porch, marveling at the accumulation of tree limbs, pieces of PVC, and a wide 6-foot-long section of gray, curled sheet metal wedged between 2 posts holding up the porch roof. All the sticks and wood scraps went into a pile for recycling, but I was unsure what I needed with a 4-foot length of 1/4-inch plastic pipe. Maybe use it as a stake in the garden, I wondered idly. For the jagged piece of 1/8-inch sheet metal, the sharp edges cut my gloves and then threatened to accordion on me as I wrestled it out into the yard. Where the heck, I wondered, then took a second to look around and take in my surroundings. I'd checked all the barns on my earlier excursions, in addition to the well house, chicken fortress, and other assorted outbuildings. But the source of the slightly curved piece of metal made me take a second look. Maybe it was blown from somewhere off the property, I thought as I panned around. Then I saw it, or more properly, didn't see it. The single-wide trailer I'd called home while we'd built the main house and more recently been loaned to Nancy and Lisa was no longer sitting on the poured concrete slab adjacent to the front barn. The pad remained, along with the cement block battery housing for the water bug, and so did the bolted frame that made up the bottom undercarriage of the trailer, but everything else was just gone. My vision was noticeably limited in the continuing drizzle of the falling rain, but I strained my eyes for some sign of the missing structure. If we'd experienced a tornado, this would make sense, I reasoned, but no one had heard the telltale wail of those winds. So where? Pattern recognition is a fairly well-understood brain function, as our relatively weak senses bring raw data to the brain, and that magnificent organ fills in the blanks to make an actual image that matches those parameters. We see an octagonal shape and a blob of red color, and our brains interpret this as a stop sign. Of course, sometimes our brain slips in horses when we hear hoofbeats, and the stampede is actually zebras. Now what I was seeing in the front pasture didn't look like a 3-bedroom mobile home, so my brain took long seconds to piece the data together. As a young attorney, I'd worked on a case representing the heirs of a family killed in a downed charter flight. This scene reminded me of nothing more than the pictures I'd studied of that twin-engine plane crash, and I finally figured out where the trailer had gone. In fact, the mobile home had apparently been torn loose from the base and gone cartwheeling end over end until it had exploded in a tangle of plastic sheeting, fiberglass insulation, and yes, sheet metal. Well, glad we moved everything out of there, I said to myself, and then I wondered at the fate of the Bonner house. "What are you mumbling over there?" Nicky's voice cut through my musings like a knife, and I spun to see my sister, dressed in her yellow rain poncho, cutting the tree limbs into uniform length. Wisely, she had passed on a machete, and she was instead using a pair of the limb loppers, and I heard her grunt every time she squeezed that last little bit to finish the slice. "Just noticed the trailer was gone," I replied, then held out my hand for the 2-foot-long tool. Nicky sniffed, but handed the loppers over without further comment. Shaped like a pair of bolt cutters, the curved blades of the loppers did a much better job on the limbs than using a machete or axe, and without the risk of cutting off random body parts. They also gave the user a good workout in the shoulders, biceps, and triceps, but without having to go to the gym. "Yeah, I saw that," Nicky finally commented as she gathered up the now more manageable lengths of wood. Following her lead, I cut them off in 3-foot lengths, and I noticed she was making 2 piles. One was relatively straight, while the other was made up of the crooked or cracked pieces. "What are you planning to do with these?" I asked as I cut the final limb. It was my turn to grunt, as this one was over an inch thick, and it took me 3 tries to eventually slice into sections. "Straight ones are for the tomato plants in the greenhouse," Nicky said patiently, "and the crooked ones will eventually be kindling in the stoves. Now, what are you planning on doing with that trailer?" I sighed before replying, "Pretty much the same thing. Recycle what we can, salvage the wire and fittings, see if any of the sinks or appliances survived. Won't be burning any of the pieces, though." "Why's that?" Nicky asked, with real curiosity in her voice this time. "Treated lumber," I explained simply. Nicky got it. Burning wood soaked in God knows what chemicals wouldn't exactly qualify as a smart plan. Good way to get a nice dose of arsenic poisoning, given the age of the trailer. "We're going to get mighty cramped in that house, Bryan. I mean, I understand. We need the extra help. But where is everybody going to sleep? We're going to be pushing it, even if we split up into the bunk rooms." I understood what Nicky meant, and she wasn't being dramatic or ungrateful, just realistic. The electric and septic systems, for example, would struggle to keep up with this many residents. "I was planning to see if you guys or if Mike wanted the trailer," I admitted. "I know it was a small space, but with 3 bedrooms, that would be doable. Now, though, we really need to get the Bonner place fixed up and rigged with at least some limited solar power or the wind turbine." "If it's still standing," Nicky murmured. If indeed. "Well, no time like the present to check it out, now that we've made some progress on the yard," I replied, trying to sound hopeful and upbeat. Nicky gave me a look. "What?" I asked, waving my hands to signal my cluelessness. "With everything we still need to do, you want to dump all the heavy lifting on my husband and our brother and go goof off?" Nicky challenged, and I had the grace to flush in embarrassment at her words. "Well, when you put it that way," I responded with a weak shrug. "Sounds like a great idea," Nicky interrupted, rewarding me with a toothy grin. "Let me grab my rifle, and we could take the side-by-side quad." I laughed at Nicky's enthusiasm, waving her back inside. "Go get your rifle," I popped back. "I'm getting the real equalizer before we go." "What's that?" Chainsaw. Chapter 3. Nicky might have thought I was kidding, but we couldn't get within 50 feet of the recently added gate in the fence line before I needed to fire up the chainsaw. I could see the fence was down in 6 places where the cedar posts were either broken off or the barbed wire had come unfastened. Most of that could wait, and I was pleased to see the old cross-X metal gate was battered but still standing, but as far as I could see, nearly half the trees were either uprooted or broken off stubs from the unrelenting wind. Some of the trees barring the gate could be moved out of the way for future processing, but I saw where 3 pines had come down almost on top of the gate and each other and formed an impromptu abattis. "Crap! That looks even worse up close," Nicky complained, sliding over to take the driver's seat as I unfolded from the position. "We can snake some of them out of the way," I explained. "That's why I loaded the tow chains. You drive, and I'll hook." "Well, that beats the alternative," Nicky joked, and I gave her the obviously fake laugh she deserved. The trees lining the fence rows were a mix of pine, live oak saplings, and sycamores, with a few species I didn't recognize, and they were interspersed with a wide variety of bushes and shrubs that had not done well in the storms. Added to the mix, I saw shards of metal, bits of glass, and pieces of plastic intermingled with the detritus. All in all, I was wondering if staying back around the house might have been the less strenuous option. But I wasn't getting paid to stand around admiring the view, so I slid on another pair of heavy-duty gloves and began unrolling the chain. We quickly learned the limits of the side-by-side ATV when it came to towing trees, and I realized I would need to limb most of the trees out before hooking up the chains. Even the trees that weren't rafted together, like the 3 blocking the gate, were nevertheless intertwined, and trying to pull one ended up moving slightly the next nearest 2 or 3. Rather than risk burning up the ATV engine, Nicky pulled over and switched off the ATV and set to dragging brush and limbs out of the way as I stuffed myself into the protective gear and started the chainsaw. I never claimed to be a professional lumberjack, but you couldn't tell from the safety gear I'd purchased over the years, and I wore it religiously, or like my life depended on it, you might say. In addition to a full face mask helmet, I wore the Kevlar chaps and arm guards and my steel-toed boots while using the 16-inch Works chainsaw. The weight was noticeable, but I wasn't going to complain. After 30 minutes, I paused and set the chainsaw aside, aware of the steady drain this kind of work had on the rechargeable battery. We'd made progress in clearing a path to the gate, but I noticed the rain had picked up, and I didn't want either of us to take a spill as the already soaked ground turned into gumbo. We weren't getting this chore done before the rain drove us back inside, so I shouted to raise my voice enough for Nicky to hear me over the steady beat of the rainfall. "Bring it on in and shut down, Nicky," I called out. "Let's take a look before we head back." While I trimmed and sectioned the trees, Nicky had been hauling away the resulting logs for later use, presuming we ever got them dry, and had been in and out of the driver's seat. I'd intended to secure the chains myself, but it quickly became apparent that my sister could stay even with me if she just hopped out and did the hooking herself. Despite her joking, Nicky might not have been a hooker, but she was unafraid of hard work, and she was still as strong as she'd been when she was a teenager tossing hay bales that boys her own age struggled with. In short, Nicky Parker remained the tough country girl I was always proud to have as my little sister. While I was thinking about her, I glanced over to see my sister adjust her plastic hood as she walked over to join me. I opened my mouth to warn her, but before I could form the words into a sentence, she managed to dump about a pint of water down her back in the process of straightening her hood. The rain wasn't icy, but it wasn't warm either, and the shock to her system elicited a shocked howl they might have heard back at the house. I stifled my laugh at her expense, trying to look sympathetic as Nicky muttered filthy curses under her breath, vile enough to make a longshoreman blush. This cycle of profanity lasted for about 30 seconds before my sister managed to rein in her temper. Hey, She had 2 kids knocking on their teen years, so I figured she'd learned to roll with the punches by now. "Take a look where, Bryan?" Nikki asked, her eyes finally meeting mine as she drew near. "At the Bonner home place," I replied testily, thinking she was pulling my leg. Then I saw her face flash scarlet, and I felt the laughter bubble up once again. I resisted the urge to laugh this time, but my mirth had to be obvious. Nikki had let herself get so focused on the work at hand, she'd either forgotten why we were here or failed to notice the state of the fence line. While large sections of the row were blocked and trashed, I could see 2 or 3 gaps large enough and free of trees or uprooted bushes to simply walk straight through into the next field. I chose a path that involved stepping over a few downed trees, but didn't require any great effort. When I offered my arm to assist Nikki, she gave me a chastising sniff and pointedly ignored my attempt at chivalry. I knew she had a temper, and on top of that, the woman nursed a grudge like an old dog over a soup bone. On the other hand, she was well aware of her failings in this area, and the family delighted in tweaking her about it over the years. This was one of those times. Growing more serious as we stepped over a tangle of rusted barbed wire, Nikki gestured broadly as we approached the broken tree line. "How long is it going to take us to clean this up?" "This? Probably a week or 2, I replied, then pointed to the Bonner homestead. "But that is going to take quite a bit longer." As far as I could tell from this distance, the Bonner farmhouse appeared to have weathered the storm in fine fashion. I could see at least one window was cracked on this side of the house, but it wasn't open to the air or hinted at deeper damage. The machine shed, on the other hand, looked like a disaster area, and even at almost a quarter mile I could see the debris trail of a tornado, which must have passed right over the metal structure before plowing a furrow in the ground several hundred feet wide and 4 times as far as the line of destruction extended on into the small copse of trees Mike and I had examined with Nancy just the other day. "Well, heck, we didn't even hear it," Nikki noted, folding her arms across her chest as she studied the bare scar running in a straight line across the land. "We were underground, and the storm was pretty loud at the times when I was out in it," I replied, my eyes straining to make out the dim shapes still present in the old metal pole barn. "We have the barometer, but Mike said that's only going to show anything drastic if one was much closer than this." Nikki shivered, and I didn't think it was from the cold. "Is it always going to be like this?" Nikki asked softly, and I was thinking the words sounded like they came from her daughter from the way she spoke. Where Nikki might be loud and a bit bombastic, her oldest seldom said 2 words if one would suffice. Rachel wasn't shy, I didn't think, but she was soft-spoken and not given to great bouts of oration. "What do you mean? This is hurricane season, Nikki," I replied, not wanting to darken her mood any further. "You remember how it was when we were kids, living in this area, always waiting it out, watching the news out of Beaumont, and wondering if this was the year we were going to take a hit." "That's bullshit, and you know it, Bryan," Nikki huffed. "I've listened to you and Mike talking about the weather and about the effects of the meteor strike. I know the government doesn't want to talk about how the weather patterns are screwed up, but come on, give it to me straight. We've got a bad winter coming, but how long is it going to take to get back to normal?" "That's the question, Nikki. I don't know," I admitted with a sigh. "Mike doesn't either. Ask him. All we can go with, and what we're basing our guessing on, comes from what's happened in the past, and that was from a period of high volcanic activity, not a meteor impact. That's the unknown factor. But this isn't like the one that killed the dinosaurs, is it? No. We got lucky there. Again, best guess is this was an order of magnitude smaller. I don't see this as an extinction event, just bad weather for a while. The words seemed to bolster Nicky as intended. I thought about Nicky's question as we rode together back home. I wasn't lying. Unless the war between Russia and the Chinese remnants spiraled further out of control, this wasn't going to destroy the human race. What impact the event might have on human civilization, though, remained to be seen. I, for one, wasn't all that hopeful, which meant the farm not only represented a refuge for the family, but also a lifeboat. The design of the house was intended to survive a Category 5 hurricane, and Wade's work proved to be solid in that regard, at least so far. We still hadn't checked the greenhouse in any detail yet, but I knew the other buildings represented a weak point in my plans. You cannot be strong everywhere, and I had to pick and choose where to use the resources and what structures to harden against an unknown threat. You try to prepare for what you can, using the most likely scenarios and building around those core concepts: beams, bullets, and Band-Aids, but with a focus on sustainability. We had our playbook written for multiple eventualities. Given our proximity to the Gulf Coast, Mike and I had spent quite some time building our hurricane severe weather plans, so as a result, we had a 3-ring binder full of things we could do to minimize our exposure. This was a no-brainer, and I was pleased to see we'd apparently come through with no more damage than we had. On top of the weather, I also had binders for drought, severe cold snaps, and the ever-popular topic on the forums, economic downturn, as well as smaller action plans for things like a flu pandemic and the like. Most of these things were events that had happened in the past and most likely would come back around at some point. My black swan worries before the event looked more to widespread civil unrest, or the possibility of an EMP or solar flare, or maybe even a series of terrorist attacks aimed at our infrastructure. I hadn't expected a meteor to gut the Pacific Rim. I guess that was an oversight on my part, or a simple lack of imagination. Just like with the issue of power generation, Lord only knew how long commercial power would be out, despite Nancy's best efforts, and I was leery about reinstalling the solar panels until we got the all clear. We had fuel for the generator, but that was a short-term solution at best. With the hurricane damage, I knew the transportation infrastructure suffered a hit, and that was without knowing the full extent of the damage to our refining capacity. With the number of refineries lining the Gulf Coast, I knew some of them would be down, and I expected to see fuel rationing tighten up even if the plants were recoverable. We could get by without power, but the loss would severely limit our efficiency, as well as our defensive preparations. The use of security cameras made for a great force multiplier, but without the power to run those cameras, our little group was too small to mount around-the-clock watches, while still trying to keep everything else running on the farm. As with many things critical to survival, it all came down to a numbers game. How many could we support versus how many hands we needed to keep the farm running? Mentally going through the roster, I knew we only had 3 people on site with any military training, which was Pat, Mike, and Sally. I had some tactical training, things I'd learned from my time spent with my firearms instructor, but not to their levels of experience. Nicky could shoot, and so could Marta, but neither had much formal instruction on how to fight like I thought would be necessary. Shoot, move, and communicate seemed to be the mantra of the modern combat instructor, and I wondered how long it would take Pat to start with the training. I also pondered if either Nikki or Marta had what it took to endure the indoctrination that would be necessary to absorb these lessons. Strangely, I had little doubt Nancy probably could, if she ever came back to stay permanently. My thoughts circled back to the fuel issue and the likely scarcity of replacement stocks, and I knew I would be checking the tanks as soon as we got back. With all the flooding, the thought of water getting into our diesel and gasoline supplies made me nervous. Mike and I had downloaded the plans for horse-drawn farming equipment, and I even had a few examples already in storage. But if we couldn't run our tractors in the short term, then my farming plans would die a quiet death. Too many things to worry about, I said to myself, but there were some things I could do immediately. By the time we were pulling back into the yard, I knew the list of chores I had left to do might keep me up until well into the night. Chapter 4. Using the flat blade of the shovel, I scraped the mud off the sidewalk, making a fairly neat pile of gooey clay in the street. I'd been working steadily for nearly an hour outside, trying to remove the layer of filth carried across the concrete along the block by the raging waters. I heard the sound of hammers and the rhythmic swish of brooms sweeping in the other offices and stores around me, but no one else was in sight. None of the other businesses along either side of the long street were open, and most were like mine, with sheets of plywood covering blown-out windows. I'd used long wood screws and an electric drill brought from home to secure the 2 6-foot square sheets where the glass used to be. Most of the big chunks of glass were gone, carefully wrapped in newspaper and deposited in the dumpster out back, but the ruined carpet inside was full of slivers that I wouldn't even attempt to remove. Our section of downtown New Albany had suffered storm damage, but at least the tornadoes had skipped this street. Other areas had not been so fortunate, and half the 4-lane highway next to the Ford dealership remained blocked by a layer of shattered brick intertwined with a tangle of once new Explorers and what could have been a Mustang. Someone, probably a city worker, had bulldozed a path through the mess, and I didn't need a degree in meteorology to pick out the trail of the tornado that had caused the damage. Fortunately, it looked like Wilson's feed and seed had survived, but the lights remained off there, like the rest of the town. Looking at the brick front of my building, I could see where the water had risen a good 6 inches when the floodwaters invaded downtown. This wasn't storm surge, not like one might expect on the coast, just the sudden influx of over 30 inches of rainwater in a 24-hour period when the storm had reached its peak. The downtown area had decent drainage, but the massive downpour simply overwhelmed the system and backed up into the businesses. Driven by the 100-mile-per-hour winds, the water had permeated everything, and coming into town I saw several houses sitting on their sides, blown off their pier and beam foundations. I don't know why I bothered cleaning. The office was a mess with flood-damaged sheetrock and ruined furnishings to go with the trashed carpet. At least the computers, with their hard drives filled with data that may or may not be important, had survived undamaged. I'd made a point of backing everything up, and the 2 desktop units I'd left in the office had their towers protected in wooden cabinets set 3 feet off the floor. Those would be coming home with me. The large copier was destroyed, but it was a lease, and I'd taken home the nicer of the 2 smaller printers as well as almost all the copy paper from the storage closet before the storm had hit. Inside, I heard Barbara rummaging around, and I had to smile in spite of the destruction. She'd shown up around noon, mentioning a need to get back to work, even after I'd revealed that the office would be closed for the foreseeable future. Since the cell phones were back up, I'd called my secretary to see if she wanted to pick up her items from the office, and Barbara went into cleaning mode as soon as she'd entered the back door. I think she was looking for a little quiet time, as she revealed they had one of their daughters staying with them, along with 2 of their 4 grandkids. Whatever the reason, I still planned on paying her for the time she spent with me today. Not much of a severance package, but my money-making days as a lawyer looked to be drying up. A week had passed since we emerged from the shelter, and I'd only made it into town the day before to survey the damage. The delay hadn't made much difference to the state of the mess, and the dusk-to-dawn curfew kept the office unlooted. Not that I was worried, and we had plenty to keep us busy on the home front. First, we had to finish cleaning up around the house, which included disposing of a half-dozen chickens that hadn't survived the storm. Some of them really were too stupid to come in out of the rain, I'd suggested, half in jest. Marta had quietly explained they'd been pecked to death by some of the other hens, probably driven batty by the lightning. Tammy had been heartbroken by the loss, but we had a nice funeral for them out behind the equipment barn, far from the water well as Mike suggested, and things had proceeded from there. Even today, Pat and Nicky were over at the Bonner place, pulling sheets of tin off the remains of the shattered barn and making stacks of reusable metal, while Mike and Charles worked on fixing fences. Fortunately, we'd stockpiled plenty of barbed wire, as we found whole sections were simply missing, as if abducted by aliens. If little green men were into that sort of thievery, which might be a thing, what with their fetish for cattle mutilation. At least the Bonner house was still inhabitable, though without power I doubted anyone would be moving in soon. To my surprise, the roof turned out to be a recent replacement job, and I only found 3 shingles missing. Apparently, the new roof was supposed to be a selling point for the farmhouse. That and a new coat of paint, white, of course, were the only upgrades we found. The rest of the house, while dry and secure inside, looked like the before pictures you'd see on one of those Home and Garden Channel makeover shows. Lots of funky colored appliances, including a mint green refrigerator, and every wall covered in paneling made the place look like a set from that 70s show. When Wade came over on day 2, he looked over the house and pronounced it some of his best work, and we'd all gotten a much-needed laugh from his antics. Then, more seriously, he'd explained how his place had fared, which was about the same. House was fine, and one of his barns was damaged by flying debris. His stock had also taken a hit, except instead of losing some chickens, he'd suffered the loss of 3 of his cows, 2 older heifers, and a calf, struck by lightning at some point during the storm, he'd said. By the 3rd day, Lisa was beside herself with worry about her mother, so the phone call that evening from Nancy not only let us know the cell towers were back up, but also served to quell one little girl's fears. After talking to Lisa for nearly 20 minutes, she'd asked her daughter to hand me the phone for a 30-second conversation. What she said, and carefully didn't say, confirmed some of my fears, and I thanked her politely and somewhat stiffly for letting me know. I was thinking about what Nancy had said when, like a summoning, I saw the woman's silver Subaru hatchback pull in to park on the street just a few feet from where I stood, leaning against the shovel and wool gathering. "If that's what you consider doing cleanup work, Mr. Hardin, I think we need to talk about your definitions, Nancy fired off playfully as she stepped out of her car. Har, har, I retorted, shifting the shovel as I spoke and pointing at my head. Just thinking hard, ma'am. I'm sure you could hear the hamsters pounding on their wheel from there. As I spoke, I extended a helping hand to the woman, aware of the slick nature of the sidewalk. I was wearing my old work clothes, including the heavy-tread work boots that gripped the ground, and still I'd nearly busted my butt a couple of times. Nancy gave me a curious look, took a step, and narrowly avoided a face-plant into the concrete. Despite my best efforts, the combination of damp clay and a layer of fast-growing algae made movement out here suspect. Like whale shit on an ice floe, I said unnecessarily, and Nancy grabbed my hand with a murmured, "Thank you," that left her with a tinge of red around her ears. Waving off her embarrassment, I guided her up to the open front door of the office and ushered her inside. "So, what's going on?" I asked, as I stepped in behind the tall woman, noting the way the dirty work jeans seemed to cling to her shapely form. I'd caught myself noticing that shape a few times when we'd crossed paths, but only in a passing, abstract fashion. Today, I also noted the lack of makeup, and the exhaustion shadowing her eyes did little to conceal that this was an attractive woman in her prime. "Let's talk about it later," Nancy muttered under her breath, and I caught her glance in Barbara's direction. To my knowledge, the two women had never met, but something sparked in the back of my head. Someone, probably Wade or her sister, must have warned her about Barbara's wagging tongue. "I'm on mandatory 24 hours downtime," Nancy said instead, projecting her voice, "and I wanted to check in with how you were coming along before heading home." I waved my hands theatrically, gesturing around. The waiting room boasted 2 leather sofas and a matching easy chair arranged around a square, glass-topped coffee table with wrought iron legs centered in the middle of the 20-foot-wide, slightly longer space. Barbara's work area, with an L-shaped desk and credenza setup and the now ruined printer, sat deeper in the room near a set of 3 doors. The right-hand door led to the small restroom, while the one on the left opened into my office. The door in the middle went through to the back of the building, where I had set up a series of partitions to cut the space into a modest break area on one side, including a mini-fridge and microwave with a round table and 4 chairs. The other side held the heavy printer and a 5-drawer wooden cabinet for assorted office supplies, now nearly empty. The partitions, simple 5-foot-tall, 6-foot-long cubicle walls, were arranged to form a short hallway leading to the back door. I'd gotten the partitions from an office supply store shortly after I'd opened the office, since I had no need for the old-style file room in the back. Nearly all of the paper files I needed to keep handy either rested in a long, narrow filing cabinet in my office or resided in Barbara's credenza. We weren't a paperless office, but computers did remove a great deal of extraneous dead trees from the legal profession. Thanks to Barbara's help, we're progressing rapidly, but it'll be some time before the office reopens, I explained, again playing to the audience a bit. "Well, if you have a few minutes, I'd like to talk to you about a small matter. I need some legal advice," Nancy inquired, and I turned to Barbara to give her a little nod before speaking. "Barbara, why don't you call it a day?" I suggested, fishing around in my pocket for the small roll of bills I'd already counted. "We can't get much more done here until the work crews come in, and I can give you the particulars later if I need you to open a new file." Barbara opened her mouth to protest, then took another look around the room, taking in the waterlogged state of the chairs and the ruined leather sofas. The whole place stank of stagnant water, rapidly spreading mold, and a backed-up sewer line. While she looked, I withdrew the cash and forced it into Barbara's hand before she could make a counter-argument. "Just go home and play with the grandkids, or Milton," I admonished. "And if we can get this practice back in shape, I'll give you a call." Barbara had the good grace to giggle at my insinuation before stuffing the bills into her purse and heading for the back door. I'd told her repeatedly that the office was a lost cause in this condition, but I don't think the reality sank in until that moment. 5 minutes later, Barbara was on her way home, and I was pouring Nancy a cup of coffee I'd prepared for her in the break room. With the power still down, I'd brought a little camp stove and the proper preparations for coffee. I loved coffee, and I had stockpiled cases of vacuum-packed goodness at home, but eventually that was going to run out if the transportation system ended up laying an egg. Nancy took hers black, while I added a single sugar packet to the mix. While I was stirring my coffee, Nancy set her mug on the nearby desktop and plucked a wrinkled dollar bill out of her jeans pocket. Thrusting the cash my way, Nancy spoke up. "That makes you my lawyer, right? So that way you can't be forced to talk about what I'm about to tell you?" she announced. Yeah," I agreed. "I'm already your attorney, Nancy. I took that job when I helped out at your apartment. And since I never ended the relationship after, then you've been relying on my legal advice since then." "Really? I never thought about it that way. I thought you got paid for services, and once they were performed, you were done." Not wanting to get into the ethics and legalities, I just nodded and gave a brief rundown. "This is fine, Nancy. I'm your attorney until you tell me I'm not, or I tell you the same, okay?" "That's fine, Bryan. I heard something at work, and I wanted to get your advice." "No problem. Just remember, there are still certain rules. You can't talk about crimes you're planning to commit in the future, for instance." I lowered my voice conspiratorially. "If one of the guys at work told you there's no power on at Pearson's Pawn and the back door is standing wide open, just don't tell me you're planning to loot the store. I mean, obviously go loot it, just don't tell me about it." With my deadpan delivery, it took Nancy a moment to realize I was teasing. The tension around her pretty eyes seemed to fade just a bit, but nothing could hide the dark circles under her eyes that proclaimed her exhaustion. Pearson's was a good choice, since the regional chain of payday loan and pawn shops had a particularly poor reputation when it came to ripping off customers with harsh repayment terms, as well as persistent rumors of fencing for the local criminal element. If you had something stolen, chances were good the items would show up on the sales floor at Pearson's. They always had the requisite paperwork on file, but still the whisper stream hinted at nefarious connections. So picking them as the butt of my joke would have meant more to a local, but still she forced a smile. "Okay, nothing like that," Nancy assured me. "Just, I told you the other day how we were running out of replacement poles?" "Yeah, that was not good news, but I kind of expected it. Same with the transformers, really." The co-op had a yard, seemingly packed with the 40-foot-plus long creosote-treated poles. But when you factored in the number of lines destroyed by something like this hurricane, then those stocks could become depleted in just a few days. "Well, we're out. Completely," Nancy announced with a fierce exhale of breath. "Same with the transformers. Well, there's some guys back at the shop trying to refurbish some of them, stripping the demolished ones for parts to fix the ones they can, but it will be a dozen at best." But what's got you so riled up?" Nancy looked down, as if embarrassed. "We aren't getting any more replacements for a while. Not sure how long, but not any time soon." Then she dropped her voice low, barely above the sound of the water dripping somewhere in the building. "And there are no other crews coming to help either." "Well, hell," I grumbled. "That information is secret, I take it?" Nancy nodded, then took a sip of her rapidly cooling coffee. "I wasn't eavesdropping," she explained, a bit defensively. "But after I finished loading out the truck with the last set of poles, I was supposed to go see Walter for my next assignment." I knew who she meant. I couldn't recall ever meeting the man, but the chief of operations for the co-op was a fairly large wheel in this town. Walter Pine ran an outfit that employed a lot of people in the county. Hundreds, if you counted all the clerks, office personnel and such, in addition to the linemen, technicians, and drivers. "I see. So Walter was having a disagreement with someone over the phone, and you overheard things he might not want spread around." Nancy nodded again. "I don't know who the other person was, Bryan. Walter can get pretty loud on the phone when he gets worked up, but all I heard was one side of the conversation. I caught a first name, Gary, but from the way Walter spoke, I'm thinking he works for one of the state agencies. Anyway, Walter was pissed. Despite all the cooperative agreements they have in place, the other utilities were giving us the cold shoulder. Not just Albany County, but the whole state, from the way it sounded." "Could you tell why?" I asked, worried to hear the answer. Again, I couldn't hear this Gary person's comments, but from Walter's shouting, there were two main reasons. First was a concern about fuel expenditures and concerns about being able to replace the gas they would burn. Walter couldn't guarantee they would be reimbursed or made whole for what they used. Second, from Walter's responses, I could tell most of the states involved in the cooperative arrangement have either already taken a beating or have given all they could spare. I thought about the implications for over a minute before saying anything. We'd been meaning to get the antennas back up shortly, and this made for an added incentive. We all knew about the West Coast states, and even the East Coast and Gulf states all received a share of the flooding, which I knew would automatically trigger outages. But what about the Midwest, or even the North Central states? Was Missouri underwater, or Nebraska in the midst of a blizzard, and nobody bothered to report it on the news? What Nancy said made sense, sort of. But if states were unwilling to fulfill their obligations at this early stage in the disaster, I wondered how things would stand in another 6 months, or 2 years from now. So no power restoration for the foreseeable future? That's going to complicate things, I finally said. Nancy paused, and her tired expression was briefly replaced with something else. "Actually, we should have power restored to the farm sometime tomorrow," Nancy said, her voice again only slightly above a whisper. "They'll install a refurbished transformer, but it'll be something. Walter wanted everybody who was on the repair and maintenance crews to have their service restored if at all feasible. I filed a change of address form this week, and I listed your place as my new location." "And you're feeling guilty about it," I supplied, getting it now. All that other stuff, the lack of replacement items and the failure of the other work crews to show up had an effect, but it was the sick feeling of getting special treatment when others were not, had Nancy all wound up. I was about to say something when I heard the sound of heavy footsteps stomping in the front of the office, followed by a demanding bellow. "Albany County Sheriff's Department. These premises have been condemned by the Albany County Sheriff. Y'all need to come out now, with your hands raised." Busted, I thought, like a guilty fifth grader caught making out in the coat closet, before my higher brain function exerted itself. "Stay cool," I said softly to Nancy. "These yahoos are not our friends. Just like a traffic stop." "Coming out, deputy," I yelled back in response through the wall, still keeping a few feet away from the door. "I'm Bryan Hardin, and this is—" "Son, I don't give a damn who you are," came the response. "You get out here right now, and I want to see them hands up." Dropping my voice again, I asked carefully, "Are you armed?" Her headshake in response made me relax a bit. We were not going to get in a shootout with deputies, but them finding weapons on us might provoke an incident. Whether we had the legal right to carry a firearm was beside the point. These deputies sounded worked up and jumpy, so I was going to try to treat them like a big old glass of nitroglycerin. Nice and easy was the best plan. Awkwardly, I managed to get the door open while keeping my hands up as I led the way out of my office. Nancy stayed about 3 steps behind me, and her hands were raised as well. "Well, looky here. It's the killer lawyer, and turns out he's a lady killer as well," the older of the 2 deputies quipped under his breath. The man was in his late 30s, about medium height, and with a fair Scandinavian complexion that you knew had to burn any time he stood too close to a light bulb, much less walking around out in the sun. Him I recognized. Ansel Stewart served as Sheriff Landshire's right-hand man, a captain in the department, so I wondered what the heck he was doing out in the field, rousting trespassers. His younger sidekick was a complete mystery to me, and I thought I'd seen all the deputies, even the jailers, at least in passing over the years. He was in his mid-20s, tall and tan, with gym muscles filling his uniform shirt and a hint of a tattoo peeking out from the bottom of his cuff. Something about the man made my palms itch, and I made a vow to figure out this newcomer's identity. Plastering a sheepish look on my face, I nodded to the older deputy. "Captain Stewart, pardon the mess. I've been cleaning up all morning, and Miss Prentice stopped by to ask a question about her case. Didn't know about the order to close down all the offices." I think the politeness threw him off, and I noticed a faint red flush on the captain's ears as he digested my words. He replied in a more normal tone, and I noted his hand was back at his side rather than gripping the pistol holstered on his Sam Browne belt. "Yeah, Bernie thinks these old buildings are a hazard until they can be cleaned up." Captain Stewart gestured at the ruined carpets. "Some of the exterior walls look like they've been undermined by the floodwaters. He was so worried, he's got us going around to all the businesses to get the people out until the county inspector can get in to take a look." "That's a good idea," I replied, and it was. "We're going to be out of here for the foreseeable future. No way I can ask Barbara to come work in this environment. I've got a call in to my insurance agent, but since I'm just renting here, I can't expect much help that way." "What about the owners?" the deputy asked, taking a moment to look around and truly take in the scope of the damage. Not just the ruined carpets, but the waterlogged furniture, the low shelves holding a row of swollen and unusable copies of old federal statute books I used as decoration. I shrugged. This space is owned by a real estate company out of Orange, Bryan Real Estate. Not sure about the rest of the block. I called yesterday but didn't get anybody. Couldn't even leave a message. But I have an idea, if you would allow me—" I trailed off, gesturing down with my right hand still raised, if not to previous heights. Captain Stewart nodded, muttered something to the other deputy, and I slowly lowered my hand to withdraw the key ring from my jeans pocket. "I imagine you and the sheriff are worried about squatters getting into these spaces. I was just getting ready to leave when Miss Prentice stopped by, so I'm all done inside. Like I said, I have no plans and no way to use this office for now. so let me give you the key. That way, you can count this job as completed, and if there's anybody messing around here without talking to you first, then you'll know they're up to no good." As I spoke, I removed the large brass key from the ring and handed it over to the chief deputy. "What about your clients?" Captain Stewart asked, again a bit off balance by my decision to simply abandon the building. Little did he know, I'd already stripped out anything of value that had survived inside. "I can come by tomorrow and leave a sign on the door with my cell number. I know the courts are going to be closed again for a while, so not much will be happening that way. I'll either find a new place in town or just work from my office on the farm." "That's a good idea, Bryan. And yeah, we're starting to see some issues with the homeless taking up in some of the damaged buildings around town. Hopefully, we can do this with all the buildings on this side of the street where the flooding was the worst." Stewart volunteered that last bit while nodding to the door. I got the hint, and with a gentlemanly bow, I gestured for Nancy to precede me. It was time to go. As we approached our parked vehicles, I had a feeling we were being watched. As I stopped to unlock my truck, I made a small waving gesture to Nancy. To anyone observing us, I hoped they would interpret the move as a wave goodbye. For Nancy, I was praying she picked up on the idea to stay back. I'm sure she had questions about what had happened and what was said. However, I didn't know if the sheriff knew just who all was staying out at our farm these days, and I wasn't going to make it easier for them to find out. I wasn't expecting anyone to follow us out on the road, but I also didn't want to be seen cozying up to the woman in public. Cozying? What the hell was I thinking? I was more than 10 years older than her, a broken-down widower who'd barely had time for social interaction even before this upheaval started. But Nancy sure had pretty eyes. Deep blue, not the muted gray like I saw in the mirror, but the color of sapphires. Her eyes seemed to peer into my soul, and I couldn't get her out of my head, no matter how hard I tried. Chapter 5. After the disturbance in my office, and with Nancy's grim news, we spent the next day getting the rest of our solar panels remounted and setting up the radio antenna. Nancy, with her forced time off from the co-op, pitched in, and Charles, Pat, Mary, and Sally performed admirably in getting not only the antenna mast back up, but also got 2 of the 3 windmills back into operation before noon. Mike, though pissed a bit to be sidelined from the action, as he put it, did his share and then some by working to get the radio tower back up. Then he figured out a way to trim down and segregate our electrical requirements. This would result in having to install multiple new breaker boxes. This allowed us to identify must-haves from nice-to-haves around the main homestead. In hindsight, this was a no-brainer, but honestly, I'm a little intimidated by electricity, and every time Mike and company were in residence, we always had something more important to accomplish. That's why I'd asked Mike to handle the electrical side of things. We had the wire and the boxes in storage, and now we would make the time for Mike to do what needed doing. While we at least had the hope of having commercial power restored, the news that we would be getting a refurbished transformer and the likelihood of not receiving a replacement for quite some time, if ever, reinforced our need to begin gearing down. With multiple sources of alternate power, we would be able to do some things without the co-op, but not all of it. Then I remembered the methane generator I still had crated up in the machine shed, and gave a little grunt at the memory. Another item to be added to the to-do list. Suddenly I felt tired, a bone-deep weariness that threatened to roll over my body, and I felt myself go weak. "Your back bothering you?" Charles kidded as I leaned against the wall in the mudroom and removed my boots. Nah, my back has stopped speaking to me at this point, I admitted sourly, my pride a little more bruised than anything else. I shook off the exhaustion and got back into the moment. Working hard on the farm over the years had added to my strength in endurance, getting me into what I thought might be the best condition of my life, and competing against my brother Mike at doing things like hauling hay or mending fences became something of a competition for the two of us. Today, I'd worked as hard as ever, but the results hadn't been up to my expectations. Charles Brewer, in addition to being over 10 years my junior, left the rest of us in his dust. He was simply a physical beast. He never said how tall he was, but my best estimate was 6'8" or 9, with biceps as big as my thighs. According to Mary, he'd grown up embarrassed by his size, or more properly, his lack of coordination. By the time he could get his arms and legs to cooperate, he was in college at Lamar, working on his engineering degree. With his blonde hair and blue eyes, all he needed was a Fu Manchu mustache and an axe to look like the stereotypical Viking berserker. Funny, he might be scary-looking, but in reality Charles possessed a very mild personality. A gentle giant, Mary called her husband when he was out of earshot. He was a hunter, and I knew he could shoot, but I would still pick Pat or Sally if Mike was busy and I needed somebody to watch my back. No offense to Charles, but I knew they wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger. "You need to take it easy," Sally cautioned, giving me a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Not everything needs the brute strength approach. Watch how Nancy does it, lifting with her legs and not her back." "Yep, we can't afford any workplace injuries," Mary chimed in, bumping her husband out of the way as she shed her rubber boots. "I don't think you've got workers' comp coverage." "We've got whatever Marta and Dorothy can do for us," Nancy added, joining in the conversation. She still looked a little worn down, even though I'd made a point of having her run the tractor to give us the mechanical advantage of the cable. Much easier to hoist a 100-pound load than try to manhandle it up a ladder. "Don't forget Dr. Pat," I chimed in, giving my brother-in-law his due. "Not a doctor," Pat pointed out with a long-suffering sigh. "That's the first thing they taught us in school. We can do a lot, but not everything." "Yeah, honey, your golf game is for shit, and I can still read your handwriting," Nikki announced from the doorway. She must have heard the rumble of our footfalls in the mudroom and came to add her 2 cents. It was an old joke, and she got the expected chuckles from the crowd. Looking around at the tight confines with all of us squeezed in out of the rain, I realized one of the first new projects we needed to tackle was building an addition onto this room. With the never-ending mud and slop outside, we needed more space to hang our wet weather gear, as well as air out our boots. Plus, I needed to find us some kind of deodorizer stat, and that spawned another, more troubling thought. As the rest of the crew filtered into the house, I gave Pat a small gesture and pulled him back while giving Nikki a nod. She would no doubt hear what I'd had to say later, but I really wanted to pick her husband's brain first. "How are your feet, Pat?" Giving me a curious glance, Pat looked down at the thick wool socks he was wearing. Thinking about my question, I saw a dawning understanding. "You worried about immersion foot?" I gave a shrug, and then had to admit my ignorance. "I only know what I saw on TV," I said, "but given the circumstances, I thought I should ask. People are pushing hard out there, and despite the slickers and rain gear, we come back in soaked. Our feet might not get drenched, but they stay damp. Every day, and for hours at a time. "No, you're absolutely right," Pat huffed, clearly feeling like he'd missed something. "We saw it with some of the guys in the Philippines and other tropical settings, but I didn't make the connection here. I should have, though. Hell, I read an article in one of the emergency medicine journals dealing with this very problem. Well, it was about the homeless in Seattle, but you get the idea." The mention of that dead city made me shiver, and I'd never particularly liked the place. Any city where you couldn't tell if you were being panhandled or mugged rated very low on my personal scale, but likely that was no longer a problem. "What can we do?" "I can give a short class on foot care," Pat volunteered. "Main thing is to change your socks every day, keep yourself dry when you can, and watch for blisters. The water makes the skin become more susceptible to abrasion damage, and that can lead to infections. And that's leaving aside the risk of developing a fungal infection." "Great. In addition to trench foot, we have to watch for athlete's foot," I grumbled. Why didn't I see that one coming, too? Pat didn't flinch away from my whining. "Same reason I didn't think about immersion foot, Bryan. And that's something I've been trained to watch for, damn it," the former Army medic explained without heat as he paused before continuing. "And that brings up a whole host of other issues. We're already seeing a massive explosion in the mosquito population, as well as other insects brought on by this unending rain." "Hey, it stopped raining for a few days right after the hurricane," I protested, "and the hogs went bonkers, worried their wallow was going to dry out." Pat knew I was clowning, making the effort to lighten our mood, and he shook his head. He knew me too well by now. Simply put, if the rain didn't stop at some point, we were screwed. In addition to the massively overflowing waterways, we were seeing serious cropland erosion as well as the undermining of foundations, both in structures and the roads. Closer to home, this morning at breakfast I'd heard about Beatrice and Nikki taking the kids over to work in the greenhouse yesterday and finding the rainwater had started eating away at the corners of the poured slab. This erosion left a 6-inch gap between the bottom of the slab and the sodden earth underneath. Only quick thinking by the ladies and a liberal use of rock chunks stuffed into the growing cavity prevented the building from being further undermined until the slab cracked. Again, a stopgap measure that would keep our greenhouse functioning, but I worried about the long-term effects. I wondered how we were going to pour concrete and let it cure if the rain never stopped. On the farm front, I had other worries. With the ground supersaturated with all this rainfall, how would we plow the fields to plant winter forage? We had hay, but how would we survive a long cold winter without ryegrass? I had enough hay put back for 2 normal winters, but my gut told me this wouldn't be enough. I could try to buy more hay, but then I had the problem of storage, and that was assuming I could find anyone willing to part with that commodity this late in the year. "What?" Pat's question cut through my whirling thoughts, and I had to shake my head before answering. I'd gotten bogged down in the rabbit hole again. "Sorry, got too many things going on right now," I replied honestly. I'd learned long ago it was no use lying to Pat. He could tell, which was yet another reason not to play poker with the man. "I've been watching you, Bryan. You're right. Too many things on your plate right now. Delegate some of it, or you'll be back on the high blood pressure medication." Patrick Parker suddenly sounded like a crusty old frontier doctor, and I had to chuckle. "What? You sound like that grumpy old doctor on Gunsmoke," I replied, trying to use humor once again and setting the bait. "Doc Adams, I think was his name?" "How would you know that? That show was off the air before any of us were born," Pat complained, but I just smiled as he took the hook. "Oh, man, You're too young to remember, I guess. You're all Disney and Nick at Night. No cable growing up for us out in the sticks. All I remember seeing were reruns on Channel 7 when I was a kid. Except I didn't know they were reruns. Ask Mike sometime. We thought Gunsmoke, Hogan's Heroes, and Gilligan's Island were still in production, I announced with a laugh before continuing. I wanted more episodes of Hogan's Heroes, and imagine my shock to find out not only was Colonel Hogan dead, but the shows all went off the air before I was born. Just reruns, man, I said with mock sadness. So what are your top concerns right now you can hand off to other people? Pat continued, still focused on our earlier conversation. Tenacious. That was Pat's watchword after all. Well, you just addressed one of them, I admitted. I want you to hold a clinic and go over proper foot care and check for blisters or sores. Maybe get with Marta and see if we have any supplies you can use. And I'd really like to know if we can pour cement in the rain and how we get it to cure properly, I added. With the constant rain, we're seeing things like the greenhouse getting undermined, and that's a bad sign. Plus, I don't know how the heck we're going to get the pad poured for the other greenhouse in this slop. I'm sure Mike or Charlie can figure that one out, Pat replied without a pause, gesturing for me to keep going. I was saved from spilling all my anxieties at that point when Tommy came bustling into the mudroom, looking like he'd run the length of the house. "Uncle Bryan, you and Uncle Pat gotta come quick," he managed to say. "What's wrong?" "Daddy has the radio running, and they're talking about the war in Asia." He pronounced Asia like he was talking about another planet. As if sensing my question, Tommy added, "Daddy said they're planting mushrooms this time." That got Pat into his Crocs in record time, and I wasn't far behind. We both knew planting mushrooms was Mike's colorful way of describing nuclear detonations. Chapter 6. The office was packed with bodies as Pat and I carefully wound through the crowd of family and friends to reach the folding desk Mike used for the radio setup. Since the office was already wired for the necessary cables, we'd moved the gear up from the monitoring room downstairs because of the extra space. With Charles and Billy added to the bunk room, I was sleeping on a cot in the office. I'd offered Charles the cot, but he'd declined, claiming that even though his feet stuck out from the end of the bunk bed, he wasn't sure the folding military surplus cot would take his weight. The way that tired frame groaned last night when I settled down for sleep, I suspected he might have been correct. I glanced over at the cot and felt a strange sense of relief that I'd thought to make up my bed this morning before heading out to work. I usually did, which used to amuse my wife to no end. I didn't use hospital corners or anything fancy, but it went back to my early childhood. Make the bed and look out for traps. Mike and I shared a bedroom at one point in our childhood, and let's just say pranks were sometimes played. My best one involved a plastic tarp and a 25-pound bag of ice on a cold winter's night, and leave it at that. Given my brother's grim expression, I think he would have preferred the chipped ice treatment over what he was going to say. He'd been chatting with Beatrice while they waited, but he launched right into his report with no preamble. While we were offline from the hurricane, the war in Asia went from hot to inferno, guys. The BBC just announced an estimated 5 nuclear detonations detected in the contested region of western China over the last week. Mike's announcement brought gasps all around, though most likely they had already heard the news. "Any word on the yield or fallout? Airburst or ground?" Pat asked automatically, and Mike grimaced again before answering, though his comments actually made for better news than I expected. "Not much data that way. and our sensing equipment was down from the hurricane, but my take is our exposure here was negligible. I still have the warning sensors, like those little keychain devices, and they never chirped enough to get noticed. I nodded in agreement. I wore one on my keychain, disguised as a rubber chicken, of all things, and it had never sounded off when I went out to take care of the animals. Amazing what you can pick up at a gun show, including a radiation detector disguised as a rubber chicken. "No sense worrying about it now," Sally observed pragmatically. "But are the bigger sensors back up and running?" "Yeah. They're actually mounted at an offset to the radio mast," Mike explained, and I only understood what he meant since I'd earlier helped install and then just recently taken down the tower he was talking about. Mike and Nikki had remounted the guy wires and hoisted that tower first thing this morning. "Any other word on what's going on over there?" I asked, now that the key points had been covered. "The Brits don't know who did what, but they've been listening closely to any broadcasts. Just about 24 hours ago, Russian news media announced their forces routed a Chinese army trying to invade Kazakhstan. Since the Russians have almost complete control over their print and broadcast media, as well as just about everything else within their ever-expanding borders, I'm going to interpret this statement as their victory lap. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said anything. No word about the nukes, though. Anything on net feed about this? I asked, almost as an afterthought. Nobody these days trusted what came out of the strictly curated internet, so I expected a negative response, but my niece Tammy surprised me. "There's a statement just 8 hours old from the president criticizing the Russian government for the wanton slaughter of thousands of Chinese refugees in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region," she said, carefully pronouncing the long and tricky name, and I saw she was reading from her tablet. "Dang, wasn't expecting that," Mike said, giving his daughter a proud papa smile despite the nature of her discovery. "I figured he'd keep his trap shut." "What does all this mean for us?" my other niece Rachel asked, and her mom Nikki answered before anyone else had a chance to open their mouths. "It means nothing, sweetie, other than be sure and eat all the vegetables on your plate at dinner," my sister insisted, cutting her eyes at the rest of us in warning. Message received. Don't talk about this kind of stuff in front of the kids. "Yeah," Mike added. "This is just something I wanted people to know about, but Nikki's right. Doesn't change the way we do things around here or the chores we need to get done. So let's get out of here and go have some lunch. I'm starving." With that statement, the room began to clear out as hungry workers headed off to the kitchen. Despite his words, Mike hung back and gave me a significant look. He glanced at Pat and nodded for him to stick around as well. "That wasn't what I wanted to hear, little brother," I said to Mike, shaking my head in mock disappointment. In truth, I was just a little bit terrified and fighting hard to hide it. The specter of a global war, a nuclear war, had hung over us since at least this current round of disasters started, but confirmation that the nuclear genie was out of the bottle just took us that much closer to the annihilation I feared. All of the preparations we'd made would eventually fail if we suffered an all-out nuclear war. We might be able to avoid most of the fallout in the shelter, but then what? We were already facing what I worried might turn into a reasonable facsimile of the nuclear winters of the sort predicted by Carl Sagan and others. My conversation with Nikki just days ago seemed overly hopeful, given this news. "Oh, that may not even be the worst of it," Mike replied, dropping his voice. "You know when the BBC World Service does their 5-minute reports, they'll sometimes mix in a little London weather bit? Well, they've stopped doing it." "Uh-huh," I replied dumbly, not following. "The weather, Bryan. They've stopped talking about the weather in England. I noticed it before the hurricane, but they're doing it again today. Zip on conditions in the UK at all." He let that sink in for a second, and I got it. "The Gulf Stream is fucked up," I said, and snapped my fingers, and I saw the puzzlement on Pat's expression. "Pat, if not for the Gulf Stream, the British Isles and Ireland would have weather comparable to Siberia," Mike explained quickly. "The meteor strike released a lot of energy into the planet when it struck. Kinetic energy we saw, with the tsunamis and earthquakes. That's the obvious stuff. There's more, though. I'm sure the ocean strike released untold millions of tons of water vapor into the air, and we're seeing all this rain as a direct or indirect result. More, though, is all that heat the impact generated had to go somewhere. Sure, a lot of it ended up radiating out into space, but enough stuck around to raise global temperatures for the short term. With all this extra thermal energy pumped into the world's weather engine, we're also seeing long-term climate balances shifting." "Too far, Mr. Wizard," I chided Mike. Pat was smart, but he wasn't a climatologist. What Mike is trying to say is that we're expecting to see changes, but no one knows specifics. Here in Texas and along the Gulf Coast, we think of the Gulf Stream as that evil fucker that delivers hurricanes to our doorstep. For the Brits, Scots, and Irish, though, the same mechanism brings them milder winters and some semblance of summer. Remember, London is further north on a map than Newfoundland. With us heading into late summer, if the British government has noticed a rapid temperature drop, they might be freaking out about it, hence ending the weather reports to avoid prematurely panicking the public. Pat nodded, getting the idea. Then he posed his own question. "If the system that creates hurricanes is broken, how do we know when the season is over?" I let Mike field that question, curious to see what my brother might have to say. Mike led with a shrug before speaking. I could read the worry in his eyes, and before he even opened his mouth, I knew I wasn't going to like his answer. "I don't know, Pat. My worry is that door's stuck open, and we'll keep getting hurricanes like Debbie for months or years without a break." And on that happy note, we went to join our families for lunch. Chapter 7. When the power came back on 2 days later, no one saw the crews at work, but Mary and Charles heard the sounds of the heavy bucket truck on the road while they worked in the front pasture, breaking down the fittings and salvaging the wiring out of the ruined trailer. The two had asked for the job, giving them some alone time, and no one else complained. The idea of working out in the steady drizzle for hours on end seemed enough of a deterrent for everyone else. They did take one of the old two-man tents out of our supply of camping gear, and I noticed Charles had his shirt on inside out when they came back around dusk, but I decided to bite my tongue. They were still newlyweds, after all, and Charles brought back a ton of useful scrap in the wheelbarrow, so some work of the productive variety must have been done. With all the repairs dominating our days and nights, I'd gone nearly a week without sitting down for an in-depth discussion with our neighbor Wade. We'd chatted over the radio, and later the phone when service was restored, about the damage done and our repairs, and the two of us even worked together 2 days prior for nearly 4 hours, getting the fence fixed between our adjacent fields. But that wasn't the right time to delve into deeper matters. So that afternoon, when Dorothy drove by to drop off Marta from work, I asked for a ride over to the husband house. "Sure thing, Bryan. But how are you getting home?" Dorothy asked, curiosity getting the best of her. Lifting one rubber-clad leg, I shook my booted foot as a suggestion. Come on, city girl. You might remember how to use these things. End of your legs, turned up at the end." "City girl, my ass," Dorothy laughed, a bright peal in the dreary, dripping evening. "I just finished a 12-hour shift on my feet. I'd plant these Crocs so far up that ambulance-chasing butt of yours, you'd have to loosen your tie to clear your throat." I laughed then, and it felt good. I felt stress bleed out of my system like a receding tide, being replaced by a sense of belonging. Marta, who had been slowly making her way up onto the front porch after another exhausting day in the surgical department, turned to see what was happening. My sister-in-law knew I would still laugh at even the silliest of things, but Dorothy had been reserved but polite the whole drive. Dorothy had a sense of humor, I knew, but she had to warm up to you first. Obviously, Marta thought she knew Dorothy, but up until just recently, the two women had spent little time alone together. But Dorothy had a spark, and I was coming to understand this was a trait she shared with her little sister Nancy. This was their first day of driving together, and Marta's first full day on her job at Christus Hospital in Jasper. While it might have been a step down in size to some of the truly massive hospitals in Dallas or Fort Worth, the Christus facility was still the largest medical center in a 4-county area. I was thinking Marta felt like she'd walked every square foot of the hospital, getting her paperwork filed and turned in, on top of working 6 surgeries they had on the board. This humor was a side of Dorothy few got to witness. Over the years, the neighbor lady had gone from a quiet, shy-seeming woman into a warm, bubbly personality. The warmth was always there, but only to her friends, and Dorothy was slow to make that leap. Dorothy might not always have something to say, but she could be damned funny when she wanted to be. "Dorothy, what would the children say if they heard you using those words? And that tone of voice," I mockingly declared, and Dorothy held up a hand while she herself was giving me a Cheshire cat grin. "That Mommy taught them some good descriptive terms. Now get in the car and stop whining, and I'll enjoy watching you squish and slosh your way home in this rain, Buster." Dorothy drove a compact Toyota sedan, with the now obligatory plastic seat covers and floor mats, and I felt my back twinge as I wedged myself into the front passenger side bucket seat. Dorothy gave a little chuckle as she drove back to the county road, using the little clicker I'd given her to engage the rolling gate. Only immediate family and Wade had one of those, using a frequency altered by Mike from the typical garage door remote. "Nifty little device there," she commented, pulling out onto the slick gravel. "Mike still bitches about how long it took us to install that," I volunteered, "but it sure comes in handy with all this rain, or when you've put in a 12-hour day. Sounds like you guys weren't exactly sitting around watching the soaps today." "Nope, we had a busy one," Dorothy agreed, frowning. "Had a lot of local folks coming in with colds and flu, and then there's that refugee center they've set up at the high school. That place just has to be a breeding ground for germs. They're hauling those people over in buses to get treatment, Bryan." Something in the way she stressed the word buses got my attention. Buses? Plural? Geez, I know it seems like a lot, but still, 500 people shouldn't be generating that much business for the hospital. Dorothy sighed before replying, "That's just the numbers they gave on the radio, hon. I haven't been over there, but I'll bet they've got upwards of 2,000 refugees crammed into that gymnasium, and a lot of them are sick." I nodded. The Jasper High School gym was a designated hurricane refugee center, but if what Dorothy said was true, and I trusted she was a sharp cookie, then the facility was holding way over their maximum capacity. Any word on when they can start heading back home? Taking care of that many refugees must be straining the hospital's resources. Way beyond strained, Bryan. Think gurneys in the hallways because all the rooms are full. And cut Marta some slack tonight. Tell Mike to draw her a bubble bath or something. I saw she was scheduled for a half-dozen procedures, but I know for a fact she ended up working in the operating room all day. Seriously? I didn't know the hospital was set up for that kind of volume, I replied in surprise. The hospital might be big compared to others in the area, but I remembered the sprawling medical complex of Methodist Hospital in Houston and shuddered at the thought. You really could get lost for days in there. We're not normally anyway, but you have to deal with what comes in, and today was a busy one in the ER and in surgery, and none of 'em were getting liposuction or tummy tucks done. I could tell Dorothy was tired by the way her accent was getting thicker. After such a long day, I didn't want to stress her any more, but I was curious about one more thing. Everything working out okay with the vouchers? One of the innovative ways the management at Christus caught Marta's attention was the offer of fuel vouchers for nurses and other critical staff. With the gas rationing still in effect, the hospital somehow got Austin to authorize an extra 5 gallons of fuel per day for doctors and nurses who lived outside the county. As another useful perk, they also received a little placard to place on their dash that allowed the bearer to cross county lines once the travel ban went back into effect. It didn't take my sister-in-law and my neighbor too long to figure out they could carpool to work and bank the extra fuel. Marta should have also received her travel pass today, and I was sure Mike already had plans to squirrel that away as well. Oh, that worked just fine. Harry's station is the only one in town set up to redeem them, but we filled up there today on Marta's voucher, and we'll use mine tomorrow. Harry Ludlow's gas station had survived the hurricane with some broken windows, but his bulk business looked unaffected when I'd driven by on my way into town. Like Wilson's feed store, Harry used cinder-block construction to build his office, and the exterior survived unscathed. Still had a roof and everything. As we pulled into the yard, I saw the husband homestead was missing a few pine trees, and I figured Wade already had them cut up and drying out somewhere. Thinking about the trees reminded me of the downed power poles, and I had an idea. Whipping out the 3x5 notebook I now always carried in my shirt pocket, I jotted down a few ideas for later. When Dorothy gave me a curious look, I just shrugged. Just had an idea is all, I explained. Inside was the familiar buzz of a full house as Wade and his family welcomed Dorothy home from a long day at work. Seeing the dining room table was being set by the youngsters, I decided to keep my visit short. No reason to disturb the process after all. "Hey, Bryan, what you doing?" Wade asked, and I had to tease my neighbor. "Just making some time with your best girl," I replied with a grin, and Dorothy gave me a swat on the arm as she headed for the bedroom. From Marta, I knew it was the instinctive urge to shed the nursing scrubs and dress in real clothes. The scrubs might be comfortable, but they also felt and smelled like work. "Yeah, I can see that," Wade drawled with a chuckle. "You want to step out on the porch and talk about it?" The rockers on the front porch looked to have been skinned up a bit, but functional, stuffed in the attic, no doubt, to weather the storm. "What's on your mind, Bryan?" "Just wanted to check in, neighbor," I explained more seriously. "Have you been listening to the ham or shortwave broadcasts?" Wade shook his head, his brow furrowed. "Haven't gotten around to setting it back up yet. I take it the news isn't good?" I quickly sketched out what Mike had related, stressing that so far nothing indicated the U.S. was getting tangled up in the mess. Wade's frown deepened. "If either side thinks they're going down for the count, I'm worried they might try to take the rest of us with them," Wade growled, "or at least drag us down to their level. Do you think we'll have any warning if they do?" "I don't know, but all we can do is continue monitoring," I confessed. "Not sure anything is going to happen on that end, though. If the Russians won the fight, maybe the Chinese will back off. They can't have much left." "I don't know, Bryan. But I appreciate the update," Wade said with a shrug. "I've been so worried about what we've got going on here, I haven't been watching the bigger picture. But I'm darn sure going to get all our radios back in service." Wade cleared his throat, and when he spoke again, the topic was completely different from what I expected. "I've been hearing some disturbing things coming out of these refugee camps, Bryan. You know Wally, right? Wally Fitz?" I sat back, pondering the name and the news. I snapped my fingers before speaking. "Wally that works for the city, right? Runs the public works department?" Wade nodded. "His father owns the next place down, other side of me. You've probably never met Bryan Fitz. He's a bit of a hermit these days, and he keeps to himself. Retired from one of the plants down in the Golden Triangle, then he bought his place up here. That's his place with the pipe stem gate with the brick gate posts, right? That's his place. He used to get out more, but after his life turned into a country song, he pretty much just closed the door on the rest of the world." Giving in to my questioning frown, Wade supplied the punchline before continuing. "His wife left him, his dog died, and his pickup truck broke down. You know, the typical lines. Well, not sure about the pickup part, but I know he misses that old dog." "Ha ha ha," I replied dryly, but Wade wasn't finished. "As for the wife leaving, I keep telling Bryan he's better off without her. Second wife, and she took him to the cleaners. Anyway," Wade cleared his throat, changing gears. "I was over at Bryan's yesterday, clearing off one of the old oaks that bisected his hen house, when Wally showed up to help." "I'll bet that was a sight," I interjected. Wally was what many might politely call big-boned or calorically challenged, since he stood a modest 5'7" or so and tipped the scales on the wrong side of 300 pounds. "Anyway, Wally said the city was bumping the co-op out of the old gym tomorrow. Nancy's already moved back in with you guys, hasn't she?" I nodded, cautiously, and my neighbor continued. "Well, that's good, anyway. Wally was pissed because the state is not only making them take in 1,000 refugees for 60 days, they also weren't willing to commit to providing them the necessary supplies up front. He let slip that these weren't voluntary refugees either." "As in inmates?" I asked, my stomach tightening. "As in people the National Guard had to escort them out of their homes during the mandatory evacuation, sometimes at gunpoint," Wally said. I shook my head at the thought. Do they at least understand their towns are all gone, and they would have died if they'd stayed? The grim numbers about the evacuation resistors, the stay-behinds, were gradually being released. And while the total death toll might never be tabulated, already the confirmed casualty numbers stood at over 1,000. A drop in the bucket compared to the millions who died on the West Coast, but that was there, and this was Texas. "I don't know, man," Wade responded, scratching his head as he started figuring distances. "I guess it depends on where they were coming from. I heard there's a few places on the extreme western edge of the storm where some of the houses are still standing. Yeah, I heard once you get out to Brenham, you almost can't tell there was a hurricane," I replied. thinking about how much of area Hurricane Debbie had rendered lifeless. This hurricane was a small fry compared to the tsunamis that had killed millions. The rumor mill on the radio waves now claimed those unbelievably huge tidal waves had rendered 90% of the coastline uninhabitable for the near future. No one was giving much in the way of supporting data, but the federal government was remaining suspiciously quiet about these growing whispers. Between the salt water contaminating the rivers and streams to the tons of low-grade medical radioactive waste sterilizing whole neighborhoods, I doubted we would see a recolonization effort on that coast for the next decade. The sheer dislocation of the refugees was bound to fuck up the infrastructure here, and that was discounting the reality of Tropical Storm Evan already stirring the waters around a devastated Cuba. Then the numbers Wade mentioned triggered a switch inside my head, and I stopped thinking about the tropical storm. 1,000? Unless my memory is mistaken, there's no way that building can house so many people. Hell, that's why they built the new gym in the first place. Oh, they're taking over both buildings, but you're right. I figure it'll still be a strain, Wade replied, even if they can keep the refugees fed. Wonder where they're going to ship them to after the 60 days are up, I wondered aloud, and Wade gave a snort. Bryan, I don't think anybody with the Texas Division of Emergency Management has thought that far ahead. Like everybody else who'd listened to the radio in the run up to Hurricane Debbie, Wade was now aware of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, TDEM, the state version of FEMA. They're just looking to warehouse people at the moment, Wade continued, and keep them out of tents. The fact they're coming with their own contingent of National Guard troops isn't exactly surprising, but Wally said it was just 20 men. At least, that's all the rooms they booked at the Motel 6. There were still motel rooms available? I find that hard to believe, and I agree, 20 seems a little light to care for that many people. That's because the TDEM official who showed up at the county offices bearing this news also had a voucher to appropriate 10 hotel rooms for an indefinite period, according to Wally. The Motel 6 was packed, like you guessed, but that guy had 4 National Guard troops with him, and Wally heard they cleared out those 10 rooms at gunpoint. While I was thankful for the speed of the small-town gossip mill, the news that the state was already using the Guard to force families, most likely locals already left homeless, out into the street, made me flush with worry. I also wondered what the state would do next to get these homeless refugees into some kind of shelter. My heart went out to these people who likely lost everything in the hurricane or the accompanying tornadoes. To be rendered homeless right now, at the beginning of what I suspected was going to be an ugly period in our nation's history, would be a crushing blow. As conditions worsened, I worried at some point we might end up joining that procession of dispossessed as well. However, the governor's moves had a more cynical edge to them as he shifted the burden of housing these unfortunates onto local governments just barely able to care for their own populations. "What are you thinking about so hard, Bryan?" Wondering how many homeless the governor could squeeze into the governor's mansion, I quipped, but Wade's hard stare brought me up short. I held up my hands, serious again. Wondering how many homeless we have in the state right now, I said seriously. Greater Houston area had a population of 7 million. Then add in the people from Beaumont, Port Arthur, and Orange into the mix, looking at another few million along the coast down to Corpus, and that's a huge chunk of refugees. How long can the state hope to house and feed that many people? And where will they go? Wade shook his head at the sheer scale of the disaster. If the rumors were true about the severity of the damage, most of those displaced persons would not find their homes habitable. With FEMA already overclocked, dealing with the humanitarian disaster out west, I feared each state was on its own in coping with the next wave of disasters. That was the fear before the hurricane hit, and now that fear was becoming reality. "Think of it the other way, Bryan," Wade said, his voice low and slow. "Just how many people did that damned hurricane kill? And how many vital industries just went offline? I'm worried, Bryan, because I just don't know how bad this is going to get. We worried and planned, both our families did. But did we worry enough?" With that, Wade lapsed into silence as he rocked back and forth in his chair. Shortly after, I made my farewells and headed for the field, intending to take the shortcut through the newly installed gate. I had a lot of thinking to do, and all my earlier humor, though forced, was long gone. Chapter 8. The next day I got up early and started working on some of the plans I'd tinkered together on that long walk home. I'd had some of the same thoughts as noted by Wade, but the full implications didn't soak in at the time. Yes, we were screwed, but how badly? Charles was still waiting to hear back from his plant manager, for example, and I knew they would want his services as soon as the floodwaters receded. Thoughts about his plastic-making plant and Wade's reminder just spun around in my head. Just how much damage did Charlie's employer take in the hurricane? How long before they were back up and running? What about the destruction along Refinery Row in Baytown? We'd made a point of keeping our fuel tanks topped off, but now I worried that we would never see another tanker show up at Harry Ludlow's. Once again, I felt the sense of urgency driving my actions, and I decided it was well past time I started getting ahead of the unfolding events. Mike knew something was eating at me, so once he had seen Marta off for another long day at the hospital, he tracked me down in the storage shed where the methane cube components were stored. "What? You checking to make sure all the parts of your white elephant are still in one place?" he jeered, chucking my shoulder as I sat on one of the boxes, nearly upsetting my perch. "No, I think we're producing enough cow shit to make this thing worth setting up," I replied testily. "Plus, you just reminded me this thing would make for a great body disposal system." I'd purchased the entire kit from an online government auction website, not realizing at the time the cost and the complications involved in erecting the 20-foot-long by 8-foot-tall reactor. The entire system arrived on a flatbed trailer, and the cost of transporting the kit exceeded my bid price by a fair margin. The package had been sitting in the corner of the storage shed for over a year, but I'd never gotten past the instruction manual that came with it. Now I was studying the manual once again, trying to figure out what went where. The instructions were written by some Air Force author who had taken some technical writing courses, but the jargon just whistled past my head like shotgun pellets. "What seems to be the trouble?" Mike asked, quickly picking up on my sour mood. "This isn't like the water bug generator, damn it," I exclaimed. "You know I'm scared of electricity, but at least I could understand the instructions. This thing, you need a degree in organic chemistry to even get it started. Listen to this. Enzymes which hydrolyze polymeric materials to monomers such as glucose and amino acids, which are subsequently converted to higher volatile fatty acids." Thrusting the book at Mike, I gestured, "This is bullshit, man. I've got a liberal arts degree. All I want to do is convert cow shit into methane, then burn the methane to produce electricity. I don't need no damn volatile fatty acids." Clearing his throat, and probably trying not to laugh, Mike explained. Bryan, that's just part of the process. Hey, why don't you let me take a look at this and you go do something else? How about that?" Feeling defeated by the science in the manual, I waved my thanks to my brother and wandered out of the storage shed. Turning back, I offered, "Come get me when you get ready to put that thing together, okay? I may not get the science, but I still want to see if it works." "You got it. What else are you thinking about?" "Telephone poles," I replied seriously. Mike shrugged. "You got me there. Don't know where you're going with that one, but good luck." Something Dorothy had said the day before, along with my conversation with Nancy and her revelation about the shortages at the co-op, reminded me that we had the resources locally to take care of one of their problems. With a spring in my step, despite the wretched mud, I set about tracking down Nancy. Luck was with me, and I found her in the living room with her daughter Lisa, going over some digital textbooks from my collection. In the background, I could hear others in the kitchen, and I thought I heard Billy and Tommy laughing upstairs, probably playing Xbox after finishing their morning chores. Even with school being out, if only for a few more weeks, parents had taken to using any spare time they had to work out lessons for their kids. In private, I had my doubts about the local schools reopening any time soon, and I was even more dubious about letting any of our children venture out of sight. We'd even gone so far as discussing opening our own school here at the farm, and even inviting Wade's extended family to attend as well. That was an issue for another day, though. I paused at the doorway to the living room, and I eavesdropped on the conversation between mother and daughter as they talked about the next module in the textbook Lisa would be studying. This wasn't me being a sneak, but simply amazed at the subject matter. Typically, the lessons ran the gamut from traditional reading, writing, and math to some more practical skills, and this one was definitely aimed at a new day and age. "I think I get it, Mom. The purpose of this type of booby trap is to not only disable the attackers, but also provide a warning to the defenders? That's pretty smart," Lisa commented, and though I couldn't see the screen of the tablet, I thought I knew the chapter they were reviewing. Nancy's next comment sealed the deal in my head. "Yeah, I really don't like some of the names the author uses, but toe popper really is descriptive." Nancy's voice expressed a bit of distaste, but not as much as I might have expected. "I'm not sure we have the gunpowder necessary to make these, or if they'll work with all this rain, but this is something we might want to talk to Mike or Bryan about making for the area around the fence lines where we expect trouble." "Oh, we have the resources to make those," I confirmed, watching in amusement as two blonde heads whipped around in unison at the sound of my voice. "You really should talk to Mike and Pat, though. I'm pretty sure Mike knows how to make them already, and Pat probably took a class on it when he was in the military. I understand they train those guys in special forces pretty hard on improvised munitions. He can probably whip up some dandy IEDs, too." "Oh, Bryan, I didn't hear you," Nancy said, looking a tad nervous as she closed the tablet. "I hope this is okay for us to use. The discs, I mean. They were in with the other cases, and Lisa got curious. I wanted to learn as well, so we're going through the materials." I held up a placating hand, smiling as I did so. "That's why they were in the box, guys. Plenty of material there, and I'm glad you two are getting some use out of them. I had Pat look over some of those discs when I bought them, and he said most of the texts and illustrations were lifted straight out of some government publications." "Our government prints books with this kind of stuff in them? I never knew." Nancy seemed shocked, and I had to stifle my laugh. For soldiers, Nancy. They have a book for just about everything you can imagine. In case you haven't figured it out yet, I'm a bit of a pack rat, as well as a sucker for a good deal. That's why I have so many sets of DVDs and books in the library. Some of them I've never looked at, while others I use regularly as references. Honestly, we started on the outdoor series, learning how to identify edible plants and building shelters and such, Nancy admitted. Then we just went on from there. Like I said, they're there to be used. If you want to put any of those woodcraft lessons to use, we can always go camping and make up some simple tests. Not until it stops raining, Lisa interjected, then looked between me and her mother with her hand over her mouth. Sorry, I just don't want to ruin my sleeping bag. I couldn't help the laugh that came loose this time, and Nancy joined in while patting her daughter's back. Lisa, I don't know anybody who enjoys camping in the rain, I said, still smiling. I'm sorry to interrupt your lessons, but I needed to borrow your mother for a minute. Lisa tried to cast a skeptical eye in my direction, but she was still only 12 years old and didn't carry it off very well. Well, okay, but only for a minute. We're on a timeline. Mom and I have to get going if we're going to finish this chapter before our shift in the greenhouse. Hearing the timeline comment, I couldn't help but think about my brother Mike and his sayings. Turning my back to the room while I waited for Nancy to join me, I didn't make a sound, but I couldn't help shuddering as the laughter ran through my body. Nancy gave me an odd look as she came into sight, then grinned when she figured out what I was doing. With Lisa being so serious, I didn't want to chance hurting her feelings by laughing out loud. What you need, Bryan? Like Lisa said, I'm on the clock. My questions and Nancy's answers only took 50 seconds, but I could see from her expression that Nancy had at least figured out part of my plan. You really think it'll work? Our part, at least. If they can get the trucks down the road, we can get them to the fence line, measure them at the site, and then trim them up there before hauling them. Nancy gave me a friendly pat on the shoulder and a warm smile before heading back to finish up her lesson with Lisa. Field manual on booby traps, I thought in wonder as I headed for the driveway and my old pickup. I hoped we wouldn't need them, but I already had the designs drawn out from another book, one that Pat recommended. Chapter 9. Nancy told me where she thought Walter might be working that afternoon, but I couldn't get free to see him until the following day, as I played hopscotch through the neighboring properties to discuss my idea. Before I made my first move, though, I needed to run my thoughts past the panel of judges made up of my immediate family. Our initial plan for riding out a collapse event, of laying low and trying to pass under the radar, was pretty much out the window. I'd killed that one graveyard dead when I'd shot 3 bandits trying to abduct a nurse from the urgent care clinic next to my office, and then driven even more nails in the coffin by taking out a quartet of bank robbers at Wilson's feed store. Yes, Mike had been there too, and probably even managed to kill one of the robbers with his freakishly accurate pistol shooting, but still, the attention had fallen on the Harden family. We needed a new plan, and this was something my siblings and their significant others had been batting around for several weeks. The Harden family was one with deep roots in southeast Texas, but not here in Albany County. I'd managed to build up some goodwill in the community over the past 4 years by making my legal services available at very reasonable prices, and also for doing favors where I could. This calculated approach might sound mercenary, but I was not only running a business, but also trying to secure a bolt hole for my family if the need ever arose. This farm was their rainy day fund, and my How it had been raining lately. After they heard my most recent idea, Mike and Nicky thought the plan had some merit, along with the accompanying benefit of generating a little extra income. Pat wasn't sold on the details, and Marta worried about attracting more attention to the farm, but eventually what I was coming to call the Brain Trust agreed to endorse the effort. The first outsider I talked to, our nearest neighbor Wade, saw the utility of the deal. No pun intended. He was all for the idea, as was Mr. Lovett, a horse breeder who lived a few miles away. Wade even talked the enigmatic Byron Fitz into allowing him onto the Fitz property to harvest what was there. I also approached a few other neighbors to discuss my proposal, but they either didn't have the required resources or had already handled the problem. Armed with the agreements in place, I lucked out in finding Walter at the co-op substation warehouse out by what locals called Old Martell Highway. Unlike the nicely painted facilities in town, which included the front office and public spaces, the substation warehouse was simply a walled, sheet-metal pole barn built large, with a slightly sloped metal roof and big rolling garage doors and a 10-foot-tall cyclone fence encircling the property. I estimated the building was at least 30 feet tall and 50 feet wide, but I couldn't tell the depth of the building until I pulled through the open gate, parked my truck, and stuck my head in one of the open doors. Shoot, the thing must be nearly 200 feet deep, I thought.
"Help you?"
Walter was about medium height, with a thick chest and a bit of a beer belly. I pegged him in his mid-50s, with a bald head and a wild fringe of graying hair. He had piercing brown eyes that regarded me with a suspicious tinge. Well, I wasn't exactly wearing my best, and he didn't know me from Adam. "Mr. Pine? My name's Bryan Harden. I'm neighbors with Wade husband, and his sister-in-law, Nancy Prentice, told me where to find you. I understand you folks are running a bit short on power poles." Mr. Pine still hadn't said anything, and his eyes were getting darker as a scowl turned down his thin lips. I hurried to speak before the man could explode. Apparently, Walter felt like Nancy was speaking out of turn by discussing the shortage. I decided to head this off at the pass. Now, anyone driving by can plainly see the stacks in town are empty, Mr. Pine. I only asked Nancy where I might find you working today. I have a suggestion, if you'd care to listen, I said quickly, injecting as much confidence as I could into my words. When Mr. Pine made a "come on" gesture, I continued. "Seems I recall there's a creosote plant here in town, owned by Mr. Lundy," I said, and Pine just nodded, his expression remaining stony. "And Mr. Lundy sells most of his creosote poles to you and the other utilities in the area, correct?"
"You've been correctly informed, Mr. Harden,"
Walter Pine rumbled with frustration.
"But that doesn't make any difference now. Until the crews can get back into the woods, we can't get any more trees over to Lundy's, and Lundy can't make us any more poles. With it raining like this, I don't know when that could happen."
"Yes, sir. But you see, there are plenty of trees available, if you'll just send out the crews to pick them up." Walter Pine didn't earn his position with his good looks. I could see his brain processing at high speed until he made the correct connection.
"The blowdowns? Now how in the heck would I get them? If the wood crews can't get in to process the regular trees, how do you expect them to get those trees out of the woods? And aren't they going to be all torn up?"
"In reverse order, yes. Some are too damaged to salvage. As for your next point, I think I have a way to get the rough logs at least up close enough to the road for a loader to reach them, though I admit it'll be slower than usual."
"And what is your solution?"
"Same way lumberjacks did it for centuries. Use horse teams and chains, sir." Walter gave me a lost look for all of 10 seconds before he barked out a laugh.
"Use horses? Are you nuts? Where and how?"
"I've got 2 that are trained to harness, and I know my neighbor Wade has at least 2 more. Who do you think pulls our wagons at the Blue Bonnet Festival parade? Same with Earl Lovett, and I'm thinking he has even more trained horses to do the job."
"You know we can't use every tree, right? Standard length is 40 feet, which means we're going to be rejecting a lot."
"Mr. Pine, I know I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to anyway," I replied, giving him my best aw-shucks grin. "I'm not trying to make money here. I'll be happy to break even when you factor in the cost of fuel and wages. But we just want to get the trees moved and get the co-op back to work providing power."
"I guess we could send out a loader and a log trailer,"
Walter mused, then snapped his fingers.
"Look, I'll get you the trailer, a loader, and 3 of my guys out there to work the site. You have any way to limb out these logs?"
"The plan is to rough them out with chainsaws, just like the regular crews do it, then snake the logs down to the fence line, like I said, using horses. From there, your folks should be able to pick up the logs over the fence and load them into the trailer. Rinse and repeat."
"How many you think you can deliver? I can't justify this for 1 or 2 logs, you know."
I could tell Walter was thinking hard about the offer. I knew this was nothing like the normal way they sourced poles, but the man was in a bind. According to Nancy, the co-op was out of power poles and transformers. I said nothing about the transformers, pretending ignorance, but he wouldn't be interested in the deal if a lack rendered the plan moot. I counted 20 pines down on my property that average 50 feet in length. We've cut up most of the smaller ones already. I think Wade said he had near that many, and Mr. Lovett hasn't even done a tally yet, but he's got more wooded land there than me and Wade combined. Wade also got permission from Byron Fitz to haul off any likely blow-down timber on his property as well. If you send out one of your guys to make the final call for sizes, I imagine we'll have at least 1 trailer load, maybe 2. I know that doesn't sound like a lot when you put in 1,000-pole lots.
But we could sure use them right now. Lundy can steam them and clean them at his mill, but he's in the same shape we're in. Just how much were you thinking of charging, Mr. Harton? I take it you can speak for your neighbors, or you wouldn't be here."
That set us off on a few minutes of negotiations for the selected logs. I knew roughly what finished poles ran, and I also had some coaching from Wade on what to expect to get for these. Walter started by pointing out how the co-op was fronting a lot of capital for this venture, what with their crews and equipment being used. I countered, citing the fuel expenditure as the only real expense, since the co-op was unlikely to lay off workers at a time like this, and the equipment would otherwise just be sitting there in the garage. We finally reached a sum we both claimed we could live with, which turned out to be about 20% more than I was expecting to receive. I truly wasn't out to gouge the co-op, but Walter clearly warmed to the idea of getting some poles back into inventory, and he had money to spend. When I asked politely for the payments to be made in cash, the man didn't even blink before agreeing. Before the hurricane, the banking restrictions were gradually easing, but this new mess had fouled up progress, at least in this area. If people wanted to buy something, they needed dollars to do it with. Humorously enough, about the only businesses still accepting checks were utilities, like the co-op, and no one in their right mind accepted credit cards anymore. When we shook hands on the deal, Walter wanted to know when we could get started. I replied without hesitation, "We can start tomorrow," I said confidently. "If you can have the log trailer and the loader at our front gate in the morning, we'll have the first dozen or so ready to go.
I'll stop by Wade's on the way home and get him started as well. Might take a little bit over at Mr. Fitz's place, but I'll work with Wade to get them up and ready to go as well. I'll send Chad Evans over in the morning, and 2 days from now he'll come back with the crew, and I'll call John Lundy to get his guys ready to receive a load tomorrow afternoon. Sound good? Sounds like we've got a deal, Mr. Pine. Call me Walt. Then I'm Bryan, Walt. Pleasure doing business with you. And you, Bryan. With the pleasantries out of the way, I headed back to the farm. We'd already been prepping for this, but there remained quite a bit of work to be done. Soggy, dangerous work, involving chainsaws and heavy loads, but we'd become numb to the elements after a while, and none of us shied away from hard work anymore. Chapter 10. We ended up cheating a little bit, using the tractor to haul some of the bigger logs over to the staging point we'd set up next to the front fence, but Bert and Ernie proved their worth, and their cost in oats, apples, and vet bills by snaking nearly 30 suitable logs out of the shattered grove over in the old Bonner place alone. Horses in harness might lack the high horsepower of a tractor, but they tend to be more nimble of foot and bog down less than a tractor. I'd purchased the set of harnesses from a gentleman up in Pennsylvania who still made them in the old style after seeing an example on an internet site. Mike teased me about investing in buggy whips, but I figured I got the last laugh. Working with Chad Evans, Walt's go-to guy when it came to supplies like poles, cables, and 100 other infrastructure items, meant that all but one of the logs he pre-selected in the field actually passed muster, and that rejection came after we discovered a pine beetle infestation when carving off the limbs. That one went from power pole to fireplace fodder mighty fast, and I didn't complain. "You really named them Bert and Ernie? Or you just fucking with me?" Chad asked the first time I guided the massively muscled geldings into the clearing with the clean-cut log trailing behind. This wasn't my first time using the draft horses to tow a log around, of course, but it was still early days in the process, and we'd all learned a few lessons over the last few days. One important point was to reduce the drag on the log by spending a few extra minutes cleaning off all the bumps and irregularities. These protrusions tended to get stuck in the ground, preventing the almost frictionless glide of the wood across the rain-slick fields. "That's the way they came," I admitted. "I tried changing it to something else, but they've become attached to those names. Won't answer to anything else." Chad gave me a puzzled glance, but I just smiled and kept walking backward with the leads until I got the nearly 800-pound pine log just where I wanted to drop it. "You think your horses talk to you?" I let the silence stretch for a second before giving Chad a little chuckle. No," I replied, trying to sound confused by the question. "Horses can't talk, Mr. Evans," I continued, "unless you're talking about Mr. Ed." Cocking an eye at me, Chad grunted out a short bark. "You fucking with me, Mr. Hardin?" "Oh, yeah," I replied with a grin of my own, before squelching over and unfastening the heavy double-twisted chain. "I'm just fucking with you, Mr. Evans. Please, call me Chad. I'm Bryan." We'd been introduced earlier, but this was different. This was an old custom, rooted in the way working men related to one another after taking the other man's measure. We continued to ferry rough, finished pine logs down through the fields as my crew of lumberjacks, consisting of Pat, Mike, and Charles, continued trimming out the limbs and hauling them off to the side. I'd offered to help, but of the group, only Billy was better with handling the horses, and honestly, I was worried about him getting hurt. Guiding the horses seemed like an easy job, but I knew one slip and I would be under their hooves and then run over by the log being towed. I'd heard horses would try hard to avoid stepping on a human or anything else they sensed might damage them, but there was still a risk. This was something I felt comfortable doing, and I also wanted to keep a close eye on the horses. "Say, did you grow up here?" I asked Chad as we started back, heading for the gate and back over to the Bonner place. We'd considered setting up 2 pickup spots, but the culvert into the old driveway on the Bonner Drive was near to collapsing, and according to Chad, the shoulders along that stretch of the road were too steep to park either the log trailer or the one hauling the loader. Instead, we continued piling up the logs along the front fence line where Chad was confident the long arm of the loader could reach. "Yeah. Went through high school, then went off to Lamar for school. Had a little too much fun in the big city, so I moved back and got a job with the co-op." Chad's voice was filled with more than a touch of self-deprecation as he politely described his failure at the halls of higher learning, and I laughed at the appropriate place. Though he was 10 years my junior, Chad's story reminded me of many of the guys I went to school with. "Anyway, I ended up going nights to tech school, getting trained in diesel engine repair. I liked working on the dozers and such, but when this lead man position came up, I threw my name in the ring. What about you? Local boy?" "Yeah, sort of. Well, grew up over in Jasper, went off for school, met a good woman who kept me out of trouble. When I tried to come back, land prices were just stupid high. Found this spread for sale and started building it back up. My family helped out a lot, getting the new house and barns built." "You're married? I heard that girl working out at the loading docks was living out here," Chad blurted, then reddened as he realized what he'd said. "No, I'm a widower. But Nancy's only bunking here because Wade's place is so overcrowded right now. Like a lot of folks, he had to take in a bunch of family who lost their homes with the storm." Chad looked down, then fell quiet for a few minutes, the silence only interrupted by the sound of the horses and our labored footsteps in the soaked ground. When he spoke again, Chad's voice was full of regret. "Sorry. I didn't know about your wife, Bryan." He paused again. "And that's awful nice of you to give that girl a place to stay. I was out of line for sticking my nose in where it doesn't belong." "Nonsense," I replied, giving him a pat on the shoulder. "How in the heck were you supposed to know? I just worry any rumors might give Nancy a hard time finding a good man is all." Our conversation was interrupted by Nicky calling over the radio. "Bryan, I need you to come back to the house. Over." "Something wrong?" I demanded, a spike of worry running through me as I gripped the plastic of the radio. "No, well, yeah, but nothing burning down or blowing up," Nicky replied, her voice distracted. "The sink in the kitchen is backing up, and so is the one in the downstairs bathroom." I gave a sigh of relief, then keyed the radio again. "Understand," I replied. "I'll head over. Can you see if Billy is free? I guess he's going to get some logging experience on his resume after all." "I'll head on back to the camp," Chad volunteered, and passed the word. "Is Billy—" he paused. "Is that Sally's boy?" "Yep, and a smooth hand with the horses. He probably should have been doing this from the beginning. I just didn't want to see him getting himself hurt." "I can see that," Chad replied. "Plus, you just wanted some time to talk to your horses." We both laughed at that comment and parted with a handshake. Back at the stables, I stripped the horses of their collars and harness, then gave them a bit of feed while using an old feed sack to give each one a vigorous rub-down. The horses appreciated the treatment, or so I interpreted from their non-verbal communications. Nope, still not talking back to me. "The boys look good, Mr. Hardin," Billy observed, stepping into the covered area of the corral where I was tending to Bert and Ernie. I'd already given up on having Billy call me Bryan, so I just let it go. "They've been working hard, so they deserve a little coddling," I replied, stepping back from where I'd been currying Bert's mane. "I hate to send them back out in the rain, and you with them, but we still have more logs to haul down to the fence line. Mike will help you get the chain set up, and Mr. Evans will direct you where to unhook them." Billy nodded, his smile growing at the thought of getting to do some real work today, and with the horses, too. "I'll do a good job, Mr. Hardin," Billy replied enthusiastically. Billy, of course, turned out to be better at the job than I was. He brought younger legs and a better hand with the horses. He took to the job like a duck to water. With Chad along to approve of the logs being used, the whole process ran smoothly for the rest of the day. The final tally was 37 logs just from the 2 adjacent parcels. Most of that ended up coming from the extensive woodlot over on the Bonner property. I, on the other hand, proved once again unequal to the task. Neither the snake nor the use of biodegradable drain cleaner worked, and I was reduced to calling Wade for his advice. "I think your drain field discharge is probably blocked," Wade said, as soon as I started to describe the problem. Turns out it was just flooded. I should have seen this coming with all the rain, but other events had claimed my attention first. We had set up the septic and wastewater system with a very robust design, including a 2,500-gallon commercial tank and a massive leach field for the Blackwater system. Fortunately, the toilets weren't overflowing yet, but the graywater system, including the showers and washing machines, were not draining properly. By sticking with biodegradable soaps and the like, our graywater flow, which consisted of everything but the toilets, had been fairly easy to manage as the gravity flow did most of the work. Now, though, with the soil already supersaturated, I discovered the graywater system needed some adjustments. "What do you think?" I asked Mike. "I'll break out the backhoe tomorrow," was his only response, but his tone said volumes. And not just that he didn't like playing at plumber. Mike knew we were losing ground here, but the normalcy bias meant most people weren't getting it. Whatever miracle of engineering Mike could perform would not be undertaken until tomorrow. In the meantime, we would make do with wet rags to clean up and no laundry service. With the shower drains backing up and the washers offline, our lives on the farm just took a step back into the 1800s. At least we had the commercial electric restored, but we all knew how fragile that commodity could be. Slowly but surely, the decline advanced in our little part of the world, and the incremental nature of the changes reminded me of the frog in the stew pot. The frog can hop out of the pot at any time, but the chef knows to raise the temperature a few degrees at a time. The frog never notices until the water starts to boil, and by then, it is too late. Chapter 11. The next day turned out to be a bit of a mess, as the farm folk ended up splitting our focus for several different tasks, some planned and others coming from out of the blue. While the work crew from the co-op worked to get the logs loaded from our collection by the fence, I ended up taking Billy, Pat, and Charles with me to play lumberjack at the Lovetts, while Wade and his brothers did the same for Mr. Fitz. Wade was disappointed in the 8 logs he had to send off to the mill, having gotten most of his downed trees processed before I'd mentioned my idea to him. He would make up for it with whatever deal he struck with Mr. Fitz for disposing of the trees on his property, much like I'd done with Earl Lovett. Since Mr. Lovett had 2 teams of horses he thought would work well moving the logs, we left that part of the program up to him, and focused on limbing out and trimming the trees we thought would be acceptable to Chad Evans and the co-op. Mike, much to his disgust, was stuck trying to sort out the septic issues with Nicky acting as his gopher. At least Mike managed to troubleshoot our problem, which he deduced was a burned-out sprayer pump. We'd tried to go cheaper on the pump and lower power consumption, but my brother thought he had a solution using a similarly sized pump but with a lower, slower cyclical rate. We destroyed the old one trying to get peak performance, while all we ended up doing was testing the thing to destruction. Slower and steadier seemed to be the way to go, and time would tell if Mike had it right. Plus, the old pump had been a huge energy hog. Sally was appointed as our observer for the loading crew, and Marta and Dorothy were both back at work at the hospital, which left Mary and Beatrice riding herd on the young'uns. When Beatrice half-jokingly objected to why Sally was picked to watch over the logging crew, Sally responded with what most thought was a humorous response of her own. "I'm there to shoot them if they get out of line," she'd said blandly. Several people laughed, but a sharp-eyed observer might have noticed that Sally wasn't one of them. Neither were the rest of what I called our first team. Those were the ones I knew could take a life and not hesitate at the risk of their families. That included Mike and myself, and I saw Nicky simply gave Sally an appraising glance. After dispatching her would-be assailants in a botched carjacking and not dissolving into a puddle of useless tears after, we now knew Nicky belonged in the first team category. Out in the rain, we found that most of the likely usable trees at the Lovett horse farm were located towards the back of the property. Mr. Lovett left a couple of acres of mixed oaks and pines growing in to act as shade and shelter for the horses. Lovett horse farms raised a couple of different, distinct breeds, but I knew from our earlier conversations his Percherons would be the ones doing the pulling. We set up a small camp at the edge of the field of destruction. Using what we could carry in our ATVs or haul on their trailers, this amounted to little more than an awning, a pair of folding camp chairs, and a 5-gallon water jug, and proceeded to measure and then strip the trees we thought met the inspector's standards. Though Mr. Lovett had lost dozens of trees in the 5-acre plot of land, Pat and his tape measure only identified 12 trees that were the minimum height and diameter for processing. Most of the others came out too short, but I found a mostly straight line of trees that had been sheared in half nearly 10 feet off the ground. Charles looked at the path and whistled. "Dang! That must have been from a tornado, but look how narrow," the big man observed, and I could only nod in agreement. I swallowed a touch of bile as I contemplated such a force of nature impacting our house. Reinforced or not, the building might have suffered catastrophic failure when hit with that kind of swirling wind. "Come on, guys, we're burning. Well, it ain't daylight, but you get the picture." Pat chided us like little kids playing hooky from school. With a roar of chainsaws, we got started. I'd used the saws in the past when sectioning up logs for firewood, and more recently I'd run the 16-inch blade while cutting up the few trees we'd lost around the yard. I quickly learned this was a whole other level of precision as I followed Pat's lead. The downed trees lay atop each other in a latticework of intermingled limbs, a massive game of Jenga, and figuring out which ones went with which tree was only part of the puzzle. On top of what went where, I figured out that some of the limbs were supporting several hundreds of pounds of weight, and these limbs under such strain were primed to snap and kick back with bone-crushing force. "Don't let them hit you," was Pat's advice, delivered in that laconic Texas drawl that he could never shed. Of course, he'd also spent enough time in Georgia and South Carolina that the accents simply overlapped each other. Kind of like the limbs on these damned trees, I thought to myself. Pat was using the largest of the chainsaws with the 18-inch blade, and he easily ripped through the major exposed tree limbs with aplomb, but I studied the way he painstakingly worked the whirling length of buzzing steel links on one precariously situated tree trunk. Pat worked to undercut the limbs driven into the earth, snipping away at the supports, and I felt my heart in my throat as the entire 60-foot length of wood shifted and rolled once that supporting cradle of limbs was removed. Skipping back, Pat avoided the crushing blow from the heavy log as he stood by casually and waited for it to stop moving. I quickly realized Pat was freeing up these trees from the pile, taking a risk to do so, while allowing the rest of us to take on the less dangerous work of trimming off the lesser limbs that might impede the dragging process. While Pat pitted his cat-like reflexes against the pile of trees, Charles and I trimmed, and Billy hauled away the cast-off limbs with the same steady determination he always invested in his work. I could tell Billy wanted a chance at using the chainsaws, but one of the deals I had to make with Sally to obtain Billy's help was centered around the chainsaws and her prohibition on Billy getting his hands on one. With our heads down, and Earl Lovett leading the first horse team back to the front pasture with our initial log, Billy was the first to break our concentration when he exclaimed, "Look, guys, it stopped raining." Pausing to let the clenched muscles in my back relax for a moment, I glanced up at Billy's words. Other than the 2 days immediately after Hurricane Debbie slouched off down the road for Arkansas, we hadn't seen the rainfall drop below a persistent drizzle in weeks. I started counting on my fingers and corrected that in my head. Months of rain, in fact. This wasn't a Disney movie, so the sun failed to break through the overhanging clouds, and no magical dancing animals suddenly rushed on stage either, but the realization sent a hopeful ray of light through my heart anyway. Right up until the hail started falling. "Everybody under the awning!" I barked, wincing as a pea-sized hailstone flicked my left ear with a noticeable pop. Matching deeds to words, I set the poolin down, happy for the automatic cutoff as I dove under the awning. Pat and Billy were right on my heels, but I saw Charles take several hits before he crowded in with us. One of the hailstones had knocked his helmet askew, and I saw a bloody furrow of a scrape running down the side of his neck. "You okay?" I asked, quickly glancing over to inspect the wound before turning my vision outwards. I was trying to make out Mr. Lovett, but the hail mixed with a rising haze in the air to obscure my sight past 100 yards or so. Hail began to strike in greater frequency, and I flinched as larger ice spheres struck the canvas, making the fabric dance under the impacts and informing me I had worries closer to hand. Even if the awning held, I felt the wind rising, and I knew we would soon be pelted by wind-borne hail coming at us horizontally. "Yeah, I'll live," Charles grunted back his response, and I heard him hiss as Pat dumped a dose of betadine to disinfect the wound before pressing a long, narrow bandage over the ragged slice. "Will the cover make it?" I shrugged. "Not sure about the hail, but the wind's coming up. See if we can lower the legs on this thing, lessen the chance of it blowing away." Billy was already adjusting the legs on one side, dropping that corner of the awning as I attacked the one opposite him. Pat, diving into the mix, started tightening down the cords running to the anchors, then risked stepping out into the growing maelstrom to double up the ropes supporting the now 4-foot-tall tent-like structure. This would not only reduce our exposure to wind-blown hailstones, but also offer the wind less purchase on the canvas rain cover. As we worked, I waited with growing anxiety for the hailstorm to pass. Hail was something we'd all experienced at one time or another, but usually it was a brief flurry of pea or gravel-sized projectiles. This rapidly built to golf ball size, ranging up to some the size of a baseball, and it continued for a while before gradually tapering off. Like much of what was happening with the weather, this type of a hailstorm was not something we usually experienced. Judging by my watch, we'd had more than 30 minutes of increasingly heavy hail before the storm abruptly died away. "Would you look at that?" Billy said, his voice filled with amazement at the white fields of ice that covered the ground for as far as the eye could see. I shivered. Despite the temperature remaining in what I thought was the high 50s, we were all damp with sweat and rain, and more accustomed to something 20 degrees warmer until the last half hour. The crunch and crackle from behind caught my attention, and I spun about to catch sight of Earl Lovett leading his pair of unencumbered geldings back to our staging area. He looked like he'd gone 6 rounds with Mike Tyson, and he was bleeding from multiple cuts and scrapes. Unlike the rest of us, he'd foregone wearing a helmet, and his battered Stetson showed new dents in the crown and brim. Billy, his eyes following mine, gave a small cry of dismay, and knee-walked out from under the canvas awning, and he jumped to his booted feet, taking off in the direction of Mr. Lovett. He skidded to a halt and began looking the 2 gray geldings over, even as Mr. Lovett came limping into voice range. "Been a while since I've seen something like that," Mr. Lovett admitted, and I ushered him to one of the overturned camp chairs as Pat rushed to check his wounds. "Hope to never see another hailstorm like that," I replied. "You shelter in the tree line along the fence?" "Eventually," Mr. Lovett agreed, "but we weren't that close. Had to drop the load and lead the boys to safety." "Well, let's get you in here and clean you up," Pat insisted, and I went over to take the leads from Mr. Lovett while Pat fussed over him. Billy quickly joined me, giving the pair of Percheron geldings a quick physical of their own. I could see where their gray coats were streaked with small rivulets of blood, but nothing looked serious to my untrained eye. "Mr. Lovett, let me take the boys back to the barn and switch them out for your other pair," Billy asked. But this was not the hesitant inquiry I was accustomed to hearing from the young man. His words came out confidently, and he looked the older man in the eye when he spoke. For Billy, that was amazing. "I'll get the antibiotic gel out and treat these cuts, but I don't think any of them will need stitches." "Thank you, Billy," Earl Lovett replied, and he gave a pained grin as he spoke. "If this young hooligan will stop fussin' with the little sticker on my noggin, I'll go with you." "Emergency medical technician," Pat said with frayed patience, giving the grumbling farmer both barrels. "I've gone to school for years to learn everything from trauma medicine to obstetrics. Yes, I've delivered babies, and I've also performed open heart surgery and amputated limbs, as well as stitching up more gunshot wounds than I care to remember. I think I can patch up a few contusions and give you a little something for the pain." "But you're not a doctor," Charles and I chimed together, and all 3 of us shared a chuckle, and Pat relaxed a bit as we threw Pat's favorite admonishment back on him. When Earl gave me a goggle-eyed look of concern, I nodded in encouragement before explaining, "Before he became an EMT, Mr. Lovett, Pat was a Green Beret. They sent him to an Army medical school without the doctor's license at the end, so we always tease him over it." Pat shrugged, a bit sheepish after his outburst. "Some of my classmates went back for the formal schooling once they got out," he admitted. "I didn't. I had a family to support, and I enjoyed the adrenaline rush of riding in the ambulance." "You think it's safe enough to keep going?" Charles asked, gesturing to the bruised gray and brown sky, changing the subject and bringing us back on point. Opinions were shared as I studied the heavens. The clouds dipped low as they scudded across to the horizon, and I took a moment to marvel at the phenomenon before offering a comment of my own. "We've got to get back to it," I said simply. "Can't stay here under this awning all day. Might as well get the job done and go home." With that thought motivating us, we hit the rest of the logs with a determined effort and finished the last of the logs shortly before noon. The co-op personnel were only on site for a little over an hour before they finished up, and Sally confirmed it was with a third full trailer load of accepted logs. Chad Evans dropped off tally sheets for all 4 participating landowners, and Earl limped up from his house to the driveway to accept his own copy. "Well, don't replace the cost of what we lost," Mr. Lovett complained, "but beats a sharp stick in the eye. Can I get cash instead of a check when I come in to redeem this voucher?" Chad frowned, thinking before he answered. "Should be able for that amount," he allowed. "What would be the trouble with a check? The feds have worked out most problems we were having with the bank run. No restrictions on commercial accounts anymore," Chad reminded as he continued, "and they've raised the personal withdrawal limit to $500. I could have explained that the great majority of banks, insurance companies, and investment firms were flat broke and overextended in a way that was not recoverable. The destruction of the West Coast, the billions of deaths around the Pacific Rim, and the flood damage all around our coastal areas meant the payout on insurance claims, even if clever adjusters managed to derail 90% of them, would bankrupt every insurance company in the country. Add in the effect of millions of mortgages going delinquent in the coming months, the property owners now missing and presumed dead, and I knew we had the makings for a financial tsunami as massive as the physical one that had killed millions. What held things together, at the moment anyway, was the great weight of the federal government, and a willingness on the part of the administration to lie effectively to the American people. The emperor really had no clothes, and I would pity the fool who pointed that out. Riots still occurred in the largest cities back east, while here the violence on the border with Mexico only increased. I suspected the first earnest political activist who dared speak truth to power, or in this case, expose the empty pockets of the banks and federal government, was going to earn a bullet in the ear. Then, thinking about it, I adjusted my thinking and concluded the graveyards of the nation were already full of these dumb fucks. Rather than mention any of my thoughts, I settled with helping build my relationship with the locals. "Old people," I said under my breath, but loud enough for Earl to hear me. "He wants to stuff it in his mattress. Probably likes the way the dollar bills crinkle when he's laying on them." That garnered a laugh, and Earl gave me the finger. I counted that as a success in my neighborhood integration efforts. Earl Lovett was a crusty old bastard, but he had a good sense of humor, and I could tell he appreciated our help with clearing his fields more than he cared about the few $100s he earned from the process. We needed the support of the locals, and the tacit cooperation of the major employers in the area if we expected to escape our crooked sheriff's influence. At some point, if the state of the Union continued to deteriorate, I fully expected the governor to use the sheriffs in a state of emergency to act more as his surrogates, or for the locals to seize that power for themselves. Or maybe I was full of crap and jumping at shadows. In the end, only time would tell. But then I had an idea of who might have more information than the endless speculation we received on the radio, and the unceasing lies being broadcast as a new brand of truth on the television and internet. We would need to make a little road trip. Chapter 12. When I got back home that evening after the hailstorm, I tried Andy's number at his shop in Kuntz, but the call wouldn't go through. Since I was fairly certain the public phone was a landline, this came as little surprise. Kuntz was in the direct line of destruction for Hurricane Debbie, and from the ham reports I knew the town had received a proper pasting from the winds, as well as flash flooding in the downtown area. The town was still a good 40 miles from the coast, but I couldn't imagine the Category 5 hurricane did much for property values in the area. Still, I knew from experience that the man built solid structures, and I knew him to be a local, married to a girl he went to school with from the same area, so I felt confident he would still be in the neighborhood. Since Kuntz was far enough inland to be spared the mandatory evacuation orders, I got up the next morning determined to go see my old close-quarters firearms combat instructor. Before he retired from the Texas Rangers, Andrew Carstairs rose to the rank of major in the organization, and over the years he'd done everything possible to modernize and standardize the firearms training received by the state law enforcement agency, from the highway patrol to his beloved Rangers. Andy rose through the ranks, eventually using his position as commanding officer of Company A of the Rangers as a bully pulpit to encourage and cajole the rest of the service to move their pistol training into the 21st century. How he managed to reason with anybody was a mystery to me, as the man was as abrasive as sandpaper toilet paper from the first minute I met him. Maybe he got worse with age, but perhaps, I always suspected, he eventually succeeded because his fellow Rangers worried he might shoot them for not going along with his innovations. All that was in the past, and after Andrew Carstairs hung up his spurs with 30 years in as a Ranger, he moved back to his hometown of Kuntz and started work on building up Andy's Shooting Sports. Andy wasn't rich from a public servant's salary, but he had a wealth of connections and a reputation as a fierce taskmaster who was hard as nails, and he was generating positive cash flow from the time he opened the doors. For services, Andy had indoor pistol and rifle ranges, as well as long-range outdoor rifle ranges, in addition to a fully staffed gunsmithing shop. He sold some firearms, not as many as one might think, because Andy reserved the right to refuse service to some would-be purchasers, and he liked to look over everybody who wanted to buy a gun from him. I didn't go to Andy's for weapons, or for deals on ammunition. I never took advantage of his experienced gunsmith services either. No, I went to Andy's to learn how to defend myself and my family in a dangerous situation. Ironically, the event that killed my wife and son was not something I could prepare for, and until just recently, I'd never had reason to use any of that expensive training. None of these details mattered to me as I prepared for a quick drive to the range. No, we needed to find out what Andy knew and how much he knew about the bigger picture. "You want some company?" Mike asked, delivering a fake punch to my shoulder as he slid past where I was sitting on the sofa in the living room. "I think I'll need you with me anyway," I replied softly, glancing around the room. I had no deep secrets from these people, our team, but I also didn't see the need to advertise either. What's our cover story when the cops stop us? "There's no travel ban in effect right now," I replied, and even I couldn't keep a straight face with that response. Of course the cops would pull us over, travel ban or not. 2 or more white males in a pickup crossing county lines would be a warning sign to certain law enforcement officials. Suspicion of being a member of a right-wing militia group. All right, yeah, they're going to pull us over, I agreed. The cover story is the truth, which is I'm going to check on one of my friends and former clients to make sure he weathered the storm okay. We only say anything about who we're going to see once we're well outside Albany County. Mike agreed, and then we spent another 10 minutes convincing Pat this was a good idea. Look, I cajoled, Andy's tied in with the Good Old Boys network that runs this state, and he's got connections into the governor's office and beyond. We want to find out what he knows, and the best way is offer him something in return. The feds have been working systematically to paper over the existence of this meteor strike from day one, and I still can't figure out why. Maybe Andy knows, but if he doesn't, maybe we can swap information. That's all nice, but what do you want the man to tell you? Pat pressed. He'd worked in Austin long enough to know how the pieces fit together. What the governor has planned going forward, and if he knows why the president is covering up what really happened, I said, and I heard several of my friends and family draw in sharp breaths at my words. You need to be really, really careful, Nancy threw in honestly. Nobody likes a smartass, and they might think that about you at first. Duly noted. But Andy at least knows I speak my mind, I replied with a shrug. I'm going to let Mike do most of the talking. I'm just there to make sure Andy knows who's asking. Just how well did you know the man? Sally asked, and I nodded in her direction, an acknowledgment of her superior question. After all, Andy wasn't exactly a blood brother or anything like that. But we'd talked quite a bit over the years. We talked about something bad happening down the line and the basics of prepping. I don't know if he was feeling me out on the topic or vice versa. He probably won't shoot me on sight, I admitted, as long as he knows who I am. Mike and I had to turn down multiple offers to accompany us to Kuntz as we topped off the fuel in the old Datsun pickup I was determined to use. Why that ugly thing? Mike demanded. My point exactly. I sniffed in mock disappointment before continuing. Someone carjacking us would have to be pretty desperate. Now, what route are we going to take? Picking the route was another debate, but this time just between the two of us while I was driving. We could take Highway 87 to Highway 96 and roll into Kuntz in a hair under an hour, or we could take the scenic drive through Spurger and Hillister to arrive the back way in an hour and 15 minutes. Mike consulted with one of the paper trifold maps as I eased through town and out the other side, making it nearly to the county line before the telltale flashing lights strobed up behind us. Couldn't be speeding, Mike grumbled. You're going 10 miles per hour under the posted limit. Maybe crossing the center line? Reckless driving? Stuff it, I shot back. You tried driving in these freaking wind gusts. In fact, the wind had picked up through the morning, and by the time I was getting pulled over, the gusts were coming from the south and swirling. With the continued downpour, this wind-blown rain stung like tiny needles as it scored any exposed flesh. I wasn't looking forward to rolling my window down, but Mike's dirty look convinced me to play along. "License and proof of insurance," the deputy all but barked as he approached, and I noticed his partner remained behind, standing to the rear behind the passenger side quarter panel. A quick glance told me the unknown young deputy was standing at the ready with his pistol drawn. The corporal wore the black, trash-bag-looking rain slicker that did nothing to conceal his beer gut or his lack of height. Nothing wrong with being short, I always thought, but no reason to look like a stereotype at 5'5" and 300 pounds. The guy looked like he should be observing and reporting at a strip mall, not working with the public with live weapons in his holster. I knew of the guy, Corporal Branham, but I pretended like he was a stranger to me. We'd never been formally introduced, but rumor labeled the corporal to be another one of Sheriff Landshire's more odious henchmen. "Here you go, Corporal," I replied politely, as I handed over the required documents. The license was accurate and up to date, but the proof of insurance had to be a forgery. A decent cut-and-paste job, all in all, not something to be proud of, but then my old insurance company no longer responded to phone calls, and their website hadn't been updated since rockfall. Since I'd sent them a check for the next 6 months of coverage, never cashed, I felt like I'd at least made the effort. When I called around to find a replacement carrier, I'd quickly discovered most all the other insurance companies were in the same boat. Even the ones with a functioning front office were still broke. The phone number on this insurance card went to a fake voicemail, which was the best I could do. I had the same set up for Mike for the following month when his coverage ran out on paper. "Do you know why I pulled you over, Mr. Harden?" "No, sir." "You crossed over the double white line, Mr. Harden. Unsafe driving," he pronounced with an annoyingly superior tone. "Now I could ask you to get out and perform a field sobriety test, or ask you to blow into this little tube to check to see if you've been drinking, or we could handle this in the field by paying a fine," I replied without missing a beat. Except I couldn't have anything like this on my driving record. Could affect my license to practice. "How much of a fine are you proposing, Corporal?" "Drunk driving comes with minimum—" "I'm not drunk, and I'll take the tests to prove it," I interrupted, my tone carrying a touch of reproach. "But I would be willing to pay the $200 fine for crossing the double white line." "I think that would be acceptable," the deputy replied smoothly, unruffled. "Sign here." He offered the pad for a signature, which I completed with a flourish. "Napoleon D. Buonaparte," I dashed off in black cursive. That was the name his parents hung on him at birth back in 1769. Another short guy with a chip on his shoulder. I made a show of handing him the 10 bills to him with no effort in concealing the transfer. "Now, you have a nice day, you hear?" He was smooth, and I wondered how often he'd run this scam since things had started to slide, or if he had been pulling this kind of crap before rockfall. With that bit of dirty business out of the way, I focused closely on the condition of the roads while Mike navigated and watched for any threats, official or otherwise. "You notice the other deputy?" I asked after 5 minutes of silent driving. "Didn't take my eyes off him," Mike conceded. "He looked like he was ready to throw down with no notice. He got out of the squad car with his pistol drawn." "Same M.O. as the unknown deputy who rousted me out of my office," I agreed. "Ansel was there and did all the talking, but the one who had his back, that was the guy I was planning to shoot first. He never let go of his pistol either. Where the heck did the sheriff get these new deputies? Wade didn't know, and that worries me." Mike continued down that same path of discussion. "They're going to be a problem when the breakdown hits," I tossed in, feeling the weight of my words as a kick in my stomach. In our worst-case scenarios, these were men we would likely need to kill when the time came, if my nieces and nephews were going to live. Out of self-defense, if nothing else. Nicky joked about the worsening situation as eventually going full-on Mad Max, but there was an element of melancholy truth in the quip. Nikki killing her attackers at the roadside gas station wasn't full-on Mad Max, and neither was shooting up a truckload of bank robbers in front of half the town. We still operated under rule of law, despite whatever complaints might be floated about our shady sheriff, but our family and close friends feared for the days to come. "You really think Andy's going to know what's going on?" "He's been retired for years, Mike, but even when I was going to classes with him, I saw other rangers and DPS officers popping in for training or a cup of coffee. If the store is still there, he's either bugged out to a secure location or turned the storefront into a strong point for local law enforcement to use." "If nothing else," Mike replied philosophically, "I'll bet he can spare us a cup of coffee."
Chapter 13. "Where are you boys heading?"
The officer wore a navy blue rain suit with City of Kuntz marked out on one sleeve and police down the other in white lettering, with the SWAT lettering in yellow across the back, and he carried the short-barreled AR like he knew how to use it. I had no doubt he was an expert with the weapon, since he was guarding the parking lot for Andy's store. The bright display almost completely hid the body armor he wore underneath. Kuntz Police Department and Hardin County Sheriff's Department had benefited considerably over the years as Andy devoted time and money to getting their patrolmen dialed in and effective protecting the local citizens. Now the local police and sheriff's department seemed to be taking up permanent residence in Andy's parking lot. "Actually, I was headed to see the major again," I replied, taking a tiny bit of a gamble. I'd never addressed the retired ranger by his rank, but I wanted to see what this young city officer might say. "Sorry, but he's really busy right now," the young guard volunteered, "but you can wait for him in the front store lobby. He's using that conference room for overflow at the moment." "No problem, and thanks," I replied casually. "Any place I shouldn't park now?" That got a laugh before the young city cop responded, "Just stay away from the porta-johns out back, or you'll get roped into helping load the honey wagons." "No thanks," I replied with a wave. "My back wouldn't take the stress." I made a point of circling the parking lot, buying time to chat with Mike before committing to a spot. The east lot up front and north side lots were full of vehicles, ranging from official patrol cars and government-issue Chevy Tahoes to battered-looking fifth-wheel campers still attached to their trucks. This looked like a combination refugee camp and headquarters location, and that's pretty much what the complex of buildings turned out to be. "We carrying in the building?" Mike's question stopped me cold. I honestly panicked for a moment. "What's wrong? Not that hard of a question, bro." I shook my head. "I'd say leave it in the truck. No, I just froze up because I couldn't remember the last time I was disarmed." "When the cops showed up at the feed store and took our guns," Mike complained, and not without reason. The sheriff's department had yet to return our weapons confiscated at the time. "No, I still had my FP9 stuck in my jacket pocket there," I explained, then shrugged. "Oh, when I went to see the district attorney after the urgent care clinic shootout." "Metal detector," I clarified, and Mike just glared at me. "What? You still had your subcompact hideout pistol in your pocket when the cops were grilling us?" I shrugged, then turned the wheel and pulled into a likely-looking spot to park. After I killed the engine, I finally answered Mike's question. "Forgot I still had it," I explained, "until I stuck my hand in my pocket. Damn thing is smaller than one of those old pagers I used to have." "Drug dealer," Mike deadpanned. "Pimp," I replied, my voice a forced neutral. "Fool," we said at the same time, and giggled like little kids.
The routine was stupid to outsiders, but still for us it harkened back to a simpler time. The first time Mike ever saw me checking my stupid Motorola pager, in fact. More seriously, Mike asked the next logical question. Planning on trying that with Major Carstairs? Not a chance, I hissed, then went on to explain. That old man literally taught the class on concealed carry and how to spot when someone's carrying. I'll take my chances, but let's be careful in what we say and who we talk to in there. You worried about mentioning the meteorite? Mike asked, a bit puzzled. Or are you worried to find out it was all a hoax, something Bart made up to excuse going AWOL? Mike, I never thought the story was a hoax, I replied with some exasperation in my voice. That blast wave was enough to convince me, and I always believed you, even when I didn't want to. But the president and his advisors have worked very hard to discredit the idea, and neither of us knows why. You think Carstairs might know? I shook my head. I'm not sure if even the governor knows why they stomped on this story so quickly, but I'd be concerned if Andy asks the wrong person about it. His questions might lend credence to the story. You've got something on your mind, Mike observed, his accusation clear though unvoiced. Something eating at you. You gonna share? Maybe after we see what the Major has to say, I temporized, opening the driver's side door and swinging out into the rain. Mike followed suit, barely registering the light downpour. I guess mankind really can adapt to just about anything, I thought. But I'm not sprouting gills. The front door featured 2 armed guards on duty, but it was the 8-foot-wide desk set 20 feet back into the foyer that controlled access to the room. The desk was waist-high, and I recognized one of the men sitting at one end of the reception desk. He was in his mid-40s, medium height and fit-looking, dressed in a long-sleeved denim shirt and faded blue jeans, what I'd heard referred to as a style called the Canadian tuxedo. We met eyes, and the older man was quicker off the mark with his quip when he saw me enter the long, narrow entryway. "Better hold on to your wallets, folks," the man announced. "That there is the infamous Bryan Hardin, lawyer and gun hawk, like his infamous ancestor." I faked an injured expression, though in reality I didn't appreciate the comparison. By all accounts, John Wesley Hardin had been an exceptionally unpleasant gentleman, even given the times in which he lived. "It's a very common last name, Ernest," I replied tightly, then spared a glance at the other 2 people seated next to my old shooting competition member. And I've never been accused of shooting someone just for snoring. Ernest, or Ernie to his friends, stood up suddenly and stuck out his hand. "Good to see you again, Bryan. This is Trevor Ellis with the City Council." He gestured once, then again, "and Corporal Madeline Hicks with the Sheriff's Office." "I'm Bryan, and this is my little brother Mike," I replied in a carefully modulated voice, shaking hands with all, including the young female deputy. She had telltale calluses on her fingers and palm, which made me wonder just how much she had to have been shooting before. "Is Andy in?" "He is," Ernie replied, "but he's been in with the county emergency management team all morning." "Ernie, you can't just tell people things like that," the corporal admonished. "No offense," casting a look my way, "but you don't know these people." "I know Bryan," Ernie replied breezily, "and I've competed against him for years. He's always been a straight arrow, and I don't suspect the apocalypse has changed that about him. You're not here to hurt the town or try to take over, are you?" "What?" I replied, shocked at the question. "No, of course not. Who would try such a thing?" "Judge Robards," Trevor replied with a low, almost whisper in his voice. "He was the county judge here. I think the whole thing left him a little unbalanced. He tried to order the sheriff around. A scuffle broke out a few days back, and the judge needed to be placed in the hospital." "Sorry to hear your trouble," I replied automatically. I was just passing through and wanted to ask Andy a question or two, completely outside the current situation, more along the lines of my firearms instructor and less about his job as a retired ranger, if you follow. "Well, if you gentlemen would care to grab a seat," Corporal Hicks started, but she was interrupted by a familiar voice I usually associated with curse words and a head slap that would make Jethro Gibbs proud.
"Who let that ambulance chaser in my store? Guards! Guards!"
"Oh, shut it, you whiny old fucker," I barked, and all eyes in the room flicked in my direction, and I saw the big grin break out across Andy Carstairs' sun-wrinkled old face. In a completely different, well-modulated tone, the retired Texas Ranger and successful local businessman spoke up again, as if his prior comments had not been uttered.
"Good to see you again, Bryan, and glad you brought your brother with you on your trip. Need somebody to watch your back on the roads these days."
As he spoke, Andy stepped close and extended a hand, which I dutifully shook. Mike repeated the gesture, and as soon as he released my brother's paw, he hooked a thumb over his shoulder and simply said, "Come on back, and we can talk." I exchanged a glance with Mike, and we wound our way around the wide desk and took up station behind Andy as he led the two of us deeper into his store. All around, I saw many busy workers, mostly men, and usually uniformed in some manner, as they moved piles of supplies or stacked buckets. I didn't pretend to understand what was going on, but the strained expressions I saw made clear that things were not all champagne and roses in Kuntz. The small office looked more like a break room than the home base of a power broker, but I sat when Andy gestured. When I gave the surroundings a heavy glance, Andy just shook his head. "Using my old office as a nursery for now," he explained. "Has a sound system and DVR where they can show movies for them. So I've packed up and moved here for now." "The hurricane?" I started, but Andy interrupted me. "Killed half the population of this county that failed to evacuate," Andy finished. "Just like it did in a ring around the fucking state. Similar in Louisiana, except the numbers were even higher. And what's left behind is flattened and in need of extensive rebuilding to return to functionality. Which you don't have the money or expertise to undertake," Mike continued. "And there's another tropical storm warming up in the Gulf, where the residual heat energy continues to cycle through the planet's arteries and organs." At Andy's cocked eyebrow, I elaborated. "Mike's a schoolteacher, physics and chemistry, but he knows enough meteorology to hum a few bars. Sorry to see your neighborhood all fucked up, but it's only going to get worse, and you know it." Andy sank into his own chair, the roller wheels skittering as he settled. "Yeah, I know. And I don't much care for the attitude, young man. Why are you here to antagonize an old man?" "Stuff it, Andy," I retorted, my face flat and without heat. "We didn't do anything to you or your people, but you know the weather is only going to continue to worsen." "Yes. And word is, once we get to winter, the irregular weather patterns will fade," Andy said, surprising me with this unexpected and candid revelation. "That would be great," I responded carefully. "Who told you that?" "Heard it at a briefing with the governor's science advisor. He said we've had similar situations in the past, with earthquakes and volcanoes." "Oh," was all I could say. I cut a glance at Mike, a silent question, and Mike gave a subtle nod. "That's what we were wanting to find out, Andy," I started. But the canny detective reacted to that small exchange like I'd set off a road flare. What are you boys not telling me? I'll get to that in a second, I replied with a raised hand, and I'll let Mike cover it with you. Here's the thing, though, Andy. Full disclosure. I came here expecting you to have these connections, and I wanted to pump you for information on what we can expect from the governor. So tell us what you know, and we'll do the same. Yeah, that's the Bryan I remember. No fucking around and getting straight to the point, Andy said with a sigh as he sat back in his swivel chair, looking every day and then some of his 60-plus years in that instant. All right. The governor had a get-together several weeks back, invited all the sheriffs and had most of the police chiefs from the 50 biggest cities and towns. The topic was disaster relief and mitigating storm damage. I got the call to go and figured this was going to be another golfing weekend at another hill country resort. Except, of course, the rain never stopped, and no one even brought their clubs. Andy went on to describe the topics, and I felt my eyebrows rise as the incredible story unfolded. The governor had several experts come in to discuss the long-term effects of the rain, including erosion, subsidence of buildings and foundations, and the reclamation of damaged cropland. Then the National Guard Adjutant General gave a presentation about disaster relief and recovery with regional cooperation. No FEMA, no flood insurance or government loans, and no federal troops for anything except holding down the border. Regional cooperation, Andy repeated, a sour expression on his face, like he'd bitten into a rotten sausage. The governor has some half-assed agreement with New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana for mutual support, but all that really means for now is Texas is not only responsible for all our own refugees, displaced citizens, but for the southern half of Louisiana as well. Debbie took out New Orleans? I asked, dumbfounded. Nothing about that on the television news, which I now knew must have been even more censored than I'd thought, and more worrisome, no comments on the ham networks either. Debbie? Shit. New Orleans went before the first squalls hit. Dallas is just about overrun with the former residents of the Big Easy, and there's not much can be done about it. Grin and bear it, I guess. Well, and hire more displaced cops. You mean the ones from the evacuated areas? That's what you all are doing here? Mike asked, and I wondered how he knew. I also decided we needed to spend a lot more time listening to the ham bands now we had the system back in working order. Yeah, that's what the county commissioners here decided to do, Andy confirmed. Then that asshole Robards tried to turn them into his own little Stasi unit here, but Sheriff Crawford shut that shit down real quick. I guess we're not the only ones with problems, Mike muttered under his breath, and Andy cocked his head. Landshire? I heard the boys had him under scrutiny, not that I can comment, but I was already out the door when that was going on. I nodded before elaborating. Andy's comment made sense. One of the key roles for the Texas Rangers, after all, involved corruption and malfeasance investigations of public officials. The first shooting I was in, the one Ernie was giving me shit about, was with some bad boys we're pretty sure worked for our sheriff, I explained. They were trying to kidnap the niece of one of his political enemies. I was just in the wrong place at the right time. Watch him, then, Andy warned. Be plenty of opportunities for empire building in the months to come, and not much my guys or the governor will be able to do to stop it. We are, I replied carefully, and the new deputies he's got working for him, they look more like inmates than law enforcement. If he's got connections, wouldn't be hard to do. Think his whole department is dirty? I shook my head in the negative. At least one of his lieutenants seems straight up. and not that happy with his boss after he left them out in the weather when the hurricane hit. Not enough room in the emergency services bunker. Well, that's one to watch, if true. I'd look to see who all got an invite to his bolt hole, and then keep an even closer eye on them. Keep your guns close, Bryan, because pretty soon things are going to get worse before they get better. That's what we figured, I replied with a sigh. Now, Andy, you've been more than patient, and answered a lot of our questions that had been nagging at us. Only fair that we ruin your day, or week, with what we know. Given that setup, I'm not sure I want to know, Bryan. Sometimes I wish I didn't know either, I agreed. But it isn't the complete end of the world. Mike, if you would, please. Taking his cue, my brother gave Andy a brief background on his military service and his relationship with Bart, before getting down to the matter of the previously unknown meteorite-making impact and the sudden death of hundreds of millions, if not at least 1 billion people. Mike was clinical, like a pathologist reading off his autopsy notes. Andy took it all in, and his skin took on an unhealthy pallor as Mike's recitation wound down after only a few minutes. He said nothing for nearly 60 seconds, but he continued to nurse the cup of room-temperature coffee still sitting on his desk. Not an ELE, then. ELE was shorthand for extinction-level event, like the meteorite that knocked the dinosaurs off the top of the food chain 65 million years ago. I hid my shock at his knowledge of the lingo. That abbreviation was something a scientist might use. Or a prepper. No, we don't think so anyway, I replied, eyeing the retired ranger with some caution. He'd been shocked, but maybe not as shocked as he should have been. How much worse is this going to get? I know you don't think this will wipe out the race, but what about surviving right here? I looked away from the man's desperate expression. I'd move my family further inland, I admitted. You're still too close to the coast here. Mike expects we'll continue to periodically receive hurricanes for the next 6 months to a year. I glanced at my brother, who nodded in confirmation. Same intensity as this last one. Winter is going to be a bitch, Mike added, his voice going low. Expect an early freeze and a delayed spring. Not sure we'll get in a real growing season next year, so make sure your family is stocked up. Christ almighty, give me strength, Andy prayed under his breath, and he looked at me, hard. Are you ready for what's coming? No, he held up a hand before I could answer. Don't answer that. It was wrong for me to ask. Andy, I didn't come here to cause you trouble, I said, wanting to believe my own words. The next few years are going to be hard, harder than you ever imagined. Like I said, though, I just wanted truth for truth, and you've given us much to think about as well. I know your family is here, but you really should think hard on relocating. You've given me a lot to think about, Bryan, and you, Mike. This sounds a lot like the old theories about nuclear winter from the 1980s. If this is true, then the question we need to be asking ourselves is quite simple, Andy observed. Why is the president and his cronies trying to cover this up? I supplied the question, and Andy touched his nose. Bingo. Do you think the governor knows? Mike asked. I could tell he was getting a weird vibe off my old shooting instructor as well, and I suddenly remembered deciding to come in unarmed. Maybe not the best decision after all. Andy laughed, relaxing a touch in his seat. He's a consummate actor, a real chameleon, but no, I don't think he knows. I'm sure he's heard the rumors. I think we all have. But without any evidence to back it up, everybody has just dismissed the whole thing. But that goes back to my earlier question. Why is it important? Political fallout for not catching the damned thing, I suggested. Happened on his watch, after all. Andy shook his head. Relatively new president, replacing an administration that cut the NASA budget. He could easily dump it on his predecessor. No, there's got to be something more to it. Mike grunted at that. He'd frequently ragged on the recently elected president's cuts to NASA, but those had to do with what was hard to hide as pork being shoveled out to the various districts by congressmen eager to garner the votes. And Congress was quick to tie that cut funding to a spending bill the incumbent was later forced to sign to keep the government going. Mike hadn't complained near as much when his predecessor, a member of the political party Mike supported, had cut the overall funding for satellite coverage and basic science programs. As one of my law school professors so succinctly put it, the wronged party all depended on whose ox was being gored. Andy's casual dismissal of a political reason seemed like a knee-jerk reaction, but the more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that he was right. The current president could just have easily laid the blame off on a prior administration. The previous resident of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue spent as much time in office gutting departments as feuding with Congress. Notably, this included slashing the NASA budget to the bone. Who knows if those programs would have given us any advance warning about the meteorite, but the Washington spin masters had plenty of ammunition to work with. No, there was something else going on. The economy? I asked, bouncing my thoughts around with the group. This was something Mike and I, along with Nicky and Marta and Pat, now that he was with us, did in small groups in the evenings. With Andy and what he knew, this practice gained a new dimension. "Is screwed," Andy responded after a pause. "We all know it. Hell, all Americans know it on a gut level, but we still keep shuffling forward. The Fed keeps printing money, the banks continue running with gradually reducing withdrawal restrictions, and with prices frozen, the country will continue lurching down the road. A decapitated chicken, but the rest of the body thinks the bird's still alive. Going to be a reckoning at some point, but no reason for the Feds to lie about the cause of the catastrophe. They don't want us looking over our shoulders," Mike blurted out. "What?" I whispered, my throat like gravel. "The president. He wants us to think this was started by some terrestrial activity," Mike continued, his voice laced with dark emotion. "Ring of fire and all that jazz, something triggered by a series of earthquakes and volcanoes. That's what his people have been preaching to the population since the first reports started rolling in." "Oh, Lord have mercy," Andy said, as if he was realizing something for the first time. "But why? Why lie about something like this?" I managed to stammer out. Mike gave me a sad smile, like he was the butt of a joke and being a good sport while taking the ribbing. It was an expression I knew well, but what he said next had me sitting back in my seat with a gasp. "The president doesn't want us to know it was a meteor that hit, because they know there's another one coming." Well, shit. Chapter 14. The drive back was quiet for the first 20 minutes, with both of us thinking about Mike's apocalyptic guess. And it was still a guess, and one we'd talked about before in the abstract, but with Andy's input, the possible suddenly became the probable. Another meteorite, or a series of them on the horizon, was something the president might very well try to conceal. The news would trigger a worldwide panic, and what would be accomplished? "Think he was right to do it?" Mike's words jarred me from my own thoughts, but I kept my eyes on the road. We were taking a different but slightly shorter route back, sticking to the smaller roads and avoiding Highway 96, which was still littered with abandoned cars that had run out of fuel trying to evacuate from Beaumont. The state was still clearing cars off the shoulders, but the route was rumored to be awash in empty vehicles and desperate refugees. Displaced persons, I mentally corrected myself. So we were taking Highway 92 to Spurger, then cutting back over through Kirbyville to get back to New Albany and home. In the early afternoon, the rain fell in a dispirited drizzle, and the flooded ditches made driving hazardous, but at least none of the bridges along this route were still under water. This rain had long ago overwhelmed the countryside's ability to channel the outflow of the flooding, even after a few breaks in the weather. The land was simply flooded, waterlogged, and my side glances revealed submerged fields reminding me of rice fields in Louisiana and the flats down around Winnie. I didn't have to ask who Mike meant by his question. After a moment to reflect, I replied, "I don't know. I guess it depends on what he knows. What if there is another one on its way? A slate wiper, or a planet buster? Would you want to know? That's the real question, I guess. And I thought you hated the guy anyway." Hate is a strong word. I didn't vote for him, and I don't agree with his politics, or that of his party, but he hasn't done half the strong-arm stuff I was worried about. Mike paused, considering, before he continued. "I don't know about this president, but like you said, if this is it, the end, then no, I don't think I'd want to know. When I was in the Army and I was deployed, we used to joke about things. Morbid shit, you know. We'd make fun of the Hollywood movies where you hear a gunshot and the hero goes down. Did you want to see the bullet coming, or hear it right before you take the hit? I think I'd rather not see it coming, just a sting. Then the lights go out." I nodded, encouraging Mike to keep going. "I saw a guy in my squad, Matthews, take a bullet like that, right in the side of the head. He went down, hit the ground like a puppet with cut strings, and we all knew he was gone. I saw other guys hit, screaming and begging while the medics tried to stop the bleeding, but you just knew they weren't going to make it. But Matthews, he just fell down. A look of surprise was all he had on his face." Mike had never shared anything like this before, and I was slightly amazed at his sudden desire to share. The discussion with Andy must have really gotten to him, I thought. Before we could continue the conversation, I happened to glance to my left and caught sight of something out of the ordinary. In this part of the country, like a few miles outside of the small community of Fred, the surroundings were decidedly rural, and the narrow two-lane stretch of Highway 92 was not much traveled by outsiders, even in the pre-Rockfall days. The small single-story sat back about 200 yards from the road in a wide clearing carved out of the tall pine trees, and we were just pulling past the cattle guard driveway when I saw a telltale flash coming from the vicinity of the front yard. Then I heard the familiar report, faint over the sound of the truck's engine. "Shit! Is that—" "Rifle fire," Mike replied dryly as I eased the truck to a stop. We were about 30 yards past the gate now, and I could see more detail as I eased the truck in to park on the muddy shoulder of the road. 2 trucks, parked in a chevron pattern with noses almost touching, sat astride the gravel driveway, and I could make out figures crouched behind the front ends of the paired trucks. Broken windows on the trucks marked where at least one person in the house was objecting to the presence of their unwanted visitors. "You getting a signal?" I asked Mike as he fiddled with his phone. "Nope, not a single bar. Was going to try 911, but that's a no-go. What are you thinking we should do? Are those deputies with their backs to us?" Of the 2 of us, I knew Mike had the better eyesight. If those trucks were Tyler County deputies, he would be able to tell better than I could. "Nope," Mike replied again, and stuffed his phone into his shirt pocket as he reached under the front seat of the truck. "We could drive on into Fred," I reasoned. "Only 3 miles or so up the road." "Won't help these people," Mike replied evenly, his voice revealing no stress. "There's nothing there but a gas station, if it's even still open. No police station. We're here, and we can do something." Clearly, Mike had already made up his mind. "Shoot," I muttered under my breath. This was Tractor Supply all over again. Since our last bit of unexpected gunplay, Mike had decided he was never going to get caught in a shootout with just a pistol. Hence the cased AR-10 he'd loaded behind the seat before our trip. I'd yet to see my hog gun returned after the shooting at Wilson's, confiscated by the deputies and undoubtedly already missing from the evidence locker at the sheriff's office, so I'd replaced it with an old Marlin Model 336C I'd picked up many years ago at a gun show. The 3X Redfield scope was nicked over time, but the glass was still clear, and I'd be comfortable with the rifle out to 200 yards. Mike, with the heavy-barreled AR in 7.62 by 51 mm and a Nikon scope, was probably able to hit reliably at 2 or 3 times that range. While Mike was uncasing his black rifle and slipping a magazine carrier on over his rain slicker, I was opening a metal ammo can containing cardboard boxes and made myself busy stuffing additional 30-30 cartridges into my jacket pockets. "How many of them, you reckon?" "I counted 5, but one looks like he was already nursing a wound," Mike replied, his voice still smooth and unhurried. "What do you think they're doing here? Road agents got tired of waiting for someone to ambush and decided to take matters on a bit more directly. Maybe refugees pushed out of Beaumont or Houston." "What are they shooting?" I asked, dread in my voice. "Looks like one guy with an AR, another with a scoped rifle of some sort, and the others look like they're using shotguns," Mike observed. Then he inserted a magazine and pulled back the charging handle, letting it fly. "Shotguns? They're 100 yards away," I exclaimed. "Yes, that's out of their range. The AR and the hunting rifle are more of a danger. They can probably reach us from there, but their trigger discipline is poor. They're past the effective range for your rifle, too, though. You could just sit back and let me handle this." "Nope," I replied, throwing it back in his face. "I told Marta if I saw you doing something stupid or dangerous, I'd try to stop you. This is me stopping you." "Not very effective," Mike observed as he stepped out of the truck. "Why don't you watch our back while I snipe these guys?" "All right, but keep an eye on the house and set your angles," I reminded, joining Mike in the misting rain. "Yes, Ma, and I'll eat my vegetables, too." "Low blow," I complained, as I eased around the back side of the truck. I scanned both directions on the road, seeing no traffic in either direction. Again, this route was paved and maintained, but I knew it received little traffic outside of what the locals generated. With the hurricane, I figured even that had fallen off dramatically. Mike took up a shooting stance, so that his rifle extended across the hood of the truck, his barrel aimed at the group of men intent on raiding this house. From our position on the side of the road, they were approximately 300 yards and maybe another 100 yards to the front door of the ranch-style home. Where I'd stopped, the Datsun was situated at about a 45 degrees angle to the house itself, so I had little worry about Mike or I hitting the homeowners by mistake. With the engine off, I could more easily hear the sound of the attackers' weapons, but so far they had missed our presence in their rear. That was soon about to change. Looking at the besieged house, I had a moment to wish for my binoculars, before remembering I had a rifle in my hand and a telescopic sight that magnified at 3 power. Idiot, I muttered as I lifted the marlin to my shoulder, even as Mike squared up for his first shot. I panned over the scene, taking in the 4 men clustered around the front of the 2 trucks, while a 5th man, as Mike had advised, sat with his back against the rear wheel on the right side truck and worked at something on his shirt. I only realized he was trying to staunch a wound when I heard the bark of Mike's rifle. After the first shot, Mike paused, gauging where that shot struck. Then he fired 8 more times, steady as a metronome. He then lowered the rifle until it once again lay across the hood. "Shit, that was too easy," Mike murmured to himself. Using my scope, I checked the scene in the distance, and then took my eye away and lowered the rifle. I saw 5 sprawled shapes, down and not moving. Mike had been efficient, double-tapping the shooters like he was back on the range, or in the sands of a land far away. Mike's actions reminded me of an apocryphal story I'd once read somewhere. The details escaped me, but supposedly, leading up to World War II, when a German officer asked a Swiss man what he would do if the Germans invaded Switzerland with an army of 500,000 soldiers, twice the male population of the small nation, the man simply shrugged and said, "Shoot twice and go home." Just then, I heard the sound of a truck engine in the distance. Turning my head, I traced the source, coming from the north. "Neighbors coming to help?" I queried. Could be more of the same." "What are you going to do now, Slick?" Mike asked, a feral grin cutting his features. "I was going to suggest we keep on driving until we get to Fred, and see if we can find a cop." I paused, thinking quick. "Now I don't think we have a choice. We need to haul ass up that driveway, make contact with the family there, and hunker down. Let me turn this beast around. In the meantime, pick up your brass, just in case." "What's your thinking?" Mike asked, and I could tell he wasn't questioning my logic, just wanting to understand. If it's neighbors coming to help, we want to show we're the good guys. Get the homeowner to vouch for us, so they don't come at us shooting. If it's bad guys, well, this is a crap spot to defend." Mike spent 60 seconds locating the spent shell casings, finding the last one wedged up under the front passenger side wheel, sadly crushed and unusable for reloading. I did an ugly 3-point turn around, backing and filling the small pickup as I turned around in the middle of the road. The shoulders were partially flooded, so I made careful work getting the Datsun turned around. Mike said nothing, not criticizing my awkward driving, as he stuffed the brass in his vest pocket, then removing the partially spent magazine and replaced it with a fresh one, checking to make sure his safety was engaged. He hopped in the passenger seat, and I sped off, cutting quickly into the driveway and soon approaching the 5 sprawled figures. "Can you get around those trucks?" Mike asked, but he already knew the answer. If I was in a dedicated off-road mutter or a rock crawler, then I might have said maybe. Apart from the gravel driveway, this yard was under 10 inches of floodwater. Fortunately, the house appeared to be on a slight hill, and the standing water disappeared about halfway to the front porch. "Not a chance in hell," I replied tersely. Then, in a more reasoned voice, I continued. "Can you try to get the homeowner's attention while I turn the truck broadside? Without getting us shot, I mean." Mike chuckled darkly. "Good to see you still have your sense of humor, brother." Partially repeating my maneuver from the highway, I slowed and cut the wheel hard to the left, turning carefully as I caught Mike jumping out of the passenger side door, quickly adjusting his rifle so he held it overhead horizontally. I heard him shout something, but whatever was said remained unintelligible over the sound of the engine as I backed up and straightened out, trying to get the small pickup horsed into place. The thin sheet metal sides wouldn't stop a bullet, but hopefully the little 4-cylinder engine would provide a little cover if needed. As I killed the pickup, I caught sight of Mike out of the corner of my eye, and he wasn't alone anymore. The new man, the presumed homeowner, stood with Mike, and I could see he was carrying a rifle as well. He appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, with a cat diesel ball cap covering an unruly mop of red hair. "Bryan, this is Mitch. These jokers just rolled up to the house about 10 minutes ago and started shooting. Then they stopped for a minute while one of these shit-stains used a loudspeaker demanding they surrender the house. He's got his family in there with some cousins, just like we do." Mike paused, then continued. "They've got wounded. His wife is one of them. He needs to get her to the doctor." I felt my stomach tighten up at the news. "Closest place is in Woodville, I reckon." Doubling up the families was a time-tested strategy for troubled times, and we'd certainly made a point of doing so. No matter how alert a husband and wife combination might be, you couldn't effectively protect a home with just 2 people. That was a lesson Mike had picked up and passed on from the Army, where the smallest unit was the fire team, and they seldom did anything in groups smaller than a squad. But working with your family meant any wounded would hurt all the more when it happened. "Guessing the spokesman was the one you shot," I said, and Mitch gave a grim nod. I continued, rushing my words. "Somebody coming down that road from the north. Should be getting here in just a minute or 2. Sounds like trucks. More than one coming. You got any neighbors might be coming to help out?" "More likely coming to haul off our stuff," Mitch replied. Then he gestured dismissively to the road. "I don't know anybody that would be coming to help except family, and most of them are here and have been accounted for." "Then these might be part of the same bunch. All right, what caliber you got there?" "30-06, 160 grain, jacketed hollow point," Mitch replied. I felt a sudden rush of humor at the situation and forced myself not to smile. So not the time, but only in Texas would a worried homeowner not only tell you the caliber, but also the grains of powder and the type of bullet they were using to defend their house. "Why don't you and Mike set up around here?" I gestured to the paired trucks. "Since you'll both have them out to the road by a good 400 yards. Mind if I use the wood pile? I'm shorter range than you guys. Let's get these boys stood off, and you can get your wife to the hospital." Mitch nodded laconically, his face twisted with worry. "Whatever you can do is much appreciated. You guys didn't have to be here, but you stopped anyway. You have my thanks, and that of my family." Mitch waved back to the house, a signal, and then pointed at the stacked cords of wood that made up a series of small walls and a stout-looking shed situated off to the north side of the driveway about 50 yards from the house in the direction of the road. Looking at the location, I had a feeling Mitch had been using a loud chainsaw before his wife stepped in, and this separated wood processing station was the compromise. We had no more time to talk, as the sound of engines shifted, and I saw the nose of a strange truck turning up the drive. The first one came on slowly, and I saw a second pulling in behind. Slinging my rifle, I hustled across the yard at my best speed, given the ankle-deep water that threatened to overtop my rubber boots. Other than kicking something under the water, maybe a catfish, I arrived at the first stack of cut wood safe enough, and just in time to hear Mike fire a warning shot. That slowed the first truck, and I was huffing a bit as I knelt down behind the row of carefully arranged firewood. "You're on private property, and you ain't welcome," Mitch shouted, his voice carrying to me on the suddenly still air. "Turn them trucks around and keep going." Well, there was your ultimatum, nice and clear, I thought. Of course, none of those men in the truck, still more than 3 football fields away, could hear his words. I wondered if these fellows, and using my scope I counted 10 that I could see split between the 2 trucks, were feeling lucky, or if they would be struck by a sudden outbreak of common sense. After briefly stopping or slowing down, the first truck began to accelerate, as if planning to ram between the two parked pickups and crush Mike and Mitch. I caught motion on the other side of the lead truck, a king cab Ford, and someone appeared to be leaning out the back driver's side back window, and I caught the high crack of a 5.56 round splitting the air. Mike reacted quickly, pumping 4 rounds into the grill of the front-runner. As the steam began to rise from the punctured radiator, the truck began to slow, even as I squeezed the trigger on my rifle. The Marlin barked, and I saw the front passenger side window of the second truck suddenly turn semi-opaque from the impact of my bullet. I couldn't see the passenger, but the scarlet spray that curtained the glass from the inside let me know the bullet had struck something vital. I worked the lever, never taking the rifle from my shoulder or my eye from the scope as I fired again, this time aiming for the back passenger window, and again I scored a hit, though the bullet struck the top of the glass this time and most likely failed to find flesh. Working the lever again, I tracked the still-moving truck as I squeezed another shot into the spider-webbed window, this time holding lower. By now the range was down to less than 100 yards, and I was at a 45-degree angle to the pair of approaching trucks. Taking a few scarce seconds, I ripped a pair of spare rounds off the elastic holder fitted to the butt and rammed them into the loading gate, then hauled back on the lever, forcing out the used casing and feeding a fresh cartridge into place. While I was otherwise occupied, I had failed to notice the impending collision until the sound hit me. The lead truck struck multiple times in the engine with the .30-06 and .308 rounds from Mike and Mitch, was rapidly slowing, and the distracted driver of the second truck continued to race forward until the front bumper of his truck slammed into the closed tailgate of the lead truck with a crash. I could barely make out the passengers in the second truck as they were thrown about by the impact, but I continued to pepper the passenger side doors and windows with 150-grain bullets, hampered only by the relatively small magazine capacity of the Marlin as I rapidly reloaded. The front passenger side door sprung open, and a form dropped out, hitting the gravel, and I shifted my point of aim for a second before I decided the man was no longer a threat. That distraction allowed the second man, the one sitting in the middle of the bench seat, to emerge, and he came out shooting. The whine of a bullet whipping past my head was my first warning, and I instinctively flinched lower, taking a moment to insert fresh rounds into the loading gate and topping off the magazine. Duck-walking down a few steps, I risked a peek through a gap in the split logs to see I now had 2 living men out of the truck on this side. One was armed with a short-barreled shotgun, which I quickly dismissed, and the other an AR-style rifle with a fancy setup, including an underhung flashlight and a suppressor. That was the guy I worried about, but he continued to empty his magazine into the logs a few feet from my new position. Sliding back a step, I knelt back down in the water and extended the barrel of my rifle into the gap, brought the Marlin to my shoulder, and worked the lever savagely as I chambered another round, furious at myself for not doing so sooner. Centering on the shooter, who just finished inserting a fresh magazine, I fired once, twice, hitting him center mass. Once he was down, aware of the elaborate AR, I wasted a 3rd round on a headshot. Well, if he was wearing body armor, maybe it wasn't a waste. While I was occupied with the first shooter, I'd lost focus on the second man, and he made his presence known with the discharge of his shotgun in my general direction. Buckshot slammed into the stacks of wood, but none found my flesh. That was a lot of buckshot, I judged dispassionately, probably both barrels, and I wondered at my own detachment as men tried their best to kill me. The fear I'd felt previously in fights seemed reduced, and I could only marvel briefly at my own lack of reaction. No time to waste, I reminded myself. With only my brother and our new friend, we remained badly outnumbered. Risking a peek, I found the second shooter laying down in the flooded grass less than 100 feet from me, frantically trying to reload his double-barreled shotgun. Taking quick aim, I triggered a shot that struck the would-be raider high in the center of his chest, near the throat. The man spasmed, dropping the shotgun shells in the water. His mouth open as if trying to scream, but from this distance I couldn't hear anything over the steady report of rifle shots being fired. With 3 down on this side of the second truck, I took a moment to survey the scene. None of the raiders in the first truck had dared emerge on this side of the fight, and I was worried about Mike being overwhelmed. I'd initially counted 10 men, and I could only account for 3 of them at this point. However, through the half-open door, I thought I might be able to see a shape slumped in the middle of the back seat of the second truck. I thought about taking an insurance shot, but I realized I didn't have the ammunition to spare. I needed to be more sniper and less spray and pray with my remaining rounds. Enough jacking around, I chided myself, and taking a moment, I fished more loose rounds out of my jacket pocket, realizing once again I was getting low. I sighed and reloaded the Marlin so I had the magazine topped off and one in the chamber. It was at this point I had the stray thought that I should have brought a backup. Add it to the list, I resolved. Then I eased around the corner of the woodpile and began a low crawl in the water. I could still hear the whip-crack of fire near the trucks, perhaps devolved into a sniper duel, but no one seemed to be paying me any attention for the moment. I would make them pay for that oversight. Chapter 15. I moved quickly, almost swimming in the 8 inches or so of nasty black water, and I was thankful for my recent tetanus booster. I held my rifle up, moving on my knees and elbows as I crabbed closer to the 2 disabled trucks. I continued to hear shots, heaving, booming blasts that had to be a .308 or a .30-06, so I figured Mike and Mitch were still in the fight. I prayed that was the case, and I redoubled my efforts until I was sweating into the water. As I neared the rear truck from the side, I passed the first dead man who'd fallen out of the truck. He was face down in the water, the blood from his ghastly neck wound washed away by the wave action of my scrambling, and I saw he was still gripping another shotgun. But this was a long-barreled pump-action model, a Browning. I assumed, from the shape, the kind I'd always thought of as a goose gun. Pausing next to the corpse, I saw the rise of the gravel drive just a few feet further. The idea came suddenly, and I knew I was taking a huge risk, but then I'd been running on a knife's edge since before the first shot was fired. Leaning forward, I laid the Marlin barrel forward on the white gravel, then reached over to wrestle the shotgun from those cold, dead hands. I worked quietly, for under the chassis of the truck I could see another shape just on the other side. Laid down behind the front wheel just a few feet away. He was facing forward, using the wheel well as a barrier, and as I watched, he leaned his upper body out to take a shot. Before he could squeeze the trigger, I gave him a shot from the Browning, pleased to find a shell already in the chamber. Otherwise, that dead click would have been embarrassing. The boom of the shotgun in such tight confines nearly deafened me, and I rode the heavy recoil as I shucked the empty casing for another shell before even checking the result of my shot. At that range, less than 10 feet, I didn't think I could have possibly missed, and I didn't. Of course, little did I know the shell was a slug. The entry wound, just under his right arm, was the size of a beer coaster, and the exit nearly took the man's head off as it punched through the other side. I didn't know how many shells were left in the shotgun, so I kept the Marlin close as I scanned for more targets. Looking from my vantage point, I could see several more bodies down on the ground, either littering the road or floating in the low tide of Mitch's front yard. In addition to the man I'd just dropped, I counted 4 more bodies. Doing a quick count, I tallied up 8 down total, which left 2 more I couldn't see. I started to worry just about that time, flashing back on the classes I'd taken with Andy at his school. He focused on maintaining situational awareness, and I suddenly realized I'd once again developed a case of tunnel vision. Over the roar of gunshots, I registered another sound, and the truck above me shifting had me rolling on my back, wrestling with the shotgun that no longer seemed like such a good idea. I had the shotgun rising, just in time to see a sewer tunnel appear. This turned into the end of a revolver barrel, which had appeared less than 8 inches from the tip of my nose. "Bye," the pained voice murmured. In that awful moment I realized I would never see Nancy again. I flinched, and the click of the hammer falling on an empty chamber sounded like a sonic boom that seemed to exceed the decibel level of the shotgun being fired earlier. Soaking wet already, no one could see where I peed in my jeans, and the roar that exploded from my throat would have been more appropriate for a grizzly bear than a man. I surged to my feet, shotgun raised, but I didn't fire. Instead, I used the butt of the weapon to bludgeon the wounded man for an unknown amount of time. I was in a haze of hate and anger that drove me past all reason. Finally, my arms tired and my adrenaline running low, I lowered the Browning and took a step back. What was left was recognizable as a human from the mid-chest down, but above that, I'd hammered the corpse into low-grade dog food. "I think you got him," Mike drawled, and I spun, bringing the shotgun around but lowering it just as quick, my arms shaking with the depleted stamina. "We got him?" I managed to stammer, my words slurred by a severe case of cottonmouth. "Yeah, we got them all," Mike replied carefully. "What the hell happened?" "He had me. Gun to my head." I managed to get out, and Mike's drawn expression turned white. He was out of ammo. I can still hear the thunder of that hammer striking on empty. Mike handed me a bottle of water, fished out of the cooler in the back of the Datsun. I killed the bottle in one go, then handed it back. No wasting bottles these days, so we recycled. Leaning over, barely maintaining my balance, I reached for the fallen revolver. Blue steel, 6-inch barrel, distinctive target front sight, Dan Wesson model. Cracking open the cylinder, I saw the .44 Magnum rounds. So big, using them on a man-sized target was just overkill. Dumping the nearly thumb-sized cylinders into my palm, I examined the brass and sighed. All spent. "You need some time?" "Ha! No," I replied, just barely able to get the words out. "Let's get the fuck out of here. Gonna help Mitch move these trucks so he can drive his wife and his uncle to the hospital in Woodville." I nodded, my head finally starting to clear from earlier. The sensation reminded me of a concussion, but the fog was rapidly clearing. "My truck still run?" "Like they'd waste a bullet on that piece of crap," Mike poked, then finally admitted, "Okay, it did catch a few rounds, but I don't think that tiny little engine caught anything critical." "How's Mitch's wife? You said she got shot before we got here." "Caught a through and through, low on the left side. Got the bleeding stopped for now," he said. I nodded. "Ride with them. I'll stay here and cover the house," I volunteered. "Who are you, and what have you done with my brother?" Mike quipped, but I gave him my best evil glare, which honestly wasn't up to snuff at the moment. "I think we're into the next stage of the decline," I admitted with a sigh. "This isn't like what happened to Nikki, or what we saw at the tractor supply. What happened here wasn't random or isolated, Mike. That was 15 fucking guys hunting like a pack of wolves, and no sign of law enforcement. Shit is breaking down faster than I thought it would, but we aren't quite to the Mad Max stage yet." "But it's coming." Mike's whisper was barely audible. "Yeah, and we'll need all the allies we can get. So ride shotgun for Mitch while he drives his wounded to the hospital in Woodville. I'll stay here and guard the house. How many people they got packed in there?" Mike shrugged. "Haven't been in yet," he gestured, taking in the entirety of the horror show before us. "Geez," I thought with a sick fascination. "We really did that." "The rest all dead?" Mike nodded, looking out into the increasing rain before answering out loud. "They are very dead. Well, maybe not quite as dead as the one you tenderized, but yeah, they're down for the dirt nap. Do we need to do anything with the bodies?" Mike shrugged. "Beats the hell out of me. My first apocalypse and all. Can't leave these bodies out to rot, though. Gets in the water, and there's a lot of water here. Let me go see if we can get Mitch's tractor started." I was soaked. My clothes already stank, but I had a notepad in the truck and a pen that still worked. Needing to do something, now that the shooting had stopped, I spent the next 10 minutes detailing the location of the bodies, then checked them for their wallets and noted which weapons went with which body. From their wallets, I extracted their driver's licenses, writing out that information to include their dates of birth and the corresponding license numbers. As I expected, the addresses were all with the mandatory evacuation zones in and around Houston. While doing my intelligence-gathering work, I also took the time to gather up all the firearms laying loose around the battlefield and pile them up in the back of the Datsun. All were soaked and would require a good cleaning, but best to take care of it sooner rather than later. I also took the time to remove their belts, along with the wallets, to remove the pistols, or at least the empty holsters to go with them. Before long, I had enough firearms stacked up to open a gun store, or at least a well-armed pawn shop. Other than the suppressed AR-15, I found most of the weapons to be very common and inexpensive models. "What are you doing?" I saw the young woman before she spoke, but since she looked like a younger, female version of Mitch, including the mane of red hair, I hadn't clocked her as much of a threat, despite the short carbine she was carrying. I turned, after depositing the last rifle, a beat-up Wasser with a cracked wooden stock, then paused to give her a polite nod. In the background, I heard the drone of the small Massey Ferguson tractor as it rolled out of the barn and approached the first of the dead trucks. Getting ID on these attackers, matching up the weapons with the shooters, and securing the weapons for when the cops show up. "They didn't last time," she replied with no inflection in her voice. "Really? When was that?" 2 days ago," she retorted, her anger finally starting to show. "Then it was just 3 men on foot, and they tried to break into the house. Well, it was at night. They hit the back door, but Mitch had the door reinforced. When they hit it, the intruders were the ones who got a surprise." "What did Mitch do with the bodies?" I asked. "Why do you want to know?" the young lady asked with suspicion, but I just pointed at the bodies I'd yet to get to processing. "Ma'am, those bodies need to be disposed of soon. Too wet to cremate, and hard to bury as well. Mitch carried them into town when he couldn't get anybody to come get them. He just said the deputies took his statement, and he turned over the bodies." I just grunted, figuring that would be the case here as well. "I'm Bryan, and that's my brother Mike," I said by way of belated introductions, and as a way to pass the time at this point. "I think Mike said he was going to ride with your brother to take his wife to the hospital." "My name's Lucille, but everybody calls me Lucy, and no Charlie Brown jokes. I'd be Peppermint Patty anyway." "Nice to meet you, Lucy. Let me finish this survey and I'll start piling them up for transport. What about the weapons?" Lucy shrugged, then held up the high-point carbine for me to examine. "That's where we got this. When the hurricane hit, I came here with what I could fit in my car. No weapons, very little food. Mitch had that hunting rifle of his and an old shotgun when I first got here. He got this," Lucy raised the carbine again, "and the Maverick shotgun my uncle was using before he got shot too. "Sounds like you've had a hard time of it since all this happened," I said, seeing how the pressure had been eating away at this young woman. She snorted under her breath. "I was a flight attendant with United, based out of Houston. Hasn't been much use for my skills since they grounded all the flights. However much I resent how things have turned out, I only have to remember the pictures I've seen of Houston and thank my lucky stars I came here." "You guys take a lot of damage around here from the hurricane? We had tornadoes up in our neck of the woods."
"Where is that? You didn't say."
"No, I didn't, did I?" I replied, trying to sound casual as I said it. "Anyway, there's little that can be done with the bodies, but like I said, I'll record what I can for the time if and when the cops eventually show up." While I stood chatting with Lucy, I watched as Mike and Mitch hooked up the trucks driven by the raiders and pulled them out into the standing water of the yard. The wheels on the tractor spun a few times, and I worried the thing was going to get stuck, but Mitch proved to be an able driver, and he seemed to know when to stop and when to turn out of the ruts as Mike hooked up the chains and shifted the stricken vehicles into neutral to be towed. I felt bad, a little, for not helping, but then I was also still jittery about what had happened earlier. I kept my rifle in hand while the other two worked, and I noticed Lucy watching the road as well. 10 minutes, and they had the 4 trucks moved, and when I saw Mike hop into my Datsun to move it, I couldn't help shouting at him. "You ruin that seat with your wet pants, and you'll be buying me another one." Lucy stifled a little giggle at my outburst.
"Yep, he's your brother, all right. I think he just flipped you off."
Mike pulled my truck up near the house and parked, and Mitch drove his tractor back toward the barn. While they were occupied, I walked back out into the water and began the grisly chore of piling up the bodies. I wasn't burying them, even though Mike and I had made a lot of the mess. As far as I was concerned, we'd done the neighborly thing up to the limit. Chapter 16. After Mike and Mitch had taken off to town with the wounded in Mitch's truck, a king cab not much different from those favored by the raiders, I noticed, I took up a seat on the front porch and played sentry for the next few hours. After the truck left, I stayed outside, figuring the rest of the family was jumpy enough without some stranger showing up. I did take a lap around behind my pickup to relieve my bladder before returning to perch on the rocking chair, angled to watch the road. I'd finally set aside my Marlin and borrowed the long-barreled AR with the suppressor after I noticed the thing had a Bushnell telescopic sight on it that retailed for more than some cars I'd driven. I promised Lucy we would be leaving all the weapons when we left. Not necessarily out of altruism, but for my own paranoia. When it came to ballistics, who knew how many bodies each one of those weapons had on them? I duly piled up the rest of the haul on a tarp just outside the door, along with all the spare ammunition we'd salvaged. Lucy looked at me curiously, but I just shrugged, not wanting to admit we had better at home. After this gunfight, though, I was feeling a little under-equipped, like Mike after the Wilson's feed store shootout. I'd only brought the Marlin because I figured on losing it to the cops again if we got into another shooting altercation. Now I was thinking I might have been a bit penny-wise and pound-foolish. I'd never imagined the cops couldn't be bothered, and realized that, yes, the slide had gone further than I'd thought. Maybe we were past the stage where anybody down the road was going to be comparing the lands and grooves. Lucy retreated back into the house for a bit, but she came out to join me on the porch after about half an hour, bringing me a glass of sweet tea when she came. "Thanks for the drink. I wasn't expecting you to have ice with the power out."
"That's down to Melissa, Mitch's wife. She got Mitch to install a backup generator after that hurricane went through a few years back. She didn't like being totally without power,
and it took them a week to fix the lines that time." "Oh? I can't hear it running," I commented, then strained my ears. "No, they only run it a few hours a day. Lets us charge some batteries, makes some ice in the inside freezer, and keeps deep freeze from thawing. Don't have a lot of gas for it either." "Siphon what you can from the disabled trucks," I suggested. "Good idea," Lucy conceded. "Likely just go bad otherwise." "How many kids do they have? Mitch and Melissa, I mean." "Just the 2 girls, Misty and Tracy. They're 8 and 10, I think. Honestly, I didn't get to see my nieces a lot before. I was just helping Aunt Betty get their dinners ready. And I'm sorry, I didn't even think to offer you anything to eat." I waved it off, noticing her flush with embarrassment. "Don't worry about it," I assured her. "I've got something in the truck if I get hungry." "That's a good idea with the generator, but you might mention to your brother to be careful about how often he fires it up. If I was in a gang raiding homes, that would be something I'd be listening for. Makes you think they might have something worth stealing, if they've got a generator." "You think that might be why they stopped?" I shrugged. "Sound travels a lot further when the power's out. I'd just be careful." "I'm just really glad you and your brother stopped to help. Why were you 2 out on the road?" Figuring Mike would be telling Mitch a similar story, I gave her a vague explanation about going to check on a friend in Kuntz. "That must be a close friend," Lucy continued. "I'm sure your families must be worried about the 2 of you out on the road like this." "We weren't that worried, but I guess we didn't know any better." "I'm sure your wife will be furious when you get back," she pressed, and I nearly laughed. Real subtle, I thought. "Haven't had one of those in a while," I explained, "but I'm sure Mike's will give him an earful this evening." She seemed satisfied with my answer, probably assuming I was divorced, and we moved on to other topics. I didn't flatter myself. Lucy was clearly desperate for the sound of voices not belonging to her family. I gathered that in addition to Mitch and his family, they had Lucy's aunt and uncle staying with them for the moment, and it was that uncle who was also being transported to Woodville for treatment of a leg wound. The confines seemed pretty tight for a house I estimated to be approximately 1,400 square feet or less, so that might have also been part of the problem. Thinking on that made me realize we needed to get the repairs completed on the Bonner house so we could ship some of our population over there, especially if Charles and Mary continued to stay on with us. Not that I didn't appreciate their company, but they were still practically newlyweds, and I knew the cramped quarters had to be driving them crazy. Charles still had no word from his employer, and I was beginning to wonder if he ever would. "You think this crazy weather will stop any time soon? I know they're saying on the radio that these volcanoes have spewed out all that ash in the air, but I still don't understand what's up with all the rain. I've never heard of earthquakes making it rain." I wanted to say something about the meteorite, but I bit my tongue instead. Getting into that topic would lead to a conversation I wanted to avoid with strangers, and she likely wouldn't believe me anyway. I decided to take another track, and one that might still help their family in the coming months. Not everybody is getting this much rain. I know there's places in Africa that are still in drought conditions. For us, I think it has to do with the particles in the air, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a bad winter. All that ash and dust will have an effect on the amount of sunlight we get. You might want to see about laying in some supplies early this fall. I knew the rain was less the further east you got, and places like Georgia and the Carolinas were only seeing a slight increase in precipitation, still way above average, but not like this. On the other hand, I was worried from hearing the wheat production in the Midwest was going to suffer greatly. "You really think this is going to continue? The rain and the storms?" "I don't have any way to be sure, but I know the last time we had a bad round of volcanoes all erupting at the same time, it caused the average temperatures to dip just enough to cause a really bad winter that started early and stuck around late into the next year. Lucy seemed to be absorbing what I was saying, but whether she would do anything was another matter entirely. She quickly grew tired of the doom and gloom conversation and went on to talk about her frustration at not being able to access some of her favorite websites. That led to other topics, and while I was happy to listen to her voice, I realized I missed my talks with Nancy. Mike returned with Mitch about 4 p.m., and they were alone in the truck cab. Apparently, while the hospital in Woodville was still overrun with treating the medical problems of those displaced by the hurricane, the emergency room treated gunshot victims as a priority. As Mitch went in to check on his family, Mike didn't linger on the front porch as he led me to my truck, eager to get back on our way. Leaving the AR on the porch for the family like I'd promised, I made sure the Dan Wesson revolver was fitted smoothly at my hip. "You keeping that?" "Seems somehow appropriate," I replied vaguely. I'd only found 10 more rounds for the thing, but I had plenty back home. I tried to pump him on the details, but Mike put me off with a muttered admonition. "We'll talk on the road." Something was bothering Mike, but I was willing to wait. I drove back out down the gravel road, turned onto the narrow highway, and headed back on our intended route. Mike rode with his rifle in his lap, window rolled down despite the spitting rain. He kept his silence until we were halfway to Spurger. "Mitch's family will be okay. I heard him talking to a nurse in the ER, and her wound was bloody, but the bullet missed any organs. His uncle just had a scrape, so nothing too severe." "That's good. But what has your panties in a knot?" While I was waiting for Mitch, I had a chance to chat with a couple of deputies. The sheriff has that hospital locked down tight, so they're out in force. After Mitch vouched for me, they took my statement, but I doubt I'll ever hear anything more about it. There's just too many other instances for the moment. "That bad?" Mitch sighed. "We were worried about the displaced in the refugee camps rioting, but the ones who self-extracted are turning out to be the bigger threat. They've got no place to live and little to eat, but a lot of them have their guns and a willingness to use them. The common theory is we ran into one of the better organized bands, and they have a base of operation set up somewhere in the area. Seems they've been making a habit of moving in on isolated homes in the country, killing the occupants, and taking over." "That's not scary at all," I lied. Something like that was our worst-case scenario at the farm. I started thinking about ways we could beef up our security, and I remembered Nancy's class on booby traps. Those were going to get a bit of field testing earlier than I thought. "Hey, we did a good thing today," Mike interjected, sensing my souring mood. "That sounds almost noble," I replied with some snark. "Now, what are you going to tell Marta when we get home about letting yourself get sucked back into a shooting scuffle? Again?" "Sergeant Schultz defense?" Mike suggested. "Yeah," I agreed. "I know nothing either. Think she'll notice the extra bullet holes in my truck? Nah, this thing is always dirty anyway. We'll just patch over with some Bondo." "Was dirty," I corrected. "Now the exterior is as clean as a whistle. All this rain is going to put the car washes out of business." "Not much business getting done now anyway," Mike pointed out. "I didn't see a single store open in Woodville when we drove through. You saw the gas station back in Fred is closed down, and looks like it happened before the storm. Where are people getting gas then? I only saw one gas station open when we came through Spurger earlier, and then there was one still open in Woodville that I saw. Both had armed guards, a lot of them. They didn't have their prices posted, and I didn't stop to ask." Thinking about that, I turned on the radio and Mike took over, scanning through the AM band in hopes of getting some news. He finally settled on a station out of Buffalo, the one in Texas, not New York, and we listened in to the local weather advisories. Apparently, they were suffering with a new bridge closure and one lane shut down on the I-45 route to Dallas, since the rain had undermined a part of the highway already under repair. I closed my eyes for a moment. Any road closures on that critical supply artery would have a massive negative impact on the already faltering economy. Focusing back on the road, I wondered for the 1,000th time when this infernal rain would end. "Think they'll make it?" I finally asked. "Who's that?" "Mitch and his people," I explained. "I talked to his sister Lucy a lot about stocking up, but I don't think they have the money to do it. I got the impression Mitch was living paycheck to paycheck, and I know flight attendants don't make all that much." "Yeah, Mitch works in the oil patch and hasn't been called back since this all started." "Who's the flight attendant?" "Lucy," I said. Mike exhaled through his teeth, giving a short whistle. "No, I don't think they will," Mike finally pronounced. "They're hemmed in by these raiders, and I don't think they'll survive the winter." But I could be wrong. I wanted him to be, but in my heart, I knew he wasn't. Chapter 17. Mike and I spent the rest of the trip back comparing notes on the fight in Fred, as we began calling it. Mike had wisely tried to keep the fight at a distance, relying on the penetrating power of his AR-10. The sheet metal of the truck doors might have stymied a lighter round, but the 7.62 by 51mm bullet had punched through like a freight train. I admitted the Marlin turned out to be the wrong tool for the job, and when I explained my reasoning, Mike grunted before giving his short answer. "Not giving them up next time," he said, and I nodded at the idea. That meant either the situation would have devolved into chaos, or we would be fighting the deputies themselves. Probably both, I realized. Despite our joking about denying everything, Mike and I explained what had happened to Pat and Nicky as soon as we reached home. Well, after we both took showers. Mike wasn't so bad, but after rolling around in the muck, followed by wrestling with the dead bodies, I could smell my own stink. Have to air out the Datsun, I resolved, but we'd wait for the rain to stop. Marta wasn't home from work yet, and we needed to let everyone involved in security know about the added dangers. Hearing about widespread dangers was one thing, but seeing it with our own eyes made for a different perspective. "We'll need to up your training," Pat said, and I could tell he didn't mean working on our first aid skills. We were seated in the kitchen, and I was surprised to see Nancy come in to join the discussion. I'd figured she would still be at work, but when I gave her a questioning look, she shook her head. "Sent us home early," she explained as if reading my mind. "Walt said they managed to track down more transformers, but we won't get them until next week, so I'm off until Monday." That stumped me for a moment, and Nicky laughed at my expression. "It's Thursday, Bryan?" "We need to sit down with Wade and make some additional plans. What's the status on the rebuilding over at the Bonner place?" I asked, thinking about our crowded state. "Windows are fixed, and we've got the wind turbine in place to run the water pump, but that's about all we can do there for power. Going to be kerosene lanterns and heating with wood. At least we could fit the stack from the wood stove up the chimney," Charles reported. He'd taken point on the project while working with a small crew consisting of Mary, Billy, and Sally. He'd still heard nothing from his employer, and his house remained inaccessible inside the mandatory evacuation zone. "I feel really uncomfortable splitting our forces," Pat began, "but I see the long-term need.
I think we can remove some of the danger there if we pull that entrance completely. We can dig up that culvert and reinforce the barbed wire across that ditch, redirect all traffic to the main house. Yeah, there's a need for the space. It would be nice to have that house occupied, and it would make a good location if we set the greenhouse in that clearing, I chimed in, giving Mike a speculative look. He just shook his head, but gave me a finger wag. I'm still researching the question, Bryan. There's a kind of cement fixative that can be used. It's a common enough additive for Portland cement, so we got you covered. Fair enough. Find someone within 50 miles that has some in stock, and we'll see if we can lay hands on a few bags, or more than a few. That's all well and good, but tell us about this shootout, please, Nancy asked, sauntering up to claim a seat at the table. What shootout? Marta asked, walking into the kitchen wearing her scrubs and lugging her lunchbox. Since the cafeteria in the hospital stopped serving meals, Marta had taken to bringing her lunch. She looked dead on her feet, and Mike rushed over to guide her to a chair while I hurried to fix her a plate of lasagna and a pair of breadsticks. Mom's recipe, Marta murmured, eventually pausing to speak. With Marta's arrival, the meeting had been temporarily postponed, and the parties dispersed for the moment. Yeah, B made this earlier. Hard day? Mike asked. His concern was evident as he mother-henned his wife. Crazy day. On top of all the sick people streaming into the ER, we ended up with 6 gunshot wounds needing surgery. That's why we were late getting home, with Dorothy tied up in the front and me working the surgical out back. Dr. Simmons wanted us to pull another double, but I just wasn't up to it today. Marta ended with a shiver at the thought. I'm sorry, hon. They still got security around the hospital? Marta wrinkled her nose. They're still there, plus the National Guard. Not like they do much, except stand like statues around the pharmacy. I had to laugh at that. That's where they figure to find all the action, I said with a snort. How was Dorothy? Like me, Marta replied. Tired out. I was afraid she was going to fall asleep driving home. The crappy roads didn't help any. Why don't you finish up dinner and go grab a shower, Mike suggested, clearly worried about her exhaustion. I will. But first, I want to hear about this shootout you mentioned, Marta replied, an edge to her voice. And I'll leave you to it, I inserted, not wanting to get involved in that explanation. Leaning over, I gave Marta a kiss on the top of her head and headed for the door. Wandering to the front porch, I sat with a cup of coffee in hand and stared out at the drowned front yard. The rain had finally abated, and I wondered if we would finally see some sunshine in the coming weeks. My thoughts went back to Mitch and his family south of Fred, and Lucy. Penny for your thoughts, Nancy said, and when I looked up, I tried to mask the emotions on my face. She must have gained some experience reading my moods, as she said no more and instead took a seat in the other rocker. After a few minutes, she tried again. Was it bad this time? I only heard that there was a fight on your trip back, she explained, her eyes searching my face again. First part was easy. I started, then stopped. You know Mike, he has that hero gene that makes him willing to play the Good Samaritan. 5 guys trying to take over a house. We just happened upon it at the right time. They didn't have any rear security deployed. Like fish in a barrel. Well, that's a good thing, right? I nodded, my mind going back. When reinforcements came, it got hairy. Nancy continued watching me, her eyes going wide. Neither one of you looks injured, so I don't need to hear the rest of the story, she concluded, looking away. She seemed to be wrestling with some emotion, but I couldn't figure out the angle. No. We both came out uninjured, but it was close. So damned close.
Is that what's bothering you? I nodded before answering. Part of it, I admitted. If the guy had one more round in his gun, I wouldn't be here. But I was also thinking about the people we saved. Still worried about them? Her insight stunned me, and I sat quiet for a second to process. Yeah, that too. When we were driving back, Mike and I talked about it. Neither one of us thinks they'll survive till spring, so thinking about that. Sometimes things happen, no matter what you do or how hard you try, Bryan. I think Mike isn't the only one trying to save everybody. That comment elicited a grunt from me, but then I resolved to change the subject. How are things with the co-op? Walt really did us a solid buying those trees from us like that. Pretty good, for the time being, Nancy said, then sighed. Folks are pretty mad they haven't got power back on everywhere, but heck, I understand it took at least this long last time, and we didn't have these other disasters piled on top of everything else. Where's Mini-Me? Lisa? Nancy asked with a surprised laugh. She's with Sally and Beatrice, I think. They were working in the greenhouse when I got in. I was just about to head that way. Apparently, Bea said they have some sprouts coming in already, and she wanted some willing hands. That's good. We were just talking about getting the other one up, but I'm worried about another storm rolling through. We dodged a bullet with Debbie, but another could wreck everything. Nancy looked at me hard yet again, her blue eyes once again boring into me as if reading my soul. Bryan, you're one of the bravest men I know, but you must not take counsel of your fears for the future. Yes, erecting the new greenhouse is a risk, but sometimes you have to take a chance on things. Take the chance, Bryan. With that, Nancy rose regally, like a queen exiting her throne, and she left me on the porch to re-enter the house. I sat there in stunned silence, considering her words and her meaning. Chapter 18. The next day dawned cool and clear, and for once, not a cloud in the sky. I was up earlier, taking a few hours on the radio to gather what information I could regarding the state of the nation. I'd relieved Mary from overnight watch on the cameras at around 6 a.m, sending her off to bed and switching the feeds from the basement security center to my office upstairs. I could watch the screens while listening to the radios. What I heard didn't exactly fill me with confidence, and I was busy scratching out my notes for later transcription to a Word document. I wanted to be able to pass this on later. Some of the sources I listened to were the usual what I see outside my window reports that ham operators seemed to enjoy. Flooding in Little Rock, levee failures in communities along the Mississippi River, and power fluctuations in the major metropolitan areas back east. Fortunately, the rainfall seemed to be less in the northern latitudes, which the national media made sure to trumpet. What the national media failed to report, but which I heard from several third-hand accounts over the ham radio, was the tale of snow flurries overnight in Saratoga, New York. None of it stuck, and the icy patches left behind immediately melted away once day came, but the ill-fortuned event still served as a warning for things to come. I'd been in that part of the country before, and despite a few cool mornings in September, this was unheard of. They'd never experienced snow this early, not when it was still late August. We were still technically in summer, with fall several weeks away. I made sure to note as much detail as I could about this phenomenon, and I kept my ears open for any other such tidbits. From the back end of the national news report, I heard stories about the marriage breakup of a celebrity couple who gained their 15 minutes of fame for being on a reality TV series I'd never heard of, and a story about proposed realignment of the teams in various sports as they prepared to go forward. The NFL was even talking about possibly resuming games in just a few weeks. I wondered idly where they would play, since most of the large stadiums across the country had been commandeered by the local or state governments to serve as temporary refuges for the various displaced citizens. Maybe use a local high school stadium and return to playing on real grass. Well, except in Texas, where even the bigger high school teams played on turf. No mention of the teams based on the West Coast, but I did get to hear about how the Patriots were picked to win whatever would now pass for the Super Bowl after having picked up some unexpected free agents from certain non-viable teams. Ominously, I heard no mention of China or Russia, and the recent nuclear exchange appeared to have fallen off the national radar. Maybe I'd missed that part of the program, or the censors had deemed the topic off-limits. Locally, the news was little better. None of the media outlets located in Houston or the Beaumont area were back in service, so any reporting came from either Dallas, San Antonio, or Austin. Whatever FCC gag order muted the national newscasters seemed to have influence, if not outright control, over the local network affiliates, and each seemed to be influenced by their own biases. Austin was the most strictly controlled, it seemed, with non-stop coverage of the hurricane recovery efforts and stories of selfless acts by compassionate citizens to alleviate the suffering of the displaced. From the two remaining San Antonio stations, which I could listen to over the radio even though they were outside our television broadcast range, I heard little about the storm damage and much about the continued fighting taking place in and around the city. The National Guard was out in full force south of the city and in a line all the way down to the Mexican border, and yet the rioting and killings had barely abated. In fact, the newsreaders seemed to revel in the acts of terror and retribution as they recited the latest casualty figures with apparent glee. Half the time, I couldn't tell who they were rooting for, but the old newspaper saying about "if it bleeds, it leads" was proven correct once again. Clearly, Pat and Nikki were right to get out from that area, and I wondered just how much of that violence was actually splashing over onto the state capitol just up the road a piece. I was curious about Dallas-Fort Worth, since other than the expected stories about the flooding and some mention of housing refugees in the sports stadiums, the news out of the DFW area seemed fairly tame. I guess the penny had yet to drop for them, but I was wondering if Mike and Marta felt like they'd made a mistake, essentially abandoning their home in Fort Worth for the questionable shelter here. I made a note to talk to Mike about this later, and moved on, returning to the ham radio for some unfiltered news. I listened to what amounted to the livestock report in Wichita, Kansas for 10 minutes, again taking notes of the price swings in grain, before switching back to the national news at the top of the hour at 7 a.m. locally. I was a bit surprised to hear the top story. The president announced a new wave of government spending intended to spur on economic development in what had been referred to in past years as the Rust Belt states, billed as a bid to rebuild America's heavy manufacturing base. To me, the move smelled like welfare for big business or the labor unions. They might have been better off spending the money on building or refurbishing inland oil refineries, since, by my modest calculation, we were missing over half of that capacity. Price limits were one thing, but how would they transport anything if the price to produce diesel fuel was $10 a gallon? Could the nation's trucking industry survive on fuel prices in the double digits? These questions chased each other around in my head, and I sighed. Maybe we would shortly be dealing with a hyper-inflationary period. It was all funny money these days, with nothing propping up the digitally printed dollars except a wink and a nod from the Federal Reserve. Might as well have been hooking up an IV to help revive a patient who was missing his body from the waist down. The procedure might make the healthcare professionals feel better for their effort, but it did nothing to save the patient. Many of the prognosticators in days past had predicted a financial collapse would result from such a widespread disaster, but none took into account the control displayed here by the combination of the White House, the Treasury Department, and the Federal Reserve. They were clearly working with the international banking concerns on a program that kept everything propped up. This might be a house of cards, but the big boys were using superglue to hold the edifice in shape. Not that I was complaining, since the alternative was that previously predicted financial collapse. The situation reminded me of that old Russian folk saying under the Soviet system, "I pretend to work, and they pretend to pay me." The system wouldn't last long, but I meant to leverage my cash for as much benefit as I could manage. If Dallas really was managing to survive undamaged so far, I would discuss the long-shot possibility for Mike and his family to move back for the time being. If the damage from this hurricane was the tipping point for the area's descent into anarchy, I didn't want my brother's sense of loyalty to the rest of us to endanger his wife and children. That was exactly the opposite of the goal for which this place was intended, and I resolved to talk to him about it as soon as he got up. It was 7:30 by the time I'd shut off the radio setup and exited my office, dressed in a pair of clean blue jeans and a long-sleeved button-up work shirt. Despite the overcast skies, Mike and Pat had insisted on maximum skin coverage for folks working outside, which in our crew pretty much meant everybody. In addition to concerns about damage to the ozone layer caused by the meteor and its passage, the danger represented by mosquitoes carrying the Zika virus, West Nile, and a host of other threats could not be overstated. I worried what we would do when the DEET ran out, but given the threat of a long, hard winter, I guess that problem would work itself out. I didn't bother with anything on my feet except socks. We never wore shoes or boots in the house, and most of our footwear remained stored in the mudroom out back. I kept a pair of Crocs by the front door just in case, but I really didn't like the way the things rubbed my feet, though Marta swore by hers. I understood that was a common opinion in medical circles, but not one I shared. I could hear the rest of the house stirring, and no doubt someone had been awake through the night. I could check the roster, as we used the whiteboard in the kitchen for scheduling such things. We rotated the graveyard shift, and with the return of the cameras around the property, the person responsible could monitor the feeds downstairs. We'd become quite lax about such things in the last few weeks, dealing with the run-up and aftermath of Hurricane Debbie, but I knew Mike and Pat planned to call a meeting today to address new plans and tighten existing security measures. Beatrice had already gotten up, and she was teaming up with Sally to produce stacks of pancakes and waffles for the hungry crew. We'd tried to institute a rotating kitchen detail, but apparently some of us proved to be incapable of boiling water or slicing bread. So after that mini-revolt, Beatrice and Sally came off the graveyard shift rotation and went on the revised kitchen detail. As expected, I also found Marta finishing up her breakfast and packing her lunchbox for the day. She looked well-rested, and I was hoping she had a better day at work. The woman loved her job, and despite her sometimes prickly exterior, she had a truly nurturing spirit. I hoped she and Dorothy were striking up a friendship born from their shared commute, but I felt it not my place to ask. "Mike up yet?" "Oh, yeah. He's upstairs with Pat, running the boys through the shower." Well, that made sense.
The young boys, Hunter and Tommy, didn't mind showers, but both had an aversion to the whole washing behind your ears concept that must have been genetically encoded. Like the dads are any better, I scoffed, and Marta gave a low chuckle. Beatrice heard this and wandered over with a short stack of pancakes, depositing them on my plate without pausing. She gave her daughter a curious look, and Marta explained. Beatrice tried to act scandalized, but she failed miserably in the attempt. The laughter that spilled out from all of us, Sally included, was still echoing when Mike sauntered into the kitchen. He bent to give his wife a peck on the cheek, then glanced around with a cautious expression. "Dorothy's here. What's up?" "Nothing, honey," Marta chirped back, gathering up her lunchbox and heading for the door. "Gotta go." Other than Mike giving me the stink eye for a few minutes, we proceeded about our business until I heard the back door open and shut. Tamara, Lisa, and Rachel came storming into the kitchen like they were seizing a hostile beach, and I rolled my eyes as the three girls hustled to the table for breakfast. Well, two of them. Tammy carried the egg basket, and she proudly deposited the morning's haul in the sink before heading over to her notebook to chart her results. "Everything okay?" I asked, directing my question to all three young ladies as they squeaked their chairs on the tiles of the floor. I didn't particularly like tile, but I'd been overruled by Marta and Nikki when it came to the kitchen and eat-in area. "Yes, sir," Lisa replied. "Cow milked, horses fed, and eggs gathered. Billy was out checking the horses, so he carried the milk can over to the cold room for us." "Did you say thank you?" "Of course, Uncle Bryan," Tamara replied with an aggrieved sigh. "You act like we're uncivilized heathens. Or boys." That got a giggle from the other two girls, and Mike gave me a headshake, subtly disclaiming parenting responsibility for that one. Again, my brother and I could exchange whole sentences in a look, making it our own version of shorthand. "My apologies, ladies. Lisa, how is Maisie acting? She getting along okay with Pearl?" With the increased population of the Hardin homestead, I'd planned to add another cow to the milking barn. Pearl was the calmest-tempered of the Jerseys, and after she'd recently delivered her calf, Mike and I had introduced her into the milking barn. She was still held separately, so her calf could continue to nurse, but we'd decided to take the calf off her in another week. The calf would go on the milk replacer, and Pearl would start producing for us instead. "She's doing fine, but that Buttercup tries to get into everything," Tammy complained. Though she was the youngest of the three, at only 10 years old, Tammy inherited the Hardin height and was at least 6 inches taller than her older cousin Rachel, standing almost as tall as Lisa, who was nearly 13. "That's typical with a Jersey," Rachel explained. "They're a very curious breed. Smart, too." That was typical of Rachel Parker. She was a quiet girl, studious and intense at times, when she was busy studying a problem. While Rachel might be smaller than her cousin Tammy, she was strong for her size, and I knew her to be a hard worker. And though she was only 11, Rachel already knew she wanted to be a veterinarian when she grew up. Not surprising that she knew more about the critters on the ranch than I did. "Well, we need to figure out a plan for breaking Pearl into milking, so why don't you ladies get on that for us? Also, who's going to take over feeding little Buttercup when we split her off from her mom? She'll need to be on the milk replacer for 6 to 8 weeks, depending on her development." "Ooh, pick me, Lisa cried out, and I tried not to laugh at the girl's enthusiasm. For someone who had only spent a few weeks living the country life, Lisa seemed to fit right in with the demanding schedule and hard work. "Any objections?" I looked to the other two. "I've already got the ladies," Tammy replied, clearly referring to her chickens. Rachel merely shook her head, a little smile playing across her lips. She was already well occupied between working in the greenhouse and helping Billy with the horses. "While we're handing out new duties, who wants to take over the pigs?" "All yours, Uncle Bryan," Tammy crowed, and the laughter that filled the kitchen again felt good. "Finish up your breakfasts then, ladies, because we have plenty to do today." "Can I finish my breakfast?" Mike asked plaintively, and we chuckled once again. "Well, if you consider yourself a lady, who am I to judge?" After getting off that last zinger, I quickly rinsed off my plate and fork before placing them in the dishwasher. B would run a load later, after the staggered breakfasts were all completed. We simply had too many people living in the house now for everybody to sit down for a meal together, especially since the dining room had been sectioned off to contain supplies for various ongoing projects. Walking back over to the still-seated Mike, I laid a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, you want to grab Pat?" I asked, pitching my voice low. "Anything wrong?" Mike instantly tensed, but I squeezed him reassuringly. "Just heading up to see Wade, give him the scoop on what Andy shared, and warn him about what we saw on the way home." "That sounds like a good idea. You want to drive?" "Let's save the fuel and take a ride instead," I replied, still keeping my voice low so the chatter of the girls covered my words. "I have a feeling we're going to be spending quite a bit of time in the saddle after things drop in the pot."
Chapter 19. When Mike called ahead to see if Wade had time to see us, he learned that not only was Wade home, but he also had his uncle, Doyle husband, over for a visit as well. That might prove fortuitous, I thought, as the three of us rode over to the neighbor's house. Doyle might be helpful in a lot of ways, since he was a survivalist who'd started getting his plans in order since the 80s. Doyle had a large chicken farm over on the other side of the county outside Fayette, and Wade thought his uncle was set up for anything short of a nuclear near miss. I was riding Azure this morning, and Mike and Pat were riding the two geldings, Bert and Ernie, we'd picked up over the years. The geldings were big old boys, more accustomed to hauling logs or pulling wagons, but at least for Mike, only one of the geldings could carry his weight comfortably. One of the other mares, Bonnet, was heavy with foal, and no one but Nicky wanted to ride Buster, the feisty quarter horse she'd picked up cheap. She was a pretty mare, but prickly in her disposition. "We need more horses," I commented, and not for the first time. "Kind of hard to do at the moment," Pat replied. "I don't think the auction barn is still in business right now." "Could talk to Mr. Lovett," Mike added. "He is in the business, after all." "Don't know if we can afford any of his," I responded. "He's got some pretty Percherons, but I know they go for a pretty penny, too, and we really need a stallion. Don't think we can rely on in vitro services anymore." "He's got some regular riding stock, too," Mike continued, guiding Bert around a deep rut that was turning into a small creek as the runoff kept the water flowing. Even with the absence of rain at the moment, everything felt damp, and the humidity made me feel sticky. I glanced up, but still no sign of the sun. "I got a call this morning," Mike said, picking up where he'd left off, but Pat and I didn't follow until he continued. "It was my neighbor, Scott Brister," Mike supplied, "and he said there was a real estate guy named Armstrong sniffing around the neighborhood, looking to buy houses." "How is he going to pull that off in this market?" Pat asked, and I thought he might be thinking about his own place back in San Marcos. No doubt looted and possibly burned down, if what we were hearing on the radio could be believed. "Actually, the market for intact houses is really high right now," Mike replied. "I was thinking about it anyway." "Dude, you can't sell your house," I protested. "That's the retirement for you and Marta." Mike gave me a sad look, and I knew he was thinking about the many years he and Marta had spent fixing up their place until it was a showplace in their cul-de-sac. You guys all know that neighborhood is untenable long-term. I mean, I know Scott and the rest have done their best to protect the area, and by extension my house, but there's no water there except for that little pond in the center of the development and that creek on the backside. We have the generator, but where would we get fuel? No, that house is set up for short-term survival, and we're looking at a long grind. Mike made sense, but I still felt saddened by his assessment. What are you going to do? I asked carefully. Talk to Marta about it tonight. See what she thinks. She won't want to sell, Pat cautioned, and Mike shook his head. Already something she brought up. She sees it clearly. That house is an asset, but one we'll lose if we don't act quickly. The neighborhood watch has been effective, but I think Scott would welcome new neighbors. In this situation, an empty house is a threat to the whole community. If she says yes, what next? I asked, dreading what I figured he would say. Then we need to email the guy, see what he has to offer, and plan on making a trip up to sign the papers and clear out what's left in the house. My back hurts already, I mock complained. We ended the conversation there, as we approached Wade's house from the side, and I saw where he'd converted part of one of his barns into a small stable. Wade and Dorothy also had horses, but he'd never bothered with individual stalls for them or invested in a tack room. Now it looked like Wade was busy getting set up for such things. Wade met us as we ambled into the wet pen. Permission to step down? I asked officiously, and Wade gave me the finger before turning it into a wave for us to dismount. I knew reading those westerns would warp your brain, our neighbor teased, and I was the first in line to shake his hand. On an earlier visit, I'd noticed Wade's library and had borrowed the boxed set of the Sackett series by Louis L'Amour, devouring them in short order. I'd read them all as a kid, but now rereading as an adult opened my eyes to more details that had flown over my juvenile head at the time. To the contrary, I quipped, I was getting into the proper mindset. As we led our horses into the barn and proceeded to unsaddle them, Wade kept up a running commentary on what had been going on around their place over the last few days. With the flooding and all the hurricane damage, Wade found his skills called on for many repairs, and he'd been as busy as a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest, as he described it. With Dorothy going back to work, he'd been forced to rely on his brothers and their wives as well as his boys to get a lot of the work done around their place. And now, Ethan is back driving over the road, at least for now, and David has been coming out with me on jobs, so really it's Margie and Mom supervising the boys who end up doing most of the upkeep around here, Wade explained. Ethan say anything about the condition on the interstates? Mike asked, and I thought he might already be planning his trip to Fort Worth. Crappy. He's constantly worried about losing a tire or the whole wheel to places where the roads have been undercut. Most places, 4 lanes have been reduced down to just 2, and a big rig has a hard time working under those circumstances. Plus, well, the roads are the least of his concerns. As we stopped at the back door to scrape off our boots, I thought about what Wade said. He worried about getting hijacked? Not at first. You know, he mostly hauls equipment around for the oil field folks. How is he still working? I thought they were located south of Houston, I asked, curious to find out how they were still going when the city was a dead zone. Most of his company relocated to a backup site in Dayton, north of Houston. That's where their yard was located anyway. They took a thumping from the hurricane, Ethan said, but the roof stayed on most of their buildings, and about half their staff showed up for work. Long way to commute, Pat added, and I saw Wade's expression harden. Yeah, and he needs to decide if he's going to keep at it with them or start pitching in around here. Sure, the money's good, but then he'll just be the richest driver in the graveyard. They that worried? Like I said, they weren't having much trouble at first. Hijackers want enclosed trailers, better chance of getting food or other sellable goods. Now, though, they seem to be zeroing in on anything rolling. I guess hitting the fuel tank makes it worthwhile. His company's seen 2 of their trucks hit, drivers killed, and the trucks abandoned. Only thing missing was the diesel they had on board. Wow, that's terrible, I exclaimed, but it tracked with what I feared was going on in the area. He's doubled up with a shotgun rider in the passenger seat, but the risk is still there. I'd recommend he quit and come home, Pat softly commented. When you hear what Mike and Bryan have to say, you'll understand why. Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all, does it? Wade said, waving us ahead to lead the way to the door. Unlike at our house, Wade had the utility room attached to the back of the house, so instead of a mudroom, we found ourselves slipping off our boots at a little rack situated a few feet away from the idle washer and dryer. Familiar with the layout of the husband house, I led the way to the kitchen and found Wade's mother, Esther, sitting with Doyle and his wife, Bridget. Doyle pushed back from the table and stuck out a hand to shake, and we went down the line as greetings were exchanged. "Where are Margie and the kids?" I queried, and Wade smiled. "Margie has them out in the equipment shed. They're greasing up the tractors, the corn picker, and the other equipment in there. Well, they're doing the work, and Margie's supervising. That woman might not know much about mechanical work or how to run a grease gun, but she can read an instruction book like nobody's business." Grease tubes, I thought. We had a supply laid in, but I thought about how many we went through in a normal baling season and whipped out my shirt pocket planner and added a note about hitting Wilson's the next time we were in town. After quickly finding a seat at the table, Esther distributed coffee to us, and without much preamble, Mike and I launched into a recap of our trip to visit with Andy. I didn't hold anything back from this audience, and I explained why we wanted to exchange information with the still influential retired ranger. That led to a description of our fight south of Fred, and Mike detailed his conversation with the deputies when he was waiting in Woodville. "Well, that tracks with some of what we've been hearing," Doyle said after Mike finished. Wade and the ladies sat quietly, still digesting the download of information. "We've already had some folks come by the farm," Bridget explained, her voice soft with sorrow. "The county road isn't that far from our front gate. All of them hungry and broke, and most already afoot. Some are looking for work in exchange for food, and we make sure there's a chore or two for them to handle. We've set up what amounts to a soup kitchen, using one of the machine sheds separated from the main house. Others are just looking for a handout, or a chance to case the place for a return visit in the night," Doyle added bitterly. "We can't let those children starve," Bridget bit back, then subsided as she continued. "But on the other hand, there's just too many. And when we try to get them to move on, there's a few who have refused." "They refused until I convinced them we meant business. Then I ran off the biggest troublemakers at shotgun point," Doyle said. Then he turned his attention to Mike and changed the subject. "Is the weather going to get better before winter? My niece Barbara wants to try to get something in the garden before the temperature drops, since we've lost most everything we had there to the flooding." Mike looked torn by the thought of giving bad advice. "Doyle, I'm afraid to make any recommendations about anything, because I just don't know. This disaster didn't come with an instruction manual, I'm afraid." Maybe rice? That suggestion got a laugh, but Mike persisted. Look, rice takes 3 to 6 months from planting to harvest, but I've got some of the quicker growing variety. You need to start them in dry ground, then flood the fields. Heck, if we knew this was going to happen, we'd already be sitting pretty. I've got the whole thing on a file I downloaded from the internet. Might still be up there with NetFeed. Yeah, but what kind of yield? I've never tried it before. Book says 8,000 pounds per acre, but like I said, I've never tried it. I know some of the commercial rice growers over around Katy get that or better, Mike responded, sounding a little lost as he admitted his lack of knowledge on the matter. Maybe start them off in a greenhouse? Bridget mused. There are some other fast-growing field crops we can recommend, I added, trying to bail Mike out of his funk. We'll burn you a disc with the information, and when Dorothy comes by to drop off Marta, I'll make sure she gets it. Most of what you'll be able to grow will need to be in your greenhouse, and you'll need that guarded. And the chickens, Doyle added, for as long as we can keep feeding them. Feed order has already been delayed twice. Hijacked. You may lose the commercial operation, I conceded, but see about retaining some of those birds to free range. Plenty of bugs and other good things for them to eat with all this rain. Doyle seemed to think about that for a moment before he replied. We were prepared to lose all of them if the worst occurred, and we already had a separate flock for our own use. Thing is, if the wholesaler can continue making pickups, they've been hit once too, but at least they didn't kill the driver. We've thought about taking them to town and selling directly to the grocery stores, but there's rules to make that more difficult. You know your business better than any of us can advise you, but I think those rules are going to become obsolete. But you'd better take precautions. Eggs might become your new currency. I added the last part as a joke, but judging from the intense look of concentration on his face, Doyle seemed to be considering the option. Barter, anyway, he replied after a moment. I can work with that. Also gives me more jobs for the hungry mouths at the gate. You can try to recruit help, but first you need to take control of who's on your property. I take it the sheriff was no help? Doyle laughed bitterly again. I tried calling the non-emergency line, and nobody answered. When I called 911, I got yelled at and threatened. I told her if they didn't send somebody, there might be a killing at my place. The dispatcher just said to call back when we had bodies on the ground. Not a good idea, I said quickly, and Doyle nodded his head, the years suddenly apparent on the older man's weathered features. I can see Landshire showing up with his posse of bullshit deputies to arrest me instead, then seizing the farm as a crime scene. When you have to bury them, go 12 feet deep, then drive cattle over the burial site, Pat interjected, then looked around at the surprised expressions. What? You have a backhoe, right? Doyle nodded, still a bit shocked at Pat's quiet comment. Well, if you go deeper than 6 feet, less likely they'll think to go deeper to look, my brother-in-law explained, and if you mess up the area, they won't even know where to dig. Duly noted, Mike intoned officiously, and a nervous chuckle followed. After we covered the main points I wanted to pass on, the 7 of us spent a few minutes going over more mundane topics. Wade promised to have a talk with his brother, stressing the danger that was growing day by day. That brought us to the thought of Dorothy and Marta making the drive to Jasper every day for work, and on the spot Wade and Mike decided they would need someone along as an escort. Knowing how stubborn both women could be, we put off belling the cat for a later date. Thinking about the dangers on the road reminded me of something else Andy had mentioned, but the point had escaped my memory until then. Andy said other jurisdictions were beefing up their hiring, taking on deputies and city cops from the evacuation zones. Sheriff Landshire or Chief Cromwell taking on any new faces?
Yeah, I heard Teddy say something about that the other day, Doyle supplied.
Teddy Wallace, the county commissioner?
That's right. He's a neighbor. He lives in Fayette, and he's pretty mad that Landshire has been packing the department with new deputies without bothering to explain how the county is supposed to pay for them.
Recruiting more forces, Mike agreed. Remains to be seen if they're going to actually do the job.
3 guesses why Sheriff Landshire is loading up on new deputies,
Wade finally said, speaking up after nearly a minute of thoughtful silence.
Anybody know anything about them?
Yeah, I think I saw one at my office, I replied, describing the stressful meeting with Captain Stewart and his silent sidekick.
Sheriff claims they're temporary hires, picked up from other departments that were in the evacuation zone. Guys who were recommended to him by their bosses in other cities and towns, Doyle explained. But I'm not buying it. They might be criminals instead of cops. Watch them and watch their eyes. Saw one in town yesterday. I swear I saw his mugshot on America's Most Wanted. Anyway, I didn't trust Landshire before, and I'm going to be watching him even closer now.
Thinking back to the unknown deputy in my office, he hadn't seemed all that concerned with covering Captain Stewart's back. He was watching something else. My blood ran cold as I realized he'd been looking past me, over my shoulder the entire time. Looking at Nancy. "How many are we talking about?" I managed to ask.
Not sure. Thinking back to what Doyle said, I've got to lean more to the criminal side.
Something wrong with the one I met, too.
"Is there anybody we can trust?"
Esther all but moaned in frustration.
"I think Chief Cromwell is clean. Did he get any more help? He was down to 1 officer after that shooting at Woodshire Brothers."
"Bill's out of the hospital," Wade informed me. Bill Torgensen was the officer who'd been wounded by the bank robbers in town.
"He's still on light duty, so Buddy has him on the desk. But no, the city council haven't freed up any funds for more police. Just Buddy and Sam patrolling town."
Of the deputies, the only one I think we can trust is Lieutenant Bastrop, but his family is a weak point, I volunteered, and all faces turned to me expectantly. "What?" "I just know the good sheriff left Bastrop and his family out in the hurricane. Not enough room at the emergency services bunker, so I sent him over to the gym where the co-op personnel were bunking. Got them in a safe place."
"That was," Pat started, but was interrupted by our neighbor. "Freaking brilliant," Wade finished. "How did you get him a slot inside?"
"I just pointed him in the right direction," I answered with a shrug. "Which reminds me, Doyle, do you know if Teddy rode out the storm with the sheriff?"
"I should say not," Doyle replied with a sniff. "After that botched kidnapping of his niece, Teddy won't sit in the same room as our esteemed sheriff. Whether he had anything to do with it or not, Teddy sure thinks he did."
I looked around the table, meeting the eyes of the others as I spoke. "We must indeed all hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately," I quoted, and I caught the smirks from Mike and Pat. Benjamin Franklin said that, and I believe it bears repeating. Doyle, Wade, I know the two of you are tied into the community much better than anybody in my family. Please put an ear to the ground and find out who Sheriff Landshire invited to share in his shelter, I asked. That should tell us who owes him, and more importantly, who doesn't. I know we're assuming he has the other 2 commissioners under his thumb, but who else does he own?
"I know he's a crook and a criminal, Bryan, but do you think he's willing to go so far as to threaten our families?"
Esther asked, and I knew she was only speaking for herself. If anything, her brother-in-law and her son had an even lower opinion of the man than I did. Esther, I just don't know.
You heard about that judge down in Kuntz who tried to take over the county.
Andy didn't tell me all the details, but I think it ended in a killing. I know my friend, who is a retired Texas Ranger, I reminded them, warned me specifically to keep an eye on our sheriff. I know he said the Texas Rangers had an active investigation going when the meteor knocked out such petty concerns.
"We'll try to find out what you asked," Doyle agreed. "I think this is something we should only discuss face to face. When do you want to meet again?"
It will have to be sometime late next week. Mike and I might be on a road trip for the first part.
Where are you going? Didn't you have enough fun joyriding to Kuntz? Doyle asked.
Had so much fun, we're looking for bigger targets. Think we can find some action on our way to Fort Worth? Knowing I was trying to get a rise out of Doyle, Mike grinned as he replied, "If not, we can always hit Dallas. Besides, it's on the way." Chapter 20. Earl Lovett was a horse breeder, but that was his passion, not his livelihood. Like so many in the area, he'd retired from a job with Shell Oil after he'd made a bundle and returned to his family farm with his wife Lynette. He wasn't quite an outsider, since his family had 4 generations in Albany County, but he'd been gone a long time, and his wife was not only an outsider, she was a Yankee. That she had grown up on a horse farm in Pennsylvania was lost on most who first met her, but I found her delightful. We were seated in the tastefully decorated living room, having coffee with Earl and Lynette, and their daughter Heather, who was watching Mike and I with ill-disguised distrust, as the rest of us talked about horses and bloodlines. In addition to the Percherons, Earl and Lynette raised quarter horses with an emphasis on cutting horses. "Everybody has been breeding for speed, but we went a different route, looking for endurance and intelligence," Lynette explained. "Starting out, we thought about going with the Tennessee walking breed, but Earl preferred the lines in the quarter horses. They have the speed for barrel racing, and in fact, that has been where most of our most recent successes have been seen. I love watching working horses when they're doing their jobs. Bryan and I both had cutting horses when we were growing up. They were mixed breeds, but like you mentioned, they were smart and could work all day," Mike responded.
"Whereabouts did you boys grow up?" Earl asked.
"Jasper County," I answered. "We grew up with cattle and horses, but got out of the life when we got out of school. Not much call for cowboys anymore."
"Ain't that the truth?" Earl commiserated. "If I hadn't met my Lynn, I don't think I would have ever thought about getting into this business when I retired. These days, if it weren't for the rodeo crowd, I doubt we would make enough to keep the place going."
"Earl, when we were over helping you move those downed trees, I got to see some of your horses in action," Mike replied tactfully, "but mostly it was the Percherons. I really like their features, and the coloring is an added bonus. Do you have any of them for sale at the moment?" Earl was a canny negotiator, since he was a horse trader, after all, and instead of giving us a number or any kind of quote, he invited us out to view his horses as they pranced about in the big round fenced lot behind his stable. I counted nearly 30 horses, and he indicated another half-dozen were in stalls. They were all mares, close to foaling, and he wanted them separated from the rest. Leaning against the wooden fence, I spotted a pair of buckskin mares, close enough in coloring and size to be sisters, and I fell in love with their look. I'd need to examine them more closely, of course, before making my interest known, but I liked their size and the way they seemed to watch their surroundings. Not skittish, at least no more than the other horses, but I got the idea they had some kind of danger sense about them. Maybe I was just indulging in my own fanciful musings, but I would make note of them for closer inspection. Mike, again, was focused on the bigger draft horses, and he let himself become involved in a discussion with the Lovets about the relative sizes and ages of two juvenile Percheron fillies. They fit the bill for what we were seeking, young enough to train as we needed, but old enough to bear offspring in a year or two. This would be for the long haul, and we wanted breeding stock. "I see plenty of mares and geldings," Mike said, "but we were also looking for a stallion or two. Anything you're willing to part with you could show us?" Earl gave Mike a questioning look, then stepped back from the fence as he stared at the horses playing in the still damp sand on the arena. "Most people these days rely on in vitro," Earl pointed out. Then his face paled a bit under his tan. "You think things are going to get worse, don't you?" Mike and I exchanged a glance, and at my nod, Mike answered his question. "Mr. Lovett, we expect the world and the people in it to change drastically in the days to come." "When are you expecting this to happen?" "Look around you, Mr. Lovett," I said carefully, letting myself be drawn into the conversation as Mike began to become uncomfortable with the direction of our discussion. I decided not to use his Christian name and to go more formal with this conversation. The changes have already started. We're seeing prices rise at the grocery store in spite of the price freeze, and the days of plenty are drawing to an end. "You sound like this is some kind of biblical reckoning," Mr. Lovett countered with some irritation. "This country has stood for too long to allow something like an earthquake or a bit of bad weather to tear us down. America is down for now, but we'll bounce back." "I won't bring God into this," I responded calmly. His promise not to drown the world again seems to be holding, despite the weather we've been subjected to. But I do think the weather is off from all the ash we've gotten. But I do not share your confidence in mankind's ability to adapt to change. However, the facts are indisputable. The oil refineries that fuel our country are now mostly offline." "That's just not true," argued Mr. Lovett. "You should know better than me," I conceded, "but let's look at the facts. Every refinery in Baytown, Texas City, Pasadena, Deer Park, Beaumont, Port Arthur, and Orange are all still offline. Look at Louisiana, where Baton Rouge, Lake Charles, and New Orleans are under 2 feet of water or more. That's not even counting the dozens of refineries wiped out in California. I know we're limping by with fuel rationing at the moment, but how long is that going to last? No. I think we're going to see a return of grass burners as a viable transportation method in the near future." "If all of that is indeed true, then why tell me? You've only succeeded in driving up the value of these horses in my mind." The question was valid, and I know even Mike was looking at me curiously. Ironically, it was Mrs. Lovett who answered her husband's own question. "You're worried about us, aren't you? That's why you wanted to warn us about the changes you've foreseen." I looked at the ground for a moment, studying the way the waterlogged Bermuda grass was struggling to poke up through the mud stirred up by countless footsteps. "Ask your daughter to share whatever it is that has her so agitated." I swallowed convulsively before I could speak again. I had a feeling she'd been witness to something highly disturbing on her way here, and she was struggling with how to break it to her parents. "I can tell you that the roads aren't safe, and people not 30 miles from here are being dragged from their homes and murdered for the contents of their kitchen cabinets, assuming they have food left to feed their families. But the news reports are designed to make us feel safe and to keep us in our homes," I interrupted Mr. Lovett with a grimace of regret at the impolite behavior. "The networks are being censored, and the violence along the border, it isn't just limited to those areas. Mike and I saw it firsthand, and it seems to be getting worse as it spreads." "Is this true?" Earl Lovett demanded, spinning to glare at Mike in accusation.
"Yes, sir.
Bryan and I were gone to see a friend in Kuntz just the other day, and we stopped to help a family being attacked in their own house. They were doing it in broad daylight and in full view from the road. Doing so probably saved our lives, too, as we were still at the house when reinforcements for the raiders showed up. If they had caught us on that narrow little road, we likely would have both been killed." I saw Earl swallow, and Lynette went pale at Mike's words.
"How did you get away?"
Earl asked. "We killed them all, Mr. Lovett," I answered simply. Then Mike drove the wounded family members to the hospital while I stayed at the house and guarded the children.
"My God! Where were the police when this was going on?"
"Guarding the hospital, and that was about it," Mike replied with a touch of scorn in his voice. "We didn't try to hide what we did, Mr. Lovett. I found a deputy as soon as I got Mitch's wife and uncle into the emergency room. They didn't even act surprised. Bryan checked their IDs, and they were all refugees from the hurricane, hitting houses as they made their way north, if I was guessing." Lynette stepped away from the fence, stifling a sob as she did so. Earl looked closely at Mike, then turned his gaze to me.
"Neither one of you seems that upset over what happened. Not the first time you two have been in a shooting since this started, though, is it?"
he said accusingly. "Mr. Lovett, until this mess started, I would have been just as happy as to never have done such a thing," I replied with a flat tone. "But that doesn't mean I'll stand aside and let innocent people get hurt. Those men we fought with at Wilson's feed store had just shot a policeman and robbed the bank in the grocery store, and they came at us with guns blazing. And what happened south of Fred, well, I don't feel much sympathy for someone who'd shoot into a house that has kids in it." Earl accepted the answer without flinching, then looked over at his wife.
"You think we need to take more precautions here, then?"
"We do. If you've got a pistol, wear it all the time. If you've got a rifle or shotgun, load it and leave it by the door. If you have more than one, I'd load them all and keep them handy. If your daughter has children, then think about mounting hooks on the wall." After I stopped, Mike added his own 2 cents. "Leave your gate at the road closed, and then padlock it. Sure, somebody can cut the chain, but the idea is to buy you time. You might want to reinforce your doors, maybe mount a bracket to add a bar, but your windows are your biggest weakness. If you just cover them over, you'll pay for it when the lights go out and you're trapped in the dark." "The lights," Lynette started, surprised, then seemed to grind to a halt, so I explained. "We barely have the power back from the last string of tornadoes, and I expect we'll have more. If you have kerosene lanterns, you might want to dig them out and buy more kerosene. If you have a wood stove, be sure and get more firewood. A lot more."
"We have the fireplace, but not a wood stove,"
Earl said, looking at me curiously. "If that's all you have, then it'll have to do, but a wood stove would be more efficient. We expect the ash, kicked up by the ring of fire, will give us a cold winter. So think about moving into the living room where you have the fireplace, and then blocking off the rooms you don't use."
"What about the horses? We don't have any kind of heating in the barn, and if the winter is going to be that cold, what can we do?"
"You do what you can for your family first, Mr. Lovett. That's why we're telling you these things. You can choose to ignore us, and that's your decision, not ours. We're just trying to be neighborly and give you what information we can."
"Well, you've certainly given us a lot to think about,"
Earl finally said, and I could see the wheels turning.
"Now, let's talk about something less grim."
Mike smiled. "Let's talk about horses," my brother said, trying to lighten the mood. Chapter 21. When Marta got home that night, Mike grabbed her as soon as she walked in the door so they could have a private conversation. They took a walk together, enjoying the cool evening air as the rain continued to hold off for a few more hours. As the sun set, I could see the thunderheads building, and I knew we would be in for another soak tonight. While my brother talked about important real estate things with his wife, I went around the house and checked the bolts on our camera mounts. I didn't want coverage gaps in the rain, and a camera lost to a wind gust almost guaranteed a broken camera after the storm carried it away. I was up on a ladder when Nancy wandered out to see what I was doing, and I became aware of her presence when I felt the aluminum treads steady under my feet as I leaned over for a closer look. "What are you looking for?" "Gremlins," I replied with a serious tone, averting my gaze so she couldn't make out my smirk. "Gremlins? You're a grown man, so how can you believe in make-believe?" she demanded, and I could hear a little humor in her voice as she teased. "Well, how else would one of these cameras work themselves free in the night?" "Has that ever happened?" she replied, answering my question with a question of her own. "Nope, because I always check for gremlins, so they can't get a foothold," I shot back, satisfied with my inspection and backing down the ladder until my feet were planted back on the ground. My arm, sleeves rolled up, brushed past hers as I descended, and a spark of excitement shot through my belly as our flesh made innocent contact. As I stood there, folding up the ladder, I felt her hand on my shoulder, so I turned to face Nancy with a little grin on my face. Nancy, however, tried to give me a serious look as she spoke next. "I thought about what you said before, about being so close to dying," Nancy started, and all humor vanished as she continued. "It scared me. It scared me a lot. I know how much you've done for me, for us, here, and at first I thought it was selfish of me to want you to avoid danger, just so my daughter and I can survive. Then I realized I wanted you to stay safe for your own sake, Bryan. I want you to stay safe, and I want to keep living in a world with you in it. I don't know what I would do without you." I felt my throat turn dry at the words and the implications of what she said. "I feel the same way about you, Nancy. I know we've only known each other a short time, but you're a special person. When I thought I was going to die, the last thing I thought of was how much I was going to miss you." As I stood there, I felt the need to wrap Nancy in my arms, but I resisted the urge. She didn't need me slobbering all over her, and even if there were feelings there, this wasn't the time. I was no lovesick teen mooning over my first crush. Nancy took away my option to maintain a separation when she rushed in, enfolding me in a hug that took my breath away. We stood there in the growing twilight, drawing comfort from each other as the hint of sunlight faded into the gathering gloom. "Are you going to be okay?" I finally asked, my voice hoarse with repressed emotion. "I will be now. What happens next?" I didn't know, and I knew we were in dangerous waters. From what I knew and my guesses, Nancy had never been in a functional relationship with a man. For me, I knew with grim certainty I had closed off that side of my personality when Colette and Charlie were snatched from me. Together, we were a confused, volatile mess, awaiting that spark to set us both ablaze. I didn't need a fortune-teller to warn me that the best plan forward involved proceeding with caution. What happens is we continue to take things slow and get to know each other better, I temporized, somehow managing to convert my muddled thoughts into a semi-coherent plan. Between the two of us, we're toting quite a bit of our own history. "Baggage, you mean," Nancy corrected, and I had to chuckle at her indelicate characterization, and she wasn't wrong. "If you like," I conceded. "I know it's been almost 5 years since I lost my heart, and instead of manning up and accepting what happened, I retreated into a shell, sold my old house, retreated from the city, and tried to return to my childhood. Heck, I think even the shooting classes I took with Andy were a form of disassociation, a way to ignore the hurt and try to pretend it never happened. Nancy took a minute to absorb what I said before replying, "I guess I did something similar after what happened at school. At least we had our families to fall back on, but honestly, I felt alone for so long. I don't know how to move forward. I just know I feel safe with you, and that's not something I ever thought I would experience with a man. And seeing you with Lisa, that has been the biggest surprise." "Really? She's a great kid." I paused, gathering myself. "After Charlie died, I couldn't look at children for a long time without feeling guilty. My nieces and nephews, though, they didn't understand, and little by little they wore down that barrier. I think that's why I feel so close to them. They helped me heal, and none of them ever understood at the time. I can tell how you feel about them, and I think that encouraged Lisa. She's never had a positive male influence in her life," Nancy explained, "except maybe Wade, and when I was living in Texarkana she hardly ever saw him. But with you around, she's really started to open up to you like I've never seen." Whatever I was going to say next was interrupted when I saw Mike turn the corner of the house and start to approach us. Stepping apart, self-consciously, Nancy and I separated. Neither one of us seemed to know what to do with our hands, but Mike was oblivious as he stepped closer. "Marta said okay," Mike blurted out, then seemed to notice Nancy and lurched to a halt. He glanced back and forth between us, as if finally solving a particularly difficult math problem, and shrugged before charging forward. "She wasn't thrilled with the idea at first, as you might expect. We talked about the long-term situation, though, and she knows there's no way we'll be going back." "What's the play, then?" "I'll call this Armstrong guy Monday, see if he's serious, and we'll head up Tuesday. Marta will need to call in sick, which isn't a stretch. She's already running on fumes after just this first week." "That bad?" "She said they're pulling back-to-back surgeries all day, Bryan. She's worried about post-op patient care, saying the facilities aren't set up to handle the volume. Plus, the hospital is starting to run low on supplies, and she's concerned." "Are they going to run out of surgical supplies?" "No. The National Guard's running escorted convoys to make those deliveries every week, but they're running low on everything else. Going to close the cafeteria because the administration can't guarantee the food will be there on a regular basis. Those shipments are being intercepted, it seems." "What's causing the uptick?" "Gunshot wounds," Mike explained. "No surprise there. She said the cops around the hospital are thick as ticks on a dog's back, so at least she feels safe." "I'm shocked the administration doesn't have her working longer hours," I responded. "Can't? Well, they tried to get her to work over in the post-op ward, but the doctors actually stepped up and vetoed it. Seems they don't want their surgical nurses bailing out on them or messing up in surgery from being sleep-deprived." "That's actually a good point," I conceded. "Think we'll be able to complete the trip and get everything done in one day?" "What? I thought you were kidding about wanting to tear up Dallas," Mike said, and I saw Nancy stiffen next to me. "Whoa, I just meant getting the house cleared out, and handling all the paperwork to put the house on the market might take more than one day, or a single trip." "Well, that's all we're committing to," Mike countered. "Travel is only getting more chancy, and I don't just mean the road agents." "What do you mean, then?" Nancy asked, finally joining in the conversation after listening to our brotherly back and forth. "Wade and Doyle were telling us yesterday that the roads are taking a beating with all this rain," I explained. "Some of the shoulders have collapsed, and there are mudslides that have to be navigated. Trucks are still getting through for now, but T-Dot is struggling to keep up. But what are road agents? That sounds like something bad, Nancy asked. Just another term for hijackers, Mike quickly said, before I could soften the information. Ethan was telling Wade about how they're becoming more bold out on the roads. Are the three of you going to be enough? We can send more people with you, Nancy reasoned, but Mike and I both shook our heads. We need everybody else here, keeping an eye on the farm. I wouldn't even be going if the trip was going to last more than a day or two. And if we didn't need the money, Mike continued softly. Wait, what? Why do you need more money? Got a shopping list, I replied, and gave Nancy a mischievous smirk at the idea of adding to our horse herd. Mike and I actually did make a list, combined from our own tallies of the horses we looked at with Earl and Lynette Lovett. Without talking about particular horses, Earl gave us an idea of how much we could expect to pay on average, factoring in age, conformation, and bloodline. Between the two of us, we found 6 more we agreed on, 5 fillies or young mares, and a slightly older quarter-horse stallion. We considered one of the 3 Percheron stallions, but in the end, the size of the offspring made us pass on going that route. Without having easy access to a veterinarian, the potential problems foaling made both of us shy away from something that might cost us not only a foal, but the mother as well. We had others on the list as contingencies, predicated on how much money Mike and Marta actually realized from the sale of their house, but I insisted on a hard cap at 12. Mike expected to clear more than the expected cost, so the limiting factors came down to our lack of facilities and the required fodder needed to bring that many horses through a long, hard winter. Or maybe a year without a summer. With all the talking out of the way for the moment, I took Nancy's hand in mine, much to Mike's surprise, and led the two of them around the side of the house and back toward the mudroom. With details left to puzzle out, at least we could start making plans for the coming excursion. Or, as Mike joked, Star Trek geek that he was, preparing for our next away mission. Chapter 22. After pitching in with Saturday's morning chores, I spent a few hours trying to pick out a new long gun for the trip. After the Fred fiasco, as I privately labeled that little misadventure, I retired my trusty Marlin 30-30 back to the gun safe, where I would only remove it when needed for hunting, maybe shooting wild dogs, if such was needed. After some thought, I hauled out the FN-FAL, another pickup I'd made years ago as a private sale from a gun show. A middle-aged man, some relation to a local widow, had rented a table for a single weekend at the Fort Worth gun show, and he was there liquidating her late husband's gun collection. The man hadn't known much about firearms, but with the internet, he'd been able to price most of the offerings at close to market value. The FALs had been available for about 10 years by that point, as imports that had been properly altered by the importer or as kits pieced together by that same company. Most of those weapons were regarded as decent rifles, and reliable despite the company's tendency to have the kits assembled by drunken, nearsighted chimpanzees, or so the stories were circulated. I'd picked up the rifle in question, checked the price tag, and turned it over to look at the condition. I'd been killing time, really, and taking a wander away from Mike's booth. When I couldn't find the expected importer's mark, I got excited but kept my cool. After getting Mike out of his chair, I had him take a look, and I could tell he was as interested as I was. After getting Mike's nod, I haggled with the guy a little bit and got him to drop the price $50 before getting out my cash money. After doing a little research, I discovered what I had purchased was a rifle out of a batch of Belgian-made FNFALs imported by Steyr back in the early 1970s, and it had what gun fans called a sear-cut receiver that made it highly prized. With one trip to the gun range, I knew I had a rifle that was accurate out to 400 yards, with just the iron sights, and was just fine with using dirty or corrosive Russian ammunition as long as I kept it clean. Mike fiddled with the gas piston to improve performance and polished the feed ramp, and afterward I counted this battle rifle as a jewel. Before, I was too worried about what the neighbors might think to take the FAL anywhere but shooting here on the ranch, but now I was seeing things in a different light. Now I was doing a little shooting to shake off the rust with the rifle, and like Mike said, nobody would be confiscating this one from me after a fight. I located 6 more magazines that fit the FAL, thankful that almost all the magazines from the FAL, CETME, and related family proved to be interchangeable. Sadly, I couldn't use Mike's AR-10 magazines, or vice versa, but they did chamber the same rounds, the 7.62 by 51 mm, or 308 Remington, so we had that going for us. Digging into my closet, still half full of my clothes even though I'd given up the room to move into my office, I uncovered my level 3 body armor before pulling out the bag that held the ceramic plates to be inserted in the front and back to make it level 4, capable of withstanding a 30-06 round, or so the manufacturers claimed. Coupling this setup with a load-bearing vest with magazine pouches suited to the larger magazines, I hauled both rigs into the dining room along with the now cased rifle. "Not messing around this time, are you?" Mike teased me when he caught sight of me heading for the cleaning station we'd set up in the dining room. That was one of the project areas where Mike did his gunsmithing work, and he had a nice little setup with his tools laid out in small wooden caddies. The kids liked to watch him doing work in there, especially when he wore his magnifying spectacles, but they knew better than to touch anything. "Can't take any chances with Marta going with us," I quipped. "What am I, chopped liver?" "Can you make a cherry pie that would make the angels sing?" I countered with a smirk. I really liked the cherry pie my sister-in-law baked, and that was an opinion widely shared in the family. "Well, you have a point," Mike conceded. "What else are you thinking about taking? Got any grenades? How about a rocket launcher?" Mike shrugged apologetically. "Sorry, I buried them in the backyard at my house, but we can pick them up when we go back," he joked. At least, I thought it was a joke. He then held his hand out for the FAL. I knew he was going to break it down well beyond my capabilities and give the component parts a thorough cleaning and inspection. I surrendered the weapon and then wandered off in search of Sally, finding her in the pantry. "How you doing?" I asked innocently. "No, I won't go with you to Fort Worth, and hold your hand if the bad men come," she teased, taking a break from stacking filled canning jars up onto a shelf in the back. It had taken nearly 2 weeks to finish canning all the produce we'd salvaged from the garden before the rains made the rest unusable in the flood, but this was the last batch that needed to be stored. "No, that's all right," I replied, holding up my hands in supplication. "I was just going to ask if you wanted to tag along for a much shorter trip, that's all." "And where would this little venture take us? And shouldn't you be asking that pretty young thing of yours to be going with you?" she responded with a grin. Getting Sally to join us had been one of my better ideas, and the lady had blossomed on the farm. Now that she wasn't constantly worrying about Billy's safety, and once she realized he was not only being treated well, but doing what he loved, she had taken to the changes with gusto. I grinned back at her before responding, "Actually, That sounds like a great idea. I'll see if she's free to join us this afternoon. Say 2 o'clock, and we can meet at the stables?" "What are you planning, Bryan?" Sally asked pointedly, and I gave her a little wave as I stepped out of the little room. "It's a surprise," I teased, "so I can't be telling you ahead of time, now can I?" I exited to the sounds of Sally muttering under her breath, and I headed out to find Nancy. I decided not to torment Nancy as much as I had Sally, but I would still keep our destination a secret. All joking aside, this was a trip the two women needed to make, and after discussing it with my siblings over the last week in private, they agreed as well. Some things even your closest allies didn't need to know about, so by showing this last secret to Sally and Nancy, we would be making them part of the family, whether they knew it or not. Chapter 23. "Okay, I have to say I didn't see this one coming," Nancy admitted, as I led her to the dilapidated-looking building. We were 2 miles north from the homestead, having followed a winding game trail that the horses complained about as the tree branches snagged their reins. The rains had held off for a few hours, but a faint tracery of ground fog gave the entire trip a vaguely otherworldly aspect to it. Sally had commented about expecting to see smoke monsters explode out of the lush underbrush, and Nancy wanted to know where the plane had crashed. "Sorry, this is East Texas, not Hawaii. You'll have to be satisfied with the monster from Boggy Creek," I sniped back. "That's actually the woolly booger," Sally replied confidently, and I jerked my head around in her direction. "Seriously?" "What are you talking about?" Nancy asked, her tone hesitant as she was picking up on my surprised reaction, but not the reason. "Sally's claiming there's a Bigfoot creature in these woods," I replied over my shoulder. As I was leading the way, I figured Azure and I would be first to confront any hairy forest dweller with a bad attitude. I had the FAL in a scabbard at my knee and 4 loaded 20-round magazines in my vest, so I had to like our chances. As I listened to Sally regaling Nancy with tales of unexplained footprints in the woods and strange howls pestering camping hog hunters, I was busy watching the trail for more likely signs of recent human passage, but I couldn't make out anything that signaled others in the forest, or at least nothing showed on our trail. After a few more minutes, the deer track widened a bit more and deposited us into an opening in the forest, a small meadow approximately 100 yards wide. The grass here had taken advantage of the access to the sun and sprang up to near shoulder height, though recent heavy winds had knocked most of them down in wide swaths. No signs of a tornado here, and even if there had been, the building in the middle of the clearing looked like it was up to the challenge of resisting all but the most ferocious attacks from Mother Nature. "If this is your idea of a love shack, Mr. Harden, you need to seriously rethink your standards," Sally joked as we drew nearer to the cinder-block cube. The building was a windowless square, looking more like a vault than any kind of residential structure. Green creepers extended halfway up the sidewalls, wrapping the lower portion of cinder blocks in a gauzy covering that nearly obscured the heavy metal door. "What the heck is that?" Nancy asked as we walked the horses closer to the abandoned-looking building. It was a telephone switching station until it was decommissioned some years back, I explained. Underground cable runs through here, and this building was some kind of maintenance structure for the system. I don't know all the details, but Mike explained it to me one time. Sorry, my liberal arts degree wasn't capable of deciphering the techno-speak. Sally snapped her fingers, the sharp sound projected easily through the quiet, the only other sound being the slow steps of the horses. "That's where I've seen this kind of building before. Saw one out near the base when I was at Camp Bullis for Ground Defense School. Funny, I thought it was some kind of security bunker, and my sergeant laughed at me." "You were more correct than you know," I replied with a little chuckle at Sally's outburst as I continued. "These things were constructed back when the people in power thought an all-out nuclear war was in the cards. They are crazy reinforced and built into the ground." "Isn't this still paper company land?" Nancy's question was a good one, and I gave her a nod of acknowledgement. "All around, you are correct. Right here, though, this 10-acre plot was still owned by the phone company, even though they stripped the building clean years ago when they decommissioned it." "So what are we doing here, besides sightseeing?" Sally asked, with a knowing look in her eye, as if she suspected the truth. "One of the basic tenets of preparedness is not putting all your eggs in one basket," I started, then dismounted from my horse. I felt my boots sink into the wet grass, and I waited while the two women followed suit. When Sally and Nancy drew near, I stayed still and pointed instead of proceeding ahead. "Like you both know, this place is surrounded by paper company land, so poachers around here have a field day hitting these woods, and they know about this old phone building being here, and they use it as a navigational landmark. The thing is pretty much fireproof, and that door is like what you'd find on a bank vault." "But why?" "Because Mike and I mounted that door ourselves not long after I bought the Ferguson farm." "What? How?" I laughed at their shocked reaction, but I held up my hand to signal I wasn't done. "This is a family secret, ladies, and you are both now part of the family. I actually bought this 10 acres about 2 months after picking up the Ferguson place, using a shell company I created just for that purpose. Been paying the taxes via that same front company, but only a few people know the truth." "But why? We can't all fit in that building," Nancy insisted. "Not its purpose," I explained. "And you might be surprised. It's bigger than you might think just looking at it. 2 floors in there. No, that building is not just our bolt hole, it is also a supply cache. Long-term food storage, spare tools, weapons, and ammo sealed in vacuum packaging. In short, if the farm gets overrun, the plan is to retreat here and shelter while working to reclaim the farm." "You mean nobody else knows about this place?" "No. And we hauled everything up here along that trail we just rode in on, which, in case you were curious, was a huge pain in the ass. I stopped us just short of the building because I didn't want any tracks going up to the door, or too close to the building. If some Daniel Boone is out here in the woods, they might see our horses just rode around and kept going. Just another group of poachers on the prowl." "How are we even supposed to get in, Bryan? Biometric lock or retinal scan?" Sally teased, but I could also hear the respect in her voice. I led the two women around the building, letting Azure graze a bit from the lush grass as we walked a circuit before answering the older woman. I kept my voice down so no one lurking in the woods would overhear. Paranoid much? I thought to myself even as I did it. The lock isn't that complicated. Mike and I couldn't afford something that elaborate, but the door is solid steel, and the lock is sufficient that it would take explosives to get through it. There's a key to this place hanging in the pantry back at the house, and another one stashed in a hidden spot back about halfway between here and the house. "Is it in a plaster garden gnome?" Nancy asked, getting into the spirit. "Please say you hid it in a garden gnome." "No, let me guess," Sally added, joining in the speculation, but also keeping her tone low. "Fake rock, am I right?" "I'll show you two comedians while we make our way back, but I want to stress This is a secret. I'm sorry, Nancy. You can't even tell Dorothy about this, okay?" "I got it," Nancy replied, a serious expression on her face as she worked out the implications. "You think we'll ever have to use it?" "I pray not," I replied, "but this is like insurance. You don't ever want to have to use it, but having the backup gives you a little peace of mind. And if it makes you feel any better, I'm sure Wade or Doyle or both have something similar set up." "Why would you think that?" "Because we all read the same books, recommending something like this, and you know you can always believe what you read in books," I said, and this bit of humor chased a smile out of Nancy once again. "But seriously, no word of this to Billy or Lisa either. This is part of what we call our go-to-hell plan, and as the name implies, not something we want anybody else to know about." "In addition to you and Mike, who else is in the know? And why tell us now?" Sally asked. "Me, Mike, Nicky, and their spouses. That's it. And the reason is because those of us in the know agreed that you two needed to be brought in. Going back to Dallas wasn't something any of us planned on, and I think Mike and Marta were willing to just walk away from their house, but this is an opportunity to secure more money before the whole thing comes crashing down." "And you have plans for the money before it becomes worthless," Sally noted astutely. "Otherwise, you wouldn't take the risk." "That's right," I conceded, and the next few minutes were taken up with remounting our rides. I could have left the conversation there, but I felt like Nancy and Sally would appreciate being let in on the plans Mike and I had hatched. When Mike and I went over to see Mr. Lovett the other day, we had a chance to see more of his horse breeding operation, and I gotta say, we were impressed. Earl and Lynette have a first-class setup, and we decided to explore the possibility of expanding our horse herd here. That was always the idea, but as with many things, the limiting factor has been the cost. "And now somebody wants to buy Mike's house in Fort Worth," Nancy observed, piecing the puzzle together. "That's correct. We think the buyer is a real estate speculator, and with so many houses damaged by the storm, he thinks he's going to make a killing in the short term. And he might just do that," I conceded, "but Mike has other ideas. He thinks the fuel deliveries will stop sooner than we first anticipated, and we'll be doing a lot of the farming with horses. He also doesn't think their neighborhood in Fort Worth will be survivable long term." "Well, bringing in more horses will just tickle Billy all to pieces," Sally observed with a wry chuckle. "The more the merrier for him. Can we feed more through a bad winter, though? Looking into that as well. If we can't feed them, we won't do the deal." After riding for another 15 minutes, retracing our trail, I pointed off to the left, but didn't say a word as we rode past a weather-worn birdhouse suspended from a limb about 7 feet off the ground. The unpainted wood blended nicely into the tree trunk, making the small box nearly invisible if you didn't know where to look for it. As we neared the fence line and the carefully concealed gate, I swung down from Azure's back and pulled the post free, opening the path back up for Nancy and Sally. As she rode by, Nancy asked the question that had been nagging at her for nearly half an hour. "Why haven't you told Charlie and Mary about that place?" Looking up, I caught her eyes with my own. "They still haven't decided if they're staying or going. If they're going, they don't need to know." "And what about me? Why tell me?" I thought about our conversation from the night before and gave her my best smile. "Oh, I don't think you'll be going, Nancy Prentice. I think you've found your home." Chapter 24. We started out just before daylight, risking the dusk-till-dawn curfew. In an ideal situation, the drive to Fort Worth from the farm took over 4 hours, but we budgeted our time for the trip to take twice that. The idea was to get a few more miles behind us before the outlaws started stirring, and it seemed our plan worked as we proceeded unmolested for the first 50 miles along Highway 69 before running into our first obstacle. We debated which vehicle to take, but we ended up with Mike's King Cab pickup, because not only did it have the extra carrying capacity of the full-sized bed, but he also had the 98-gallon add-on fuel tank to get us home if we couldn't fuel up along the way. We all strongly suspected that might be the case, but I brought all my loose cash just in case, or in the event we found a good deal somewhere. Mike drove, and I rode shotgun. Marta wasn't happy sitting in the back row bench seat, but she knew I would be just about useless back there, crammed in like a sardine. Like the two of us, she was a walking arsenal, armed and armored for a fight, but unfortunately that armor tended to poke you in uncomfortable ways in tight confines. I'd never been in that situation, but I got a running commentary from Marta on how each bump in the road threatened to rupture an organ. I got to be the verbal punching bag because 10 minutes into the trip she stopped talking to her husband altogether. Seems she'd wanted her SUV for the trip instead. The warning came with red cones and flashing lights ahead. But our first bit of trouble wasn't one any of us could shoot our way out of, since the bridge being washed out just south of Alto meant we had a long detour ahead of us. "Can we get on 294? Mike asked as he began backing up nearly 300 yards to reach the nearest turnaround, since the shoulders remained flooded even with 2 days of relatively clear weather. "Don't know. Not looking at the map right now," I replied with tension in my voice. "I'll check after you get us out of here." "What's wrong?" Marta asked, and I heard her shifting her carbine around in the back seat. "Good spot for an ambush," Mike muttered, giving us his 2 cents while also answering his wife's question. "You see something?" Marta queried again, her voice rising. "His danger sense must be getting tuned in by now," Mike replied tersely as he studied the rear-view camera, angling the truck to make a quick direction change. "Bryan's seen enough action. He can smell when he's in a tight spot, honey. Just comes with the territory." "Well, he's got me worried now, and I don't see anything." "Me either. But if I was going to hit a truck somewhere, it might be right in this area," I responded, rolling my window down and adjusting my grip on the FAL laid crossways in my lap. I'd have been better off with a short-barreled option like Marta was carrying, but I now preferred the range and punch of the larger and longer rifle I carried. Everything was a trade-off. After a few more tense minutes, Mike had the truck going in the opposite direction, and I had a chance to look down at the road atlas stashed in the side door pocket. "Turn right ahead on Highway 21. We'll want to take it to the other side of Wetches, then hang another right on 227. That'll let us connect with 294, and we can take that to 323, which runs into Palestine." "Oh, I know the way from there," Mike interjected. "As long as we can avoid more washouts, I mean. Now, Bryan, any reason why you decided to go with the paper map instead of the GPS on your phone?" "Yeah. I can't get the detail down to a high enough resolution to make out terrain features," I grumbled. "And the system isn't updating. At least with the Highway Road Atlas, I can tell where we should have bridges. You can see the waterways that intersect the roads, at least," I explained in more detail. "That's kind of scary," Marta added from her back seat position. "I've gotten used to my phone telling me when there's an accident ahead or if the road is under construction." The conversation died out again as Mike reached the turnoff and I relaxed a hair. The narrow 2-lane highway ran through a drenched and muddy countryside, and while I didn't like the lack of traffic on the road, at least the sight lines remained open and clear. "Where is everybody?" Marta's question struck a nerve. Mike and I exchanged a concerned look, as we'd covered nearly 20 miles since making the detour in Alto, and I had yet to see another vehicle on the road. It was eerie, like we were the last people alive on the planet. "Not a lot of locals," Mike tried to explain, "and with the rationing and fuel shortage, most people are going to want to stay close to home. I'm going to go out on a limb and wager this road didn't see a lot of traffic before the meteorite." We passed the sign for Weeping Mary, Texas, population 40, but I didn't see anything other than a few scattered homes and no sign of activity by the supposed inhabitants. I also didn't see any telltale blue tarps over any of the roofs, so I felt confident we were at least in an area outside Hurricane Debbie's damage zone. After another half hour and a few more turns, I noted the number of homes along our route was picking up, and we finally started seeing other cars and trucks on the road as the population density increased. "Coming up on the loop around Palestine," I warned Mike. "How do you want to handle the town?" "Oh, we'll go around, taking the loop like you mentioned," my brother replied. "From here we should take—" Mike stopped talking as he took in the sight of the massive truck stop on the right, the exit about a half-mile ahead. Unlike most of the breed, this one was fully lit up, with a digital signboard displaying their fuel price of $11.99 per gallon. Mike slowed the truck, but did not stop. "Ouch! Look at the cost." Mike picked up where he left off, gesturing. "Do we stop?" I asked, cautious of the potential dangers. Hell, truck stops hadn't been particularly safe before. The only thing that swayed my opinion here was the presence of 2 parked highway patrol cruisers out front, and what looked like some kind of military truck pulled into a slot alongside the large storefront in an area reserved for the big rigs. "I think we can risk it," Mike finally replied, "but it looks like we have to go through a checkpoint to get in, and we're all tooled up." "No, don't," Marta finally chimed in. "We don't need the fuel, and I'm not going anywhere unarmed. Let's just go." Neither Mike nor I could argue with the logic, so Mike accelerated back up to the posted speed, and we shot past the exit. I kept my eye on the parking lot, and when I saw 4 men dressed in military camouflage moving around on the concrete to a sandbagged emplacement next to the entrance, I didn't even blink as I reported the movement to my companions. "Probably National Guard," Mike observed. "I heard how the state was taking over security at some of the truck stops, converted them into mini forts where semi-trucks could stop with some degree of safety. This way the governor is hoping to keep the trucks running and supplies distributed." "If you knew, why did you want to stop?" Marta complained, and Mike shrugged his big shoulders. "Wanted to see if anybody there could give us word on conditions ahead. But I figure they also have people in the area working as spotters." "What do you mean?" I asked, but I thought I understood. "See targets moving to the truck stop, then radio ahead when their mark leaves the base. The fighters in Iraq did the same thing, and we used that a few times to set up our own ambushes." Mike's casual comments reminded me that my lunk of a brother had way more practical experience than I did when it came to this kind of thing. He and those he'd served with had a front-row seat to a failed state, and how we made it that way. No matter your politics, what happened in Iraq still left a bad taste in the mouths of many Americans. How could we avoid that same fate here? I wondered about his dilemma as my eyes continued to scan the dreary scenery. Despite every bit of tap dancing the federal government was doing, I knew the economy was a sneeze away from collapsing. The banks and insurance companies were broke, the Treasury was papering over the cracks and pretending to be confident for the cameras, while behind the scenes the Federal Reserve worked the digital presses overtime in creating dollars out of thin air that had anything but the full faith and credit of the nation to prop them up. The abrupt loss of America's easy source of finished goods, from critical infrastructure components to frivolous plastic toys coming out of the Pacific supply chain, left us in a lurch, and maybe we could retool some of the abandoned factories in this country to fill that gap, but to do that, the nation needed time and effort. Time to rebuild the machines, to make the machines, and effort on the part of a workforce unaccustomed to hard, knuckle-cracking labor on assembly lines, completely lacking in blessings from OSHA. Of course, all of that assumed the workers could be fed, housed, and protected while they tried to revive the industrial heart of the country, and nothing could be further from the truth. In short, I feared that in 5 years we would be envious of the industrial output of a wartime Iraq. "What's the map look like now?" Marta asked, breaking the long minutes as each of us retreated into our own thoughts. I, for one, was pleased with the distraction as my dark musings raced down a depressing rabbit hole. "Still wrinkled and a little coffee-stained," I retorted with forced good humor. "Outside of that, Mike seems to know the way." "All good," Mike confirmed as he navigated around a stalled, shoebox-shaped economy car perched on the side of the road, water coming up to the wheel well. I noticed Mike flinched a little bit as we pulled even with the dark red car. "You all right to keep driving? Not getting tired?" "No, just hate doing that," Mike said softly, his faint Texas accent coming through strong. He kept the volume down, so Marta would need to be straining to hear. "Just brings back some bad memories." Roadside bombs, I realized. "Well, keep your eyes peeled," Marta announced, steel in her voice, "because I need a potty break soon, and I'm not going on the side of the road." We reached the outskirts of Fort Worth after 6 hours of road time and 2 bathroom breaks along the way. No shots fired, and Mike even managed to score 10 gallons of gas in Waxahachie when we halted for the second of those restroom stops. It was barely after noon when we pulled into the makeshift guard station at the entrance to Mike and Marta's subdivision, and Mike chatted with his gun-toting fellow homeowner for a few minutes before driving past the roadblock and motoring on to their driveway. The overgrown grass seemed more like a jungle than a suburban front yard, and Marta quipped that Mike needed to get on that or risk the homeowners association assessing a fine. I was asleep on the couch 5 minutes after entering the front door. I asked Mike to give me an hour, and then we could tackle the demands of the day. Marta told me later that Mike lasted a whole 3 minutes longer before hitting his recliner to pass out. She let us sleep 2 hours before rousing us both with a glass of water and 2 aspirin each. "Stress," she simply explained, and I nodded my understanding. Then Marta went off for her own nap, and Mike and I got busy. Chapter 25. Packing up the remnants of the house took less time than I figured. Most everything Mike and Marta wanted to keep had gone to our place outside New Albany already, but there were odds and ends, linens and towels, cookware and the like that went into boxes. The back of Mike's truck had been stacked with broken-down cardboard packing boxes and cartons of packing tape. Efficient, and I sensed Marta's organizational skills at play. Around 4 o'clock, Mike's neighbor Scott dropped by, and Mike escorted him and Marta into Mike's office while I continued hauling cargo out into the garage for loading. When Mike backed the truck into the attached garage, I had silently approved. The plan called for us to carry out the last of the packing without drawing any attention from any curious neighbors. They might have been mostly united in their efforts to secure the subdivision from outsiders, but we all knew that didn't mean there weren't a few who preyed on their own. Thanks to Scott Brister, the house had remained unbreached up until now. "How have things been here?" I asked Mike, after Scott excused himself. "They've been suffering with the rain, but not as bad as we've seen. Some landslides or mudslides up in the hills. The rivers are all still well past flood levels and the like." Mike sighed, then waved his hand in dismissal as he started again. "I'm convinced it was the hurricane and the Gulf disturbances that have kept the weather stirred up in our area. All that water vapor released into the air, accompanied by the continued ash from the volcanoes, gives us the precipitation, but it was the massive heat bloom from the impact that we're still experiencing." "Still think the farm is the best option?" "Definitely," Mike replied instantly. "Things only look better here on the surface. City services are stretched far beyond capacity with all the refugees, and the system is already starting to fracture. This subdivision has been lucky so far, which explains why our real estate agent has an interest in this place. He's been nosing around and made offers on 2 other houses down the street. I imagine Scott tried to talk you guys into staying," I guessed, thinking about their time closeted in Mike's office. "You're right about that," Marta interjected. "He's really worried about losing this house. I mean, getting someone in here who won't help with the common defense and all." "Shoot, Mike, you haven't been around for over a month," I objected, but then caught my brother's little grin. "Well, I did help out a little," Mike admitted, his grin growing. "Seems I had a half-dozen of those Delton builds just gathering dust in the garage, along with 100,000 rounds of Romanian 5.56 by 45 millimeter taking up space. Seemed like a good idea to donate them to the cause. I have a bill of sale from Scott and everything." "You sold weapons to Scott to help protect the neighborhood? That's genius, I know," Mike interrupted, still grinning. "I didn't sell them, exactly. I mean, the sales receipt says $10 and other goods and valuable consideration, and I got that $10 and Scott's extra box trailer. Got it stashed over at the storage place, loaded down with more boxes." "You know they hate it when you store guns and ammo in those units," I pointed out, and Marta chuckled this time. "That's why they're all in boxes labeled bathroom tissue and kitchenware," Marta explained. "But the bathroom tissue is exactly as advertised." "Hey, we can't run out," Mike exclaimed. "That would be a real apocalypse if I don't have the trusty soft Charmin." "It was Costco brand, you nut," Marta replied dryly. "Well, it works just the same, and the price was right. Kind of like that Romanian ammunition," Mike explained, adding the last part in a conspiratorial whisper. "Do we want to go see the real estate agent first, or pick up this trailer you've got stashed?" I asked, looking between the two. "Agent," Marta said. "Trailer," Mike said. "Glad we're on the same page," I quipped, then waited as the two worked it out. I was Switzerland, and I proclaimed my neutrality loudly as I went about using the only small appliance, the coffee maker, left in the kitchen. "Let's call, and then, if he's available, go see this Brad Armstrong first," Mike finally announced. "See what he's willing to pay for the house, and—" "No, you were right," Marta interrupted, checking her cell phone before continuing. "This is too late in the day to make a run to Dallas, so let's go with your plan and get that trailer. If you're careful, you can back it in the garage and leave it there overnight." "We can call Armstrong and make an appointment for tomorrow," Mike added, and then looked at me. I held up my hands as a reminder. "Switzerland, remember? I'll do whatever. If you want some help, I'll go with you to get the trailer. Marta, you want to come or stay?" Marta seemed to consider the question for a moment before answering. "I'll go next door and check in with Allison," she said, indicating Scott's wife with a wave next door. "Looks like they tried to do something with the dog park, but the rain ruined it." The lot on the other side of their house on the cul-de-sac remained empty, one of the few vacant spots on this end of the subdivision. The other 4 houses on the semicircle had dogs, and the owners using the vacant lot as a pet park came about as a bit of natural progression. Mike never had cause to complain, as the neighbors politely used the cement sidewalk to access the grassy area adjacent to his house, and besides, the natural fertilizer made the grass in the park look nice in the summertime. He just kept his children from playing in the lot, which was easy enough in his oversized, fenced backyard. "Probably tried to plant a garden there," Mike commented dryly. "Just be sure and bring your pistol, honey." "No problem, dear. Just try to be home by dark." We took off not long after Marta left, setting the alarm and checking in with the neighborhood watch as we left the subdivision. While Mike drove, I found myself once again scanning the area, watchful as we exited the residential neighborhoods and proceeded on to a commercial area about a mile away. Everywhere I looked, I saw signs of flooding in the low-lying areas and boarded-up businesses scattered through the various strip malls along the way. No obvious looters out and about, and thankfully no riots underway. What I did see were lots of people going about their business on foot. I guess the break in the weather had all the disgruntled citizens out, trying to enjoy the promise of sunshine that never seemed to appear. More vehicles than usual, and I had to wonder if their fuel distribution network was still up and running. From the gas stations we passed, open but with armed guards present, I had to conclude the area was receiving regular gas trucks, even at the higher rates. "Coming up on the right," Mike advised, and when he turned into the storage yard, I refocused on the gate in front of us. Rolling down his window, Mike paused just long enough to punch in the code before driving through the entrance and slowly making a circuit of the abandoned-looking complex. We drove around the enclosed block of smaller indoor units, stacked 2 high with a wide hallway and an elevator. My eyes strained to see through the wall of smoked glass windows in the climate-controlled building that contained the smaller but more expensive storage rooms, but I detected no movement. Finally satisfied we were alone, my brother drove back around to the far side of the facility, approaching the roll-up doors designed to accept vehicles. I knew these were designed to house things like boats and recreation vehicles, as well as the more mundane and prosaic trailer. "That's it, Unit 1324, Mike directed, handing me a single key on a key ring. While Mike pulled around to line up, I popped out of the passenger seat and slung my rifle. Crouching over the heavy silver lock, I wrestled with the mechanism and pocketed the big lump of metal. Then, gripping the handle, I tugged on the segmented accordion-style door and lifted. The accompanying rattle sounded loud, even over the rumble of the idling truck engine. I took a quick glance inside, noting the enclosed trailer and hitch, then waved Mike back. Even with his backup camera, Mike needed a few hand signals from me to mate the attached ball to the trailer's hitch. When I gave him the final wave, he killed the truck and got out to come back while I was working the hand crank to raise the stand. "Any sign the trailer's been tampered with?" Mike asked, and I gave a shrug. "I'm just dumb labor here," I retorted. "The lock was intact, though. I've seen some news reports where someone rents one of these with a fake ID, then gets in late at night and uses a grinder or cutting torch to get into the other units. Caused quite a stir," Mike explained as he walked around and confirmed the integrity of the metal walls. Everything looked good, but Mike was going to check the back of the trailer when we both heard the scuffle outside. "Shit," Mike mouthed soundlessly as he lowered himself behind the corner of the trailer on the driver's side. I reacted a heartbeat later, assuming a similar stance on the other corner, my rifle off my shoulder and in my hands as my knee met concrete. Safety off and round already in the chamber, I tried to regulate my breathing as we waited. If this was a wandering stray dog, I was going to feel silly, but my stretched nerves told me this was something else.
"This is the manager! Come on out of there!"
a voice called, young and confident, just outside the rolled-up door, and as I strained my ears, I thought I could make out the sound of metal against metal. Maybe wind chimes, I thought nonsensically.
"This is the tenant, and I don't see you either. Why don't you step into the light?"
Mike replied, which made no sense unless you understood my brother's odd style on humor.
"Come on, asshole. We know there's just the two of you. Come out now. Don't make us come in there after you."
Well, that was interesting. I was wondering if this guy might actually work as security for the storage complex, but that last comment sealed the deal for me. This was somebody looking to jack us, and the guy sounded more than a little off. I mean, more off than just somebody trying to take what we had in a strong-arm robbery. The sing-song tone made me think he was high, and I wondered what he was taking. I also wondered if he, or his crew, noticed how we were armed. "Make them come to us," Mike murmured so softly I could barely make out the words at 3 feet. We stayed knelt, nearly back to back, and I decided at that moment to insert my earplugs, because things were about to get loud in this enclosed space. With the weak sunlight playing peekaboo, I was still able to make out random flashes of movement outside, but nothing happened for nearly a minute. I shifted, finding a better position for my poor left knee, and the movement outside translated to action as someone stuck their hand around the corner with a pistol extended. 2 pistol rounds squealed into the upper corner of the box before I zeroed in on the wrist and returned fire. I triggered 2 rounds in rapid succession, and my ears rang despite the earplugs. Much more of this, and I figured I would be permanently deaf. I winced in pain and wished I had the heavy ear defenders as well. Next to me, I heard more shooting, but the piercing scream of the wounded pistol wielder covered whatever was going on next door. Mike was getting some business on his side, too. Worry for my brother flashed through me, but I realized the only way I could help him was in taking care of this side of the trailer. I felt compelled to act. Flopping forward on the dusty cement, I extended my rifle but held fire. The wounded shooter continued to raise a fit outside, and I used that squalling to cover any sound as I inched forward on my belly, dragging with my elbows and toes as I advanced. Nearly to the doorway, I took a quick glance to the side and caught a glimpse of leg exposed under the front of the trailer. Since Mike hadn't been wearing ratty jeans with a hole in the knee, I knew this wasn't going to be a case of friendly fire. Shifting my point of aim radically, I centered on the part of the leg I could see and squeezed 2 quick rounds before rolling myself closer to the side wall of the storage room. Gun smoke filled the air as a new voice added to the shrieks, but the volume rapidly faded. I lay there, barrel only inches from the track for the roll-up door, and I waited to see what would happen next. 30 seconds passed at a glacial pace, my heart hammering my ribs as I anticipated a renewed flurry of shots. But none came. Then, in the distance, I heard an engine start and tires squeal in protest. Another minute, and I heard Mike's voice call out, "Bryan, you okay?" "Fine. You hit?" "All good. I think they're gone. Let's get out of here." I wanted to agree, but I worried about any stay-behinds lurking just out of sight for us to expose ourselves. Mike must have had the same fear, because I heard him rustling around in the trailer. After a few minutes, I could hear his footfalls, heavy on the concrete, as he paced up the other side of the enclosure. Heavier than usual, in fact. "Hold where you are, and I'll go check around. Give me a second." I could see Mike's feet under the trailer. and he was still a good 6 feet from the door, so I resettled the rifle in the pocket of my shoulder and waited. When he lobbed something out the door in an underhanded arc, I almost missed it, except for the trailing streamer of white as it passed. Following the move, I slung my rifle and drew my pistol. Unless I guessed wrong, this would be fast, close-up work, and the barrel of the rifle was just too long. I wished we'd brought Marta's little AR pistol for this trip. Next time I left the farm, I was going to be carrying more weapons than Arnie strapped on in Commando. Going back into a crouch and banishing the stupid from my brain for the moment, I spun and scanned. But other than an impressive pool of blood, I found my side of the storage yard to be unoccupied. From the shuffle I heard from the other side, Mike was doing the same. "Clear!" I called out, my eyes flicking from point to point. "Clear," Mike responded a heartbeat later. "You got anything over there?" "Blood. A lot. I know I hit one in the hand. Got another in the leg on your side." "Yeah, he's dead. Got another one dead over here as well. Looks like the rest of them beat feet. Which we need to do as well," I added. This wasn't the free fire zone that back home had become. I worried about the cops showing up, now that the threat had been dealt with. "Let me pull up, and you can relock the unit," Mike reasoned, and I followed his advice, stepping over the trailer hitch to get a look at the other side. 2 dead, just like Mike said. Femoral artery, I thought dispassionately as I examined the one I'd killed. Those big .308 rounds had chewed through the leg like a bear's jaws. He looked to be in his mid-20s, African-American, and wearing a moderate amount of bling. I left the necklaces, but I still scavenged up the short carbine he'd dropped. A Marlin camp carbine in .45 ACP, I decided. Nice, but it didn't go with the big gold rope necklace with the $sign pendant. I frisked the body, careful not to get any blood on my hands, and located 2 more magazines shoved into his back pockets. High-capacity 1911 mags, I thought, as I examined them more closely. Exactly what the carbine was designed to use. Reaching into the back of Mike's truck, I pulled out a canvas grocery bag and deposited the short carbine and the magazines. Mike was already getting into the truck when I went to the second body, and this one was showing a single GSW to the center of his chest. This guy wasn't wearing the heavy necklaces, but I noticed metal in his mouth, and figured he had the stereotypical gangsta grill. What the heck, I thought to myself. These guys looked like they should have been knocking over a drug lab, or more likely, guarding the place. What the hell were they doing trying to knock over a storage location? Laying on the ground next to the corpse, I saw an AR-style rifle. Basic setup with iron sights and bare rails. Without checking it more closely, I stuck it and the spare magazine from the dead man's front pocket into the same bag. The barrel extended out a few inches, but I was beyond caring at this point and just dropped the load into the bed of the truck as Mike pulled the truck forward. As soon as the end of the trailer cleared the door, I shoved it down with a bang and scrambled to replace the heavy padlock. Still panting a bit from the stress and adrenaline dump, I ran around the front of the truck to reclaim my seat when Mike rolled down his window and stuck his head out to speak. "Hey, before we go, can you pick up that roll of toilet paper?" I stuttered to a stop, suddenly hit with a wave of shock from Mike's words. "Excuse me? What the fuck did you just say?" "The roll. Can you pick it up, please? Are you out of your mind? You know that thing has rolled halfway to the office by now. Can you imagine how many germs that thing has been exposed to already? And you want to wipe your butt with it?" "When you put it that way, it does sound kind of gross," Mike replied with a grimace. "Just leave it." "Oh, no. I'm definitely going to bring that back with us, as evidence when we tell Marta what happened." Mike frowned, then changed the subject. "Think we should check the office?" "You know what we'll find in there," I replied, my earlier joking tone completely missing now. If these jackals had caught anybody in the office, they were undoubtedly dead. "I do," Mike replied sadly. "Still,
I think we should. I'd hate to leave somebody wounded in there, at their mercy when the rats return. All right, let me get your roll of toilet paper. Then we can go check. Just leave it. Oh, no, I can't leave it now, I retorted. Then I trotted out and retrieved the now slightly dirty roll of bathroom tissue, tossing it in the back seat. Hey, can I ride on the running board while you creep up on the office? I mean, it would look bad-ass, I added, trying to restore some of our earlier banter. I knew it might sound crazy to anyone listening, but I wanted to take both our minds off what we expected to find. Not as badass as when that little scrap of sheet metal breaks and your ass gets dumped on the concrete. That was intended as a step to aid you in getting in the truck, not something for you to pretend to be some catwalk model, Mike growled, and I gave in, plopping down into the passenger seat for the quarter-mile drive back up front to the office. I might seem to be growing calloused to the killing and to the suffering of others, but in truth, I was still hiding from what I'd seen and done since Rockfall. Repressing my feelings might be a poor coping mechanism, but it was what I had, and the method had proved to be an able crutch for me in the past. Sure, I'd turned into an emotionless zombie after my wife and son were killed, but at least I'd managed to still function. Even fooled a few people who didn't know me better into thinking I was just cold and distant and not dead inside. Feeling myself growing introspective, and knowing it never ended well, I shifted my attention back to the matter at hand. Digging in the center console, I pulled out a package of alcohol wipes, wiped down my hands vigorously, and then removed the earplugs so I could hear better. Even with their protection, my head was still ringing from the shooting indoors, but looking at the approaching building, I reinserted the squishy orange plugs. Might get loud again, I reasoned. Mike parked behind the office, and we both saw the back door hanging open, half off the hinges. Before Mike could turn off the engine, I was out of the truck with my rifle raised, zeroed on the gaping exit. If somebody was going to come charging out with bad intentions, I would stop them or die trying. That was my own decision, to watch out for my little brother, no matter what. When I reached the open door, I paused, then took up position on the right side, back against the ruined door. As I moved into position, I could see where someone had blown the lock, probably with a shotgun slug. When Mike joined me, we shared a look, and he confirmed what I already knew. There was somebody dead inside. The smell gave it away. Might still be survivors, Mike said it without conviction, but he had to know. He was the hero, after all. On 3, we surged into the darkness, looking for survivors. There weren't any, but what we did find provided fresh material for my nightmares. As near as we could tell, there were 4 of them, and they'd been tortured to death over a period of days. When we returned to Mike and Marta's house that night, Marta could tell something was wrong. But since neither one of us showed any signs of physical wounds, she left it alone. Or more properly, she refrained from grilling Mike in front of me. As for me, I took a shower, mouth closed as I remembered the boil order for tap water, and I went to bed. Despite my exhaustion, sleep was a long time coming. Chapter 26. Brad Armstrong's office, Armstrong Realty, occupied a ground-floor space situated in the revitalized downtown Dallas area between the Dallas Aquarium and Dealey Plaza. Expensive territory meant to announce one's superiority to the masses. I'd seen plenty of it in the legal profession, where some of the waiting rooms were works of art, where clients were afraid to sit on the sofas. I was surprised to see the place was unmolested by the riots. Then I noticed the retracted heavy metal shutters that ran the length of the front of the building. All the way in, traveling along an eerily empty Interstate 30,
I found my mind going back to the murder-torture scene Mike and I had stumbled on at the storage facility. I'd thought I was a hard case and a real bad man until my flashlight beam revealed the sickening tableau we'd found in that back office. Clearly, those four, what Mike tentatively identified as 2 men and 2 women, had been dead for days, and the varied state of decay made Mike think they'd died in sequence rather than all at once. We weren't certain of the sexes, not only because of the savagery of the torture, which had been extreme, but also because of the small animals that had already been feeding on the corpses. I didn't stick around for long. I'd given Mike my flashlight, stumbled back to the smashed door, and barely took 1 step into the weak daylight before I started throwing up. Not those little burp-like upchucks, but full-on projectile vomiting like I was competing for an Olympic medal. I managed to avoid the falling down part by simply letting the wall take my weight. But that was the best I could manage. My eyes filled with tears, not that I was crying necessarily, but as a natural result of the violent upheaval taking place. I couldn't see, couldn't speak, and barely managed to catch a breath as I hunched over and continued to dry heave. When the hand touched my back, I reacted blindly, clawing at my holstered pistol, but Mike's voice cut through the buzz in my head. "Let's get out of here," Mike had said, and I let him lead me back to the truck, like a little kid. "What has you so pensive, Bryan?" Marta asked, and I found myself walking on the sidewalk, my brain on autopilot. Behind her back, I saw Mike gently shake his head. On the drive back from that den of horrors, Mike had asked that I not talk about what we'd found in the rental office, and I shakily agreed. We would tell Marta about the attempted ambush in the storage unit, but Mike insisted Marta didn't need to know about what we'd found later. At the time, I would have copped to the Kennedy assassination, and now we were in the right place to make that claim, just blocks from the museum that used to be the Texas Book Depository. I'd pop off a joke to Mike about that later, I resolved, but at the moment, I needed something to tell Marta. "Just thinking about the drive-in, I guess, and being here," I gestured at the open stores and offices around us. "Makes me feel like all this stuff about a meteorite and losing the West Coast was all just a dream or nightmare. Sure, there's damage to some of these businesses, and you can see where the floods got into buildings, but not much worse around here than what I saw in Houston after Hurricane Ike. Dallas has a lot of problems right now, but the worst hasn't hit here yet," Mike interrupted, and I shot him a grateful look. "Now, let's go see if this guy is blowing hot air or if he's serious." Given the nature of this meeting, all 3 of us brought business wear to Fort Worth, and I was also feeling a little odd getting back in a coat and tie, even after all the years in the garb. I was wearing my second newest navy blue suit and red power tie, while Mike was dressed in a charcoal gray sports coat and dressy slacks. Marta sported a calf-length skirt, short boots, and a light blue fitted blouse over an ecru shell that looked very nice on her. In short, we looked like we belonged in a nice business office setting. The public area for Armstrong Realty lived up to the address, with professionally decorated furnishings and a sectional couch that managed to look chic while also managing to be comfortable. While Mike and Marta went to the glassed-in reception desk to check in for our 9:30 meeting, I took a few moments to recapture my cool while examining the other people seated in the waiting room. I counted 6, 2 pairs and 2 singles. Only one of them, the older man seated in a corner chair by himself, looked out of place. He wore a set of blue jeans and a long-sleeved T-shirt with an Indian motorcycle logo emblazoned on the front.
Despite the casual dress, he was clean and looked freshly groomed with his neatly trimmed Fu Manchu mustache. Probably rich enough that he doesn't feel the need to wear a suit, I deduced. Only then did I realize I was actually scanning the room for potential threats. I wasn't openly carrying, since an internet search revealed Armstrong Realty was a no-gun zone, but the little Kel-Tec holstered in the small of my back lent me a tiny bit of confidence. The rest of my arsenal awaited me in Mike's lockbox in the overpriced parking lot around the corner. "She said someone will see us shortly," Mike explained after wandering back over to take a seat next to me. Marta claimed the spot on the other side, and she patted my leg in brotherly concern while we waited. She could tell something was bothering me, but she also knew me well enough to realize I wasn't going to say anything until I was ready. Mike, for his part, seemed tense as well, but probably for different reasons. No matter how practical this decision seemed, it was still the house where they'd started their family, and where they'd invested so much of their time and money over the years. As I waited, I thought again about the gang of thugs who'd attacked us at the storage unit, and what we'd found in the back room of that office. As I sat there, something tickled at the back of my brain about that lot. Not inside, thank goodness, but a detail, a glimpse of a clue, outside, that evaded my efforts to bring it back into focus. "Mr. and Mrs. Harden, Miss Evina will see you now," the perky, brown-haired receptionist called out, and I heard some grumbling from someone seated behind us. I didn't hear the words, but I caught the sentiment. We'd only been there 10 minutes, so some brainiac was whining about line jumpers. I wanted to turn and explain the concept of an appointment to the wise-ass, but Marta's hand on my shoulder stopped me mid-motion. I gave her a nod of understanding, but Mike glared like he wanted to join me in laying waste to the loudmouth. Tension crackled, fed by frustration and misplaced aggression, but I managed to choke it down a heartbeat before Mike performed the same feat. Clearly, we needed some time on a therapist's couch, but so not the time, I said to myself with a mental sigh. Miss Evina was, as her name suggested, of South Asian descent, and looked to be in her early to mid-20s and trying hard to look older. I almost laughed at the thick, black, horn-rimmed glasses she sported, and I wanted to tell her they made her look more like a hot librarian than the mature businesswoman she clearly wanted to portray. Despite my faint amusement, she had a firm handshake and conducted herself as an experienced professional. Really, I found myself studying the room to distract myself from my grim musings from just a few minutes ago. Evina, her first name, I noted, had a nicely decorated office, one of several glass-walled workspaces, and I quickly calculated that Armstrong Realty must take up a full half of the building's first floor. She also had not only her real estate license, I observed, but also a bachelor's degree from SMU. My old eyes couldn't discern the discipline, but my money was on either business or finance. I let Mike and Marta do the talking, listening in after they introduced me as their attorney, but merely observing as they discussed the property, the community, and things like homeowners association dues and the like. I hadn't realized how much Mike and Marta paid every year just to keep up the community pool they never used or replant fresh rose bushes by the main entry. These costs weren't itemized, of course, but from what I remembered, those were the most notable features in the subdivision. Mike had copies of the most recent county property tax appraisals, which we knew Miss Evina had access to on her computer, as well as receipts for the new roof, the kitchen remodel from 3 years ago, and a dozen color photographs taken around the house that highlighted the best features.
Miss Evina accepted copies of everything, complimenting my brother and his wife for their thoroughness and organizational skills at keeping track of such details, and Marta preened like a kitten at the praise. She was the file keeper and the mistress of all things related. The discussion then turned to money, and how much was still owed on the mortgage, and who held the note. I thought it was kind of funny that they were talking about sending a check to a lender that was no doubt already out of business, or at the least only a shell company with more liabilities than assets. Evina didn't try to hide the facts, namely that the market for available housing at the moment was up, way up, and the only limit was the inability for purchasers to secure a mortgage. She also offered Mike and Marta 2 options, namely an outright purchase of their house by her real estate company or an offer to list the house for sale as their agent. "You could get more for your house just using us as your agent," Evina conceded without a trace of shame, "but you would need to find the right buyer and hope they had the money on hand to make the cash purchase. Or you could sell to us and take a guaranteed price after closing and let our firm deal with the hassles and delays of advertising, screening, and locating the right buyer." I listened to her pitch, and I suspected her boss already had a buyer lined up for that particular property. Mike and Marta had said nothing about their current living arrangements or their recent absence from the house, but I knew they wanted to get what they could out of the house before events overtook us. That didn't mean they had to give it away for a handful of magic beans, though, so they talked the options back and forth for nearly half an hour before Mike broke down and asked for the cash price offer, contingent on passing the inspection. Mike had handled the background and selling points of their house, but Marta took over when it came time to talk figures after that first offer. Marta worked her hard on the final figure, making me proud of her haggling skills as she kept Evina on her toes. She left the room at one point to talk to Mr. Armstrong, she claimed, and the 3 of us huddled up and pretended to discuss the prospect of walking out and taking the sale elsewhere. We had no basis to believe the office was bugged, but we had no reason to believe it wasn't either, and between Mike and I, we brought a truckload of paranoia to the conversation. Finally, the negotiations concluded, and after satisfying the outstanding mortgage, Mike and Marta ended up squeezing out more than $30,000 over our best previous projections. Clearly, we were right. They already had a buyer lined up. After reaching their number, the paper signing started. Title search, inspection, and all the other attendant details occupied another 30 minutes, and I felt like a fifth wheel in the proceedings. I did make it a point to read every document before Mike or Marta put pen to paper, but the agreements proved to be fairly standard. Since this was going to be a straight-up purchase, they didn't enter into an agency agreement. But Evina still winced when Marta made a point of deducting my fee as allowed. I didn't care. The small percentage would go back to them in any event. With Evina's permission, I wandered off to the break room to grab a cup of coffee while a notary came in to start stamping things. The urn in Evina's office was drained by the time the bargaining ended, and after a night of poor sleep, I needed the caffeine. I offered to grab refills, but I received no takers. The break room was clearly designed for employee use only, but I wasn't surprised to see the older guy with the motorcycle T-shirt on seated at one of the buffed steel tables when I wandered in, following the smell of a freshly brewed pot of coffee. I approved. Those single-cup machines might be efficient, but I never cottoned to the taste. Using a plain white mug from the cabinet, clearly a guest cup, I topped it off and added sugar before grabbing one of the wooden sticks and stirring. I usually drank it with cream at the farm, but I despised that non-dairy creamer, so I suffered along, wondering just how badly the weather changes would affect coffee production. Thinking about the disaster, I decided we needed to up our already massive coffee reserves. If Juan Valdez couldn't lead his donkey out of the mountains with his fresh coffee beans, I worried about the fate of the world. The joke fell flat, just in my own thoughts, and I decided not to share it with Mike or Marta. I knew nobody else would think it was funny anyway. Besides, we would lose the fuel or the roads for trucking, or the ships plying the coffee routes before the bean harvesters gave up their trade. And that didn't even take into account the local markets in Colombia and Brazil. "Good coffee," I said by way of small talk to Mr. Indian Motorcycle.
"Better than that K-Cup swill," the older man agreed.
He looked up, scrutinizing me briefly before continuing.
"You here buying or selling?"
"Neither," I replied. "Just riding shotgun for my kinfolks. How about you?" The man gave a little chuckle at my comment, then gave me another look before continuing.
"Aye, you've got that look about you. The suit threw me off," he noted, then paused before continuing. "I'm here to buy. Came out of Friendswood, down near Houston, but now I'm living up here temporarily. Don't like the city, so I'm looking for someplace more rural."
I smiled at that, and the man wrinkled his eyebrows before nodding his head when he realized what he'd said.
"Not with these guys," he grinned back at me. "Just looking for a recommendation for an agent out west. Someplace in the hill country, maybe."
"Pretty country," I agreed, but something in my tone must have given me away.
"You don't agree?"
"Going to get really dry over that way," I commented, thinking it was time for me to shut up.
"Even with all this rain we've been having? I heard they've got flooding all along the Brazos. Might be hard to find a place without water," he joked.
I decided to change the subject. I wasn't in the mood or the position to explain the new world to someone who wasn't willing to listen. I could tell he was a smart man, but sometimes smarts aren't enough to overcome the normalcy bias. "What about the suit threw you off, Mr.
Taylor, Brody Taylor,"
the man said by way of introduction, and when he stuck his hand out to shake, I found it to be softened by age, but still calloused from work. "Bryan Harden," I replied.
"Well, pardon the presumption, but originally I had you pegged as a real estate agent. But you must have done something else more active before. Then I shook your hand, and even though you don't push it, you've got hands like a carpenter, or maybe a brick mason."
"No, sir, I'm just a gentleman farmer, and a country lawyer these days. How about you?"
"I did a stint in the Army about 1,000,000 years ago, then used the GI Bill to get my degree in mechanical engineering," Mr. Taylor explained. "I worked a few years for one of the big oil companies as a design engineer, then broke off and started my own little company about 15 years ago, building experimental equipment for the oil industry for years. My time in the Army, that's what threw me off. When I saw you in the lobby, you reminded me of some of those old sergeants, always on the lookout for Charlie in the Wire."
"That's not me, and I've never worn a uniform. Until this recent unpleasantness, I'd never used a weapon in earnest or been under fire." Mr. Taylor seemed to take a moment to digest what I'd said. Then he asked his next question with some care.
"I take it you've seen some unpleasantness since the hurricane hit. Was it looters?"
"You would be correct," I replied, making eye contact as I spoke. "And I'll assume from your statement that you haven't seen any yet. For what it is worth, Mr. Taylor, I hope you don't. But you need to be ready to do everything necessary to protect your family, no matter where you end up."
"What about the police? And with the president adding Texas to the list of states included under the state of emergency provisions, that should be seeing National Guard on the streets to ensure order."
I shrugged. but I was not surprised to hear the news of Texas being added to the list. My best guess is the Guard is going to remain pinned down on the border and in the big cities. You're not likely to see them in small towns except when pulling patrols. My advice remains the same. Better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Mr. Taylor's face fell at my words. That bad? I mean, I know things are chaotic out west, and the cities are crazy these days. But are you suggesting we lock ourselves in? As the look of apprehension spread across his face, the older man fell silent mid-sentence. Mr. Taylor, wherever you go, I suggest you make friends with your neighbors and post a watch on the road. And good luck. As I paused at the kiosk to refill my coffee cup, I took a peek over my shoulder. Mr. Taylor was deep in thought, and the apprehension was being replaced by concern. Thinking about his words, about locking yourself in, I felt a dawning sense of realization click into place. Locks. That was the key. No pun intended. Wandering back to Evina's office, I felt like I'd solved one small puzzle that had been bothering me since the day before. Chapter 27. You think you know what they were looking for? Yeah, it was obvious those gangbangers weren't just there for fun, I replied, looking over my shoulder to make sure Marta was still inside. We were back at their house, most likely for the last time, and Mike said it was time to pick up one last thing. He'd gotten a shovel out of the garage, and I'd followed him around to the back of the house. So what was it? You tell me what we're digging up, and I'll tell you what I think, I replied, looking around at the expansive yard. In addition to the swing set and slide, I saw the cement bird bath and the old sandbox where Tommy and Tammy molded their intricate sand castles. I wasn't sure what Mike was up to, and I tried to make a guess. We taken the bird bath? Nope. You don't think they were just randomly looting? I shook my head as I followed Mike out to the wooden privacy fence at the back of the property. Instead of sinking the shovel head into the muddy soil, he turned the short-handled tool sideways, using the blade to hammer into the corner crosspiece on the fence. This popped up a long metal pin in that corner. Come on, grab those bolts and the ones on the next crossbar and let's go, Mike instructed, and I did as directed, my gloved fingers probing, finding the 4 6-inch pins that acted as bolts to secure the 4-foot-wide section. This part of the wooden fence had been converted into a hidden gate, with clever hinges placed on the inside to prevent detection. The gate swung inward, and from what I could tell, could not be opened from the other side. Tricky, this brother of mine. The land behind the gate remained mostly untouched by the developers, other than some work done to cut down the slope and thin out the scattering of the pin oaks. Mike proceeded to one of these surviving trees and pivoted to the left, and I saw he had pressed one of his heels to a mostly concealed metal pole protruding 6 inches from the earth. It looked like a cut-off piece of simple rebar, and in time I could see how it might fade into the trunk of the tree as it grew. Balancing the short shovel on his shoulder, Mike began stepping off paces, heel to toe. I thought about a pirate's treasure and wondered if he was going to dig up a chest of Spanish doubloons. I gave Mike a questioning look, but he just ignored me as he counted under his breath. Surprisingly, he continued on past where the back of his yard ended, then beyond what I thought of as Scott's. Checking the fence line, I saw we were entering the area behind the property owned by another of Mike's neighbors, Trey Crenshaw. Ah, Mike buried a cash tube behind the house of the biggest tool in the neighborhood. I'd never actually met the man, but based on stories shared by Mike and Scott both, the guy seemed to be the consummate tool. He was another attorney, but that was hopefully the only thing I had in common with the guy. Working for a big corporate firm in downtown Fort Worth, Trey bought his old house on the lot here 4 years ago and had it razed and replaced with a McMansion worthy of the worst kind I'd seen at River Oaks in Houston or in the Highland Park area in neighboring Dallas. The 3-story monstrosity covered almost the entirety of the already oversized lot. That was fine if you wanted to build in that manner and spend those kinds of dollars, but Scott complained about a very real issue even before the recent flooding. Simply put, the massive covered area left little room for rain runoff and resulted in Scott needing to install a new drainage system in his own yard to handle the overflow. The ensuing legal fight had gotten nasty, and even now I could see the land behind Crenshaw's property appeared much more waterlogged than the same area around Mike's house. "Why the hell?" I started to ask, but Mike held up a finger to his lips. Oh, the windows from the Crenshaw house backed up right on the waste ground behind. Anyone in that section of the house might overhear our conversation. When Mike reached the correct spot, I assumed anyway, given the way he was checking landmarks, he started digging. With the soil so saturated, the process took much longer than normal, and Mike went down deeper than I thought he would. In fact, he ended up digging out a slope-sided crater that looked more like a grave than I was comfortable with, having to bend over almost to his knees to lever out the last shovelful of swampy mud before I saw the top of the fiberglass cylinder. I was right. Mike was pulling a cash tube before leaving town. The idea behind a cash tube is to store certain supplies, usually off-site, for recovery later as needed. The tubes could contain anything, well, anything that fit inside the tube. It was a common strategy for preppers, though I imagine there were plenty of misplaced tubes out there that might be more akin to buried treasure, map and all. I also knew that the wet state of the ground would sometimes result in cash tubes floating to the surface and becoming fair game for anyone who happened by. That's why Mike had buried it deep, much like my gun box back at the house that contained Nicky's discarded P95. Sure, a metal detector could find it, but if you buried it in the right place, say, for instance, next to an underground pipeline or under the foundation of a building, good luck to the searchers trying to find it, like a needle in a haystack the size of a farmhouse. Using the nylon rope he'd brought, Mike fashioned a quick noose and fastened it around the top of the tube, catching on to barely noticeable notches in the sides of the cylinder that allowed him to pull the cash tube out of the ground. Not without a lot of straining, as the earth did not seem to want to part with this particular treasure, probably due to the suction effect of the wet soil underneath, I decided, as I watched Mike come close to bursting a blood vessel as he heaved. Finally, the tube began to rise, and I found myself wondering just how long this darned thing would turn out to be. All said and done, the tube turned out to be 6 feet long and 8 inches in diameter. Mike lifted the cylinder to his shoulder, and I took the shovel up, refilling the hole as best I could. This process went much faster than the initial digging, but that was often the case. I made a point of stirring the mess of mud around enough to hopefully disguise the depression left behind, but there was little else I could do. We trekked back to Mike's backyard, re-engaged the gate locks, and headed around to the side door of the garage, still without speaking. The trailer was backed into the second stall, usually occupied by Marta's SUV, but Mike had elected to leave the truck outside, giving us enough room to work. The workspace seemed oddly outsized, as Mike had previously packed up all the tools and equipment that had previously occupied space here. Now the lonely hacksaw and paired sawhorses seemed out of place in the otherwise cleared area, now only filled with vacant racks and empty cabinets. "Get the door," was all Mike said, as we stopped to use the floor mats to wipe off the worst of the mud on our boots. I did as he asked, then glanced up at the wall clock to judge the time. We still needed to hit the road soon, and I hated the idea of driving after dark, especially pulling a trailer, but the outsized timepiece that used to hang on the wall was missing, no doubt already packed away somewhere. Mike set the cash tube on the sawhorses as I pulled my cell to check the hour. Just a smidge after 3 p.m. We could still make home in the light if we left soon. As I was making the mental calculations, I heard the rhythmic hiss as Mike began using the hacksaw to remove the cap on the storage cylinder. "Can't we just load that thing and go?" I asked impatiently. I knew Marta was still cleaning inside, and in fact I could hear the vacuum cleaner running as I spoke, but the house looked nice enough to me as it stood. Other than a little dust, the interior had already been well cleaned before they'd come down the last time. Plus, it wasn't like they were trying to get their deposit back on a rental apartment. "Just a minute, and while I'm doing this, why don't you explain your earlier epiphany? What were you saying about the storage place?" "Yeah, I was thinking hard about it while we were at the realtor's office. Those guys didn't strike me as your typical looter gang. At least, not like we've seen before. Hell, that one I shot in the leg, if those necklaces were real gold, even if it was 10 carat, would have been worth several $1,000 just by weight. No, that was a gang that was probably around before the storm started. And? I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking they were there trying to recover something hidden. A stash made there in one of the storage units. Obviously, they didn't know which one, but I remembered seeing locks on the ground, a lot of them. Somebody had already either gone through all the smaller rooms or was in the process. "How do you explain what we found in the office?" Mike asked, his lips twisted in a grimace at the memory. "I think they were sick fucks, obviously, but I also think they were looking for information. Maybe those were the original owners of the merchandise, and these shitbags were trying to get the location." "Doesn't work," Mike countered, grunting a bit as he finished cutting through the cap in the fiberglass pipe. "If any of those people knew which room, they would have given it up. That was some medieval shit, and after the first one was dead, all they would have needed to do was show his remains to the others to get them to sing like a canary." "Point," I conceded. "Maybe they all worked there, and the gang nabbed them over time as they came to check on the place. You said they didn't all die at the same time, right?" "Well, I missed that day in coroner's school when they taught that particular skill," Mike retorted, and I knew the memory of those twisted bodies were playing on his nerves. "But yeah, I think so. What the hell were they looking for that would drive someone to do that?" "Drugs, I bet," I replied immediately. "My guess is someone was using one of those lockers as a stash point for a shipment of drugs, and these thugs want to get their hands on it. Maybe they heard about it from another source, maybe just the location that was being used, and decided to liberate the supply in all this disruption." "As good a guess as any," Mike conceded, then turned the pipe in his hands so the items inside began to slowly slide out onto the built-in work table. With his back to me and his body in the way, I couldn't make out what he was removing. "What was in there that was so important you decided to stash it behind Trey's house? Risky move, by the way. Anybody could have stumbled over that tube." Mike gave me a tight grin as he turned, and I saw what he was holding in one hand, cradled like a baseball. I'd never seen one in real life, of course, Plenty of fakes and disabled ones, but something told me this was the real thing. "You asked me about these earlier," Mike explained, and I might have been a little deceptive in my answer, though honestly, they aren't mine. I was just holding them for a friend. Mike was holding an M67 fragmentation grenade. Encased in a brown cardboard casing, the grenade looked just like what you would see in the movies, except something was missing. "You pulled the fuses?" "Of course. I might be crazy, but I'm not that crazy. Got them stored separately." "Where the hell?" I started, then nodded. "Hayward. I knew that guy was shady, but why the heck are you holding them for him? And don't tell me you have a tax stamp for those things. $200 per grenade is just stupid, and the ATF would still come crawl up your ass for something like that." "Actually, I think Charles bought them as a public service to keep them off the street. I don't know the full story, but from what I could wriggle out of Charles, he got approached by some meth head who used to be a supply clerk with the guard before they kicked him out." Mike shrugged. The where was immaterial now. "Is Charles going to come looking for his product now, like those gangbangers? 'Cause I gotta tell you, I'm planning to give you up as soon as Charles takes out his nail clippers. Just so you know." I wasn't kidding, much. The words were a coping mechanism. I knew it, and so did Mike. The images of those 4 people, all horribly burned and cut up while restrained, unable to resist, would haunt me in my nightmares for who knew how long. Some things you just couldn't unsee. Anybody who would do that, I would gladly kill without a moment of hesitation. "I sincerely doubt it, Bryan," Mike said placatingly. "Best I can recall, Charles was up in Utah when the rock hit, doing a show up there, either in Salt Lake or Provo. Anyway, he squirreled away most of these, but he asked me to help remove the fuses for storage, and gave me the dozen of them to hold for him in exchange. I stashed them behind Trey's house because I figured if they did turn up, people would look at him first as the culprit. I made sure I didn't leave any fingerprints behind, and there's some other stuff in there I didn't want found either." "Why do you hate that guy? I mean, he's a douchebag, but is it something over and above why Scott hates him?" "Oh, yeah. He saw us getting our gear loaded up in the truck one day to go play paintball. Yes, we were hauling out camouflage backpacks and plastic gear cases, but shit, you see that all the time first day of hunting season. He called the cops, told them it looked like his neighbors were getting ready to go rob a bank, said he saw machine guns being loaded into the truck." "Holy shit," I whispered. "They roll in hot?" "Oh, just 20 city cops, lights and sirens, had us lay down on the lawn with B inside watching the kids and freaking out. Had us handcuffed, and then started taking the fear bags apart, but all they found were the paint guns. We had just about talked our way out of the cuffs when the Phoebes showed up. So, rinse and repeat." "That must have been tense. Why didn't you ever tell me about this? What would you have done to the guy?" I thought about the question and realized Mike was probably right. Even back then, before the rockfall, I might have done some very bad things to Trey Crenshaw. "How did you know it was him who dropped the dime on you?" "One of the cops who showed up played in our league. Not on our team, obviously, but we were tight enough that he got word to me later, unofficially." "So what else was in this cache?" I asked, trying to change the subject, and with a tinge of dread. Grenades, outside of the smoke variety or the decommissioned version used as a paperweight, were scary as hell. I wondered what else he could have in that tube that he worried enough about that he was prepared to lose them and potentially frame a disliked neighbor. More suppressors, off the books. Oh, and conversion kits for some of our ARs, for fully automatic fire. "Oh, is that all? Just things that would earn you a private cell in a supermax prison for the rest of your days," I joked. But the reality was much more permanent. Given that Texas had been added to the state of emergency list, the likely outcome would be an appointment in the death chamber of some federal facility, or a bullet in the back of the head. Mike appeared unfazed by my sarcasm. "I brought the tools to convert Marta's AR," he went on. "That, and some of the 100-round Beta-C mags, will give us a poor man's squad automatic weapon, just in case. Because we're hauling a box trailer, so road agents might consider us fair game," I said, finishing Mike's thought. "I guess we're approaching that point then." "What point?" "The one where there's no return," I replied grimly. Then, more softly, I allowed myself to wax philosophical. Our world changed, and continues to change day by day, ever since that damned meteorite fell. Mike couldn't come up with a good response to my maudlin statement, so he retrieved his tool bag from the truck and began making his alterations in a heavy silence that fit the mood. Chapter 28. We left Mike and Marta's house a few minutes before 4 p.m., and the overcast sky made the hour seem later than that. I suspected our trip might need to be completed after the curfew, or we would need to pull off on the side of the road to lay low for the night. Mike, for his part, seemed unconcerned, only saying that he knew a place on the way if we needed it. I just shrugged and made sure all my gear was set and ready. After our eventful self-storage visit, Mike reorganized our seating, with Marta in the driver's seat, Mike in the shotgun seat, and me in the back seat. I was jammed in like 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag, but Mike rewarded me with a party treat in the form of Marta's short-barreled AR with the giggle switch installed and a 100-round magazine seated in place. Mike carried another AR in his lap, this one with a 20-inch barrel and a reflex sight, and the fully automatic mechanism replacing the semi-automatic one, and from the way Mike clutched the pistol grip, I knew he was worried about the trip. While Mike was busy gunsmithing in the garage, and Marta touched up the cleaning in the house, I'd spent extra minutes turning the back seat into a nest. At first, I was dubious of Mike's plan, but the more I thought about it, the more I liked it. I might not be able to sit comfortably on the seat, but I could sprawl with the best of them. We'd been standing in the garage when Mike explained his plan before Marta came out to join us. "Bryan, I need you to cover Marta's side. If we get hit, someone's likely to go for the driver," Mike had explained, and I took his meaning instantly. If she was busy driving, then she wouldn't be able to defend herself. "Maybe I should drive," I had suggested, and Mike shook his head. "Marta's a good shot, and I have no doubt she would do what was necessary to defend the kids, but she's not like us, Bryan." "What are you talking about? Remember when you explained about why you recruited Sally?" "Yeah. She was telling me about her experiences during the war, and you picked up on the fact that she killed those Iraqi soldiers like she was whacking the heads off chickens. Just something she needed to do, and no fuss or bother about it," Mike reminded me. "Some people can do that and go about their business, but they're fewer than you might think. Some soldiers are horrified by doing it, but they force themselves to pull the trigger if it means saving their buddies or their family. Marta's like that. Then there are others who, well, they get to liking the power. And what does that have to do with me?" I asked the question, but I suspected I already knew the answer. "You're one of the ones it doesn't bother, brother. You have that in common with Sally. Pat, too. You do what needs doing, and you don't have to suffer the nightmares after. I knew it after your first fight there in town." "And you?" Mike had ignored that question, but I thought I knew the truth. Mike did the job, and then he wrestled with the nightmares after. That was his curse. "I'll take care of her, Mike. I swear it." That was my oath, and I meant to keep it. So while Marta adjusted the seat and Mike hooked up the trailer, getting ready to leave his home for the last time, I laid down in the bench seat as best I could and arranged my gear bag on the floor. We were back in our body armor, plates inserted, and I left the FAL in the floorboard but made sure I had extra magazines stacked for the AR. In addition, I had the Marlin Camp carbine positioned on top of my bag, extra magazines webbed to the buttstock. Limited magazine capacity was one of the shortcomings of the carbine, at least as a defensive firearm. The 1911 was a fine pistol, and I liked the knockdown power of that fat 45 ACP round as a sidearm, but the 7 and 8 round magazine capacity made it less than desirable for longer engagements. That was why I liked my Springfield XD with the factory 13-round magazines. At least the Camp carbine had the aftermarket 10-round magazines that made the 1911 look funny, but that was still a low count for what might be needed. However, the decision to use the weapon was premeditated, and something I might explain to Mike later. Or maybe not. The ideas were still a bit nebulous at this stage, and nothing I needed to worry my brother about at this stage. I also had one of the hand grenades Mike had recovered. This one had the fuse replaced, and I treated the thing like a coiled snake ready to strike. It was an unreasoned fear, but one I respected. A bullet from a negligent discharge might kill you just as dead as shrapnel from a mishandled grenade, but I had training on how to deal with firearms. Grenades, though, were outside my experience, save for the 30-second demonstration Mike had given. Pull the cotter pin, release the handle, and throw. Or in this case, as I would be inside a moving vehicle, drop it out the window. That last part, he stressed, was the most important. I vowed to leave that particular viper resting in its nest. As we pulled out of the driveway, Marta paused, and Mike exchanged farewells with Scott and a wave from Allison. Something changed hands between the two men, keys being exchanged, I thought, and Marta shifted back into gear. We'd barely made it out of the subdivision and onto Loop 360 before the headlights on the truck automatically kicked in, a clear sign of the fading light. I took that as a bad omen of the impending darkness, when something else came along that was even more worrying. "I have 2 cars coming up fast behind us," Marta announced, and I craned my neck to look back. With the box trailer blocking my view, though, I couldn't see anything. Mike, at least, had the side mirror he could use. The presence of other vehicles wasn't that big of a shock. We had other cars on the road around us, just not that many. Mostly it was big rigs using the road, I realized. This part of the loop was 3 lanes wide, though I remembered from the trip in that it narrowed down to a pair of lanes a few miles ahead where the road had been narrowed for construction. The roadbed had been torn up on the outer lane, part of a now abandoned widening project. "Where are they?" I urgently demanded, my own anxiety feeding off Marta's obvious concern. "There's one in the outside lane and one in the inner lane," Marta explained. "Try to get over to the other lane," Mike rapped out the order. "See if you can make the next exit." I felt the truck move, then jerk back as Marta attempted the maneuver, then abandoned the effort. "They're too close," Marta explained breathlessly. "I almost hit that one with the trailer." Mike let out a gust of breath, perhaps rethinking his decision to have Marta drive. Backing off might be the correct move in the old days, but now she was surrendering the initiative to the other driver. I think Mike would have happily sideswiped the car if that's what it took to clear the way. "Bryan, get ready," Mike warned, but the words were unnecessary. With the windows already down, I was accustomed to the buffeting of the wind and braced for contact. I had the rifle ready to rock, and at car-length distances I knew the short barrel of the little AR carbine wasn't an impediment to what I would need to do. "Marta, keep us steady at this speed, then be prepared to slow us down when I give the signal," Mike added, finishing his pre-fight preparations. We'd discussed our procedure if we were hit by bandits, either at a roadblock or on the road, but I knew repetition made for good leadership. Say it again, then repeat one more time to drive home the lesson. Mike's truck had a nice big diesel engine, more than capable of maintaining highway speeds even while towing a load, but the beast wasn't built for evading high-speed pursuit. Instead, we would hope our stingers were sharp enough. Wrapping the seatbelt around my left arm, I leaned my upper body slightly out the window, resting the barrel of the AR against the windowsill. The positioning, while awkward, gave me a solid rest for the weapon as the pursuing sedan drew near. I wasn't able to use the sights and intended to aim by feel when the shooting started. The car was a Chrysler 300, a model I'd always liked, but would now be forever tainted by the events to follow. In the questionable light, I could only tell the Chrysler looked as packed as a clown car, with the rider in the shotgun seat at least working to bring the barrel of their rifle to bear. My suddenly aggressive move seemed to have caught our pursuers off guard, as the driver's foot dropped off the accelerator for a second and the car wobbled for one brief instant, and I saw the shotgun rider's mouth open in some unheard cry before the car steadied. I fired first, riding the muzzle rise, just like Mike warned me, as I triggered a short burst into the hood of the car, then swept the barrel up to rake the passenger side from front to back. Each short squeeze of the trigger resulted in a staggering burst of fire, 5 or 6 rounds pouring down the barrel like they were racing each other to a target. The roar was deafening, despite my earplugs, but I held tight as I saw the sparks and pock marks explode from the fiberglass and metal of the car frame, and I registered several shapes spasm, even through the dark tint on the windows before the incoming rounds turned the glass opaque white. Adapting quickly to the hammering recoil, I walked the rounds back and forth across the pursuing vehicle, focusing briefly on the driver, then hitting the hood again until the Chrysler's engine seized. The tires veered to the left, out of control, until the driver's side slammed into the jersey barriers lining the road shoulder. The stricken car struck with sufficient force to shear the bolts, holding them into place, and move the heavy concrete walls as the dead car ground to a halt. "Clear!" I screamed out, pulling back inside the body of the truck and moving carefully enough to avoid touching the overheated metal of the AR's short barrel. I was shaking from the adrenaline and the violent recoil of the AR, but I had enough control to thumb the safety into place. I had no idea how many rounds remained in the drum, but I estimated I'd burned through at least half the 100 rounds in just a few mad seconds of fire. "I'm done, Marta," Mike called out, just as I was trying to find a place to set the overheated AR. I had just enough wits left in me to reach out a hand and pat the seat in front of me. "Anybody else around?" I asked, my voice too loud in the absence of gunfire. "No. Road's clear now," Marta replied tightly. "Can you stop for a second?" I asked, and Marta began slowing the truck even as Mike looked back with a question in his eyes. He was curious, but not too worried, so he sat on his question. I held up a finger, then set the AR down on the floorboard and picked up the Marlin Camp carbine. As the truck rattled to a stop, I stepped out with the carbine shouldered, rapidly pumping out rounds into the passenger area of the car. At nearly 100 yards, I wasn't trying to necessarily hit anything, though at least one ragged scream told me I'd scored once without even trying. One magazine, then the second, and I was turning to climb back in the back seat of the truck. "Mike, you have any trouble with your target?" "Bitch, please," Mike complained in a mocking tone, then turned to Marta.
Drive, please, honey, and let's take the next exit. I want to put some space between us and this." "You got it, sweetie," Marta replied, but I could tell she was rattled. It was one thing to hear the stories, and another to be stuck in the middle of a firefight. As Marta brought the truck back up to speed, drifting over into the far right lane for an exit, I felt Mike's stare bore into me as I continued looking out the window. "What was that about? You already empty that drum?" "No, but you think the cops will at least show up to the scene? Maybe send in a forensic team?" Mike shrugged. It was the reason he'd made a point of changing the license plate before we left. The one on the truck now went to a junker he'd bought. Same year and model, he'd explained it was destined for scrap and never registered. If anybody asked, he would explain this was the restored junker, and he had a bill of sale. The VIN didn't match, but it would buy us a few minutes. Of bigger concern was the presence of closed-circuit cameras, and the reason for switching the plates. Given the number of dead we just dropped on the system, I'd say yes. That why you use the Marlin? To confuse the process? Partly. They'll now have these 2 ARs in the system, but I'm thinking this Marlin might already be in there. Then I asked the question I should have voiced earlier if I hadn't gotten distracted. "Oh, where did your target end up?" "Ran into that flooded ditch. Car sank like a stone. I didn't see anybody get out, but if they were still in the car, they better get their gills in gear." Mike added that last bit with a wry grin. "Still, you were up to something with that Marlin, weren't you?" "As long as we make it out of this mess without being identified, this might be useful," I admitted. "We can use that weapon and maybe draw attention elsewhere." "You thinking about leaving a trail of breadcrumbs?" Mike teased, but I could tell he was considering what I'd said and didn't say. Thinking about hiding the truth in a field of lies. I had a sudden realization that hit me so hard I sat back in my seat. "Shit, Mike. I just realized where I saw that car before," I started, but Mike cut me off. "At the self-storage place," he said. "The same place I saw that Nissan I just ventilated." As he spoke, Mike cast a careful glance at his wife, who snorted. Marta was still affected by the adrenaline, I could tell from her slight oversteering, but otherwise she appeared to be recovering fine. "Boys, I knew there must have been more to that story, but from the way you all acted, I figured it was something I was better off not knowing." "There's just some things you can't unsee or unhear," I affirmed. "Just know that if I'd recognized that car sooner, we'd still be there while I built a fire." "Destroy the evidence?" Marta asked curiously. "No, there might be some survivors," I growled. "And I've always heard how bad it was to die in a fire, burned to death. Figured I'd like to find out with those pieces of shit while they sizzled and popped their way to hell." "Sometimes it's better that all you can do is shoot them," Mike chided me, a reminder of our discussion about the ways killing can change a man. I wasn't eager to change into someone who enjoyed killing, but I was willing to make an exception for those asshats. We drove on for another 3 hours, near to where it was impossible to see without our headlights, but all the way Mike had been guiding Marta on a roundabout route that led to a heavily eroded gravel road, a private drive, just outside another one of those little wide spots in the road that didn't rate as an incorporated town. "Where is this?" Marta asked testily. I'd become savvy enough about gunfights and nerves to know she was over her post-battle jitters. Now she was crashing from the caffeine buzz, having finished off 3 Dr. Peppers in only an hour as she fought to stave off exhaustion. Mike and I had both offered to take over driving, but Marta merely grunted and leaned forward. Now she was worn down and ready to stop. "Scott Brister's bug-out location," Mike explained, gesturing further down the private drive. "If you go down another 100 yards, there's a keypad on a gate."
"We're staying at Scott and Allison's place?" Mike nodded, but his lips were pressed together. I knew that look. "They offered, but you feel awkward, right?" "Yeah, I just don't feel right sleeping in their place when they aren't here. His sister Clara is here with her husband Martin, but Scott says he's stuck until Boeing lets him go," Mike explained with a scowl. "That's sad," Marta said, "but sorry. I wasn't looking forward to sleeping in the truck, so just get over it and give me that gate code." "Yes, dear," Mike's rejoinder had all three of us chuckling as Marta shifted the truck back into gear. Chapter 29. Even getting up at dark 30, we knew we wouldn't make it home in time for Marta to meet Dorothy for their ride to work. So Marta called Dorothy to let her know she would be riding in with us. They made arrangements to ride home together when they finished up for the day. At Mike's suggestion, Wade would ride in with his wife, and Mike and I planned to swing by and pick him up. That was the plan, anyway. When we pulled onto the road leading to the loading zone in front of the hospital, a little after 6:30 in the morning, we knew something was wrong. The soggy morning sunlight flickered off what looked like 100 flashing police lights congregated all around the hospital grounds. Off to the sides, I made out a half-dozen of what Mike called deuce-and-a-half trucks, standard haulers for the National Guard, and a pair of what I could only imagine were Stryker combat vehicles. "What the—" I started to say, but Mike slowed and gestured for Marta. "Honey, call in at reception. Let them know you're on your way in and that Dorothy is a few minutes behind with Wade." "Mike, why would I do that?" "Because I think somebody hit the hospital last night," Mike announced with a heavy sigh. "Every one of those cops and whoever the guard sent out are going to be wound up tight. Best not to take them by surprise." "What about all the weapons in the truck?" I asked, thinking this might be a good time to make ourselves scarce. "Keep your FAL out. Everything that would get us strung up by the ATF goes in the safe under the seat. And yeah, Bryan, that includes the smoke grenades." Mike stressed the word smoke as a signal that he might not have disclosed everything to Marta. A little misdirection, since actual smoke grenades weren't covered by the NFA as a destructive device. While Mike halted briefly on the side of the road, threatening to collapse the asphalt into the raging torrent of the overflowing ditch, Marta made her call, and I took care of housekeeping. In keeping with plans to minimize our exposure, I stashed the camp carbine as well. Marta finished her errand before me, so I listened and worked, kneeling in the scant space of the floor as I placed the ARs Mike transformed into fully automatic rifles. By removing the Beta-C magazines, I managed to make everything fit. The underseat storage wasn't any kind of bootlegger's hideout, but out of sight was enough. We hoped. I thought about Mike's vow not to surrender his weapons again and resolved to keep my cool and keep my brother from attracting any official attention while letting Marta out to start her shift. As soon as I figured out how to pull that off, I thought I could report to the United Nations about spreading peace in the Middle East. Marta wasn't the only one showing up for the day's shift, so Mike nosed into the little queue of vehicles, dropping off at the front doors. As we got closer, I could see where the entrance, once made up of double sliding glass doors, now consisted of several sheets of layered plywood and a sheet of plastic over one side. Not a good sign. Each person exiting at the drop-off zone was allowed in, one at a time, and only after showing their employee ID card. 4 armed guards, 3 men in military garb, and 1 in a Jasper County deputy uniform with sergeant's insignia, stood in a loose formation, 2 with rifles at port arms, and watched the workers dismount from the vehicles. Fortunately, Mike recognized the deputy as someone with whom we'd gone to school. As Marta slid out of the passenger seat, one of the National Guardsmen accepted her ID card for examination, while another reached for her purse. I couldn't hear what was being said, but I saw Mike lean closer across the seat as the guard reaching for her purse now reached for Marta's arm instead. I beat Mike out of the truck, and one of the National Guardsmen drew down on me as I emerged from the back seat. I'd left the FAL on the seat, but I still had the XD on my hip, my hands away and out in front of me. "Sir, get back in your truck," he ordered. I could see the rifle steady in his hands at 4 feet away, finger inside the trigger guard, if not already on the trigger. "Can't do that, sport," I replied, my voice calm despite the squirt of adrenaline already pouring through my system. "That's my brother's wife your man's holding. She works here. If she's trying to bring a gun onto these grounds, everybody who works here has been bringing a gun for weeks because the employees can't count on you guys to protect them," I countered, trying hard to rein in my growing frustration. This soldier had me dead to rights, and damn it, I knew better than argue with a hostile who had the drop on me. "Whoa! Hold on," the deputy called out. "Just stand the heck down, both of you. Bryan, I can't let your sister-in-law on the grounds if she's armed. I know," he hurriedly continued. "The administration turned a blind eye on it before, but not anymore." "Then let her go, and we'll call it good," Mike said from where he sat, now in the passenger seat of the truck. By moving, he'd made a statement to anyone who cared to notice. He wasn't in a position to drive away. I couldn't see his hands, but I had a gut feeling he was just waiting for the right moment to unleash hell on these 4. "Look, Mike, we had an attack last night, and everybody's on edge," Sergeant Millwood explained, his voice betraying the tension he was feeling. Everyone could see emotions were running high, and tempers were threatening to escalate. "You just need to let this go, okay? In fact, if your wife wants to keep her pistol, that's fine. She's even got a carry license, doesn't she?" Marta spoke up then, her tone allowing for no sass or backtalk. "As soon as this corporal lets my arm go, then we can talk about it. But unless we can feel reasonably safe coming to work, you cannot expect any of us to stay. Are we clear?" "Yes, ma'am. Corporal Kanzler, you can stand down. We're all friends here. Just a big misunderstanding." "Can't do that, sir. You're not in my chain of command, and I've got orders to detain anyone trying to break protocols here." The young corporal didn't look happy about what he said, but I could tell he was caught between his orders and common sense. I stood ready, on the balls of my feet, but kept my hands out and visible. "Hold up, troop." The voice came from my left, back towards Marta and the small crowd of security, but I maintained my watch on the soldier in front of me until he looked away at the new speaker. The man who approached was dressed in the same uniform as the other soldiers, but even my untrained eye could tell he had more stripes on his sleeves. Some kind of senior sergeant, I gauged. Staff sergeant, maybe. "What seems to be the trouble, Corporal?" At the question, the corporal turned, releasing Marta's arm as he did. The young soldier in front of me took a step back and moved the rifle down into a low-ready carry position. "Staff Sergeant, we were just checking in this employee when we discovered she was likely armed," Corporal Kanzler replied, his voice in a reporting monotone. "You think anybody is going out in public these days unarmed, Corporal?" "Staff Sergeant Hall, this is a gun-free zone. I was just enforcing the rules," he replied, and I could hear a little frustration in his voice. "And what about you, Private Ellis? What provoked you to raise your weapon?" "Sergeant, this man refused to return to his vehicle, and he's armed as well." I watched as Staff Sergeant Hall shook his head almost theatrically, and he looked at the third soldier, who so far had only been observing the proceedings. "What about you, Private Mendoza?
Why haven't you joined in this little drama?"
"Staff Sergeant, neither subject has made a hostile move, and the man only got out of the truck when Corporal Kanzler grabbed his sister-in-law,"
the short Hispanic soldier replied succinctly, and maybe with a little touch of distaste in his tone.
"I was ready to back my team, but this didn't seem like something to escalate. Plus, I figured somebody needed to watch the man still in the truck."
Deputy Keith Millwood gave a short bark of laughter at the last comment.
"Looks like Private Mendoza has you pegged, Mike. You might as well go park up there, and we'll get this mess cleared up,"
Millwood announced with a gesture to the parking lot.
"Mrs. Harden, why don't you go on inside? I wanted to talk to your husband anyway, so I'm happy we bumped into each other. And don't worry about your pistol. I understand."
With both Staff Sergeant Hall and Deputy Sergeant Millwood looking on, my sister-in-law squared her shoulders, gave Corporal Kanzler a withering glare, and marched into the makeshift front door of the hospital. Mike and I shared a look, and I gave him a little nod of acknowledgment as he started the truck and went to park. Turning slightly, I caught sight of one bullet hole and then another puncturing the sidewall of Mike's truck bed. Keith Millwood caught my glance and followed my gaze.
"Seems like you boys are still making friends and spreading good cheer," he commented with another little smirk of a grin.
"We got jumped south of Woodville the other day," I explained, nodding at the truck. No way I was going to admit we'd been driving something else at the time.
"Yeah, I heard about that. Was what I wanted to talk to you and Mike about. And I heard you guys were on the scene of that shooting at Tractor Supply, too. Like I said, even back in school, you two were always right in the middle of whatever was happening."
I paused, having to think back.
"Shit, Keith, that was months ago. I've been in so many fights since then, I almost forgot what you were talking about."
"Seriously?" I stopped to think, then realized I needed to edit a little better. Then, ticking off on my fingers, I counted out the actions I would admit to or were on record. Attempted kidnapping from the clinic next to my office, then the shootout at Wilson's feed store, then this thing south of Fred. So, yeah, we get around.
"Are you looking to get in the family business?" The deputy poked me where he knew it would do the most good.
"Low blow, Keith. You know that was from a side branch of the family," I replied with a bit of a growl, but it was clearly fake. In school, the idea that one of his classmates might be related to a famous or infamous Texas gunfighter had tickled Keith Millwood's fancy, but I've shown that John Wesley had been a distant relation at best. While we chatted, the staff sergeant who'd intervened had finished talking to his men and was now standing at Keith's shoulder as I finished my retort.
"What's this about family?"
"First, thank you for your intervention, sir. I'm Bryan Harden, and the big ox coming across the parking lot is my little brother Mike," I said by way of introduction, sticking out my hand.
"You don't 'sir' an enlisted man, and I'm Ben Hall," the older soldier said as he shook. "Now, what's this about the family business?"
"Well, I'm a lawyer by trade, and I can assure you my family has given me no end of hell about that, and Mike is a schoolteacher. No, Keith here is just giving me shit about a distant relative."
"So mean he shot a man just for snoring? That the one?"
"That's the story, anyway."
"Well, come on in and have some coffee," Staff Sergeant Hall offered. "I'm sure you want to know what happened here, and it sounds like Keith here wants to pick your brain about something else as well."
By the time Mike joined us, I could see his earlier anger had receded, and he was looking at the three of us as we stood on the sidewalk and chatted like old friends.
"No boom?"
Mike asked, and Keith barked that hard laugh of his.
"No boom, Boomer,"
Keith replied, and then Staff Sergeant Hall had a curious look on his face as I laughed with my brother and old school friend, but I promised to explain once we had our coffee. Chapter 30. They hit just after midnight, Hall began, then paused to sip at his coffee as we sat in the cramped security room break area. I was surprised when the National Guard non-commissioned officer escorted us back here instead of to the hospital cafeteria, but apparently Keith's endorsement of us as good guys carried some weight. In addition to Staff Sergeant Hall and Deputy Millwood, we were joined at the table by a young soldier dressed in fatigue pants and a brown T-shirt, his arm in a sling. Hall introduced the new man as Corporal Gaudette. He was African-American, fit as hell, and had his hair cut so short it looked like a mohawk. I noted a scar at the corner of his left eye that caused the lid to droop just a touch. I'd bet some asshole tried to stick him with a nickname like Sleepy for that, and then got his ass kicked for his trouble. Had a smaller contingent go for the 2 guards we had on roving patrol, while a larger force tried to take the 2 men on duty at the front desk. They got a bullet in one of our patrollers, got them pinned down, but the tangos didn't have their timing quite right. Hall paused again for another sip. Of course, we heard the shooting, and our team on the desk was already set up. The attackers didn't count on running straight into a saw. Hall paused again, casting a look in my direction, and I nodded before speaking. "Squad automatic weapon," I said. "Probably an M249? I wasn't in the service, but Mike did 8 years in the Army. Got out as a buck sergeant before he went to school to be a daycare worker." "Daycare worker?" Corporal Gaudette asked, speaking for the first time. "I teach, or taught, high school science," Mike explained in an aggrieved tone. "Physics and chemistry. Bryan got tired of listening to me bitch about some of my less motivated students and claimed I was just an overqualified daycare worker. Some days I agreed with him." "Sorry, gentlemen. Didn't mean to get us sidetracked," I apologized. "I take it from your description that this wasn't an isolated incident, Staff Sergeant Hall?" "You'd be correct, Mr. Hardin. We've had gangs trying to take over hospitals in several locations. As you might guess, their targets are the pharmacies. They're hitting the trucking industry pretty hard, too, so I'm guessing the hospital is already hurting for resupply," Mike volunteered. Hall gave him a look, and Mike shook his head. "Marta didn't say anything. We don't talk much about our work. I guessed it because of the gangs already raiding delivery trucks, and the fortified truck stop we saw while driving the other day. I'm thinking the next step is traveling in convoys with military escorts." I noticed Mike didn't say where he saw the truck stop, and the staff sergeant didn't ask. "That's been discussed," Hall conceded, referring to the convoy theory. "I'd imagine you're pretty stretched with all the violence on the border, but I was expecting to see regular Army units step up and take over the convoy role at least, now that Texas has been added to the emergency declaration." I felt intent eyes on me from all around the table, and I shrugged. "Guys, it's on the radio. Anyway, Keith, you said you wanted to pick our brains about what happened south of Fred. How'd you even hear about that?" Keith cleared his throat, suddenly a little self-conscious of the staff sergeant's attention shifting to him. "Bill, I went to school with these boys about 100 years ago," Keith explained. "I was in Mike's class, but the school wasn't that big, so everybody knew everybody. Anyway, I was talking to one of the deputies from over in Woodville yesterday, and he told me about what happened. I heard them mention it was reported in by a traveler from New Albany named Hardin, and I knew it had to be these 2 who did it." "And?" Staff Sergeant Hall prompted, getting a little testy at the delay. "Sorry. Seems Mike and Bryan happened upon a house in the process of being raided. They killed all the raiders, gathered up the injured in the house, and took them into Woodville for treatment. Like it was no big deal. Killed near on 20 of the bastards, and neither one took a scratch.
That got a look of surprise from both the staff sergeant and the quiet corporal. I waved at Mike, letting him tell the story. He gave the report like he was back in the army, quick and to the point. He also explained that it had only been 15 raiders in 2 groups and mentioned the help we'd received from the homeowner. That's where Keith picked up the story. The bag of wallets Bryan gathered up was helpful, but the real pay dirt came from examining the insurance papers the investigator found in the glove box of one of those trucks, Keith explained. Gave a local address, and when the Tyler County deputies went out to check, they found 6 more raiders set up there, and the family all dead. I nodded sadly. Mike and I figured as much. They needed a base in the area, after all. I hope they got all of them, Mike said seriously. I heard they did. Might have been more still out foraging, but the deputies weren't in a position to stake out the place too long from what I gathered. Keith paused. I hate to say it, but I wish that hurricane had done a better job of taking out the trash. Harsh, Corporal Gaudette murmured, but he didn't have anything to counter Keith's statement. Anyway, Keith said, changing the topic, I wanted to advise you that in 48 hours the travel ban will be back in effect. Since you guys live in Albany County, Mike, your wife will need to use that placard as a pass to get to and from work. Also, I'm advising you that given the increasing violence we're seeing, you might want to consider escorting your wife when she comes in, or having someone else with her, at least. Mike nodded, then explained how Marta was usually carpooling with another nurse, a neighbor. Mike didn't say who, and Keith didn't ask. It wasn't necessary, and if Keith needed to know, he could ask. I think we'll need to up that, I said, jumping back into the conversation. These raiders are filtering out from Houston, moving closer to our area, and I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing some out of San Antonio as well. If we can, Mike, I'd suggest one of us rotate through as escort for the ladies. You might see if your sheriff would be willing to help as well, Keith added. Since most of the medical needs for New Albany are being met by this hospital until you get that clinic back up and running, Sheriff Landshire might be amenable to organizing a bus service. I know there are 3 other hospital staff members who are also commuting every day. Mike started to say something, but I cut him off with a look. We can talk about it. Now, if that's all, we should be going. Yeah, that's it, Keith replied, a little too fast. He seemed to have been the only one who caught my glance to silence Mike. I just wanted to give you an update on what happened the other day. As we had already finished our coffee, Mike and I made our farewells and got up to leave. Deputy Keith Millwood rose when we did, saying something about walking us out. All in all, after a very rocky start, I thought we'd smoothed things over here and had picked up more information than even the guard wanted to share with us. Mike stuck his head into Marta's department on the way out, got a peck on the lips from his wife, and a quick update before we took the stairs back down to the ground floor and made our exit. I'm sure Mike picked up the crowded halls and the heavy security presence, both Jasper County deputies and armed and uniformed National Guard personnel at every hallway intersection, and I was happy to have Keith with us. Once outside, I drew in a deep lungful of fresh air, free of the antiseptic scent of hospitals, and noticed the rain had resumed once again. As we drew near the truck, I gestured for Keith to stop, and Mike hung back expectantly, curious, I'm sure, to see what I had to say. Keith seemed to expect it, though. Thanks for helping defuse that situation earlier, Keith, I said by way of starting the conversation. Mike and I are both pretty much on edge these days, and I shouldn't have pushed things with the guards. We should have just gotten Marta back in the truck and driven away. What? And miss work? What would her doctors have to say about that? Keith, I know we weren't close or anything like that in school, but I always thought of you as a straight arrow and a good guy. Are you still that same person?" Keith looked at me, looked hard, before his indignant replying. "Just what are you getting at, Bryan? Are you asking me if I'm dirty? This is Jasper, man, not Houston or Chicago." "Landshire is dirty, Keith. That trip to Kuntz the other day was to check in with an old friend. He's a retired Texas Ranger, but don't let the retired part fool you. He's still tied in with the old boy network, and he knows stuff. Landshire has been under scrutiny for a while, and the Rangers were about to take a run at him when this earthquake stuff all started." I heard Keith suck in a breath. In Texas, if you were in law enforcement and bent, then the Rangers were who came knocking on your door. "Now, with the hurricane," I continued, "I don't know when they'll get around to it. I just wanted to give you a heads up and a warning. Don't turn your back on any of his men. There's been some recent hires that look more like hoods than lawmen, and I have no doubt he's planning something." "What's he done that's got you so nervous, Bryan?" Looking to Mike, I wondered how much I should say. "I don't know the details, my friend, but he's rumored to be tied up with drugs. He's been careful to work through certain underlings, but I'm pretty sure he's at the very least been turning a blind eye to shipments coming through the county. That was before, but now I'm worried he's gotten more ambitious. At least one of the county commissioners might suspect what's been going on, and he has a history of butting heads with the sheriff. That shooting at the urgent care clinic I mentioned, the intended kidnap victim, turned out to be that county commissioner's favorite niece." Keith looked to Mike for confirmation, and my brother just tipped his head ever so slightly. "Shit, Bryan, you do manage to find a way to keep things interesting. I'll be sure and watch my six. But should I pass your warnings on to anybody else?" "Your boss probably already has an inkling," I allowed. As Jasper County Sheriff, Julian Stringer had been in office for nearly 30 years, and he knew where a lot of the bodies were buried when it came to East Texas politics. "Just watch yourself. I think Lieutenant Bastrop, the new investigator over there, is trustworthy, but I wouldn't bet my life on it. Just try to avoid any interagency operations is my best advice." "I'll keep that in mind. You two try to keep your heads down, and don't let Mike build any more exploding volcanoes." We shook hands. Keith's grip was solid and slow to release, as if he expected to never see us again. After the last week, that was a definite possibility, I somberly realized. Chapter 31. The next week passed in a blur, culminating in the finalization of the sale of Mike and Marta's dream home and resulting in a wire transfer into my business account as we had arranged. In the meantime, the whole farm shifted into gear, moving Nicky and Pat with their kids, along with Charles and Mary, into the old but refurbished Bonner place. The house had just enough bedrooms to accommodate everyone, since Rachel and Hunter were getting to an age where they needed their own space. Mike worked closely with Charles to get the wind turbine set up for some backup power, but they were hoping the co-op electrical service stayed up, since we didn't have enough turbines or batteries to run the whole house. More batteries were on order, but the backlog threatened to stretch for weeks. At the same time, we started logging out some of the timber over in the already storm-damaged grove of trees on the old Bonner property in preparation for erecting the second greenhouse. With the gardens all but drowned from the rains and our numbers increased, we needed production scaled up to match the consumption. In truth, we knew from our previous efforts that it would be some time before the second greenhouse began producing in any volume, but Beatrice reasoned the sooner we started, the sooner we would benefit. And yes, Mike did find cement for the floor and foundation that would cure in the rain. In addition to getting the full slate of horses purchased, Mike made arrangements to have an addition built onto the existing horse stalls, giving us proper stables and a dedicated tack room. While Mike was handling the construction, all hampered by the rain and wet conditions, I turned to the yellow pages and net feed to locate enough hay in bales and in squares to see us past winter and through an unproductive spring planting. I knew the nutrients in the hay became depleted over time, and in response I leaned heavily on nutritional supplements for not just the horses, but for all of our livestock to help bridge the expected gap. For some of the supplies we needed, the fuel and delivery surcharge, an added fee for the merchant to help defray those costs, sometimes exceeded the per-item expense. This was a recent addition, amended into the emergency rules, and even though the extra charges hit us in the pocketbook, I quietly applauded whoever it was in the Department of Commerce who pushed the change through and got the president to endorse it. This was something the federal government grudgingly approved to help combat black market dealings, and the change helped stabilize costs. Only a week into existence, and still a bit spotty in its application, this meant merchants might have a better chance of staying in business. On top of everything else, we added to our rotating schedule to provide security for Marta and Dorothy as they made their commute to and from work. Of course, the ladies protested, but after our close call on the highway leaving Fort Worth, Marta was more subdued than Dorothy. Together, the three of us decided not to share the details of that part of our trip, though Pat did sit down with us for a debrief over what happened. After listening carefully and taking a few notes, Pat told us we were lucky that any of us survived. And then he started discussing alternative solutions. That was an eye-opener, and Pat promised to spend more time somehow on working up our planning skills. Wade joined in our concern regarding the deteriorating road security situation, and we alternated days so that at least one extra person was in the car Monday through Friday. From our group, that person would be either me, Mike, Pat, or Sally. Nikki and Beatrice, of all people, tried to volunteer to ride shotgun, but Pat politely talked them out of it. Well, he talked Bea out of it, since no way was he going to go against his wife on the matter. He left that chore up to me. I waited until Wednesday to get Nikki alone, but with the kids hovering around, I ended up enlisting Nancy when she got home from work to distract them while I invited my sister out in the misting afternoon rain. We were ostensibly going to check on the new horses, but my little sister could always read me like a book. We'd barely gotten out of the mudroom before she started quizzing me. "What's this about, Bryan? Something going on I need to know? Or is it about Nancy? I've seen the way you look at her." Nikki's concern was not unexpected, but it did warm my heart. Well, so much for easing into the conversation. "You still have bad dreams about that day when you had to shoot those men on your way here?" The silence that followed was all I needed to know I was on the right track, but I let her work through her thoughts as we continued on towards the sounds of the horses playing in the barn. "It's getting better. I haven't had the dreams in a week now. Hard work seems to keep them away. But why bring it up now? Because everything is different, Nikki. Some of us have a harder time than others, processing that sort of thing. What I'm going to tell you just stays between us, okay?" "Sure, Bryan, but what's this got to do?" Her words trailed off as she turned to look at me. "I don't have that problem, Nikki. I killed all those men. First, just those 3 at the office, then more later. And the only nightmares I ever had were of failing. Of them getting away with that girl, or somebody shooting Mike because I wasn't fast enough. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "You don't see their faces?" "No, and fuck those guys," I hissed. "Look, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Have you ever talked to Pat about what he's done when he was still in? Does he have nightmares like you did?" Nikki's face scrunched up, like she'd done when she was a little girl, and I had to resist the urge to grab her up and wrap her away from all the hurtful things in the world. She was a grown woman, with children of her own, but I still had moments when I saw her as the little sister she was. "Not really," she finally admitted, her voice going soft. "I know he had nightmares, and still does sometimes. From what he said, though, it was about some of his teammates, the ones he tried to treat, but they didn't make it back." I nodded, expecting such. "Like I said, this is just between us, okay? I won't say anything to Pat about what you said, but he knows generally that we're having this talk. The thing with escorting Marta and Dorothy. Let me do this. Is that why you recruited Sally? She's like you, isn't she?" "Don't sound so surprised," I teased. Then I continued more seriously. "Yes, I think she is. You know she saw action when she was in the Air Force, and she had to kill some men who were attacking her convoy. No nightmares about it, and no counseling needed. She just picked back up and did her job. That doesn't make her a bad person. Just different. Like me, I think." "You always joke about Mike having the hero gene, but he's like that too, isn't he?" "No. It's true that Mike's got something inside him that makes him do the right thing, even if it means taking a life. I joke about the hero gene, but it's true. But what you're talking about is different. Yeah, I got the killer gene instead." Who would have thought? Chapter 32. Monday turned out to be a rarity, a day without rain, and everyone on the farm jumped to take advantage of the fair weather. While Bea and Marta led the kids, including an eager Lisa, in an assault on the greenhouse garden, harvesting the ripe and in some cases overripe produce, I took Nancy and Mike over to the new property for some strategizing. Nikki, as per Mike's new security protocols, remained on watch in the control room. She would stand duty until noon, when Marta would come to relieve her. This meant Marta could rest up, at least physically, before the start of the new week. From the basement office, anyone in the security room had access not only to the expanded ring of cameras erected at key points around the property, but also had the Kenwood ham system set up, as well as my old Panasonic shortwave radio. I'd forgotten about the Panasonic after Mike installed his much more versatile Kenwood, but Marta had dug the 20-year-old boombox-sized radio out of storage one day when I was over at the new place and set it up to listen to music while she was working on the back porch. That was fine, but sort of like using the farm truck to pull your little red wagon. As a result, I picked up a smaller, battery-powered Sanyo at the overpriced variety store downtown, about 2 blocks from my office, and reclaimed the Panasonic. The variety store was one of the few businesses in that row of buildings that survived Hurricane Debbie unscathed. But with the erratic supply situation, the once-packed shelves were becoming rather sparse. I'd lucked out, though, and only paid $12 for the palm-sized device. Now, Marta and everybody else could listen to some music, but from a local radio station now, instead of one in Costa Rica. Mike and I decided to use the side-by-side ATV instead of saddling the horses or taking one of the trucks. So Mike and I ended up rubbing elbows, stuffed in the front bench seat, while Nancy lounged on the back bench with only a canvas bag full of tools to keep her company. Slower progress, but we didn't have a saddle for Nancy yet, and I worried the soggy ground where we were going would simply swallow one of our trucks. Despite the lack of rain, I could feel a heaviness in the air, and the dark bellies of the cumulus clouds scudding across the sky gave credence to my worry. Florida had just taken another massive hurricane we'd initially worried was coming our way, but the weather report warned of yet another tropical storm building in the Gulf. This time, for some reason, the National Weather Service remained strangely mute on the timetable and the likely storm track. "You think this hurricane in the Gulf is going to go all megastorm on us?" I asked Mike, keeping my voice low to barely carry over the sound of the engine. "Fuck if I know," Mike admitted. He'd become even more concerned over the ominous turn for the weather, and I knew he was trying to dig deeper into what was only now becoming available online. Navigating NetFeed reminded me of trying to find a light switch in the dark, only to find out the bulb was burned out. In other words, a lesson in humility I didn't need at the moment, but Mike was always the more persistent between the two of us. He was convinced someone inside NOAA was posting forecast information that the NetFeed bots promptly removed, but he was determined to get at the numbers before they disappeared. "Well, let's see if we can find a site we can use," I replied, glancing back thoughtfully to Nancy as I spoke, raising my voice to be heard. "Nancy, any chance we can borrow a skid steer or a track loader?" The woman laughed, then gave me a considering look as she gauged my serious expression. "Really? What do you have in mind? I thought we were just looking for a place to pour the slab for the other greenhouse. Someplace back off the road where it wouldn't draw attention, but where it could be maintained and harvested by Nicky and the rest of our crew." Now it was my turn to blink in surprise. The way she said "our" made my heart give a little lurch. "That's true, but you can see from the tangle ahead we're going to have our work cut out for us," I gestured, encompassing the overgrown thicket as we motored closer. This 10-acre patch of trees looked to have never been harvested, and the kudzu vines seemed to give the secluded mixture of pines and oaks a jungle texture. Even after harvesting dozens of downed trees for power poles and firewood, the small forest still looked primeval. "You want to build in there?" Nancy's simple response told me my idea might actually have some merit. If we did this right, no one would think to search in those vines. "When winter comes, we'll lose a lot of the visual cover we now have," I conceded, "but the idea is to haul out some of the standing dead trees for firewood and then construct the greenhouse in the middle of that mess. There's trees still in there from the hurricane we never even tried to reach. Won't the limbs and vines obscure the sunlight you're going to need?" I turned to Mike, who'd actually done some research on the subject. "Not as much as you might think. The pot growers in the north used these kinds of greenhouses in the woods to pretty good effect," my brother lectured. "We just need to cut our way into the middle and then remove some limbs while leaving the bulk of the screening trees in place. You lose some solar coverage to the obscuring foliage in the mornings and evenings, but the idea is to keep the plants warm inside as well as give them sunlight. We have the little stoves just about perfected, using the already built model to experiment, and I've found using pine knots and the like work nicely for fuel." Idling the ATV, as we drew near the outer edges of the rough clump of trees, I waited while my brother and our new friend studied the tangled mess. From this angle, an observer could barely see 5 feet into the densely packed gloom of the trees and bushes. "You just want to snake some of the dead trees out, like we did before, then pull the stumps and level the ground for the concrete slab, right?" Nancy inquired, and as she discussed the equipment requirements with Mike, I guided the ATV around to the back side of the grove of trees and approached to give them a closer look at what we might need to do. From this side, the trees opened up a bit more, but I saw 3 pines that would have to go before we could even consider hollowing out the center of the thicket. One looked to have been struck by lightning at some point and was split about a third of the way down from the crown, and it leaned into the neighboring 2 trees like a drunken sailor being supported by his shipmates. That was a hazard, and I resolved to do the cutting on that one myself. "We also want to be careful with the kudzu," I chimed in, and while Mike understood my reasoning, Nancy gave me a curious look. "Now you're just messing with me. Careful?" "Oh yeah," Mike added, moving in to steal my thunder. "Bryan's been studying all those wild plant books, and turns out kudzu is actually edible." "Edible? Are you kidding me? The vine that ate the South is actually a source of food?" "Hey, we can't spend all our time studying booby-trap manuals," I said, giving Nancy a knowing grin, and she turned a pretty shade of crimson, and Mike continued his deep chuckle. "Yeah, laugh it up. But you still ate the jelly I made from the flowers last year," I said, nodding back to Nancy as I spoke. "That was easy, but I'm still working on a way to make the cornstarch substitute like they use in Japan. I mean, I can make it, but there's got to be an easier way of reducing the leaves." "That sounds interesting, but like you said, makes for a whole lot of work. Any reason why?" I started to give one of my non-committal answers, but I decided if she was willing to throw in with our crew, then she deserved the truth, or at least the truth as I saw it. "Nancy, before things get back to normal, I predict we'll need every scrap of food we can grow or forage. You know we're worried about making it through next year without a growing season, and this is part of our preparations." Nancy visibly gulped, all traces of levity now gone from her expression. "Just how bad do you expect the situation to become?" "Don't know, but we'll need alternatives," I temporized, not wanting to get into my dark speculations. Mike gave me an odd look, but I shook him off as I continued, trying to sound more upbeat for once. "We're lucky, in one respect, with the timing of this disaster. As it is, most of the garden was harvested before the patch flooded, and we saved most of the corn crop. Now the early returns look good from the first greenhouse, and we're finally ready to break ground on the second. Looking at using things like kudzu or curly dock or some of the other forage foods just makes the resources stretch further. I think." Before I could provide any more information, the walkie-talkie strapped to my hip gave a warning chirp. Mike got the same, and he reached his first. Keying the microphone, my brother muttered a gruff, "What?" "You and Bryan need to get back up here right now. I got a deputy at the front gate demanding entrance, and he's getting antsy." Nicky's voice sounded tinny and distorted, but I could still hear the anxiety. "Antsy how?" "He just threatened to pull down the gate if I don't open it. Says he's here to inspect our property." "Fuck. The sheriff's games are already starting," I fumed. We'd worried about this new crop of thugs he'd recruited, and I thought back to what Andy said about their own little power play in Kuntz. Mike looked at me, and I keyed the mic to reply. "On my way. Tell him the owner will meet him at the gate. Do not open it for him, Nicky." I glanced over at my brother, then back to Nancy. Then we stepped fast to the ATV. "Y'all better hold on. This could get bumpy." Chapter 33. I arrived at the front gate 5 minutes from getting Nicky's call, skidding to a stop just as the deputy finished attaching a tow chain to the bottom cross-member of the gate. The chain ran back to the front winch, mounted on the Albany County Sheriff's Department Suburban, parked nose-in on the driveway. I'd dropped Nancy back by the house, but Mike refused to budge when I'd slowed down. Now he was scrambling off the seat and shouldering his AR even as I was shutting off our ride. "What the fuck are you doing?" My shout seemed to thunder in my ears, but the deputy barely took a step back before he was joined by 2 more deputies who'd been standing as sentries nearby. All three carried AR pattern rifles, and I wondered stupidly if they were select fire or not.
"Are you Bryan Hardin?" the lead deputy, the one who'd been attaching the chain, demanded.
"Yes, and I'm giving you 10 seconds to get off my property," I managed to reply, forcing the piss-inducing fear out of my voice. Even though we were separated by the barrier of the cross-hatched metal bars of the gate, I could see straight down the barrel of the rifle aimed at my head from 30 feet away. I'd been seeing that view a lot lately, and it never got any easier.
"County road, and we've got orders straight from the governor, shithead," the deputy replied, his taunt ringing in my ears. "We could shoot you and your accomplice here, and nobody could say a thing."
"First, no, that is not a county road," I responded carefully, sensing the man really wanted an excuse to pull the trigger. "You entered my property line as soon as you pulled off the gravel road. And I was unaware that Governor Hicks suspended the state constitution. You got a warrant or some kind of probable cause to justify demanding entry on my property?"
"Don't care about hair-splitting lawyer, and your fancy law degree don't mean squat anymore anyway," the deputy retorted, and he gave me a sinister grin that Snidely Whiplash would have admired. "We got orders from the top to inspect all the farmland and assess the condition of the crops." I studied his face briefly, getting a glimmer of recognition. I thought I knew all the deputies by sight, if not by name, and he was familiar. I decided to see if I could pump him for more information and maybe stall things at the same time. "You know anything about planting, deputy? Seems mighty irregular to send the law out to count chickens and inspect ruined fields. Also, seems strange this is the first I've heard of this supposed order from the governor's office. You inspected any other farms today?" "We figured you'd be first, Mr. Lawyer," the deputy conceded, with that same evil grin of his. "You being new to the county and all."
"Yeah, I get that a lot here," I responded with a touch of acid in my tone, but my mind was whirring away at the implications of what the unknown lawman had said. Before I could say anything else, I heard a car door slam, and I spied a fourth figure approaching from the Suburban. "Deputy, that will be quite enough, and more than enough." The speaker was a slender young woman in her early 20s, clad in a business suit and carrying an oversized briefcase that seemed to strain her slender arms to support. Despite her petite size, the young lady with the pixie-cut hairstyle and the round-rimmed eyeglasses seemed to have a confident way about her. Her confident swagger seemed forced, however, and she reminded me of a still wet-behind-the-ears attorney trying to hold her own in a courtroom full of sharp elbows. There was something else there as well, but I was unable to discern the emotion hidden in those dark brown eyes. "Mr. Hardin, please excuse the tactics," the young lady went on, marching up to the fence and extending her hand through one of the gaps in the metal tubes. "My name is Madeline Stockton, and I work for the Texas Department of Agriculture. I'm out of the Houston office, temporarily reassigned, and I've been directed to perform a survey here in Albany County to assess the farming conditions, amongst other things. Do you think you can see your way into allowing us entry? We really are here under orders from the governor's office, and this is being done pursuant to provisions under the current state of emergency declaration." "Oh, you're from the government, and you're here to help?" I said with a completely deadpan voice. "Why didn't you say so? Michael, why don't you open the gate for this lady and her escort? And I'm sorry, deputy, but I never did catch your name." "I'm Sergeant Bailey, and that is Corporal Baines and Deputy Kruger," the lead thug said by way of introduction, still exasperated by the delay. "Now get this fucking gate open so we can go about our jobs." "How about you remove your chain?" I proposed, "and Michael here can push open the gate. It's a pain to get open since that vandal the other day damaged the mechanism. Then we can all go up to the house and get this cluster straightened out. Ma'am, if you've got some kind of paperwork to back up your story, I'd really like to see it so I can discuss it with my lawyer." When she saw the sergeant was about to complain, I heard the impatience in the woman's voice as she gave her reply. Fine, Mr. Hardin. I've got some documents you will need to retain for your records," she snapped waspishly, "and we can look them over at your house. Honestly, I would have expected more cooperation on your part. Ma'am, I'd be more inclined to cooperate if I knew these deputies," I lied, since I obviously didn't trust any of Landshire's goons further than I could toss them. Since all this has started, I've seen things I never thought I would witness in my life. That includes a shootout on Main Street of New Albany, raiders murdering entire families in their homes, and people trying to kill me. If that makes me paranoid in your eyes, then I'm sorry. How are things going in Houston, by the way?" Ms. Stockton tried to shrug, but it turned into a flinch, and I saw a shadow of fear flash for just a second. She tried to look away to evade my gaze as Mike pulled the pins and heaved the gate back along its track after the sergeant disconnected his chain from the lower bar. We could have easily just triggered the gate via remote or given the deputies the access code, but this took longer, and Mike and I were playing for time. We had the numbers, but I would like to have Wade handy if this went sour. I also noticed that everyone still had their rifles out, except me, and held at low ready. When Bailey slung his rifle, I saw Mike tense, but he let the moment pass. As a calculated gesture, I had left my rifle on the ATV in what was apparently a misplaced gesture to reduce the tension in our little meeting. Now I was feeling outgunned again, damn it. "Michael, can you call ahead and let the ladies know to expect company?" "You got it," he replied crisply. On the rough ride across the fields, Mike and I had decided to work at keeping his identity close to the vest, and the same with Marta and the kids. At the time, we didn't know what the deputies wanted, but giving them details about who was living on the property didn't seem to be a wise decision. If the deputies thought Mike was a hired hand, that might reduce the risk of them using my family as leverage. This new party, Ms. Stockton, did nothing to alleviate my fears, and heck, who knew? Maybe the deputies really would play it straight. For all our concerns about the sheriff and his alleged criminal connections, I'd yet to see any real proof. Mike called the house over the radio and used some key phrases to let Nicky know they needed to block off the basement door, close up the inner pantry shutters, and generally look like a group of refugees scratching out their last meal. Nicky caught all that just from Mike's simple comment that they needed to get some coffee in the percolator since Uncle Allen was in the kitchen. Of course, no one listening in on that frequency, except for immediate family, would know that Uncle Allen, our mother's brother, was a consummate mooch who showed up unannounced when he'd drunk up his Social Security disability check. What that disability was, none of us knew, but he seemed spry enough when he showed up at our house when we were kids, poaching one of our deer out of season and proceeding to process it on the back patio. I remember our mom finally talking Dad out of calling the game warden only after he forced Alan to clean up the hide and entrails he'd left in a bucket out back. So, the signal was sent and received. When we reached the house, I found the window shutters closed and not a soul stirring out in the weak sunlight. While the Suburban parked out in the circle drive, I quickly guided the ATV into the covered parking and killed the ignition. We had a few moments of privacy as the two of us unasked from the ATV. "What are we going to do?" Mike asked as he adjusted his pistol belt and slung his rifle. I copied the gesture, adjusting the sling on the big FAL so the rifle hung under my right arm, out of the way but in easy reach. I didn't plan on going on a killing spree, but I couldn't count on the sheriff's boys showing us the same courtesy. "Get on your cell and call Wade right now," I said quickly. "Have him and whoever he's got over at his place infiltrate through the pasture gate. Ask him to come on foot, but to come heavy. I don't think they plan on taking us out, but I want some backup. Also, see if he recognizes the names of those deputies. I've seen that sergeant around, but never heard his name until now. Then call Andy and give him the lowdown. See if he knows anything about this new initiative from the governor. This whole thing smells fishy." "Bailey, Baines, and Kruger," Mike repeated softly, and offered me a tense smile. "Sounds like a bunch of ambulance chasers. You notice the body armor?" I nodded. "The FAL might punch through, but warn Pat and Marta about it. Tell them to go for headshots if they get froggy. Where you want the fuzz. In their ride, preferably, but if not, on the front porch. Play nice and offer them coffee, but they don't get inside the house. I'd like to peel Ms. Stockton off by herself if possible and pump her for information, or at least direct her survey a bit. Yeah, she looks like she could give a good pumping." I elbowed Mike in the ribs as we hustled out of the garage to find all 4 doors of the Suburban already thrown wide, and the unexpected and unwelcomed guests already climbing out. Mike faded back, heading to the side door into the kitchen, and I figured it was time for me to buy him another few minutes, so I made a show of checking my cell phone before heading over to join the 4. Waving my phone carefully, since cops tended to shoot people with cell phones in their hands with frightening regularity even before the world went to shit, I approached Ms. Stockton with my lips pressed together in an unfriendly manner. "I just spoke to my lawyer, ma'am, and he advised me to throw you off my property while he goes and files for a TRO from the district judge," I lied. Last I'd heard from Butch, he was headed out of town for his lake property outside of Brooklyn, a fly-speck of a community north of Jasper. They didn't need to know that. I then slowly held up my offhand to quell the grumblings. The lady from the Department of Agriculture didn't seem surprised, but the 3 deputies looked ready to renew their threats, or escalate things. I told him to go marshal up his briefs, but since you'd come all this way from Houston, I wanted to learn more about what's going on, I explained, directing my comments to the ag inspector. "So first, do you have any identification that says you are who you say you are? And second, what did you mean before about having some paperwork for me?" "What's a TRO?" asked the youngest of the deputies. I thought he'd been introduced as Kruger, but I couldn't see his name tag from this side. "Temporary restraining order," I supplied helpfully. "And she doesn't need to show you shit," Sergeant Bailey barked, the same sneer he'd worn before returning to his face, and I wondered if that was his default setting. "This is a state of emergency, and we're acting under martial law." Again, I understand we're in a state of emergency, but that pertains to federal and state agencies. Has Governor Hicks placed Albany County under the control of the Department of Public Safety? Or has the president appointed the sheriff as dictator of our county? No, I didn't see that on the morning news either, but please, all I'm asking for is some identification and a little clarification. Work with me here, Ms. Stockton. With her cheeks slightly reddening, the young government worker fished around in her purse for a few seconds before withdrawing a plastic ID card with her photograph and name appearing on one side and a barcode embossed on the other. Studying the picture and buying Mike a little more time, I matched the photo to the young lady. Right name, too. Let me guess. Before the quakes, you were driving around from one gas station to the next, checking for skimmers and rigged gas pumps. And now here you are, surveying my little hobby farm so the governor can figure out how to confiscate the last of the rutabagas coming out of my garden. Sorry, my garden is under 2 feet of water, and that greenhouse hasn't produced anything but radishes yet. Not enough sunlight, I lied with a straight face. Oh no, Mr. Harton, that's not what this is about, Ms. Stockton protested, looking up and away as she responded. We are simply checking on our farmers to see how the recent events have impacted the crops and what we can do to help. What do you mean by crops? I asked, again watching as her cheeks seemed to redden at my simple question. I waved around me in emphasis. My farm doesn't sell commercially, and I'm still waiting to see what type of tomfoolery the governor is playing at here, and I'm really curious why my little acreage here is the first to fall under official scrutiny, when you can clearly tell this place is not set up for large-scale operations, and everything is underwater, I repeated with an exasperated tone. Mr. Harton, my sources inform me that in addition to your corn crop, you are also a cattle rancher and also maintain swine and poultry operations on site, Ms. Stockton continued, glancing around the yard and examining the multiple buildings erected in a rough semicircle around the house. Also, I can tell from these barns you are set up to be much more than simple hobby farmer, as you put it. Ah, so now the truth comes out, I responded in a neutral tone, making sure not to raise my voice or otherwise incense the government lady's 3 watchdogs. Since we'd left the confrontation at the gate behind, I noticed the deputies had begun relaxing their vigilance. We were talking, not physically resisting, and despite the firearms on display, no one was aiming at anybody else, at least as far as the deputies could tell. I don't think I understand, Mr. Harton. What truth is that? I'm just a newcomer to the community, and a lawyer to boot, so the local bully boys decided if anybody was going to get screwed by the state, let them start with the new guy. And if you're thinking about quartering a bunch of displaced citizens in my house, think again. I'm already so packed with refugees, you'd think this was a party rental on Padre Island for spring break. Despite what others might think of my profession, this was new ground for me. I wasn't accustomed to lying to representatives of our government. I negotiated, of course, and I considered myself pretty good at getting my clients what they deserved, or at least the best outcome I could achieve, but never in an illegal or unethical manner. I always stood for the side of law and order, but I was weaving fact and fiction as fast as I could pull it out of my ass. Now I was standing here, under the weak rays of the late morning sun, debating the relative merits of killing the 4 of them where they stood and hiding the bodies. The old country school of handling unwanted guests: shoot, shovel, and shut up. I felt, to my amazement, that I had no qualms about snuffing out the 3 deputies. With no evidence to link them to their employer's shady activities, I found the mere fact they'd forced themselves onto the farm represented enough justification in my mind to end their existences. This revelation made my knees weak for a second as I weighed the odds. I would have the element of surprise, and a pistol I knew had a round chambered and ready to fire, while their relaxed stances told me they expected no trouble. 50-50, I decided. Not great odds, but better than I'd faced my first time in that alley behind my office. However, Ms. Stockton represented the only drawback. Despite her words, I just couldn't consider her a valid target at the moment. That's how Andy had trained me on the shoot-house floor. He'd reduced the world down to 2 categories for his classes: targets and invalid targets. Pretty self-explanatory, and it made me realize I was coming to rely on that training more and more. I thought about that mess at the storage facility and how I'd had to decide in a split second if that shape coming into sight was a target or not before I pulled the trigger. So you want to search my farm without a warrant, without my consent, and without my attorney being present. Did I get that right? Something passed over the woman's face as I spoke, a look I had to work hard to identify. Dread, I realized after a moment of contemplation, and I suddenly realized Miss Stockton wanted to be here just about as much as I wanted to see her here. What I'd taken for her fear of me at the gate now became something much more sinister. I realized in that moment her fear lay elsewhere. She wasn't afraid of me. She was afraid for me. And herself. That's correct, Mr. Harton. If we could just go inside, I can show you the paperwork you requested. The governor really is trying to help the farmers in the state in any way possible. I shook my head. No. Get your papers out, and we can look at them right here, I countered. I gestured to one of the benches arranged in a semicircle around the front yard. Scared or not, I wasn't letting this woman in the house. After seeing her fear, I worried about even allowing the deputies up on the porch. With a sigh, Ms. Stockton gave a reassuring wave to the sergeant and picked up her briefcase, then trudged over to the nearest bench. Unlike the heavy planters I'd posted around the yard as a last-ditch barrier to prevent someone from getting too close to the house or the barns, these simple 5-foot-long wooden benches weren't affixed to the ground with concrete bases and locking bolts, and they resembled backless church pews as much as anything. After the hurricane cleanup, Mike had decided to drag these benches back out to free up storage space as much as anything, but with the weather clearing even the tiniest bit, these seats were already getting use. Before rockfall, I'd used these benches for the infrequent barbecues when the family came to visit, but now all of the adults could be found on these seats at one time or another, trying to soak up a little of that elusive sunlight. I noticed Ms. Stockton claimed one end of the bench, and I took the other, leaving an open space for her briefcase and the promised documents. While the Department of Agriculture functionary fumbled with the lock on her case, I noticed the trio of deputies were gradually drifting closer, making sure to remain within earshot while pretending to ignore us. Curious about what else I might be missing, I looked around and caught sight of a rifle barrel protruding ever so slightly from the second-floor auto parts room. Or, as Mike and Pat like to call it, our sniper's roost. I didn't have to wonder if Mike had my back. Now I just needed to figure out how to expel these interlopers without giving them a guided tour. I had little doubt this whole charade was masterminded by Sheriff Landshire. Though they could have been out here freelancing, looking to make a score, I suspected little went on in this county without the man hearing about it. I suddenly remembered a conversation with Buddy Cromwell, and the police chief's comment about Landshire's apparent poor reaction to a briefing from FEMA, or more properly, Homeland Security, at the governor's behest. I knew Andy had likely attended that briefing as well, but I wondered if the sheriff had the chance, while there, to learn more from other sources. As I feared, this was beginning to smell more and more like a scouting expedition on the part of the sheriff, as he was getting ready for the conditions to worsen. He was checking in on his constituents, but I doubted he was calculating their welfare into his plans. All my previous concerns about raiders preying on clueless preppers came back with a vengeance, and I wondered what mistakes I had made, other than being an outsider, that had drawn the sheriff's attention to our door. "Look here," Ms. Stockton gestured, lightly touching the cover of the first stapled document with her blue pen, creating the lightest of hash marks on the cover sheet. Her words jolted me out of my thoughts, and I looked down where her pen touched the paper. She was talking about crop yields and fertilizer mixtures, but I was drawn to the words on the paper. Under the heading of Helping Farmers Meet Their Needs, I saw 2 short blue strokes under certain words, as if stressing the message. I chanced to look up in the young lady's eyes, and I finally saw the naked fear reflected in her face. Help me, she'd underlined repeatedly. I cast a quick glance over her shoulder and saw the 3 deputies striding closer, as if growing tired of waiting. Her lips barely moved as she silently mouthed one word. Kidnapped. Well, hell. Chapter 34. After dropping this little bombshell, Ms. Stockton's determined attitude made much more sense. She was acting, yes, but her motivation stood only a few steps away. If she was telling the truth, then convincing me to cooperate was the only thing keeping her alive in the long run. What to do now? I pondered the question as we pretended to go over the paperwork. Sure enough, Governor Hicks had deployed the Department of Agriculture, along with co-opted members of the Agriculture Extension Agency, or Ag Agents, as we called them around here, to offer assistance to the farmers in every county throughout the state. What that assistance might be, no one, not even Madeline, knew for certain. What do you want from me? Any listener would interpret the question in their own way, but Ms. Stockton was quick on the uptake, like her life depended on it. Help, she said simply, then continued after a beat. We can do these counts quickly, but I'll need someone to guide me to the different animal pens. Are you willing to get your hands dirty? I asked, with some emotion leaking into my voice, pausing like she had just a few seconds before. Some of these pens have gotten pretty sloppy with all the rain we've had. Oh yeah, I'm willing to do whatever is necessary, Madeline Stockton replied, her voice going a bit hoarse as she spoke. I couldn't just ask her captors to release her into our custody. I then knew without a doubt there would be blood, and I still wasn't sure I was willing to shed it for the sake of a stranger. Sure, being a do-gooder is all nice in theory, and we'd already helped out where we could. However, with the only people I gave a shit about in the whole world gathered at this farm, she'd better be willing to go all in, or I'd let her find another alternative. Even if it meant giving these meatheads a close look at our operation here, I wasn't going to risk my family for her. All right, I huffed. This goes against everything I believe in, ma'am. The government is there to lend a helping hand, not a grasping claw, I bitched, purely for show now. But this is one of those times where fighting the system just isn't worth the candle. So, you can do your survey, count my pitiful herd, and I can get back to work. What kind of work can you do out here? And why do you and your family all have guns? As I told you before, I'm an attorney. I have a practice in town, updating wills and handling real estate transactions. And we have these amazing devices called computers. To my surprise, Ms. Stockton managed a laugh at my sarcasm. Okay, I get it. But still, why the guns? Did you miss the part where I mentioned getting shot at by 3 desperate killers right on the street there in New Albany? I also confronted a thieving lowlife before that, trying to infiltrate past the front gate, who pointed a pistol at me too. So everyone goes armed around here at all times. I spoke louder than before, but I made no special emphasis in what I'd said. I just wanted the deputies to hear and file that tidbit away for later. Maybe that would dissuade them, I thought, as we went about the job that had ostensibly brought her to our farm. Funny, she hadn't even mentioned the Bonner property, and I idly wondered if the county records office had even updated that transaction yet. Madeline Stockton had her notebook out now, having stowed her briefcase in the Suburban once we started the inspection. The 3 deputies moved in lockstep, shadowing Ms. Stockton as she squelched from one barn to another, pausing at the paddock to get a count of the horses. I tried to maintain a pleasant but slightly sarcastic banter with the inspector, but my attention and peripheral vision stayed busy, keeping an eye on the trio of deputies. For their part, the 3 supposed lawmen did little to disguise their covetous expressions as they traipsed behind us, and I heard more than one muffled comment about all the stuff on display. Their mutterings made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, but I tried to maintain my cool. I wondered when we would see Wade and his brothers show up, and I wanted to look for some sign that my ass wasn't hanging out here in the breeze all alone. I had little doubt these men intended to appropriate our farm at some point, and I began to feel like they weren't going to wait for their opportunity. Heading into the hog enclosure, I felt even more uncomfortable. Here, with the walls in the way, I knew any of our snipers would have a difficult shot trying to cover me. So I paused, hoping Wade and some of his brothers might show up and dissuade any hostile action. "Ugh, that stinks. Miss Stockton, I believe I'll leave you to your work and let you count the hogs on your own. Michael usually handles them anyway. That man has no sense of smell." "I think we've heard enough from you, Farmer Bill." I had my back mostly angled to Sergeant Bailey, so he didn't see me lower the zipper on my rain jacket when Miss Stockton and I halted just shy of the hog barn. The chest rig for the Sig Sauer P365 differed from the traditional shoulder rig many plainclothes police officers preferred, and it was Pat who first clued me in on the utility of having a chest rig set up with the pistol riding over my sternum. In addition to the Springfield on my hip, I'd taken to wearing a backup pistol as well, and I'd opted for this setup because I knew I would be wearing a rain jacket, and that caused the shoulder holster to chafe. As I pivoted left at the sergeant's ominous statement, I saw Bailey already had his Glock out of its holster, but he was distracted, screwing a suppressor onto the threaded barrel of his pistol. The other 2 men had their rifles again at low ready, but they must have been watching my waist, where I had the Springfield still holstered. None of them saw the SIG in my hand until it was too late. The barrel cleared the holster before I had the first shot lined up, one-handed with the weapon still close to my body, and the unexpected bark of the 9mm round made everyone but me flinch. Well, Kruger flinched from the impact of the bullet striking him in the face, an ugly pucker erupting from the bridge of his nose. I continued in my spin, firing methodically as the pistol came to bear on Bailey and finally Baines. Baines had his rifle coming up, finger in the trigger guard, when my 3rd bullet arrived in a dead heat with what had to be a .30 caliber round fired by one of our snipers. Baines convulsed as he dropped, his dead finger on the trigger causing a spray of bullets that missed clipping my right leg by a few inches. Reflex had me diving away even as the last bullet slammed into the ground and certainly got the hogs stirred up. I rolled, like one of the hogs, then came up to a knee and double-tapped Bailey with a pair of shots to the head. He was likely already dying from where the first 9mm pulped his throat, but he was still moving, so he was still a potential threat, and a valid target. I became aware of a high-pitched screaming in the background, and I swiveled to check Ms. Stockton. She was still standing, holding her notebook out in front of her as if it might stop a bullet. "Are you hit?" No response. "God almighty, woman, are you shot?" With the 3 deputies down hard, I made myself focus on the young woman, who apparently was undergoing a bit of a breakdown while still standing here in the rain. I looked her over carefully, checking for hidden weapons and any wounds I might have missed earlier. Miss Stockton flinched away from my overt gaze, but I was past giving fucks about her concerns. She continued with this whining cry that had me just on the verge of tossing her in the hog pen when Nicky showed up, puffing a bit and carrying a first aid kit. She visually checked me, then went to running her hands over Madeline Stockton's blouse and skirt and setting her purse on a wooden shelf behind her. Miss Stockton didn't protest, and at least her hollering had stopped. "Shouldn't your husband be doing that?" I said stupidly, only realizing what I'd said after the words left my mouth. "Not if he wants to keep his teeth in his mouth or his jaw still working," Nicky shot back, her tone sugar-sweet and totally at odds with her words. "Sorry, I meant checking for wounds, not feeling up the hostage," I retorted with a touch of pique in my voice to give away my nervous state. When this happened before, I thought it was just me being my typical jerk self, but some research into the physiological changes brought on by stress had shown a different answer. The shooting had been so sudden, despite the rising levels of tension that accompanied the inspection. I now knew the secret. When the shooting started, I'd experienced a burst of adrenaline fired into my system which left me with no way to burn it off, and the effect had me more than a little agitated. Others might experience a period of giddiness or euphoria, but I just got a bit aggravated by the mess that followed a quick, sharp gunfight. That tracked my earlier feelings when everything ended quickly. In a more protracted gunfight, like what Mike and I endured at the Wilson feed store, in the aftermath I just felt tired and wanted a nap. "Pat's coming. He asked me to check the girl. He's going over the Suburban for tracking devices. Outside, anyway." "Oh, right. And Mike's still covering from up top. Got it," I replied, more to myself than my sister. Going over to Bailey, I grabbed the limp form under his arms and dragged him into the hog barn. Despite my macabre joke before, we weren't prepared to feed the dead deputies to the hogs, but I wanted to preserve the bodies as best we could for now. I repeated the process with Kruger and then Baines. Baines had the keys to the department ride, and I was just about to hand them to Nicky when I heard a call from the other side of the building.
"Hello, the barn? Can we come in?"
"Come on, Wade," I yelled back, finishing my transfer of the Suburban's keys to Nicky. "Shooting's over. Fair warning, though. Don't come in unless you got a strong stomach." Wade came around the corner of the wooden building with his M4 held across his arms, and I saw he had his brother Ethan and another young man I couldn't place. "Hey, Wade. Hey, Ethan," I said quickly, then looked at the newcomer. "Hey, you must not be a husband, so that must make you a husband." The 3 men chuckled at my low wit, but it was true. For her part, Ms. Stockton stopped crying long enough to sniff in surprise. "How can you laugh at something like this?" "Ma'am, I'm sorry. I know it's hard, but Bryan so obviously spent days coming up with that smart-ass comment, we had to respond with at least polite laughter. I know he's not funny, but Bryan doesn't understand. I just didn't want to hurt his feelings." Wade was so sincere that the poor girl didn't know what to do, so I finally took pity on her and gave her a serious response. "Please, Ms. Stockton, I'm sorry. This all must be terrible for you. We're not laughing at your distress, I promise. This is just a stress-relieving mechanism. None of us are accustomed to killing people, and I hope that never becomes the case. If you want a better explanation, you can ask Nicky's husband, Patrick. He was in the Army for years and has much more experience. I'm just so happy we're all still alive, and happy that I have such good neighbors willing to come to our aid. That true praise made Wade blush, I noticed. Miss Stockton had the presence of mind to give me an acknowledging nod, followed by what sounded like a sincere apology. "I'm sorry, too. I'm just not used to this. First, the shooting of that poor old man earlier, and now this, and I thought they were going to kill me this time." She started sobbing again at this juncture. "And then you just started shooting, and I didn't even see where the gun came from." I paused to absorb what the young woman had revealed. "So this wasn't the first place you stopped? Bailey lied about that, too." Miss Stockton wiped at her eyes with a tissue provided by Nicky as she struggled to regain her composure. Then she started telling us her story. "Oh, no. We went to the county agriculture extension agent when Cecilia and I first got to town, and he sent us to see the sheriff. He wasn't in, but we saw that horrible Deputy Haynes was in the office, and he took us out to the sheriff's house." I held up my hand to slow her down as she was gathering steam in her narration. Who's Cecilia?" "She's my partner with the Department of Agriculture, Cecilia Robinson. Our new boss with the department thought he should send us out in pairs to do our surveys. The sheriff has Cecilia as a hostage at his house, and I'm really worried about her. At least she didn't see Sergeant Bailey when he and his men killed the old man up the road. Mr. Fitz seemed like such a nice man, and I don't even want to think about what they did to poor Wally." As Miss Stockton rambled, tears falling again, I exchanged a look with Wade. Yes, this was bad. If the sheriff was already raiding his own people in daylight and taking hostages, then he must be willing to do just about anything. "Call Dorothy and suggest she spend the night in the hospital," I said with a ragged voice. "I'll get Mike to call Marta as soon as we get to the house to stress the need." "We'll come with you," Wade replied, and I figured he meant more than joining us on a stroll home. Our families were our pressure points, and if Landshire wanted to run us off our lands, then kidnapping those two women would give him major leverage. Turning to Nicky, I gave her a hard nod before speaking. "I think the wheels just officially fell off the wagon, sister dear. Get ready, but understand, we're going to need Pat." "To go rescue some stranger? Why? I'm sympathetic, but it's not our fight," Nicky reasoned, but I could hear the doubt in her voice. "No, that's not the reason. Just trust me on this and escort our guest back to the house." There. Maybe that would get the crying to go away long enough for me to properly loot the dead. Chapter 35. I moved with a sense of urgency that was hampered by my overloaded state as I waddled back to the house and stumbled into the mudroom. In addition to their rifles and spare ammunition, I'd removed the duty belts from all three and slung them, pistols and all, over one shoulder. I found Mike, Pat, and Nicky seated at the kitchen table along with Wade, Ethan, and the new guy, with Madeline Stockton claiming a chair at the end of the table. She'd managed to pull herself together in the 10 minutes since I'd sent them to the house. I stripped off the rifles, unloaded and with magazines removed, and leaned them against the table. The coiled duty belts and wallets I piled up in the middle of the table in a disorganized mess. There would be time to check them later. No one commented on the blue nitrile gloves I had taken from Nicky's first aid kit, and I left them on my hands for now. "Where's Charles and Mary?" I asked, claiming the last chair. "Over at the new place," Nicky explained. "We figured they didn't need to get pulled into this, whatever this turns out to be." I turned to Mike, and he answered without me asking. "Marta, Dorothy, and Sally are bunking down at the hospital tonight," Mike reported. "Wade and I had to team up on them to get an agreement, though. We didn't say anything about what happened today, but I know Marta can read between the lines.
Yeah, I'm pretty much resigned to sleeping on the sofa for the next few days, Wade interjected, and I could see Dorothy imposing that edict for keeping her in the dark. I thought about it, though, and agreed we shouldn't say anything over the telephone that we didn't want coming back to haunt us. Knowing Dorothy, she'll at least let you have a blanket, maybe even a pillow, I teased, trying to lift the mood.
I know it's not my place, Mr. Harton, but can you tell us what happened?
This was from the man who'd come with Wade. I guessed he was in his late 20s or early 30s, tall and slender but not skinny, and while he looked familiar from husband-family get-togethers, I didn't have a name to go with the face. Sure, I think all of you need to know, and I'm sorry about my smart remark earlier. I know you're married to one of Wade's sisters, but I couldn't come up with your name. And please, call me Bryan.
No problem, Bryan. I'm Will Huckabee, and you nailed it. Suzanne is my wife, and we've been staying with Wade after our house flooded.
Sorry for your situation, Will, but I'm glad Wade had room for you guys, I said, pausing to regard Ms. Stockton before continuing. When those 3 deputies showed up, I first thought this was just something cooked up by the sheriff to get a look at our setup here. I think he tried before when he had one of the Sherwoods try to disable the gate, so I can't say I was totally surprised. What happened next did catch me by surprise.
Not totally, Wade interjected, looking at me with a new expression. You got to all 3 of them before they got you.
First, before I get into that, I deflected, we need to hear what Ms. Stockton told me earlier. Can you tell us how you came to be working with these men, and what happened at Mr. Fitz's place? I heard gasps around the table from those not present earlier at the hog barn to hear Ms. Stockton's nervous declaration. Haltingly, Ms. Stockton began her story, starting with her evacuation from Houston, along with her roommate and co-worker, Cecilia Robinson. They'd been luckier than some, as their employer made provisions for a bus to pick them up, with the rest of their office for transport to Austin. They'd even received temporary housing at a National Guard barracks near Austin. It was just bunks in an open bay, all female, and lukewarm showers, but Maddie, as she asked to be called, and Cece quickly came to realize they were some of the lucky ones. They not only had a roof over their heads, they also found themselves still gainfully employed. She spent a few minutes describing the madhouse in Austin as various state departments scrambled to perform their normal duties on top of new assignments well outside their normal purview. She reported working out of a satellite office on base just a few buildings down from their barracks. So she was insulated from the violence outside, but everybody heard the stories, and she was unashamed to say that sometimes she and Cece shared their bunk for comfort when the shooting in the distance became too much. She related how the orders came down for a county-by-county survey, but the stated purpose sounded fairly benign despite what I'd intimated. Governor Hicks, whether he knew about the meteorite strike or not, worried about the weather changes being seen and felt throughout his state. Areas that were traditionally relied upon to produce everything from lima beans to watermelons, rice to onions, now sat under threat from wind, rain, and storm. He gave a speech to a gathering of hundreds of state workers sheltered at the base, explaining he wanted boots on the ground to make reports about the real scope and depth of the damage. She quoted some of the more memorable parts of the speech, but Maddie swore she heard nothing about plans to seize crops or slaughter livestock for the common good. Either the governor was a leader worthy of the mantle of Cincinnatus, or he really did understand the mentality of his constituency. Hearing Maddie talk about the governor's impassioned words reminded me of a comment my grandmother made once when I'd stumbled into the minefield of asking an old person about history when they'd lived it. "Great Depression," Granny Annie declared with a snort of derision. "We's farmers, boy. We're always one bad harvest from a Great Depression, but as long as we have the land, then the family will eat, and if we can eat, then so can our neighbors that have fallen on hard times." No matter where we were or what we did, we Hartons hailed from farmer stock, and that was our default. As long as we have the land, we'll have something to eat. If the governor knew his people, he'd call for the surviving farmers to help their neighbors after they'd taken care of themselves. Not to say some farmers weren't assholes, since they were just folks, but plenty would respond to that simple call, and hopefully peer pressure would suffice for those who wanted to gouge and overcharge their neighbors. Living in a community had certain benefits, but with those rewards came expectations. Deal fair, or develop the reputation as someone who doesn't deserve being included in the good that comes from being a part of the group. Nobody would burn your barn, but conversely, nobody would show up to help fight the fire if the farmer was a jackass to his neighbors. When Maddie went on to explain how she and her friend Cece had been selected to visit New Albany, I set my musings aside and refocused on her words. The Ag Commissioner, part of the Texas A&M Mafia who ran the department, also acted like a protective parent to the young workers who came to work for his outfit. He'd had a hand in which investigators went to which county, and Maddie bluntly volunteered that Uncle Sid, the Ag Commissioner, tried to match up safe counties for his youngest hires. That description fit Maddie and Cece, who she admitted were barely a year out of receiving their bachelor's degrees from Texas A&M. Ironically, this effort ended up sending the two youngsters straight to New Albany with orders directing the pair of them to work with the local ag agent and the county commissioner to complete their survey. Maddie had no instructions requiring her to work in conjunction with the local sheriff, but her instructions had been more along the lines of smooth the waters and show the flag than do any actual survey work. This emphasis reinforced my thoughts that the governor might actually be trying to help. No, the strong-arm approach had been all Sheriff Landshire's idea. From the time Deputy Haynes tumbled to their presence in New Albany, the two-person team found themselves placed in protective custody, which sounded a lot like being under arrest to me. They'd been handcuffed, processed into the jail, and subjected to a strip search before being parked in a holding cell for an overnight stay. No charges, though, and no lawyer. The next morning, the two ag agents had been allowed to change back into their civilian clothes, but deprived of any electronic devices, as a three-man contingent transported the two ladies from New Albany to the sheriff's residence. When I started to ask about where the sheriff lived, I saw a headshake from Pat and let the question fade. Either he could read me like Mike could, or he was afraid to interrupt the young lady's description of the trip far into the countryside from the relatively built-up area around New Albany. She had previously described how the two surveyors arrived equipped with a list of the largest agricultural producers in the county, both a print copy and an Excel spreadsheet on her laptop. With everything confiscated, the sheriff, while happy to make a copy of that list, had his own agenda. He gave her his own list, and this farm was the first place he wanted her to visit with his deputies. "Who was with him when you first met with the sheriff?" Pat asked, finally reaching a point where he needed clarification. I was curious about what Pat wanted, but he had that poker face going full force, so I decided to listen and learn.
Well, Haynes escorted me into the house, and he took me into what I guess was the sheriff's home office. He was there with an older deputy and a younger one. I didn't catch the older one's name, but he was really pale, like a Viking.
That's Ansel Stewart, I'm thinking, I said, then turned to Pat. He's Landshire's second-in-command. Maddie continued without comment.
The younger deputy was Sergeant Bailey.
Where were the other two deputies who were part of your escort?
That was Kruger and Baines. They stayed outside, on the porch, I guess.
Can you remember what was said when you presented to the sheriff? Pat asked, and this time his voice held a hint of sympathy, as if he knew this next part was going to be hard. Maddie scrunched up her face, wrinkling her nose and reminding me of my niece Rachel when she did it. She was barely 10 years older than Rachel, after all, right out of college and in her first job. I wondered about her family, and if they knew where she was, or if they were still alive.
He wasn't surprised to see us, Maddie started, then stopped. No, that's not right. He was surprised by the fact we were a pair of little girls, but not why we were there. He knew about the survey project, though. Haynes had our laptop, and Cece gave the password when Sheriff Landshire asked for it. It didn't matter, really. They already had all our notes and the print copy. He tried to check our email, but he didn't have service there and gave up.
When she paused again, Pat gave her time to gather herself.
The sheriff said he wanted to find out who was hoarding resources in his county. Said it was criminal, given the current circumstances, and he had the authority to find out who was holding back from the community. He wanted us to carry on with our mission, but go to the places he would send us.
And he gave you a new list? Pat asked softly, prompting her a bit.
The older deputy, the one Bryan thinks might be named Stewart. He had it in his hand. The sheriff, while he was explaining what he wanted, seemed distracted after he explained what he wanted. He acted like, well, he was acting very agitated, crazy, walking around his desk, then sitting down, but standing up the next second.
Maddie's narrative ground to a halt at this point, and she started crying again. Not the great racking wail from before, when she'd been shocked and frozen by the shooting. No, this time it was quiet, and tears seemed to stream down her cheeks without her noticing.
I was so scared. I didn't say anything, but Cece, she told the sheriff that we couldn't do this, couldn't be a part of whatever he had planned. She said the commissioner expected us to check in every day, and he would be upset that we hadn't called the night before.
Maddie flinched then, avoiding a blow only she could see in her mind.
Deputy Haynes, he was standing beside us when Cece started talking. He didn't say anything. He just hit her with some kind of a short stick, like you see jockeys use sometimes. He just flicked it out, and it cut through Cece's blouse, and she was down on the ground, and she was bleeding.
Maddie stopped then, unable to continue. Nicky, barely restrained up until this point, jumped from her seat and gathered the frozen woman in her arms like one of her kids. Just like she does with Hunter or Rachel, I thought. Mama Bear to the rescue. After a few moments of shuddering sobs, Maddie melted into her grasp, and my sister led the grieving young woman out of the room. I could hear the sound of socked feet on the stairs, and then I directed my attention back to the table. "Well, shit," Ethan muttered under his breath, and a wry chuckle escaped my lips before I could help it. "I really wish we could have gotten a description of the sheriff's place," I added, and I felt curious eyes turned my direction. "What? Like any of you weren't thinking about it, I nearly snarled, and that elicited small chuckles from the ones who knew me best. Not surprisingly, that included Wade. "You planning on charging in there and rescuing that poor damsel?" Mike chided, finally getting a chance to turn the hero shit around on me for once. Instead of responding, I turned to Pat. "I got the keys to the Suburban. Can you jigger with the onboard GPS?" "To what end? Can I destroy what's in the vehicle? Yes. Can I cause it to dump whatever is being stored off-site?" "Nope." I nodded. That's what I figured. So Bailey and company came out, stirred up some shit, and we backed them off with a show of force. Bailey leaves, tail tucked between his legs, and scurries back to see the sheriff. We think he already violated Landshire's orders when he killed Bryan and Wally. I paused, swallowing hard. So we can expect he would receive a hard response when he goes to see the boss. We can work with that, if we set the stage properly. "What are you planning, Bryan? This sounds complicated," Will asked, and I turned my gaze to his. "You ever killed a man, Will?" "I spent 4 years in the Marines, 2 tours, Helmand Province," he replied tightly. I shook my head, sensing Mike and Pat watching me intently, but not trying to interfere. "No offense, but I don't mean shooting at insurgents or calling in an artillery strike on an enemy village. I mean shoot him in the fucking face, step over the body, and finish his buddies." "What are you talking about?" Will Huckabee asked, his eyes burning into me. Mike was giving me crap earlier about rushing off to save the damsel in distress. That's usually his gig, being the hero. I'm the other brother. To paraphrase Bob Marley, I'm going to shoot the sheriff, and then I'm going to kill the deputy, too, probably more than one. And I've already got 3 to my tally. If you think you can do that, go home and kiss your wife afterward and then lie when the cops come to grill you about it, then you're in. If not, no harm, no foul. But you need to go back to Wade's and watch over the women and kids. That's no knock on you, by the way." "Are you serious?" "Dead serious, Slick," Pat said, speaking up to join the conversation. He nodded at Wade, then Ethan. "I know these old boys. And if they say they can hack it, fine. Bryan has the right of it. The sheriff has us in his sights, and this was the first salvo. We can do the honorable thing, the white knight thing, and call the highway patrol and hope they can straighten this mess out before Landshire or one of his goons gets to us. Or we can do the hard thing." "But Will sputtered. "Why is he making the plans? No offense, but you're a lawyer. Shouldn't you be the one trying to call the cops or preserving evidence or something?" "If we were living under the rule of law, then I'd agree with you, Will. Sadly, we're not." I sighed for effect before continuing. "We're officially under martial law, military rule. But I don't see any soldiers or Marines around to call on. No active duty, anyway. And for your information, I'm not the one making plans. That would be Master Sergeant Patrick Parker here, late of 3rd Special Forces, Fort Bragg." "And lucky for you boys, I've already scouted the sheriff's ranch," Pat explained. "I'm not even going to ask," Wade muttered under his breath. "What do we need to do? First, we need to go in sterile." "He's sterile," Mike quipped, using that annoying Beavis voice that caused an involuntary laugh, as well as breaking the ice. "Before you go on, maybe you want to check the party favors we picked up," I added, pointing to the loot I'd piled on the table. "But mind the prints and DNA. That's why I wore the gloves." Not waiting for the others to act, I reached out and drew Sergeant Bailey's pistol, then fished around in one of the larger attachment bags on the duty belt, holding the 2 items out like a proud first grader at show and tell at school. "Is that a silencer?" Ethan asked, eyeing the long, black metal tube with trepidation. "Suppressor," I corrected, then lifted the Glock so the silver protrusion on the barrel was more evident. Bailey was just about done screwing the suppressor onto the threaded barrel when I caught sight of what he was doing. He was distracted, and I took advantage. Fucking Baines still got off a burst. "Yeah, I heard that. F.A.?" Patrick asked, gesturing at one of the rifles. I laid the Glock on the table and returned the suppressor to the appropriate pouch before picking up one of the M4s I'd collected. I checked one, then the other, and finally the third before looking up at Pat and bobbing my head. The rifles are Colt M4s, marked with property of U.S. government plates on the sides, I confirmed. Checking selector switch, I saw safe, semi, and auto etched into the metal. Turning the carbine up, I rotated it to the side for Pat and Mike to see. "Okay, then. We really need to glove up. Mike, can you check the Suburban and see what else these boys have to play with?" "On it," Mike replied, setting a box of blue nitrile gloves on the table. After sliding the gloves on, bitching about one size not fitting all, he scooped up the keys and headed outside. "While we wait for Mike, let's see a show of hands," Pat intoned, his voice serious. "I need to warn you. I've scouted the place, and this is no cakewalk. We do this, and some of us may not be coming home." I didn't even look around before raising my hand. Sheriff Bernard Landshire might have been a grasping, corrupt politician, occupied with bringing the county into his control by hook or by crook. We were prepared to weather that threat and still maintain what was left of our low profile. But by sending his shooters in, whether they exceeded their orders or not, the sheriff managed to endanger the only family I had left. That I would not, could not tolerate. Added to this, we now had GPS data that linked his dead goons to our farm, so not only did the sheriff need to die, it needed to happen on a deadline. Chapter 36. Under a crackle of thunder in the stinging rain, Mike drove cautiously, slowing on a bit at the turnoff as Pat, Wade, and Ethan bailed out from the middle row of seats in the Suburban. The big SUV was designed in a way that had all of us aggravated, with the cage set up around the back row, as the sheriff's department vehicle was set up for transporting evidence, not prisoners. That meant Mike, Will, and I were cramped in the front bench seat, with the smaller Will forced to ride in the middle. Adding to our misery, we were outfitted with the bulky Level 3 body armor previously worn by Bailey and his cronies, and the large size for Bailey and Kruger barely fit Mike and I, while Will seemed to be swimming in Baines's medium. Over that, Mike and I strapped on our plate carriers and the chest rigs we'd already become accustomed to wearing. Will hadn't balked at borrowing Nicky's Level 4 body armor, knowing from his past experience that the Soppy plates would stop a 7.62 Russian round, much less the 5.56 millimeter we were expecting. Mike parked the SUV in front of the bunkhouse, a hay barn the sheriff had converted into a rough barracks. The home place was arranged with this barn at a right angle to the sprawling Landshire residence, with about 100 feet separating the house from the barn. Mike used the long bulk of the Suburban to cover the door of the tall, sloped-roofed building. Pat had taken the opportunity to explore the barn when he'd scouted the grounds, and we had a map of the interior taped to our left forearms for easy access. As we were piling out of the front seat, I imagined we looked like a group of Pillsbury doughboys dismounting. Heavily armed Pillsbury doughboys, though. I was just grateful for the body armor. In addition to the seized M4s, we carried the original magazines claimed from the carbines and 3 magazines each of ammo seized from the SUV. As a reserve, we also carried 3 additional magazines marked with a strip of red tape. These 30-round magazines had been meticulously loaded by Mike and Patrick using factory loads and wearing gloves, and each of the magazines had been sealed in the manufacturer's plastic and never handled by any of us before this day. Paranoid, but then we fully expected this night's actions to unleash a hornet's nest of law enforcement activity if we succeeded. Best not to think about the repercussions if we failed. Based on Patrick's scouting of 2 weeks ago, we expected to find the bunkhouse occupied with more of Landshire's rented muscle. After checking the dead men's wallets, we discovered all 3 had licenses and other identification linked to addresses in or around Houston. Several business cards found in those wallets gave us the impression that all 3 men had until recently been police officers with the Houston Police Department. After studying Bailey's driver's license and the tiny picture, I had a sudden flash of where I'd remembered his face. We'd never met, but about 6 years ago, then Officer Bailey of the Houston Police Department had become well known to the citizens of that city as the story of his trial gained news coverage. He'd been charged with murder after shooting an unarmed man while working an off-duty security job. Bailey was found not guilty, but the investigation into the circumstances and the employer resulted in several more indictments in the following months. The employer, a nightclub owner, turned out to have drug cartel connections, as well as interest in several brothels suspected in human trafficking. As we approached the doorway into the bunkhouse, I adjusted the altered holster for the suppressed Glock riding at my hip and wondered if we would be facing more of those displaced HPD officers inside, in addition to the sheriff's usual group of uniformed thugs. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to kill Lieutenant Bastrop, but if he was sleeping in that building, he was a dead man. As I'd told Will Huckabee, I wasn't making the plan, but when Pat came up with the general outline, I'd volunteered to take lead going into the bunkhouse. This was one of the most dangerous parts of the plan, Pat stressed, and where things could go wrong the fastest. If we'd had more men, or men with the proper training, we would have been assaulting both the big house and the barracks at the same time, but we didn't. And we weren't. Instead, Pat, Wade, and Ethan would take up covering positions around the main house while we neutralized the deputies in the converted barn. Pat's exploration of the barracks revealed the front door opened into a roughly furnished ready room, with 2 rows of bunks, 6 per side, set up on the other side of a plywood wall. He'd warned us about the potbelly stove off to the left, but I could smell the smoke and the scent of burning pine knots as I shouldered my way through the door. We weren't wearing deputy uniforms, but we were relying on arriving in a known vehicle while wearing the department-issue rain slickers and liberated Stetsons to give the wrong impression for long enough to get inside and start the party.
"Shit, Sergeant. The old man's pissed you boys are so late. You need to get over to the house right now and report in. Where's that little girl you carried off with you?"
The speaker was a deputy named Ryman, a short fireplug of a man with a voice as rough as 10 miles of gravel road. Will and Mike pushed in behind me, acting like they were trying to get in out of the rain. Deputy Ryman was sitting in the dim light of the stove, sipping from a can of beer, when I shot him twice in the head from 5 feet away. The pistol had been concealed in the folds of my rain slicker, so all I'd needed to do was extend my hand and pull the trigger. The suppressor did the job, and the shots sounded like Ryman had simply cleared his throat. The impact of the subsonic 45 ACP rounds drove the crooked lawman back in his chair, and he dropped the beer can in surprise. I watched in frozen horror as the 16-ounce aluminum can seemed to catapult across space, heading inexorably to connect with the side of the stove. The sound might not rouse the sleepers to full wakefulness, but it might still spoil our bloodthirsty but practical plan. Time seemed to stand still as I waited for the expected clatter, but it never came. Will Huckabee slid across the rough wooden floor on his knees, moving with the grace of a gazelle as his left hand closed around the hurtling beer can with a barely audible crinkle of the thin metal. A single drop of the cool liquid tipped out over the lip of the wayward container, and I felt my legs unlock as I took a tottering step. Staring at the kneeling man, I simply mouthed, "Thank you." Will gave a sigh and nodded in response before clambering to his feet and setting the can in the corner to join a half-dozen other cans. I watched his hands shake just a bit as he turned to give me a jaunty wink. While this tense drama unfolded, I'd momentarily lost track of my brother, but a quick glance showed Mike sliding his bulk parallel to the outside wall. I saw his head disappear for a quick second, peering into the dimly lit barracks room, and his gloved left hand went up as he showed 4 fingers back to us. He then laid his palm flat, and I read the motion, "All still asleep." "Watch the door," I said softly to Will, and I watched his grateful nod. Mike and I might not be built for stealth, but we did our best to watch our feet and step carefully in the wan light offered by the one lamp the sleepers left burning by the bathroom. The sheriff had added a 2-stall shower enclosure and a single toilet when he'd commissioned the barn's conversion, but even by the dim light we could see the showers and the toilet were unoccupied. At 10 minutes after 2 a.m., we weren't surprised to see everyone else but the night watch sacked out, but it made this job easier. Pausing at the foot of the first bunk, I studied the faces I could see. Only 2 of the sleepers were turned our way, but I recognized one as the young punk who'd accompanied Ansel Stewart to my flooded office, and who had eye-fucked Nancy. The other one was another one of my good buddies, Corporal Branham, the shakedown deputy who'd nailed me on our way to see Andy. Mike made a slow circuit of the room to check the men, and it was all men in the New Albany County Sheriff's Department, except for the dispatchers and one female deputy who worked at the jail. Mike gave a nod. Looking to Mike, I waved to catch his attention and gestured for him to stand back and keep a watch. He'd produced the small Sig Mosquito 22 LR pistol he'd also equipped with a suppressor, but I was loath to see him have to retire the thing after this. "Let me," I mouthed, and Mike started to protest, but something in my expression made him stop, and he inclined his head in assent. My other reason remained my own. I didn't want Mike to have nightmares about this, or to feel the guilt on his conscience. If I ever felt such, then it would be my burden to bear. I'd never holstered the Glock, but I took a few seconds lining up my shots. I was standing close enough to the young punk to touch, so that was a chip shot, but one of the sleepers lay about 10 yards away, holding down the bunk closest to the bathroom. I made sure to avoid casting a shadow, knowing that such a disruption might awaken a light sleeper. This was murder, pure and simple. They were asleep, my rational brain insisted, and completely defenseless. We could overpower these men easily, slap some handcuffs on, and still take the sheriff, then turn them over to the authorities. My pistol cracked softly, 4 quick shots, then 4 more for insurance. The suppressor made the pistol barrel heavy, but I'd fired a half-dozen practice shots back home to adjust to the feeling. Mike had even sacrificed one of the gel targets so we could recover the bullets and make sure they were never found on our property. That man thinks of everything, I thought, as I made sure these crooked lawmen never made more trouble in our neck of the woods. I looked down as the tinkle of hot brass fell to the wooden floor, landing in a rapidly spreading pool of blood. I knew head wounds bled a lot, but not when the heart stops pumping. I ejected the partially spent magazine and slid a fresh one home. Then, reaching down, I turned on the small belt-mounted radio and clicked the press-to-talk button 3 times. Phase 1 was complete. Mike gestured to me, and I preceded him out of the charnel house to find Will Huckabee still guarding the door. Will gave me a look. "It's done. Let's go." Will swallowed and fell in line, his still damp boots squelching lightly on the floor as we stepped back out into the rain. Crossing the yard, I made myself maintain a steady, unhurried pace. We still acted like we belonged, and I didn't want to give any advanced warning to the other side. Mike led the way this time, since we figured he looked the closest to Bailey in size. No one said anything as we stepped up on the wraparound porch, and despite the lit porch light, a measly 40-watt bulb, Mike took care to keep his face in shadow. As we squared up on the door, I heard Pat's soft voice. At first, I thought it was over the earbud of the radio, but I saw a shadow detach itself from one of the empty planters on the porch and realized Pat had been standing right there. "OPs were empty," he said casually, his voice pitched low but not whispering. "Wade and Ethan are watching the road." We'd discussed this possibility with the renewed rain, and Pat had incorporated it into the plan. On his previous scouting trip, Pat had found 2 observation posts at the edge of the property, set up to allow guards to stay hidden while doing their jobs. Apparently, a few days of almost sunshine, and the sheriff's men decided they weren't going back out in the rain, I mused. "Anything?" 5 down. No drama, Mike reported. "Saw 4 targets inside," Pat replied, tension still in his voice, "including the sheriff and steward." Launching an attack like this, with almost zero intel on the site, and with a pickup crew, clearly offended his professional sensibilities. Back at the house, Pat had said a raid like this would usually require days spent observing the targeted house, followed by hours of prep. He'd even described one mission where they'd built an elaborate mock-up of the compound they'd intended to assault, hitting the doors and windows on a half-dozen run-throughs before their helicopters launched to deliver them to the site. His initial scouting of the Landshire property was simply intended as a first peep in what should have been days of sitting on the target before any kind of attack. Mike and Will had exchanged a look before sharing a laugh. They clearly had a different experience in their time in the military. "My LT used to draw up our attacks on the dirt, using a stick as a pointer," Mike had explained. Will went on to share how his lieutenant, an Annapolis graduate and a member of the Navy football team during his time there, had a playbook he used to deploy his Marines in preparation for a raid on a village. "The night guard made it sound like Landshire was waiting for Bailey," Mike continued, making his opinion known on how he wanted the entry. We were prepared to enter hard or soft. Hard meant stacking at the door and using dynamic entry-breaching tactics familiar to our 3 veterans. Soft meant trying the front door and walking in. I tried the door. Unlocked. I gestured to Mike. "After you," I murmured. As Pat fell in line behind Will, I drew the Glock and took the last slot. Thanks to Pat, we knew the way to the sheriff's office, and Pat indicated the lights were still on in the room. The heavy front door swung open on well-oiled hinges, and Mike simply nudged it with a shoulder as he carried the captured M4 already shouldered and ready to fire. Each of us copied the maneuver upon entering the house, but with barrels offset and pointed at an angle to cover the entryway and foyer. Mike led us deeper into the house at a steady pace, heel to toe, as he seemed to glide over the hardwood floors. As the last man in line, I was responsible for covering our rear. Unlike some missions Mike and the boys had described, we knew there were enemies in the house, and all of us knew, on some level, that there would be hostile contact at some point. That was the reason for taking out the bunkhouse, since otherwise we would be facing a firefight with hostile reinforcements threatening at our backs. I ended up mostly walking backward, relying on the others in turn to cover my back as I did the same for them. We had decided against trying to clear the rooms as we went, if that option became available, knowing that any effort at this stage to root out the side rooms would give up our presence. This was risky, but we agreed unanimously the advantage gained in getting deeper into the house without alerting the enemy was too valuable to pass up. If we struck out on the ground floor, then the process upstairs would be a hard entry, using copious amounts of suppressive fire, so we were hoping the sheriff was indeed working late. I was focused on my job, eyes moving constantly as I scanned the doors when I moved past them, carbine sweeping in short arcs. I was riding an adrenaline high that had started at the moment we'd entered the bunkhouse, and every sound and random motion had my attention as I scanned for threats. I knew I would crash hard later, but for now I was cruising in the zone more than ever before as I covered my family and new friend. When the moment for action came, I was looking the right way, and still the deputy outdrew me. I didn't recognize the man, an older deputy in his early 40s with a frosting of gray in his short haircut, but he'd emerged from one of the side rooms carrying what looked like a bottle of top-shelf scotch. Quick as a striking snake, he dropped the bottle and had his pistol out before the liquor hit the ground. The explosion of sound was nothing next to the hammer blow of impact when his shots struck me, punching me back against the wall. The M4 shook in my hands, but I jerked back on the trigger, walking a burst from the floor to ceiling, bisecting the deputy diagonally from hip to opposite shoulder along the way. He gyrated wildly from the repeated hits, but I was beyond noticing at the moment as I slid down the wall and my butt impacted the hardwood floor. I couldn't catch my breath, and I felt like my lungs were on fire. I heard scrambling behind me, followed by shooting, but it was all I could do to hold on to the pistol grip of the carbine and aim back the way we'd come. I tried to steady the barrel, but I noticed my arms were shaking too hard to hold on a target. Weakness crept into my limbs as I tried again, unsuccessfully, to bring oxygen into my lungs. I wanted to scream with the pain and frustration, but I lacked the air. My job was to cover the rear, and that's what I was doing when the room tunneled down, and the light seemed to shrink down to a pinprick. Chapter 37. I came to with a shudder, a spasm that ran through my body like a bolt of lightning, and I felt hands holding me down as I struggled to find my weapon. "Bryan, calm down. We got you." The voice registered, and I opened my eyes to see Pat sitting on his heels in front of me. He was doing that annoying eye-check thing with his pocket light, making me blink away from the sudden flashes as he checked my pupils. Concussion check, I realized. I drew in an involuntary breath, and then gasped out loud at the shooting pain in my chest. Fire raced through my veins as I tried to twist away from the agony, but nothing I did seemed to change the intensity of the feeling. "Your vest held,"
but you still absorbed 3 gunshots to the chest. Your chicken plate only stopped 1, so you've likely got some cracked ribs. Blunt force trauma. He added that last bit, as if I couldn't feel the evidence in my flesh. Everybody else okay? Yeah, team is fine. We moved you into Landshire's office. We've got him and Haynes. Stewart didn't make it, though. Caught one in the chest, but no armor, Pat further explained. I looked past my brother-in-law and saw we were in a wood panel-lined room, bigger than my home office, but crammed with enough chairs and tables to make the space seem claustrophobic. I saw spent brass on the floor, along with 3 bodies. One was facing up, chest covered in blood. I must not have been down long because the blood was still fresh. The other 2 forms were laying on their bellies, wrists zip-tied behind their backs and black hoods covering their heads. From the belly flowing out to the side and the broad ass straining the uniformed trousers of one, I assumed that was our sheriff. I heard rustling to the side, and I made the effort to twist my head, taking in the sight of Mike emerging from a walk-in safe. He had a stack of boxes of some sort in his arms, and from the way he was grunting, they weren't light. I couldn't see Will, but I assumed he was around, probably posted up to stand sentry. Can I get up? I don't know. Can you? Fuck you, Doc. Pat gave me a tight grin and extended a hand, which I gripped the best I could as I hauled myself to my feet. The motion hurt like all hell, but once I was back up, I felt better. My chest still burned with pain, but after a few experimental breaths, I noticed the pain from the action was lessening. Looking around again, I noted the splintered wooden frame and a massive footprint where Mike had breached the door. Mike was wearing Bailey's boots, which fit my brother with an extra pair of socks. If he was bothered by wearing a dead man's boots, he never said, but we all thought the added bits, like using magazines bearing fingerprints likely traceable to the deceased deputies, would help our presentation of events. That's what we were trying to do, setting a stage, on top of neutralizing an existential threat to our little community. Again, Wade and Ethan thought I was paranoid, Will didn't know what to think, and Pat just seemed amused by my degree of detail. He didn't disagree, however. "Why the hell did I pass out?" I managed to gasp out as I pulled a canteen off the side of my chest rig. I was pleased to see the bullets that had impacted my chest manage to miss the old Boy Scout canteen in the web cover. Unlike Mike and the other military veterans, I'd never developed a feel for the plastic tube connected to a camelback, so whenever we went out for a little time in the woods, I always carried a couple of canteens instead. This annoyed Pat, since he thought the sound of water sloshing in the metal containers might give away our position. "Shock, most likely," Pat replied. "Seen it before. Feels like you got hit with a baseball bat, doesn't it?" "Never had that particular experience before, so I couldn't say," I muttered, twisting the cap back into place. "How long was I down?" "Only a few minutes," Pat replied, and I saw Mike coming back out of the huge safe with another load. These squares looked like salt lick blocks for cattle, but wrapped in plastic. I had a feeling it was something else, though. "Is that?" "Yup. Looks like blocks of cocaine, packaged for transport. What our sheriff was doing with that kind of weight is another question, though. How'd you get the combination from Landshire so quick?" "Open when we hit the door," Pat explained with a dry chuckle, but then he continued more seriously. "Stewart was inside, and he came out just in time to get himself shot. But look, we don't have time to mess around, and we need to clear the rest of the house. You functional?" "I'm up," I replied, but my voice was still a little shaky. I sucked in another deep breath, wincing at the painful draw. Really? You want me here guarding or clearing rooms? And what about Wade and Ethan? I checked with them already. They're fine watching the road, and I think you'd do better sitting here and keeping an eye on these two. I'll take Will and Mike, and we'll make the rest of the house secure. Any sign of Maddie's roommate? Nothing but some blood smears on the floor, Pat replied with clear distaste. You know she's probably already dead, don't you? Yeah, I figured they killed her as soon as Bailey took Maddie out and put her on the road. Mike came over then, interrupting our grim conversation and lugging a long plastic Pelican rifle case. What you got? Macmillan TAC 50, Mike replied with a wide grin that nearly split his head in half. That damn safe is full of high-end weapons and drugs. Lots of drugs. Take the weapons, leave the drugs, Pat suggested, but I shook my head in the negative. We have to take it all. Strip the house. In fact, we want the weapons off the bodies back in the bunkhouse, too. Remember, we need to make this look right. I'd check the other barn, too. Are you sure? I mean, with things as bad as they are right now, are the authorities going to look that close? Will asked, finally joining the whispered conversation. He was still looking back down the hallway, carbine shouldered. If we give them what they're looking for, then I think we have a chance of getting away with this, Pat chimed in, finally revealing his own thoughts. This is like a black ops hit, and Bryan is trying to give us plausible deniability. Turning his attention to me, Pat continued, his voice still pitched low. No sense in letting the prisoners know what we planned. You want to ask them anything? We can, if the clearance doesn't take too long. No better chance, I agreed. Just be safe and take your time. I think I can keep an eye on these two. Try to stay on your feet. It will make your breathing easier for now, Pat advised, adjusting the carry sling for his M4 as he slid over to join Will at the door. Thanks, Doc. I hope you take my insurance, I teased. Then a thought struck me. What the heck did that deputy hit me with? And how the heck was he so fast? God bless. I've never seen anybody draw and shoot so fast. 40 S&W. And that was Deputy Sturdivant, Mike said, emerging from the safe once again. Now he was carrying a weird-looking shotgun and several boxes of shotgun shells. Is that? Yeah. Keltec KSG-25, Mike replied smugly. Just like the one I wanted. Marta said I had plenty, so I didn't get it. Well, looks like just the thing to use as a door knocker, Pat quipped. Just be aware, we might find more friendlies in the house. Got it, Mike acknowledged, feeding shells for the tubes into the port at the bottom of the receiver. Let's go find some more bad guys. Chapter 38. Clearing the house took less time than I thought it would, but then all three men had experience doing this chore. I heard them as the trio went from one door to the next, minimizing their time exposed in that scariest of positions known as fatal funnels or doorways. In my tactical training with Andy, I had some idea of what this involved, but nothing like these three veterans, who I knew were drawing from a deep well of knowledge. The rhythm of breaking wood and glass continued for several minutes, and I listened intently as I stood guard over the two bound officers laying on the nice Persian rug by the sheriff's desk. At least these two slugs had stopped wriggling so much, clearly tired out from their fruitless exertions. Trying to make best use of my time, I swept the room with a glance towards more than just a simple threat assessment. The walls featured the standard
I Love Me wall with Sheriff Bernard Landshire posing with various local and state officials in the time-honored grip and grin position. Nothing of real interest there, except I'd seen the same pictures on display in the sheriff's office, but I did notice the absence of a picture with the current governor. On the folding tables that took up so much space, I found much more telling information. These tables were being used as stands for a series of detailed topographic maps for the entire county. These maps had been laminated, and I could see cryptic grease pencil notations on several points. I would need to study these further at a later date, but I found several key highway intersections marked, as well as a few locations highlighted that appeared to be wooded areas or vacant lots. Seeing a large swath of greenery illustrated on one of the maps, I recognized the shape of a block of land representing the thousands of acres owned by the paper company, the timberland that bordered our farm. The wooded area was free of any stray marks, but there was a series of letter notations over the original plot of land I'd purchased, as well as the Bonner property next door. On the other side, I saw almost as many letters and abbreviations neatly inscribed over the husband property. Further on, I saw more letters written in over the Lovetts and Fitz's lands. The more I studied the maps, the more notations I could make out. On the next map, I saw another high-resolution map, and this one depicted the city of New Albany. Here the script of letters nearly overwhelmed the available space, but I began to see certain letters repeated in a specific pattern. After puzzling over the maps, I managed to figure out a few of the meanings based on commonly used letters and abbreviations. The key was Harry Ludlow's fuel distributorship, as I was able to decipher the code for gasoline and diesel. After that, the map started to make more sense. This was a graphic depiction of available resources in the county. Wow, was all I could say. Someone had spent a lot of man-hours preparing a treasure map that would make any group of looters sit up and salivate. I went back and looked, ignoring most of the letters and looking to the numbers depicted, and I felt my blood turn cold as I checked my farm. I saw the number 5 with an arrow and a question mark, and a smaller 4 with a circle over it. I counted me, Mike, Marta, Nicky, Pat. That was 5. 4 children. Not only did it list where to go, the map also gave a base number of defenders one might expect, defendants and non-combatants. One ray of potential sunshine was their numbers didn't include the new additions. This was still way more information than I wanted out there about our family, and I resolved to take these maps back with us to the farm. We wouldn't use them to raid our friends and neighbors, but I wanted to see what else was depicted in these maps. Maybe find out what was significant about those empty woods being noted in such a way. I thought for a second about trying to force the sheriff into interpreting the code for me, but I realized it would take longer than Sheriff Landshire had to cover all that territory. No, stick with the easy stuff and get his computer passwords first. Even getting those might be a chore. I knew none of us had the stomach for real torture, and if it took cutting off the man's fingers to get the desired information, I realized I didn't need to know it that bad. "Bryan!" The call caught me off guard, and I despaired at having my name shouted in such a way. Then I remembered that no matter what else happened, Landshire and Haynes wouldn't be around to provide testimony against me or any of us. Thumbing the press-to-talk, or PTT switch, on the personal radio we were all wearing, I replied calmly, "Use the radio, M, and calm down." "We found, Cece," came the half-hearted response.
I couldn't tell how much of his disappointment was from forgetting the radio and how much stemmed from the young lady's condition. Status of subject? Pat, P is treating her right now. I'm headed your way with W. Got it, and out. As I took up position to watch both the hallway and the two bound prisoners, I saw Mike stomping down the stairs and steaming towards me like a raging bull elephant. Even though Mike was an inch or two shorter, he'd still continued to carry 30 or 4 more pounds than me on his frame. In the past, that extra bulk might have been mostly fat, but hard work and a changed diet meant that even though Mike would never be a swimwear model, he was a lot more muscular than he'd been in the past. That was clearly reflected in the positively massive metal footlocker he was carrying across one shoulder like it was nothing. Bringing up the rear, Will Huckabee looked like a mini-me version of Mike, his normally placid features twisted in a rictus of barely controlled rage. He was walking with a large laptop tucked under one arm, leaving both hands free to carry his M4 at the low ready, scanning for trouble. Mike had to twist the 3-foot-tall footlocker off his shoulder to get it into the office, and he carried the box over to the nearest of the card tables to slam it down on top of the defenseless map on display there. The metal legs of the folding table bowed a bit, but continued to hold up the added burden for the moment. "Careful with the maps," I said carefully, not wanting to draw Mike's ire, but feeling the need to lay down the rules about preserving these treasures. "They're going with us." "That God-forsaken, filthy—" I tuned out the majority of Mike's scatological tirade, but I picked up enough of the highlights to go over and deliver a swift kick to Sheriff's ribs. That resulted in a renewal of the earlier curses and threats, but Will Huckabee stepped past me around the screaming sheriff to slam his booted foot into the bound deputy's nether region instead. Deputy Haynes erupted in his own cacophony of screams at that point, but the pitch was decidedly elevated. I looked between the two hard-faced men and gave a questioning shrug, then spread my hands. That little motion reminded me of my painful ribs, and I couldn't avoid a weak grunt. "That little fucker," Will Huckabee declared, a shaking finger pointed at Deputy Haynes. "Had Cecilia tied up in that upstairs bedroom. He's been assaulting her and taping it. He was also whipping her while he did it." Whipping? That verb resonated with what Maddie had said earlier, as well as something from deeper in the vault of my memory, something I wasn't supposed to know, but accidentally found out anyway. The 14-year-old girl that Rudy Polinsky was accused of kidnapping and raping had suffered more than the general public ever knew. In addition to being violated almost constantly for days while blindfolded, she'd also been subjected to several vicious beatings, using a short whip or a riding crop. I only came upon the information by accident when I was helping Butch Kaminsky move some files. Butch had been Rudy's lawyer, and he'd had access to some of the medical records pertaining to the victim. She'd been raped, sodomized, and beaten by her attacker with his fists, but the worst damage had been administered with a short leather whip or riding crop. She'd been whipped across her back, legs, and breasts with the crop, and by the time her abductor dumped her on the side of the road, her cuts and abrasions had become infected. "You fucking asshole!" I punctuated each word with a kick of my own, giving Deputy Randy Haynes a firm understanding of my opinion on the matter of abusing helpless women. Looking over at Mike, I saw him standing over the now open footlocker. He looked nauseous from whatever he was seeing. "You okay, bro?" "You need to see this," Mike said, finally turning away from the contents of the box and waving me over.
I don't know what I was expecting. A collection of human eyeballs preserved in formaldehyde, maybe? Instead, it was a crate full of DVDs, all labeled with names and dates. There must have been hundreds of them, and the dates ranged from 10 years ago as the oldest up to the latest, which was 6 months ago. The names were arranged together, and they ranged from a single date up to one name with 6 dates attached to it. One name in particular stuck out. Vanessa. I didn't know her last name, but that was the first name of the little girl who'd been abducted. The one lashed with a whip. Landshire? No, I don't think so, Mike growled. This was in the room where they were holding the girl, Cece. She was unconscious, but there was a video camera set up. I think the room belonged to Randy Haynes. So what? Landshire knew it was Haynes, but he covered it up? Why would he do something stupid like that? I don't know, Mike huffed in disgust. Why don't we ask him? Looking over, I caught Will's eye. How bad is she? Remember my earlier qualms about what we're doing? Consider them banished. Anybody who contributed to that, I'd set them on fire myself. Good to know we're on the same page. Now let's get them boys up and talking. I've got some questions, and all of a sudden I feel like the gloves are coming off. Part of that might have been posturing on my part, but honestly, I could sense my earlier no-torture ban crumble like a Prius in a car crusher. Before the sun came up, we would know everything. And I even had a plan for that. Chapter 39. Cecilia Robinson had been a pretty young lady, and she would be again, but for the moment she resembled a zombie. She stood tall, near to 6 foot, which would have had her towering over her blonde friend Maddie. She was slender of build, like a runner, but the appropriated sweatsuit she now wore looked to be hanging off her bent frame. Her eyes were bloodshot and hazy, and the loose bandages around her wrists still leaked a little blood as she stood there with her arms extended. "Thank you," Cece said, as she lowered the pistol, smoke still trailing from the barrel. She looked down at the slide locked back on the Colt 1911 and back up at Pat, then down at the corpse that, a second ago, had been Deputy Randy Haynes. "You only gave me 1 bullet?" "I didn't want you to get any ideas, ma'am," he said evenly. "Sometimes, when people go through what you've endured, they get the urge to hurt themselves. We didn't want that." "Yeah, fuck that. Maybe I wanted to shoot him again. Maybe in his pathetic little pee-pee this time." "Oh, I like her," I said with a touch of humor in my voice. I'd been questioning Landshire and Haynes for 4 hours before we'd reached this point. For the first 2 hours, I'd worked alone, as Pat was busy treating the recovering Cece upstairs, in a bedroom that was not set up as a dungeon, while Mike and Will loaded up one of the unchipped, meaning no GPS, 10-wheel delivery trucks parked out by the barn. Mike had simply backed the truck up to the front porch and commenced to loading boxes and crates. We were taking all the guns, all the ammunition, and all the drugs. We also found stacks of cash, gold coins we would take, along with anything else we thought might be considered loot for the 3 dead deputies we were busy framing. Mike even made a point of accidentally spilling some of the cocaine on the office floor to give any evidence guys something to find. After Cece was up and moving, gingerly, Pat brought her downstairs. She would not go in the same room where we were holding Haynes. What we'd found was the game room off the main foyer, but she took up a perch on the cowhide couch in the corner of Landshire's office, and thus had a front-row seat for his interrogation. The floors in the office and game room were covered with blue plastic tarps liberated from one of the trailers stashed in the big barn. Seemed the sheriff's boys were hitting delivery trucks, coming through the county and taking the choice items while passing the rest along through their black market connections. Ethan found 3 53-foot-long container trailers parked in the barn, along with 6 dead bodies dumped in a pit behind the barn, and there may have been more underneath. He'd only needed to follow his nose to locate the dump site. Since he knew 2 of the drivers, he was all in for hurting the sheriff the next time he needed prompting. Against my better judgment, we let Ethan cut off one of the fat fucker's fingers with a pair of garden shears. After the screaming faded, he went back out in the rain with a solemn order to the rest of us to make the fucker suffer. Some people really shouldn't be allowed to do things like that, I thought, as I used a blowtorch to cauterize the stump. I didn't tell Ethan the torture implements had been mainly for show, and the sheriff was reacting more from the threat than the actual use. Actually, just hitting him with a taser a few times usually did the trick. After that, I continued with my questions until I was all out of things to ask the broken man. Once he started talking, really, he seemed to want to get some of his crimes off his chest. He had been busy, both before and after Rockfall, mainly drugs and human trafficking before the disaster, and the hijacking and flat-out murder after. He was strangely reticent about certain topics, like the abduction and rape of Vanessa Comeau, until we discovered that Randy was his illegitimate son. Then his fall from grace started making more sense. He'd been hanging out with family, after all. Sheriff Landshire might not have been the rapist, but he'd been an enabler, cleaning up after his boy's crimes. Turns out, surprise, Randy Haynes was a monster, a kidnapping rapist, a pedophile, an all-around psychopath. His favorite targets included young African-American girls, like Vanessa Comeau. He was careful about not leaving any DNA behind, and even faking up some things to muddy the waters. That's why he'd left his previous job that his daddy got for him in Beaumont. He was a serial rapist working as a beat cop, but when the heat got to be too much, Landshire broke down and hired him for the Albany County Sheriff's Department. Once he copped to Haynes and admitted their relationship, then he started giving us more of his recent crimes. We thought the killings of our neighbors, the Fitts, was the tipping point for his boys, an unsanctioned attack. In reality, they'd been hitting homesteads and travelers for weeks, but just outside the Albany County line. Byron Fitts was on the list because he'd made the mistake of letting it be known in the community that he was a coin collector. That was enough to get him on the list. We got listed, as I feared, because we were out-of-towners and suspected preppers. He also confirmed who in his department was just a bent cop and who had graduated to participating in the murderous attacks. We'd gotten most of them, either at the farm or right here, in addition to removing one of the 3 Sherwood's brothers who'd acted as his conduit to the county's criminal underbelly. I'd killed George Sherwood in the bunkhouse, but that still left Keith and Matt to settle accounts with later. We'd been going back and forth between the 2 prisoners to compare information, and not surprisingly, Randy Haynes required very little persuading to spill his guts. He didn't know everything, but he knew enough to cross-check what his daddy was saying. I barely had to hit him in the genitals with the taser more than once. I did it again anyway. Anybody else got anything they want to ask Bernie? Going once, going twice. Mike's gunshot hadn't been unexpected, but we still jumped when the boom of the Smith & Wesson sounded in the room and Sheriff Bernard Landshire's reign of terror officially came to an end. I didn't want him to do it,
knowing he would likely have nightmares about it later. But he was a big boy, and it was his choice. Taking care of Randy had only been the work of a few seconds after, just long enough for all of us to troop next door and deliver the coup de grace. The only surprise came when Cece hesitantly followed along and then asked to do the deed herself. Pat gave her the pistol we'd removed from Landshire's desk, but only after fixing the magazine first. "Well, I guess that's us done," I said, after the long silence that followed my lame attempt to break the somber mood. Later, I would blame my cavalier attitude on the pain meds Pat had given me for the cracked ribs. "What about me? And who are you people?" Cece's question dragged me down to earth in an instant. "What do you want us to do? We can arrange for you to get back to Austin, but I have to ask that you please leave us out of your report," Mike said solemnly. "What do you mean? You saved me, and you uncovered a terrible ring of thieves and killers. There's no telling how many others you saved by what you did this night," Cece said, sounding more animated than I'd heard since Pat had carried her down the stairs. I felt eyes on me from the rest of the group as they waited for me to explain. "Ms. Robinson, we might get in a spot of trouble, you know. Even given the current state of affairs, the powers that be frown on vigilante justice, and I can promise, even though the late, unlamented sheriff was guilty of heinous crimes, his confession was entirely inadmissible. If you tell your boss about us, even just mention our names, we'll be arrested before the ink dries on the warrants." "But you rescued me." "Ma'am, we were going to have to take out Landshire no matter what, and that's because we killed 3 of his deputies earlier today," I explained truthfully. "I lie when necessary, but this young woman deserved the truth. No matter the provocation, no matter that his deputies kidnapped you and Ms. Stockton, he would have sent all of his other deputies out to our home and had us shot while trying to escape." "But when I go back, they're going to want to know what happened." And there it was. The reason I don't do the hero thing, and why I hate being maneuvered into acting that way. If we had simply done what we'd come to do, and left this other matter to solve itself. No matter how I tried to rationalize it, I knew we couldn't have left this woman behind. "Do you have family you can go stay with?" Cece's eyes filled with fresh tears. "My mama lived in Houston, same as Maddie's parents. We've been trying to get in touch with them since the hurricane, but neither one of us have been able to get them on their phones." "Where in Houston, Cece?" I asked delicately. "Clear Lake." She said it in such a way that I knew she was aware of the truth. That close to the coast, if they'd tried to shelter in place, their deaths were almost a certainty. "Why don't you come and stay with us for a while? We've already got family and friends staying with us, and Maddie's there right now. We can make room for 2 more, especially with your agricultural backgrounds." Mike made the offer sound like a casual thing, just a place to rest and recover for the short term, but if they came, they would likely be unable to leave, not held as prisoners, but because of the worsening situation in their part of the world. Chapter 40. We got home a little after 7 a.m., after stashing the stolen panel van back up the paper company access road behind the house and hiking home. Wade, Ethan, and Will took another appropriated vehicle, a quad-cab Ford pickup not registered to any of the deputies, and took a different but similar route home. Well, Mike hiked home while Pat and I stayed with Cece to keep her company as Mike retrieved one of the smaller ATVs that could be used on the narrow path out to our repurposed switching station. I hated to drive the damn big truck home, but we were short on choices and the loot needed to be hauled off. Even if we planned to dispose of the drugs, we needed some way to haul that many kilos, not to mention all the other gear we would stack in the keeper pile. So, you really go by Cece, or is Madeline just sticking you with a schoolgirl nickname that you can't get her to drop? Why would you ask that? Cecilia asked, with drowsy curiosity. She might be fierce, but she was also hurting, so Pat made sure she was still getting the good stuff. "Way to go, Bri," Pat interjected, getting a startled chortle from the reclining figure laying on a sleeping bag. Bri? Seriously? What can I say? Told you, Pat's married to my little sister. It was cute at first, but she called me that for years, even shouted it out at my law school graduation ceremony. Damn, that's cold, Cece finally pronounced. No, we've been Maddie and Cece since we first met freshman year of high school. When we were both accepted to Texas A&M, going in as roommates just made sense. She's pretty nice, you know, for being so pale and all. Oh, you did not just go there, Pat interjected, stifling a tired laugh. Maddie is family to me, Cece said softly, suddenly changing direction and growing more serious. I knew she was hurting, despite the painkillers coursing through her system, and even more, she was damaged deep down in her soul in a way I couldn't understand, didn't want to understand. She was trying to prop herself up with the jokes, but she was running short of the necessary energy to maintain the strong front she was holding up for us. I'm sorry about what happened to you, Cece. If we could have stopped it from happening, we would have done it, I said over my shoulder, not wanting to see her tears falling, but I couldn't escape the shallow sobs. We didn't even know you existed until Maddie told us, and we got there as quickly as we could. I know that doesn't help, but what Pat told you before is true. Some of us at the farm are family by blood, and others are family by choice. We look out for our own, and if you'll let us, we'll try to look out for you as well. What are you people anyway? Is this some kind of, religious thing? I exchanged a quick glance with Pat, and we had to stifle a laugh at the question. I was surprised at how my mood had been shifting so greatly in recent days, and I decided I needed to have a sit-down with Mike and Pat, but later. For now, Pat gave me a nudge to answer Cece's question. I'm sorry, Cece. No, we're not a cult. When I say we're family, that doesn't mean like the Charles Manson family, or even the Addams family. That last bit even got a laugh from Cece, and probably a sigh of relief. You've met some of us already. Back home, we have my sister Nikki, this galoot's wife, and Mike and his wife. Well, she's at work, but you'll get to meet Marta tonight. Then there's my nieces and nephews, Mary, our cousin, and her husband Charles. Then we have some friends who are also staying with us either at the main house or at the Bonner place we just acquired. The other men who were with us earlier, they're some of our neighbors. Billy, Pat prompted, and I nodded. One of our friends who's staying with us, Sally, she has a son named Billy. He's 19 and has Downs. He's a very nice young man, but I just wanted to warn you that he might have questions for you. Please don't take offense, and in turn, don't hurt his feelings. That's okay, and I thank you for letting me know. What should I say to him, and everybody else? Nobody waiting for us at home will have any idea what happened to you, or what we did. What you choose to share is up to you, but please keep what you saw us doing to yourself. Okay, I can do that. Can I at least tell Maddie what happened to me? The desperation in Cece's voice pained me, and I turned to fix my eyes on hers. Even with the tears and the painkillers, her eyes were more clear than I'd seen before. The bruises on her cheekbones made me grind my teeth, but I think I managed to keep all emotion off my face as I answered her question. "Sorry, but of course you can talk to your friend. What I meant was—" I struggled to put my concerns into words, so I just released my hold on the filter between my brain and my mouth and let go of the ache in my chest that had nothing to do with cracked ribs. "What you saw me do back there? That's not me," I explained. "I've never done anything like that before in my life, and I pray to God I never have to do it again. I've never taken pleasure in hurting others, and I didn't enjoy what I did then either. I'm afraid when you've had a chance to assimilate what you've been through, you might look at me in a different light. That's all." Cece took nearly a minute to process what I'd said, but she never looked away from me as she thought. "Wow. All right. I think I understand. You did what you did to the sheriff and to that creature because you needed to know those things you asked him about, information that might affect your own people. Do I have it right?" "You do. For example, you needed to know if the sheriff had any kind of security in the house, any CCTV system, either in the building or recording the roads. It wouldn't do us any good to leave behind evidence framing his deputies having pulled this off if he had off-site recordings of what actually happened." "I see. That makes so much sense. How did you think to worry about that?"
"Cece, Bryan worries about everything," Pat pointed out, finally rejoining the conversation. I could tell that the time Pat had spent working to help the poor girl created a bond of trust there. "That's why we usually listen to what he has to say, and I don't see anything wrong with confiding in your best friend, but you might want to leave out the Tarantino parts."
"There is one person you might want to talk to, though, if you're willing," I added carefully, like I was negotiating a minefield. "Her name is Nancy, and, well, you can talk to her. She'll understand." I offered that last part with more hope than anything else. We talked for another 10 minutes about more mundane things, at least mundane in this new world. I explained how we were using a greenhouse and wood stoves to continue our growing efforts, and the makeup of our mixed farming and ranching work. The greenhouse angle caught Cece's attention, and I had to admit that Bea, who I'd failed to mention before, and Nikki seemed to have taken over that realm as their own. Then I heard the sound of an ATV engine, which meant the little beast was close by. I crawled out of the truck and waved to Mike, noting that he had a passenger with him. I expected Maddie, but instead, as he slowed the side-by-side to a stop, I saw he had Nancy sitting with him. Mike looked exhausted from the previous 24 hours of shit, but Nancy appeared to be in a similar state. Her face looked pale, and her fair hair peeked out from under her hood in an ill-kempt mess. I stuck my head back inside the truck and announced that Cece's ride was here. "That your woman?" Cece asked, nodding in Nancy's direction as I helped her down. Her steps were made gingerly, mincing, and the oversized rubber boots we'd liberated for her didn't help. "My woman?" I paused at the reference. "Yes, I guess you could say so. She looks worried and pissed, so be nice to her. She was probably up all night wondering if you were going to come back to her." "Dang, Cece, you're wise beyond your years," I said in a joking fashion, and she took it in that manner. "Hey, if we're all family here, does that make you my uncle? And yes, that means you can have a pony." After Pat changed places with Mike, he took off with Cece in tow. My brother and I exchanged tired greetings, while Nancy hung back, eyeing me cautiously. "Mike said you'd been shot," she finally said, approaching me carefully as she watched her footing on the mucky ground. "Hit the vest, so I'm a little sore, but fine. Sorry we couldn't radio any kind of update, but we were worried about intercepts. Everything okay at the houses?" "Yes. No. Everybody was worried to death, Bryan." She struggled to get the words out, and I could tell up close from her eyes. It looked like she hadn't slept. "I'm sorry, Nancy, but it had to be done." "So he's dead?" "As a doornail. Even though his deputies jumped the gun, we found his plans. He was going to kill us all, Nancy, kill everybody here and steal what we've worked for. I couldn't allow it." Nancy stepped up, extending her hands to take mine. I'd finally ditched the nitrile gloves, and I could feel the work-hardened calluses on her palms as she closed her fingers around mine. "I was worried to death about you. I kept trying to tell myself that you would be fine, and my rotten luck had finally run its course." She was nearly sobbing at this point, and I could only stand there and stare at her as she melted down in front of me. All the stress, the worry, came out in a torrent of emotion. "Why did you go, Bryan? Mike and Pat, I can understand. They have experience with something like that. Why does it have to be you, risking your life all the time?" Rather than try to organize my words to explain, to marshal my arguments in a lawyerly fashion, I just let the words come without thought. Hey, it had worked with Cece, I thought to myself. Because everything I love is here. Everyone I care about is concentrated here on our farm. I'll do anything to keep you safe, to protect the people here. Yes, I took a risk, but we all did. Do you think Mike loves his family any less? The sheriff was a clear danger to our survival, more so than we even knew when we went. We had to do a hard thing, Nancy, harder than you may ever know, but I'll do it again to shelter us from the storm. Nancy closed the distance between us, her arms around my bulky raincoat and body armor, and I somehow found her lips as her face turned up to mine. We kissed, long and lingering, and I ran my fingers up her delicate neck and buried them in that mass of hair. I don't know how long we stood like that, heedless of the rain soaking us, before Mike cleared his throat. Once, then again, with greater volume. "Sorry to interrupt this hallmark moment, guys, but we still need to unload the truck." Nancy and I broke apart, but our eyes caught, and I knew I was totally in love with this woman. We might be facing the end of the world as we knew it, but I'd finally found the woman I intended to spend the rest of my days with, and I'd fight anybody to protect that precious gift. "When we get back to the house," I said to Nancy as I brushed a lock of hair from her rain-slicked forehead, "I'd like you to talk to my new niece, Cece." Epilogue. We managed to get the truck unloaded and the remote site resealed, even as we worked under the storm warning that preceded another hurricane. We made no trips to town, and only kept in contact with the husband family next door, while we shored up sandbag levees, retarped the greenhouse, and took down all the equipment in a repeat of our previous maneuvers. At least this time I managed to erect a protected antenna, using one of the stouter trees to maintain our long-range news-gathering ability. We were not going to allow another information blackout to occur. 7 days after the raid on the sheriff's house, and we'd heard nary a peep over the radio, either the public system or from our amateur friends in the area. And then it was time to hunker down in earnest. For a while, we thought the storm would miss us altogether, but at least we only caught the edge this time when Hurricane Javier came spiraling up from the Gulf and made landfall on the Louisiana side. The Category 5 storm stirred the mostly deserted carcass of New Orleans, now a drowned city, before screaming up the length of the state, flooding Baton Rouge up through Shreveport, and continuing on into Arkansas, hammering Little Rock from the other side after being battered by Debbie just a little over a month before. Most of our group spent 3 days in the shelter at the height of the storm, but I rotated with Mike, Pat, and Sally in maintaining a watch upstairs through the worst of the weather. We had almost continuous howling rain for 36 hours, but the worst part for me were the vicious lightning storms. I worried that some of the raiders might take advantage of the weather to hit homes, and we heard reports over the radio of just such things happening. But either we were lucky, or the raiders decided not to risk themselves this close to the hurricane. Once the all-clear was given, we were well into the second day of digging out when Beatrice sounded the all-hands alert over the radios that we had visitors at the gate. I dropped what I was doing and raced to grab my kit and gear up when she followed up with a broadcast notifying everyone that it was 2 vehicles marked as the Albany County Sheriff's Department.
"Well, let's see what they want," Mike muttered as he continued strapping on his body armor. After our tumultuous trip to Dallas, I'd pretty much given up on the gray man approach to weapons and gear. No more hunting rifles and revolvers. I was adopting Mike and Pat's military spec approach, and I slung my FAL and joined Mike at the shed to grab our ATV for the ride up to the gate. "You ready to lie your ass off?" I asked my brother, and he gave me a curt nod. We'd practiced what we would say when the inevitable investigation started, even though pretty much everybody but me dismissed the idea as unlikely. We'd used the weapons and ammunition taken from the dead deputies here to leave ample fingerprint and ballistic evidence behind, linking the attack on the county sheriff and his henchmen to disgruntled members of his own gang. Should make it open and shut on the surface. I hated to be proven right, but the assassination of a county sheriff and a large chunk of his deputies, no matter how crooked, must have stirred up a shit-ton of worry in Austin. We made sure to remove anything in the house that linked Cecilia Robinson or Madeline Stockton to the sheriff, but we left all of Deputy Haynes' incriminating videos in the house to help further muddy the waters. The only thing I couldn't figure out how to fix or sabotage fell to the electronic trail. I had a pretty good feeling there would have been backup GPS data placing Bailey and his cohorts on our property for at least 2 hours before we could get the Suburban moved back down the road to the Fitz property. That was the only place we could think to stash it before reclaiming it that night to raid the sheriff's own compound. I wasn't a hacker, and even if I had one on tap, we had too many other bases to cover in a limited window of opportunity. I hated being proven right in this instance, but we would see what happened and react accordingly. Unfortunately, the only way this would work, at least in my mind, required us to act like total assholes. Mike drove, and I fiddled with my chest rig, trying to keep the magazines from pressing too hard against the plate carrier and the slab of steel that rode over a still tender bruise on my sternum. No broken ribs, but Pat and Marta thought I had 2 at least that were cracked. Well, Pat thought they were cracked. Marta just claimed I was being a big baby. While Mike and I approached the gate, the rest of our response crew made a production of proceeding to the improvised bunkers we'd constructed around the perimeter of the property. That meant Pat, Sally, Nikki, and Nancy were decked out in full camo apparel as they rushed to take up their firing positions relative to the front gate.
Marta stayed behind to cover the clinic, while Beatrice, Maddie, and Cece corralled the children. Maddie and Cece were trying to make the cut on weapons and training to become part of the defense force here at the farm, but there was no way they could be seen by law enforcement if our agreed-to story was going to hold. We'd asked them to forego contacting their former co-workers and their boss after we'd effected their rescue, and so far they had resisted the urge to make a call. Cece, in particular, felt honor-bound not to betray us, and Maddie was too close to her friend to buck the decision, but none of us, including the two young ladies, knew what the long term would bring. When I reached the gate, I saw Lieutenant Bastrop from the Sheriff's Department waiting patiently with what I thought were a few other deputies outside in the misting drizzle. The changing weather meant we'd been forced to become like those poor bastards who used to live up in Seattle, where this wasn't even considered rainfall anymore. "Your boss decide to send you out with a warrant this time to scout our farm, Lieutenant Bastrop?" I spoke with as much scorn as I could muster before the lieutenant could even open his mouth. "What? Bryan, what the hell are you talking about?" he asked with a touch of exasperation in his voice. "Last time we had Albany County's finest out here," I continued, trying to keep the agitation in tone. "They tried to force their way in, saying the sheriff had ordered them to make some kind of survey of the farms in the county. Wanted to count our horses and chickens, he said. I said come back with a warrant, and here you are. Should we just start loading up those chickens so your boss can confiscate them for the greater good?" I all but spat the last line, and Bastrop visibly recoiled at my vehemence. I heard the door creak open on one of the cruisers, but I kept my eyes focused on the 3 deputies gathered in a huddle. In addition to Bastrop, I recognized the other 2 as long-time deputies who had been around for years. Neither one struck me as a go-getter, but Landshire hadn't fingered them for his kill teams either. They were time servers, working on the back stretch towards retirement. "Bryan, when was the last time you had deputies out here? We've got nothing about this on our logs," Bastrop countered, and I wondered if that was true. I made a point of counting up the days, then gave him the date in question. There was no point in lying about that detail, and it actually served to bolster our credibility if they had the GPS records from that visit. "Bryan, who did you talk to that day?" I scratched at my forehead before answering. Mike was looking on, his face expressionless. He said nothing, and left the talking, up to me, as we'd planned. "Big old guy, Bailey, I think he said his name was," I replied. "Funny, he said he was a sergeant, but I'd never seen him before. Didn't like him one bit, and I sure didn't like the way he was throwing his weight around. Look, nobody's trying to confiscate anything from you, Mr. Harton. But do you remember exactly what he said? I'm sorry, but we've got no record of this at all." "Sure. He said he had orders to come on my property, count all my animals, and inspect my food pantry. He said he was sent here by the sheriff on explicit orders of the governor. I told him he wasn't coming on this property. We sat here and jawed about it for a while, and he and his 2 buddies were getting more and more agitated. Bailey threatened to hook up a chain to our gate and pull it down if we didn't comply." "What did you do?" "You mind telling me what this is all about, Lieutenant?" I asked, letting him know I was aware the whole thing was highly irregular. "I told you, he tried to execute an illegal search, and I didn't let him." "Bryan, do you remember the names of the other 2 deputies? I promise. I'll explain in a minute." Bailey, K something, and Bain, I think." I made to look over at Mike, who was staring at the new person who'd exited the cruiser and was approaching the fence. Dragging my eyes away from the newcomer, I asked my brother a question to cover his evident shock. Mike, you remember the name of the deputies? I seem to recall a smart-ass remark from you about how they sounded like the name of a law firm.
Kruger,
Mike replied, channeling a little of his inner anger as his response went on.
I think that was his last name. None of them gave their first names, and we didn't ask. Things got a little tense there at the end. Bryan, Mike, good to see both of you again, said the newcomer.
It was my old firearms instructor, Andy Carstairs, and he looked to be back in harness with the Texas Rangers, if the badge was any indication.
Good to see you too, Major, I replied.
What brings you out here today? The governor finally getting around to investigating our favorite sheriff?
In a manner of speaking. You see, those 3 deputies you mentioned, we're looking for them in conjunction with some other things they might have done. You sure that was the last time you saw them? And was there anybody else with them at the time?
Major, they came on our land, made demands, and were asked to leave unless they could produce a warrant. Bailey hemmed and hawed, made some phone calls after we refused to cave, and they left in a huff. I'm still wondering what this has to do with us.
Come on, Bryan. I'm still Andy, the older man insisted. The problem is these 3 deputies have disappeared. On top of that, the sheriff is dead. So are some of his other deputies. You sure you didn't hear this on the radio?
Major, in case you missed it when you went back to working for the man, I sassed, gesturing around at the scattering of downed tree limbs and unrooted saplings still waiting to be processed. We're still trying to recover from another hellacious hurricane. We got lucky not to lose power this time, but all our radio and television antennas are still down. We might not have had the tornadoes this time, but that lightning storm was insane. We ain't heard shit.
All right, I think I've heard enough,
Andy replied with a hint of humor in his deep, basso voice.
We knew Bailey and his boys came out this way before heading back to see the sheriff one last time, but we're still investigating. By the way, you haven't happened to see a couple of young ladies from the Department of Agriculture, have you? They got here before the storm, and their boss seems to have lost track of them. He's gotten quite insistent.
Well, Major, or should I say Sheriff? Either way, you should ask that boss of theirs what the heck would a couple of extension agents be doing out at a time like this, I said, then gave vent to my own sense of exasperation. The county roads aren't safe. The streets in town aren't safe, and Lord knows how many homes have been overrun since this started.
Well, Lieutenant Bastrop here is acting sheriff until the county can set up an emergency election. I've just been called back out of retirement to do my bit where I can.
That part about Bastrop wasn't actually a bit of good news. I didn't know the man all that well, but I knew he wasn't one of Landshire's cronies. The county could use some honest leadership, if any were going to survive. Deciding I'd played my role of irritated asshole long enough, I stuck my hand through the gate in Bastrop's direction, and we awkwardly shook as I congratulated him, with Mike adding words of support as well. As Andy was ushering the other 3 law enforcement types back to their vehicles, he held up his hand in vintage Columbo style and turned back to us while waving the deputies on back to their cars. Mike had shaken off his attack dog stance, and he moved to stand closer to me as Andy Carstairs, Texas Ranger, came back over and leaned close to the metal crossing bars on the fence. With his deep voice, the effort at keeping his words between us made him sound like he was choking off the syllables as he spoke.
Good work with the sheriff, boys. My lab crew is totally convinced Bailey and his mutts pulled off the operation as a smash and grab before fleeing the jurisdiction. Now, don't ever fucking do it again. You get something like this again,
get in touch with me. If you got those 2 girls, don't let them go back to Austin. The war with Mexico is just about to reach a boiling point, and the governor has already been quietly trying to evacuate the city. Too juicy of a target. Same with San Antonio, but the army bases have apparently been reinforced with more missile defense. Finally, I did some digging, confirmed some things you all told me before. That was a big-ass rock, all right. And just so you know, there's 3 more on the way in the next 6 months. Don't know yet if they'll hit or where, but you'd be wise to keep your heads down. With that, Andy gave a little half-salute and headed back to his car, while Mike and I stood looking on in stunned silence. "I guess we need to start getting ready," I muttered, trying to sound unconcerned. "Time to pick up the pace," Mike agreed, but I could tell he was shocked by the revelation. Pick up the pace? I didn't know about Mike, but I already felt like we were running at a flat-out sprint. Then I thought about Nancy, and I decided it was about time to see if I had a higher gear left in me. 6 months. Pfft. We'll just build an ark, I shot back, throwing an arm over my brother's shoulder. Starting tomorrow. I'm taking today to work on my tan. Looking up, Mike held out a hand and glanced down at the gloved palm. Turning his eyes back to me, he gave me a concerned look, and I suddenly had a feeling it was about more than the incoming stones of destruction. "What?" I demanded. "It's starting to snow," Mike announced, sounding sick to his stomach. This concludes Storm Warning by William Allen, narrated by Kevin T. Collins.